per hour. That places the center about 175 miles to the south of Tallahassee, and if it's moving north-northeast, that would place the core of the system around the eastern side of the Big Bend coast later this evening. So that is something that's very important to keep in mind in terms of what kind of effects we can get in certain areas. Now, for the time being, I'd say maybe for about another 30 minutes to an hour, we'll have some times of steady rain. It will likely become a little more consistent across a broader portion of our region. We have seen a few of these little individual pockets of activity that have been kind of rolling in and creating a little extra spin. So there's been a recent tornado warning issued in central Jefferson County. That's moving more towards the Fort Gadsden area on Highway 65. So that's moving towards the river and eventually into Gulf County. So that's not going to be a big issue for us. But we do have to monitor maybe a couple more of those more significant pockets farther offshore that can also be lashed out towards the coastline, and that can maybe trigger a couple more concerns for any kind of quick spin-up tornadoes. Probably more of an effect across the Suncoast area of west central Florida, and that's where those feeder bands are a little more potent to create those quick spin-up tornadoes. But the potent part of the storm that we are concerned about is, of course, the eye, and that has continued to take its path over the warm waters of the eastern Gulf and into Appalachia Bay eventually in the next couple of hours. Moving at 23 miles per hour, 2 hours would be about 56 miles, and then if it continues on that pace, another 23, doing some quick math, would be about 90 miles. So still a few hours to go before we get this core closer to land. But it's going to be this evening, and it's going to be within our neighborhood across the eastern Big Bend, most likely with a landfall point. But that north-northeast trend is very critical, and I've been saying that for several days because we've been looking for evidence and seeing some evidence that we can see a more eastward nudge of the center where landfall point will likely be. We're still looking perhaps from St. Mark's to Keaton Beach in that range. That's where, when the eye touches land, that's where the highest winds are going to be. Offshore, of course, you'll have winds that can be sustained above 90 miles per hour, perhaps as high as 120. 125 is the current peak, so we can certainly have offshore winds that are that high. And perhaps some gusts of that nature when it touches land. After it moves inland, the winds will decrease a little bit, but it's moving pretty quickly. But back to the point for the coastline, that's where the highest winds are likely to be. The storm surge will be highest in the central and eastern zones across our Big Bend area, slightly lower across our western areas in the Forgotten Coast. Rainfall amounts have already been pretty impressive, especially in the Forgotten Coast and Apalachicola Forest. Could see maybe another 5 to 10 inches in some of those areas. For the 319 corridor, including the Tallahassee Metro, this is where I anticipate some steady winds, about 50 to 75 miles per hour. But depending on where the eye makes landfall, and again, there's probably about a 25, 35 mile buffer on the west side. I think a bigger buffer on the east side as far as where those strongest winds could be around the eye wall. But that could certainly envelop Jefferson County and parts of Leon. So that's why I account for the possibility of gusts that could be upwards of 95 miles per hour. Some of the data I've been looking at has not suggested that high of a wind gust, but I would not necessarily rule it out, especially if there's some kind of late little westward jog, which seems less likely than maybe a steadier or maybe a more possible eastward jog as it continues on a north-northeast path. So the bottom line is you're still going to have a few hours in the evening, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, maybe through 11, where the winds are really going to be pretty strong. They'll mostly come from the northeast and north across the 319 corridor, but they will be steady and strong, and they can gust higher. So yes, trees, they're going to be affected. Power is going to be affected. Structures, weaker structures, certainly a possibility. Something that's fortified and firm, not so much of an effect. Maybe a few shingles, can't rule that out, of course, but do expect your power to go out. And okay, we have some communication going on there. I'm going to go through one more zone. Do we have time? All right, some miscommunication there, so I'm going to go on with my zones. In south central Georgia, okay, we're going to toss to Channing right now.
The storm move north. Wakulla County is one of the biggest concerns that we have here. You've been there. You know how low that is.
Right. We have a reporter, Kenzie Krieger, that's in Wakulla County right now. She's monitoring conditions.
Let's send it out to her and see. Kenzie, where are you and what are you seeing?
We're here in Panacea. Things are starting to pick up since we last spoke. We can see that the waves are coming in a lot more over here. Salty Donkeys is over there. They shut down their doors. There were a few people walking out earlier, but now they've gone. It's pretty much a ghost town in the area as of right now. The time to hunker down is now. By 6 p.m., it starts picking up a lot over here, so we really need to make sure that we're being safe and making the right decisions. You can see that the rain has started to pick up a little bit more. It's gotten pretty gray out here, too. We expect it to get darker and for conditions to get a lot worse in the next couple of minutes.
Well, thank you for that update, Kenzie. Those waves seem to definitely be picking up a little bit. And again, just because Kenzie's out there does not mean you should be out there. Listen to her advice, hunker down right now.
Yeah, Wakulla County issued a mandatory evacuation for the entire county. There are no shelters open there. And so if you are outside of Wakulla County and you have a place that maybe you're sheltering in place, there are steps you can take to stay safe in your own home. Alberto Camargo has a closer look at what you can do.
Not everyone has the chance to evacuate when a storm is threatening your neighborhood. I'm Alberto Camargo, your College Town neighborhood reporter. When a storm forces you to shelter in place, there are important steps you can take to stay safe. Follow me inside. There are plenty of apartments in my neighborhood. These homes weathered Hurricane Idalia in 2023. People living in the area are keeping a close eye on the forecast this hurricane season, including Emily Rock.
We all just huddled into our apartment and just closed the doors and made sure that everything was safe.
She lives in a College Town apartment. I asked her if she knows what to do if a storm forces a shelter-in-place situation.
I would suggest staying in a room that doesn't have any windows, filling the bathtub up with water, and if it's a really bad hurricane, just putting a mattress over everything, over you and your entire family.
First and foremost, you need to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. A room with no windows is best. As we saw earlier this year, winds can drive debris into windows and doors and shatter glass, putting you in danger. Here's what you're going to need to stock up on before the storm hits. Food. Several days worth of non-perishable food. Water, at least 1 gallon per person per day. This is for both drinking and sanitation. A flashlight, in case your power ever goes out. Speaking of which, batteries and portable chargers. You can never have too many to keep your basics powered up. And last but certainly not least, a first aid kit. In addition to these necessities, think about stocking up on prescription and over-the-counter medications, baby formula, baby food, pet food, and personal hygiene items. Something else you might not think about, entertainment. Grab a handful of board games, puzzles, or a deck of cards to help pass the time. Ideas that could keep you or neighbors like Emily safe this hurricane season.
But really, that's it. It's just really just hunkering down and staying together.
If you follow all these steps, you'll be in the best position to get through hurricane season this year. In College Town, Alberto Camargo, ABC 27.
I'm Chad Mills in Horseshoe Beach in the Big Bend region.
And I visited the Clarn Ace Hardware on Monday, and I know that our neighbors were going in there and getting the supplies that they need to hunker down and stay safe during the storm.
Yeah, so we want to get a check of where the storm is moving next, if it's strengthening at all. Well, the first to know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse.
That's right, y'all. We were looking at those zone-by-zone forecasts as far as what impacts can be experienced in certain areas, because not everybody's going to get the same kind of effect from the movement of Helene through certain areas. So resuming our forecast and our focus on south central Georgia, including our friends and neighbors in Valdosta and surrounding neighborhoods. The eye is set to move essentially around the Osceola River, moving through the Withlacoochee River area. Based on that expectation and perhaps a broadening of the wind field, but a weakening trend of the hurricane in general, I would still anticipate some areas within the Highway I-75 region and over towards Highway 129. I would still expect some periods of 45 to 75 mile-per-hour winds that can be sustained for a few hours. And the timing we're looking at probably around, I'd say, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12 o'clock from south to north. So it's going to be a couple of hours for particular points as it continues to move to the north, but there can be occasions of peak wind gusts up to 95. That's about the highest I would anticipate a wind gust getting within this corridor, but it's certainly possible. And of course, that will affect any kind of trees. It'll cause some damage and likely causing some power outages to be widespread in number. And with some of these more rural areas, you can probably see near 100% power outage. So that's going to be quite a reality for many folks, not just here in south central Georgia, but watch for the unusual gusty winds that can move far inland from a fast-moving, pretty potent hurricane like Helene is going to be. Rain totals 5 to 10 inches. We haven't had a whole lot of rain within our eastern areas. However, considering the downpours that happened with Debbie a few weeks ago, we're not going to have that same thing repeat here in the eastern Big Bend. We're not going to see seemingly endless rain just dumping on the Suwannee Valley. This will be a quick, fast mover, but you can still get maybe upwards of 5 to 10 inch rainfall totals. I think a little bit on the lower side of that, especially considering the rate of movement, but there's still going to be some times where the rain is coming down, the winds are pretty strong for this area, and again, this region will be on that more extensive eastern side of the periphery of the eye. So that's where we'll see a pretty solid corridor of steady, strong winds, 55 to 85 miles per hour. Those are sustained winds. They continue for over a minute. The peak gusts that are the quick 10-second bursts, that can be maybe up to 100 miles per hour. That could be a little on the high side of expectation, but considering the hurricane as it is, especially for areas near the landfall point, we can see some quick gusts of that magnitude possible. In the tri-state area, that's where we'll still have some effects. They'll be not quite as intense. Anywhere west of where the eye moves will encounter a slightly lesser caliber of strength with the winds. It'll still be mostly northeast to north, but we could still have some times around the Flint River and the tri-state, Lake Seminole counties and the Apalachicola, there will still be times of winds 35 to 60, could be sustained at that level. I'd say peak gusts to 70, maybe close to 75. The farther west you are, the less likely you'll have that. And that is also being considered because tropical storm warnings are in effect west of the tri-state region, while hurricane warnings are still up within this corridor. If we have those higher wind gusts, it's likely going to be east of the Flint River, so that would be Mitchell County, eastern Decatur County, and then perhaps in the Ocklawahamie River area of Gadsden County. So those will be some zones where we can see maybe some slightly higher wind gusts, but they be primarily from the north. And of course, strong winds, if they happen frequently or long enough, even of a mid-range tropical storm area, that could certainly cause some power outages for that region in the tri-state. So the more east you are, the more likely you'll have the more impactful hazards that come from this hurricane. If the more west you are, they'll be a little easier to handle. They're still not going to be very pleasant, and it's going to be very unpleasant for some folks tonight, especially considering our eventual landfall point likely in the eastern side of the Big Bend coast, perhaps around Jefferson to Taylor County. We still have to track how the eye is moving. We get hourly updates, plus we can monitor things on the spot with radar, and likely in our next segment we'll do a little bit of radar analysis. But as it continues to move to the north-northeast, positioned about 170 miles or so south of the capital city, we'll continue to see some deteriorating weather conditions starting at the coast because of the overall positioning of the storm and its approach to the northeastern Gulf. So there will be not so great features that will be experienced in some of our neighborhoods going into the next few hours. And I'm just stepping off screen for a moment to kind of reset graphics, and we'll go to a radar image where we can kind of analyze what's been going on across our region in relation to where the hurricane is. So we're doing that right now. There is the screen, and there is the tracking of the eye. It's this circular shape right in here. We're using the radar out of Tampa, because it has the clearer perspective of the eye. The Tallahassee radar will soon have the northern edge of the eye within its range, and we can start using that, and that can give us a good depiction of where the system is going, what kind of winds are happening, at least at an elevated level, and that can give us some clue as far as what kind of low-level winds could occur just based on various calculations and whatnot. But the one thing I want to mention, and if you're watching some of our coverage from earlier today, I put on the latitude-longitude lines. You'll see them on old-fashioned atlases, if you're familiar with how positioning and distances are measured on a map. This vertical line here, for those visually able, is 84 degrees west longitude, and it pretty much meets up with the mouth of the Osceola River. I remember using this in one of our earlier hurricanes, Idalia, I think, because we were facing a similar situation where a northeastward jog could be more noticed if we have these points of references on the map. And this can give us a clear indication that it's not just the National Hurricane Center, it's not just my word, but it's just the tracking of the eye and its relation to that line of longitude. So we are seeing more of a progression towards the north-northeast. It's not coming due north, and it hasn't done so since early this morning. So that has been a critical point. In some of my Facebook discussions this week, I've been talking about a little nudge, a little wobble that can maybe shunt the eye to the east of the capital city. By how much is going to factor into what kind of wind extent we can get for the capital city. And I don't want to just make my primary focus the capital city, but it is our population center. However, the point is, a lot of concern, especially in those earlier cones, was that it was coming straight up to the north and right over the city. I'm not seeing that happening, especially considering just observing how it's been moving in relation to this line. It's a north-northeast pattern. So that could bring the core towards the eastern Big Bend. But again, how far east can it go? Can it get another nudge off towards the northeast to maybe make some distance between landfall and the capital city? Can't say for certain that that would happen, but that's been a trend, and we'll see if there's any kind of forces nearby that can maybe enhance that trend. But either way you look at it, it's not going to be good for the eastern Big Bend in terms of storm surge expectations for Taylor County, even the Jefferson County marsh areas, and it's not going to be good for our communities, our friends, the neighbors who live in the Suwannee Valley who will have to go through another storm that's going to bring some highly hazardous winds and the effects that those can cause within just a few hours of time. Channing, we're going to go to you now.
Thanks for that update, Cass. You know, you've just said that folks in the Jefferson County area, they could be in some danger. I saw some damage there after Hurricane Debbie, lots of downed trees and some structural damage as well.
They were just finishing up the cleanup process in Jefferson County. We went head out to Monticello, where Ashley Engel's standing by. I understand that shelters have opened up for people. Ashley?
Yes, Channing, Kendall, good evening. Right now, we have a couple shelters, open. It's for refugees and everything. Sheriff McNeil, I talked to him earlier today, and he told me that this is a shelter for those who are in low-lying areas, who are in some homes and everything that are in like bad conditions or so, but he did say that this shelter is for everyone who needs to seek shelter throughout the storm. Now, he did tell me that it is going to be open through the entirety of the night throughout the storm, so those who are wanting to evacuate, now is the time to do so. Do not risk your life during the storm. This is going to be a beast that many of our meteorologists, has said. Now, McNeil says that this shelter will remain to stay open after the storm has passes, as long as those need it. Now, live in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
I'm Chad Mills in Horseshoe Beach in the Big Bend region of Florida. It's about 1 o'clock right now, and we are already seeing the impact of Hurricane Helene to a small extent here. Low tide right now, but waves already breaching this seawall. This is a small, low-lying area right on the coast, and that's why the mayor is trying to get everyone out. Good news is most people have listened to him, but he tells me there are still two people, a husband and a wife, who are in their house being a little bit stubborn because they don't want to leave. This right here is why the mayor wants them to leave. I'm standing on a foundation of a home that was here just 1 year ago during Idalia. That was a storm that also impacted this area so greatly. This home was wiped out. About 20% of the homes in this coastal fishing village were wiped out as well. That's why the mayor says it's time for people to leave this community and pray for the best. In Horseshoe Beach, Chad Mills reporting.
All right, thank you, Chad. Those waves really coming up, and the water is coming up over roads. I do want to tell you about one spot here in Franklin County, US 319 and Rio Vista Drive, that's near Carabel, is closed because of the water over the road there. So really the evacuation time to get out is running out.
Exactly. That's why our experts recommend that we are not on the road right now. And if we're staying in place, you should be in your shelter right now, even though the storm hasn't fully made any kind of landfall. You should be in your home or in shelter.
Okay. Terry Gilliam, our neighborhood reporter, he's been checking in with the Red Cross throughout the evening to see how they are preparing for this storm. Terry, what have you found?
Terry Gilliam at the American Red Cross in Northeast Tallahassee, where people on staff here tell me that they're prepared and ready to go.
With Hurricane Helene getting ready to make landfall in Tallahassee, the American Red Cross has all hands on deck. American Red Cross says they'll be working through the night to get ready to help neighbors recover from the storm. There have been over 315 Red Cross volunteers from across America. I spoke to American Red Cross Public Affairs team member Kim Males, who says what things are looking like ahead of Helene.
The Red Cross, the biggest thing we can bring people is hope. Hope that things are going to be okay and that they're going to recover. Right now, and it's changing by the hour, at about 10 o'clock this morning, there were almost 2,600 people in the shelters. That number has gone up by hundreds since that time, and overnight there'll be a large shelter population.
Mail says the 9 Red Cross regions will provide relief and recovery assistance to those who were affected.
In Northeast Tallahassee, Terry Gilliam, ABC 27.
After 3. All right, we're going to go through some of the activity that's been happening across our region right now on Titan Doppler radar. And right now it's just been mostly rain, some steadier winds that have been trying to get going across this region, but we have not had a lot of extra force of winds necessarily across our area. But one thing that we have had in the last little while has been those little feeder bands that have been affecting primarily the western side of the Big Bend in terms of enough spin being created with these to cause quick forming and quick-moving tornadoes. And one such tornado warning is here in the far northwestern corner of Franklin County, now moving across the river into Gulf County. So those have been moving generally away from our area for the most part, but there has been that pattern where some of the little more intense bands where there's enough low-level twisting and strong wind action to create some of those spinning tornadoes. That's been a trend that's been across our western extent for most of the morning and even into the afternoon. So that is going to be a factor that we have to consider going into the next few hours, where there is that possibility to see maybe a few more of these types of bands offshore that can maybe rumble and rotate into these waterlogged areas. We've had numerous rounds of that kind of rain passing through the Forgotten Coast region, Franklin County in particular, so there is the ongoing threat of additional heavy rain, which can cause some flash flooding issues. Not just the tornado issue, but just the ongoing presence of all that rain that's been happening. So that's been a concern when it comes to overall rain totals, especially over the last 12 hours, where there's been a pretty good heap of rain that's been deposited upon this region from the Ochlockonee River to the west. This is primarily over the forested landscape, but there are, of course, communities within this region where we've seen some rain totals that have been upwards of 5, 6, 7 inches already. So that has been a concern for our far western flank, and because of that, we have a flash flood warning that's going to be extensive in time and going until 1:15 in the morning, because there's just not going to be much of a break when it comes to additional rain across this region here. So that's going to be something of particular concern, not just for those western areas, but also when we start to pick up additional rain that starts to rotate in on the northern fringe of Helene as it starts to get closer to our region. So there's going to be times where you will have a little too much rain, and that can certainly create a quick waterlogged saturation situation. And of course, with conditions as they are expected to be later on tonight, there's probably not a whole lot that you'll be able to do when you go outside and maybe see some of that may occur in your area. Fortunately, though, we have not had a whole lot of rain accumulation in a broad sense of our local area. However, you're going to start to see more consistency with the rain. It can start off kind of light and then get a little more moderate, which we can see moving across the coastal areas pretty soon. And then eventually, that's when the core of the eye will start to move in. And that'll be a period of time where you'll have maybe rain coming in at a horizontal angle necessarily, and it'll be pretty intense. So that's when the eye starts to come closer to the region over the course of the next few hours. And we're seeing it pretty distinctly from the Tallahassee radar now. Those brighter shades of red there, of course, radar kind of goes up in elevation as it beams out. So we're seeing something that's more at a higher level of altitude, not necessarily what's happening underneath, but the structure is being indicated. And at that level, which may be upwards of maybe 15 to 20,000 feet, there's a good solid structure on the northern end, and that can certainly indicate where we have some higher level winds. The velocity values aren't really of much quality for us right now, still a bit extended, and that would again be an elevated level if we were to try to put a number on that. But it's just to show you that we do have the effects of the eye that's parallel with Pinellas County, but continuing to make that more northern course. So as that moisture flows on the north end of that and goes to the northwest, we're going to see a more continuous trend of steadier rain. It's pretty light right now for most areas, especially west of I-75, but we'll start to have some rain filling into the eastern side of the Big Bend in the lower mid-Swanee Valley. Some of that will become a little more intense, and then we'll start getting a noticeable effect when it comes to the winds starting to come in. So that's going to be a progression that we're going to see over the next few hours in terms of deteriorating weather. And within some of these near bands on the northern end, there are still a good, well, I'd say maybe 50, 60, 75 miles offshore. Some of those will start to kick up the winds as they come toward the barrier islands of the Forgotten Coast. So we can see some stronger gusts coming in towards St. George, over towards Dog Island, perhaps even as far as Alligator Point. So we'll be checking some of those weather stem cameras as long as they stay up and running under these conditions, and we'll be monitoring those very closely over the next few hours to check in on how some of that activity will start to affect our region. But when it comes to any kind of tornadic action, not really seeing anything impending of that nature coming our way across our local areas. But we do have to monitor at least a few of these zones here. There may be one that kind of comes close to Dog Island, but it's not really showing a whole lot of intensity when it comes to the possibility of some rotation there. In fact, the velocity value is really not indicating anything. But it did have that extra spin coming through the central part of Franklin County, and that's still at least keeping that tornado warning in effect into Gulf County. But at least when it comes to that, we have not had a whole lot of extra concern, or at least a lot of extra action when it comes to tornadic rotating feeder band type spin-ups across our area. So that's one thing we can be thankful for. Despite the fact that we have a tornado watch in effect, that's something that really hasn't really come to pass in high numbers across our area. But it is a hazard that does come with landfalling tropical systems. And I do think it'll be more of a concern for areas east of the region into perhaps the peninsula, maybe not so much around our region, but there's definitely the ongoing concern for at least a few of those little nuisance spin-ups that may occur within some portions of these bands. So that's why there's that tornado watch, as we were shifting our graphics to give you that perspective of what we do have in terms of the tornado watch across all of our counties, and formally until 10 o'clock. Usually when it comes to a landfalling hurricane, you don't really get tornadoes with that. So this will likely be discontinued upon the approach and landfall of Helene, but at least while we're still on that northern periphery, there's still that possibility. Shifting focus back to the storm surge aspect, we do have the combination of onshore winds that will be pretty strong, as well as a possibility for a high tide phase. And Riley's in here, as well as Henry, and I know they were talking about what time the high tide was, and maybe they can verify that with me when they have a moment. But when that happens, if it's coupled with the approach of the circulation, which is again likely to be this evening, let's see, current time is about 5:45 or so, 5:39. So probably another couple of hours, we'll start to have that approaching, and we'll start to get rougher conditions on the water. Riley, you had something?
Times in parts of Wakulla and Franklin County, that's going to be around.
Okay, midnight is the time for high tide. So that could maybe cause these numbers to maybe go down a little bit, because these are considering water levels at high tide. And with the latest National Hurricane Center projection, maybe a little bit higher than our Q-risk model is showing, there is that possibility that this can happen before high tide phase. And that would be beneficial to keep some of those numbers down. So that could be why the modeling does show 12 to 15 feet, which is lower than yesterday's projections and a notch lower than what the National Hurricane Center says. Nonetheless, 12, 20, something in the middle, even something lower, it matters. But in a way it doesn't matter, because it's still a high level of water above where you would not find that level of water. So that's a serious setup. It causes flooding, it causes inundation, it causes damage, and of course with the wind action as it's forecast to be, it's a horrible combination. So we definitely are concerned about the aspect of the force of the storm surge and the force of the water coming up where it usually doesn't, with choppy waters and the combination of strong winds. It's gonna be a horrible mess, and unfortunately, that's one of the aspects of Helene and what it's going to do in some portions of our coastal communities. So now that we're going towards sundown, we're going to start losing our visible satellite imagery. We'll shift to another view which doesn't rely on sunlight. But even with this, it's hard to argue against that. This is still going to be a very healthy system as it makes its push towards land. And that's been part of the big concern. How strong can it get even as it approaches the Big Bend coast, even on the eastern side? You still have high upper clouds that are bubbling up, and that's giving a lot of health and circulation to this. So maybe seeing another notch up in the top wind speeds. Wouldn't be surprised if that occurs within the next hourly update, which would come out probably in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see if there's an increase. And we'll also see if there's an increase in the overall wind field connected to the hurricane force winds. I do want to say that the wind field also considers gusts. So it's not necessarily that if you have the red, you're definitely going to have sustained tropical or hurricane force winds. That is certainly a possibility the closer you are to the eye and a few miles around it, especially on the north and east side. So again, that's going to be a pretty high concern once we get this portion closer to our coastline and then crossing the coast, where we can still see at least some maybe Category 1 winds on that edge, that outer periphery, that edge of the red zone there, while the highest winds will be right near the center as it moves towards Taylor County. But keep in mind, at least by this estimation, the eye is about 17 or so miles wide, and the overall extent of hurricane force winds about 60 miles or so on the north and east side, maybe slightly less on the south and west side, but there's still going to be a time where those winds will still kick, and that's why the hurricane warning is in effect for all of our counties, because it's not necessarily going to be something that happens everywhere, but you still can get those quick 10-second bursts that can maybe clock at 74 miles per hour, and that would certainly classify as a hurricane force wind gust. And it's not just around the eye, but it can happen in other areas too. But the closer you are to the eye and the point of landfall, and east of there is where you have the highest likelihood to capture that kind of wind force. And if and when it happens, it's going to be a little tough to go through that for an extended time. We have Maya Sargent up now.
I'm Maya Sargent at Keaton Beach. Taylor County is currently under a tornado watch. That's meant to last until 10 p.m. We're at Keaton Beach looking at water levels. I was here yesterday and the sea looked pretty calm. Now it's looking a little bit choppier as we wait for Hurricane Helene to make landfall. If you take a look over here, you can see that that step is fully covered by the water, and we're seeing these rising water levels across. We were standing over there earlier and our boots were pretty much covered almost all the way with water, and storm surge here is meant to get over 15 to 18 feet. And Taylor County Emergency Management are also saying places like Steinhatchee could see 9 feet worth of flooding. Storm surge being the biggest issue for Hurricane Helene for Taylor County, so make sure you are heeding precautions about evacuating the area. There is a mandatory evacuation order in place. Whilst we were here, we've seen law enforcement driving around asking us if we're residents. Because of that mandatory evacuation warning, do not be by the coast. It will not be safe. At Keaton Beach, Maya Sargent, ABC 27.
Thanks for that update, Maya. I just checked with Talquin Electric. There are 639 customers without power right now, so we're starting to see that power go out.
All right, we're going to get now to Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update on the storm.
Fall. The models have continued to move it a little bit. You're looking at anywhere from that Wakulla Jefferson County line over to Taylor County. Most of the data we have does have a Taylor County landfall, but all those areas there along the Big Bend coast and in areas that are low-lying, that are susceptible to potentially major storm surge, you're under an evacuation order. Some people have. Because the storm isn't going to get here till a little later, we're going to see some effects soon, but right now you actually still have time to be able to evacuate. I mean, you can go to Leon County and go to a shelter. You can get to a place that is going to be on higher ground and is not going to be susceptible to storm surge. The winds are going to be significant, but most structures in Florida are going to be able to handle the winds that will be there if you're interior and at a place that is either a shelter or a residence that's built for that. So you still have time to do that now. We thought the storm was going to get here a little bit earlier based on the estimates. It's going to get here a little bit later. So in these Big Bend areas, you still have time. Now, in other parts of Florida, listen to your emergency managers. I know Pinellas County said last call they were going to shut the bridges down to the barrier islands, I believe at 6 o'clock. So people have either heeded that or not. The bridges in the Tampa Bay area, Gandy is about to close. Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell have been closed. And of course, Sunshine Skyway had been closed earlier. So the time in that part of the state is coming to an end. But if you're here in North Florida, if you're in one of those areas, you see the potential for the storm surge, you still have time to do it. So we would encourage you to heed those evacuation orders as appropriate in your local area. You're going to lose power, so you still have time. If you have power, make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have what you need to be able to get through a period of time where you're going to have an interruption in power. If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that. Whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm. If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125-mile-an-hour maximum sustained right now, probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a Category 4 or Category 3, it's going to be a significant storm, and even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that. And this is the type of thing where, especially as that eye wall moves through, you're going to have some serious storms. And there also may be tornadoes that will be spun off from this as well, and that could be producing some of these reactions. If you have really severe weather, and then all of a sudden it gets very calm, that probably means you're in the eye of the storm. So don't go out into that. That eye wall will collapse quickly and unexpectedly, and you will get very bad weather very quickly as well. There's going to be power lines that are going to be down. Be careful about that, particularly in the streets, particularly near your residence. Do not mess with down power lines. Those can be very, very hazardous. The storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark. When we get into tomorrow, you may have some things on your roof. Just be careful with using ladders. There's going to be groups that are going to be helping people fix their homes in the appropriate areas. So if you're somebody that you may have some physical limitations, don't put your health at risk for that. Watch the standing water. We've already seen a lot of standing water in different parts of the state already. We're likely to see more of that. You never know what's in the standing water. When you have streets that are flooded, don't try to drive through the flooded streets. You are going to end up having your car stall out, and then you're going to be stuck, not to mention the hazards of just being on the roads in those circumstances with having accidents. We've been working here at the state, really starting the weekend. Clearly, we did a state of emergency at the beginning of the week. We have 1,100 missions in progress through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Those continue to be filled, and they will continue to be filled until they're all done. Many of those are more for post-storm resources rather than pre-landfall resources. We do have the linemen staged throughout the state. You have Duke, TECO, FPL. We have the co-ops, we have the municipals. I think everybody's on the same page. As soon as this storm passes, there needs to be a strong effort to get the power restored, and they will be working to do that. And they've done a great job on this in recent years, and I think we've really set the standard here in the state of Florida. We have 130 generators that are at various gas stations. So when they lose power, most of the newer gas stations or the larger stations have generators per Florida law or have an ability to get the power back on. Some of the smaller ones don't, and when you're talking about the Big Bend region, that can be significant. So those generators have been distributed, and we should not see major interruptions in fuel given that. We have all state agencies that are on standby, 3,500 National Guard soldiers. We can surge that very quickly if we need more. Florida Highway Patrol has 200 state troopers that are on standby. They will go and be dispatched immediately following the storm to areas that need help. Florida Department of Transportation standing by, 307 cut and toss crews to get the roads cleared, 120 bridge inspectors to get the bridges back open, almost 700 generators, big 200 plus pieces of large equipment, and then the large pumps, which they have used not just in hurricanes, but in some of the rainstorms we've had where you've seen flooding in recent months. FDOT has used that, and it's been very effective. We have done a fuel mission, even though we've sent the generators to the stations. We haven't necessarily seen fuel shortage, but you do have ports that are closed. So we have almost 500,000 gallons of diesel in reserve that are being brought into the state, 132,000 gallons of regular motor vehicle gas, 36,000 gallons of propane, and 5,000 gallons of jet fuel. So you're close to almost 700,000 gallons between everything we have across the variety of fuel needs. And we don't anticipate having to use all or even most of that, but we want to make sure that people have the fuel that they need, particularly as the storm passes. So if you're in one of these areas in the northern part of the state, particularly on the coast and those low-lying areas that will face the brunt of the storm surge, you still have time, but you got to do it right now. Every minute that goes by, you're going to start to see conditions worsen. You know, I was out, you looked this afternoon in Tallahassee, it was honestly wasn't that bad. It's going to get a lot worse in northern Florida as that storm gets closer. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the prep. We've got the assets that are there. People just need to make sure they're making decisions that have themselves and their families' safety in mind. We can't control how strong this hurricane's going to get. We can't control the track of the hurricane, but what you can control is what you can do to put yourself in the best chance to be able to ride this out in a way that's going to be safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, again for your unwavering support and commitment to the safety and well-being of Floridians. We really appreciate it. As the Governor said, we continue to work on more than 1,100 missions, and we continue to fill those. Again, as he said, most of them at this point are going to be post-impact resources that are ready to move into the area immediately. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's West Gulf Coast and Big Bend. Floodwaters are hard to navigate during the day, but even harder to see at night. At this point, it is the last hours to safely evacuate ahead of Hurricane Helene from the Gulf Coast and Big Bend. If you have not already left, you're probably going to need to start looking at sheltering in place. Stay inside, stay safe, stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. The governor has mentioned this. It's going to be dark outside. When it starts to make landfall, the street lights, the minimal street lights that we do have in the Big Bend area are going to go out. It is going to be very dark. So please do not drive, do not go out, wait to daylight, and then only drive if you need to. As you heard the governor say, if you hear the tree snapping, it's probably, treat it like a tornado. You're in imminent danger of potentially a tree falling on your house, so please make sure you're moving away from the windows and doors and getting to a central point of your home. Protect yourself from the flying debris. Put heavy coats, pillows, blankets, any type of material that you can put there on top of yourself. Make sure you're doing that. That'll help for lacerations again. And again, just do the best you can with what you have right there in your home. Stay put until the storm passes. The governor's already talked about if literally like a light switch. If you got really, really severe weather and all of a sudden it is completely like nothing ever happened, you're 99% sure you're in the eye wall of the hurricane. So do not go outside. Make sure you stay put. We are anticipating the power outages with the storm. Take time now while you actually have power to top off all of your battery chargers. Make sure you just leave them completely plugged in, ready to go until that power goes out so you get maximum use out of it. Backup generators are going to start becoming more and more of an issue. So please, we have done a really good job of reducing the number of carbon monoxide poisoning fatalities after storms. We want to have zero in this disaster, so keep those generators 20 feet away from outside your home from any open doors or windows. Make sure you let it cool down for 20 minutes before you refuel it. And when you can safely do so and get back to an open store, go ahead and spend $20 and get yourself a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside and return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present along with down power lines. If you see dangerous conditions, please call 911 and report them to your local authorities. Residents needing resources after Hurricane Helene can call our State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. We again have individuals speaking English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole available to answer any and all of your questions. Please be sure that you follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and on Facebook at FDEM as we continue to share important, up-to-date, real-time information. And again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and your support.
All right, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good evening. We've continued very close coordination with Florida Highway Patrol, with Kevin at the Division of Emergency Management, and General Haas at National Guard. As you heard from the Governor, we are very prepared for this storm. We have our people, our assets, our equipment staged all within a reasonable distance from the impact area. We're going to be ready to go to work as soon as this storm passes through with boots on the ground. We have shut down all of our construction projects across the state, and all of our contractors also stand ready to support and recover from the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're beginning to see a lot of local road closures from storm surge and localized flooding. Please remember, you can always check fl511.com for road closure and traffic information. It is going to be your most up-to-date place to get traffic information. As the storm approaches the state, bridges have begun closing as winds increase. You heard the Governor mention Sunshine Skyway is closed, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and also Gandy Causeway is closing within the hour. Please, if you see water on top of the road or lapping over bridges, please do not drive through it. It can be very dangerous. We have 120 bridge inspectors ready to go as soon as the storm passes through to inspect bridges and make sure they're safe for travel. We're closely monitoring the major east-west roadways within the storm's path for Hurricane Helene. That's going to be I-10, US 98, and US 19. We're working directly with local utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in Southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in Southwest Florida, so we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal, and under Governor DeSantis' leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. If roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
So we are getting close to having a landfall. I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal, Levy, Dixie. That's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm. And then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down. You gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case. And just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken. But once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that, locals have that, and you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birth date and permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County. You look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant. And that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And, we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances. But basically, I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name, where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people. But they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a night landfall, how are you guys going to implement those resources right away? You guys are telling people to wait till daylight to go out and survey the damage, repair your property. What's the state doing, especially with people their resources right behind the storm?
Well, I think Kevin can jump in on this, but I'll just say, if you call 911 or you call for help, they're going to go. I mean, if it's nighttime, they're going to go and they're going to try to rescue. It's more a question of when the storm passes. These folks, they can operate in the night, but I would say cut and toss, most of those things are just going to require daylight. Power restoration, the crews will likely start getting there first thing in the morning. I know you have FPLs, got a lot of them staged in Bay County. So you may see them coming over to the Taylors and to some of these counties for restoration. But it isn't going to happen at 2 in the morning.
And Cody, just a little bit more on the tactical discussion of that, to the point where the governor says we have resources in Bay County. We have a whole lot of resources in the Ocala footprint right now, and even down at Orange County Convention Center. That's where a lot of our urban search and rescue assets are staging. So tactically how that's going to work is as they start moving into this area, including the FPL resources staged in Waimuma and Leesburg area, all of that will start to move with the assistance of the Florida Highway Patrol and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the DACS cut and toss crews. They will all work collectively as a team to work into the area. We have some of those staged in area right now. For instance, the Florida National Guard Red Horse unit is staged just right up the road at the Armory here in Tallahassee. So again, it's more of like a hub and spoke system where you have necessary resources in strengthened, hardened buildings, and then they'll start working themselves outward from there as teams of state agencies to successfully get to where we need to be. Do these teams have the opportunity to work at night? 100%. Is it safe to do so? Absolutely not. If they can, and within safety protocols, they will work the best that they can. But I really think with this thing making landfall at 11 o'clock tonight, we're really not going to get a cessation of winds to actually get out there until probably about the time the sun comes up. So I think actually in this case, it's actually going to work out to where we're going to get a full day of sunlight for all of our emergency responders to get out there and do really, really good, solid work. And we pride ourselves on being fast. We will have those commodities moving into these areas within probably 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think the timing is, from an operational perspective, you're going to be able to maximize the response. If the storm hits at 11, you're going to have serious winds probably for several hours after that. And so they're going to be able, first thing in the morning, daylight, and they're going to be able to go all day. If the storm hit at 7 o'clock, I mean, not much would have probably been able to get done in those wee hours of the morning anyways. And so the timing is probably going to be good for them to get a whole day's worth of restoration, cut and toss under their belts and take care of business as best they can. And of course, on the recovery, they're gonna respond when it's safe to do so. I think it's less about light or dark, more about the safety. And this is going to be for the next however many hours, you're going to start to see hazardous conditions. Then when it makes landfall, it's going to be really hazardous.
Governor, I ask you this, I think, every time we have a hurricane. Do you feel like the state has done everything that it can to be as prepared as possible for the storm?
Yeah, I think every time we do these things, we get better at stuff. And so, for example, we've done these flood protection. Debuted that during Debbie. Now we have them around fire stations, utility substations. We have some of the electrical. I mean, the state doesn't obviously run the electrical, but the municipals, the rural co-ops, in addition to the private companies, it's all like, okay, storm's here. We know we got to do. You did not see that in the past. You go back to Hermine. Did you see Tallahassee mobilizing the way it has? No. So I think that we have a good culture in Florida for prep, and we'll see. I think people have. You look at kind of these paths of how they're projecting it, and people have taken it seriously. Is it going to be a direct hit on Tallahassee? Well, the most recent models say maybe it's going to go just east, but you're going to have impacts that are going to be significant. I mean, you are going to have hurricane force winds. If it hits in Taylor County, you're still going to have hurricane force winds in Leon County. I mean, that's just the reality. So I think people have done a good job. I think that they've taken it seriously, certainly on a preparation from power to logistics and then the local governments. And so we'll hope for the best over the next 6 or so hours in terms of minimal amount of damage, but there is going to be damage and there's going to be a response, and I think we'll all be on top of it. All right, thank you. Oh, and let me just say to our wonderful First Lady, happy anniversary, 15th year anniversary, spent in the Emergency Operations Center. May not have been what we had drawn up back 15 years ago, but I just wanted to send her my love.
You just heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was talking about preparation efforts and what you need to do to stay safe. He says that there are power crews stationed throughout the state to respond. And I just checked with Tallahassee City Utilities. There are currently 1,491 customers without power right now. It looks like that's concentrated in the Northeast Tallahassee neighborhood.
And that's just in Tallahassee alone. We're also, you heard the governor talking about flooding. And if you have time to evacuate, get out now, because you can't see see those flooded roads once the sun goes down. We already have flooded roads in parts of Wakulla County. One area that's of particular concern, Steinhatchee, where that storm surge could come up and flood streets like we saw with Idalia. Our neighborhood reporter Kenya Cardone's there checking with neighbors.
Absolutely, Channing. Thank you. Steinhatchee is definitely an area of concern. Right now, the conditions are looking kind of inconsistent. I'm standing on a boardwalk right now. It's metal, and the rain sort of picks up, and then it slows down a bit. The wind picks up, makes me think my hat's going to blow away, and then it slows down a little bit. So it's kind of been up and down, but I feel it getting a little bit stronger for sure. If this is going to be anything like Hurricane Idalia, it's definitely a concern for coastal businesses and houses here. One of them I want to show you is one right behind me where you can see the boardwalk. Most of those over there are wooden. A lot of the neighbors were preparing their boardwalks and their docks yesterday to make sure that they took out every few boards or so that the surge doesn't lift it out of the ground and damage it. Look at that wind picking up actually right now. So we're starting to feel those outer bands kind of more affect the area now. So again, if this is going to be like anything like Idalia, it's a concern because the surge during Idalia rose taller than this. It was about 8 to 10 feet. It was absolutely catastrophic for the businesses and the homes here. So, but a lot of the people that I spoke to yesterday, they spent days and days and days preparing because they said, we're not taking our chances. We've done it before. We did it for Idalia, we did it for Debbie, and we're going to do it again. That's what everybody here told me. Last time when we were covering Debbie, they were pretty optimistic. This time they are optimistic, but you can tell that neighbors here are kind of bummed that time and time again, this town is getting hit by severe weather. So as I was saying before, the weather is picking up here. You can see preparations are definitely, were taken, then they were underway. This boardwalk itself has like straps all along it. You can see straps over there as well. So you can tell that, again, neighbors, the residents, business owners, and officials here, they know what they're dealing with. It's still very scary to see what kind of surge can come from this, especially from what meteorologists are saying. But more than anything, neighbors said they're going to give preparations their best shot, and they did. So for right now, rain is picking up, wind is picking up. Inconsistent, but it's fluctuating. We'll be keeping an eye on it all throughout the night for you as Helene kind of picks up and heads our way. For now, that is the latest live from Steinhatchee. Kenya Cardone, I'm sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much for that update, Kenya. I was just in Steinhatchee Tuesday, and I spoke with someone that lives on the river. He is checking the National Hurricane Center app every couple of hours for the latest updates. People in Steinhatchee are taking no chances.
And just for context, I checked earlier today, the gauge, the river gauge in Steinhatchee. Remember back in Idalia, it got up to 8 feet. During Debbie, it got to about 3 or 4 feet. And so there's no telling how high it could go with this storm. This isn't just a coastal storm, though. In Valdosta, our neighborhood reporter Malia Thomas is checking with the community that's been through 2 hurricanes in the last year, tornadoes, floods. Now they're bracing for more high winds. Malia, what are you finding?
And recently approved Governor Brian Kemp's state of emergency for Georgia. Mayor Scott James Matheson also signed a state of emergency for Valdosta as well. As a part of our local state of emergency, neighbors and businesses alike have an 8 p.m. curfew. Several businesses have already started preparing for Hurricane Helene by boarding up their loose signages as well as open windows. Several businesses in the area have already closed to send neighbors home to shelter in place until Friday morning. Neighbors are required to stay in their residences or an approved shelter until that time expires. I'll be receiving more updates from EMA Lounge as they roll out more information regarding Hurricane Helene. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
We know that this is impacting our neighborhoods in the Big Bend as well as South Georgia, so we're keeping a close eye on those conditions.
And one reason we're so concerned is because this storm is going to be moving fast, and those strong winds are going to move inland. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse explains why those strong winds are going to reach so far.
That's right, Channing, because we've seen the forward motion of this hurricane accelerate. It's almost like putting your foot on the gas pedal a little bit harder. Your vehicle will start to speed up. Now that we're getting the hurricane in between a high pressure system to the east and a strong low to the west, that's kind of the accelerant to get the storm moving at a faster rate. So you still have the structure of the storm that is still very impressive. Pressure levels have dropped a little bit more. Peak winds are at 125 as of the 6 o'clock update, but it's still moving to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. A couple hours ago, it was 21. Earlier this morning, it was moving at 12. So we're seeing a faster rate of forward motion to the north-northeast. And that's critical because, of course, once a hurricane hits land, it starts to weaken and deteriorate. But its structure can be held intact for a little while longer over land if it's moving fast. And that's why there's such a concern for even hurricane-force gusts to make their way inland, even into Valdosta and beyond that point. Adel, even Nashville, you could have some of those strong winds and certainly a period of time of tropical storm winds, even sustained. Now, you're not going to get 125-mile-per-hour winds in Valdosta, of course not. But just given the fact that it's moving so fast and it takes time to start to weaken, that's why there's such an inland concern. That's why those hurricane warnings are up across those inland counties as well. A little more strengthening is possible from the storm before it reaches land. I've taken out the central part of Big Bend, and I'm focused more on the eastern part for eventual landfall. I still think maybe Osceola River, the mouth of the Osceola, to Taylor County, perhaps as far south as Keaton Beach. That can be where the landfall is. A lot of the hourly models are still kind of shifting in between western Taylor, southern Taylor. So we'll continue to monitor the modeling. I think it's more about observing what's going on and kind of projecting what it can do and interpolating the information from that. But here's a sampling of what's going on in various neighborhoods through the WeatherSim camera network and a measurement of wind gusts being reported. Latest wind gusts from Carabel, 21 miles per hour. Camera is still on. You can still see the waves that are coming up against Island View Park, but it's saturated, but it's not all that severe at this point. Inland areas, Grassy Pond, southern side of Lowndes County, west wind at 11 based on the latest WeatherSim observation there. That's the gusts there, but that's going to be one of those areas as we go towards, say, 10 o'clock, 11, midnight. That's when some winds will be whipping there as well. Midtown Tallahassee looking north from a downtown building, southeast wind at 20. The rain is coming down. The gust is manageable, but I do anticipate stronger gusts coming in later on tonight after sundown, especially after we get past the overall movement of the system. And the St. Mark's camera was up a little while ago, but it looks like it's down. The latest report showing a 23-mile-per-hour wind from the north-northeast. These cameras are not, they're great cameras from the WeatherSim network, but, you know, can they hold up against the force of the hurricane? That's a new update there. 130-mile-per-hour peak winds. I know there was a little bit of a disruption in the messaging that the National Hurricane Center sent earlier, but that is putting it at a Category 4, so that's new to me. However, again, it's factoring in a drop in pressure levels that we had just noticed and a little uptick in the overall core of where the winds are likely to be. So this is still in an intensification mode as noted by this latest update. So it doesn't really change the overall projection of where it's set to go, but it can increase the wind expectations right around the eye and maybe a little ways outside of the eye wall. So again, that's just coming in, now a Category 4. That was the original forecast from yesterday, so I guess it's not all that surprising that based on observations and measurements through various sources, plus you have the radar and the velocity mode that can detect at least a few spots of elevated higher winds, that we do have a little bit of an uptick in the wind speeds there. So that is something that will be factored in to the expectations that will be encountered at the point of landfall. However, as was noted earlier, bands of rain are becoming a bit more steady, especially within the capital region into southwestern Georgia. So the rain has been setting in, and it is going to continue to set in, also increasing in portions of the eastern Big Bend. So this is going to be something that carries forward for a few more hours. Occasional light rain, a few wind gusts when the rain pockets are a little heavier, so you can get maybe upwards of a tropical storm force gust. going into the next couple of hours across coastal areas, maybe up towards I-10, maybe even a few zones. So this is our trend of where the weather starts to go downhill, as some folks would say. We'll have maybe another hour's worth of manageable weather, but we'll start to see deteriorating conditions when it comes to wind along the coast, and eventually the overall expectation of the circulation to make its path in the general direction of the eastern side of the Big Bend. So we're seeing an ongoing trend of north-northeastward movement, but we're also getting in on a clearer depiction of a solid eye as it is passing to the west of the Tampa radar. So those are points of data that all factor into the little upgrade that the National Hurricane Center gave it. But the overall point is that the circulation itself is still roughly about, at least based on this measurement, about 140 miles from Taylor County, and it's still making that north-northeast movement, going around the 84-degree west longitude line right there. So it's about to cross that line, maybe doing so at roughly 100 miles or so offshore. So that is a point of interest in terms of where the core of the center will go in relation to the eastern Big Bend. So again, highest winds within roughly the 10 miles of the eye wall and into the eye. That's where the 130 mile per hour winds are most probable, and that is what is likely to move into the coastal areas there of Taylor County. I'm saying that with a little more confidence than before, unless there's some oddball wobble to the west. But with a system that's intensifying, I would not expect it to move to the west. I would expect if it wobbles, it would probably wobble a little bit more to the east. So we'll have to monitor that. In fact, again, model data at this point, I won't say it's pointless, but it can be useful just to get an idea of what the hourly refreshed model data is saying. And even that had an eastward jog into the southern side of Taylor County. So that's the trend that we have to monitor. Sometimes intensifying storms can kind of use their own structure and circulation to kind of nudge themselves a little more to the east of a track that is in place right now. So again, those minute by minute, hour by hour trends, they matter a lot. So that's what we're monitoring as far as where the eye can penetrate over land, where it reaches land, and how extensive that strongest wind field is. And that's where we're going to see at least the core of any intense wind effects near that eye, and especially on the eastern side of it. Even on the western side, as we move through the forecast and focus data, there's still that indication. In fact, this is part of what I was just speaking of. If there's any kind of modeling that suggests a wobble, it could be more of a wobble to the east. Nonetheless, we have to keep in mind just how much of that strongest portion on the periphery of the eye can contain those stronger winds. That would be at the point of landfall, but again, the hurricane force wind field extends based on the previous update about 60 miles east, maybe about 30 to 40 miles west and southwest on the lower end. So that's still going to be something that can push hurricane force wind gusts into the 319 corridor. I'd still believe, and I'll review those zone forecasts in a little while so we can go region by region what you can expect, but even based off of that, there's always been the expectation of steady tropical storm winds for the capital city and occasional hurricane force gusts. That's still a possibility even under this scenario. However, the evidence continues to grow that we're not going to see an eye going over Tallahassee. However, anywhere near and east of the eye, so we're talking Jefferson County and points to the east in the Suwannee Valley and north into southern Georgia from probably Brooks, Lowndes County to the north. Those are going to be some locations where the deteriorating eye will kind of expand. It'll lose some of its force in terms of that peak compared to the coast, but you'll still have some pretty potent breezes and wind gusts that will propagate well inland into middle and southeastern Georgia. So if you're watching from Valdosta, and I know there are some good friends of mine and probably good friends of yours who live in the Azalea City, there's going to be some rough weather coming your way around and before midnight. So be aware of that. Even though there's a lot of focus on the coast and landfall and what's happening in Tallahassee, there's going to be some extensive winds that carry along the I-75 route and towards the Alapaha River neighborhoods as well. Southwest Georgia, lesser effect. The tri-state area, slightly lesser effect. Rain will start to diminish into the early part of your Friday morning. We'll get mostly a west or southwest wind with breaking clouds for Friday morning and into the afternoon. So there will be some improvement. Just the next 6 to 8 hours are going to be the roughest throughout our area. And I know we can endure that. It's going to be pretty rough, especially in those areas that get the hardest effects from this storm. But our own forecast modeling through our own weather computer system, I don't necessarily think it's kind of taken into account the upgrade that's been given to its strength, but nonetheless, the agreement in the placement of the movement of the eye is pretty much still intact. I do believe there will be more of the yellow, which indicates tropical storm force winds. There will be more of that moving across our inland areas. Hurricane force winds, again, are going to be much confined to near where the eye is, not through the whole field of cloud cover, but closer to the eye, and especially the eastern side. That will and these are more or less indicating sustained winds, 1 minute long winds that are pretty consistent. That indicates where we can see the core moving in, where the strongest, steadiest winds can be, especially on the east and perhaps northern side, and a little bit on the western side here. Tropical storm sustained winds easily. Hurricane force wind gusts, they can be occasional but more frequent here on this eastern side, a little less frequent on the western side here for the 319 corridor. Your winds in the Swanee Valley will come in from the south and west and even southeast when the strongest part of the system moves closer to those regions. For the western side, we'll have mostly a northeast to north wind transition. That includes us in Tallahassee and other folks within the capital city. Also in the tri-state region, more of a north to eventually northwest wind pattern roughly later tonight by midnight. And then most of the region will get in on a west to southwest wind transition. We'll still have, of course, winds going over water. You don't have anything to slow it down. They're not going to be at the same magnitude as a landfall, but there's still going to be some decent wind flow over Appalachia Bay after the passage of the eye, and that's still going to maybe cause at least a lower end storm surge to occur for the coastline of Taylor County. So upon approach, that's when the highest will be. High tide will be about 12 midnight or so, and then that can maybe cause a secondary enhancement of the water levels for the Taylor County coast. So that's something to keep in mind. It's not just when the eye makes landfall or moves into the bay, but will also be in effect when it leaves and the southwest wind pattern resumes, but not quite at the same extent as what we had on landfall. So with the new information in mind, we see a little bit of an increase in water level potential, a little decrease based on the overall projected track. So this does take into account more of a Taylor County sort of landfall situation. So some water levels based on our Q risk model have been decreased in sections of Wakulla County, but still a significant rise in water levels, 6 to 9 feet. Especially as the center gets closer, those winds will start to pick up even more. So you're going to have those water rises in areas around, say, Shell Point, Mashes Sands, the bays around Panacea, the mouth of the Ocklawakanee, Alligator Point as well, and over into the Lanark Village vicinity in St. Teresa. So there's still going to be a water level rise. It may not be as high as on the eastern shores of the Big Bend. So the marshy areas around the mouth of the Ecafia River, around the Spring Creek area, closing in on Keaton and Deacle Beach, and then south to Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach. Those will be some areas where we can see, again, around 12 to 18 feet of water level increase above dry ground, and some indications, especially in the central flank of Taylor County. Again, lightly populated, kind of marshy, and very susceptible to high water level rise, but nonetheless 18 to 20 feet is certainly possible within that central portion there in central Taylor County along the coast. So pretty serious setup there, especially considering the short onset of those hurricane force winds. Now this field is estimated by our computer system. I have not seen many tropical storm force gusts across the Big Bend quite yet. The highest I've seen so far is Alligator Point, 30 miles per hour gust in the last 15 minutes, and that's not tropical storm force. So this may be overestimating some of the overall winds that can occur, but nonetheless, the point being this is a very broad stretch of a storm, and tropical storm force winds are going to be common for a few hours, going into the next couple of hours and then into the early morning hours as you move inland. The core of hurricane force winds are much tighter around the eye, and that's where we can see the most intense wind effects.
All right, thank you, Cass. Really incredible to see how quickly this storm has strengthened, and we're going to be tracking it throughout the evening hours.
Yes, we are. I'm going to be taking a break from the desk, but I will be back to you later. And as Cass was saying, we can expect about 6 to 9 feet of storm surge near Wakulla County, and that's where our reporter Kenzie Krieger is right now.
When we last spoke, I said things were going to pick up. Well, now is the time that things have picked up. It is really starting to get crazy over here. I can't even keep my hat on. The wind is blowing a lot. The storm surge is going to get serious here, guys. So this is not the time to play around. Right now is the time to evacuate and leave the area. We are supposed to get some major flooding. Some roads down here have already flooded a lot. So like I said, please, if you're in this area, hunker down, take shelter now. Nobody is out. It's very quiet right now. We had a couple people out, but they have left. So please be safe and make sure that you stay where you are. Do not get in any water or anything. There's going to be a lot of flooding. Right now, it's already started to pick up a lot. I can feel myself blowing around. Earlier, it was a lot calmer, but it has been a drastic shift since then. So if I can say one thing, it's just be safe and do not play around with this storm. I spoke to some people who live in that home over there who said that they usually stay for most storms, but this one they are taking very seriously. So they have left. I also spoke to a couple people who live on the coast right over here. They have also packed up their things. So people in this area are taking this very seriously, and you should too if you are nearby.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. And we do know that Panacea is such a low-lying area. Much of the land there around 7 feet above sea level. And with these storm surge predictions we're expecting there that Cass has been telling us about, that area that she's standing on could very well be underwater once the sun goes down. And so we are also monitoring how people have been preparing for this storm, gathering the supplies. We've been telling you to do so for days now. Paul Legrone has a closer look at what people are doing to be ready.
I'm Paul Legrone here in Tallahassee. The rain starting to come down on and off as the hours to landfall for Hurricane Helene are closing in. We're right along the border of FSU there in the background. And the big concern here, the trees that could be coming down in the middle of the night as Helene is going to hit under the cover of darkness. At the Home Depot in Tallahassee, they're boarding up with bags of mulch, and Sandy here is shopping for last-minute supplies.
So I was looking for a fan for my granddaughter because she has a puppy, and he's Shih Tzu, and so you know they're very furry. So I was trying to find a fan for her when the power went out.
And you have to switch it down.
At Danny and Lenora's house, Danny and his crew just installed the generator last night. We were there. Perfect timing.
And we've had to sit here during power outages for years, listen to their generator run and watched all the house lights all lit up, and they're just having a high old time.
So that'll be you this year.
That'll be me.
Lenora's mother left her this home. It survived a lot of storms in 76 years.
If we're without power, our generators just got put in, and we're tickled to death about that, but we'll do what we have to do to help the neighbors.
Yeah, Tallahassee's a town of trees, and driving through the neighborhoods, I notice that it's eerily quiet. You don't see hardly anyone out and about at all. I think people heeded the warnings and evacuated, but a major concern is going to be all of these trees. These neighborhoods are under a canopy of oak trees, and I would venture to say that many of these roads are not going to be passable 24 hours from now. Big, massive oak trees like this are everywhere in Tallahassee, and you see the power lines run right through it. That's going to be a major problem when this hurricane blows through. This is actually one of the few homes that were boarded up that we've seen so far driving through town. The families who call this part of Florida home are certainly no strangers to the destructive power of hurricanes, and the memories of past devastation still fresh in their minds. Many are working nonstop to prepare their homes and secure their belongings, hoping to minimize the impact of Helene. Feel like you guys are veterans at handling these storms at this point?
Yeah, been roofed in Tallahassee 42 years.
You know what to do?
Yes, sir.
People are getting ready, but time, of course, is running out. Emergency officials are urging everyone, if they haven't already, to heed those evacuation warnings closer to the coast. The big concern is going to be that storm surge, reportedly up to 20 feet. Meanwhile, here in Tallahassee, as I told you, Florida State University there in the background, about half of the campus sits under that thick brush canopy of trees, and state officials are saying that about a third of those trees are not expected to survive the hurricane force winds that Helene is expected to bring. So you've got a storm hitting in the middle of the night, trees crashing down, power outages, and that storm surge. That's the kind of mix that the next 24 hours are going to bring. It's a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of Mother Nature. That's the very latest here in Tallahassee as people are bracing for Helene. I'm Paul Legrone. Back to you.
All right, so you heard Paul talking about our beautiful canopy trees that we have throughout the capital city. Some of those, many of those, could come crashing down. I just posted a picture on my Twitter of a tree on a house in Ocala from one of Helene's outer bands. So we've got a lot to get through going into this evening. We do want to check in again with Ashley Engel. She is in Jefferson County monitoring the situation there. Ashley, how are folks preparing for this storm?
Yes, guys. Hey, good evening. We are here in Monticello, and as you said about the canopy trees in Tallahassee, that's going to be a problem here in Jefferson County. Now, I spoke with Sheriff McNeil earlier this evening, and he was telling me how him and his deputies are geared up. They have chainsaws and all of their troopers in order for them to go around the streets with safe conditions, of course, to cut down the trees in order for power trucks to come through here once Helene comes through and rips through this neighborhood. Now, they did tell me once those sustained winds go above 35 miles per hour, it is not going to be safe for them to be out cutting down the trees. Now, they are going to cease operations during that time, but once it is safe enough for them to do so, they will be able to continue cutting down those trees in order for power lines and things, in order for them to get power trucks through here in order to get neighbors power on efficiently and quickly. Now, I am in front of the Jefferson County Courthouse right now, and a lot of people, they're out and about a little bit. I saw a couple people filling up their tanks at the local marathon over here, getting those last minute preparations. But if you are here in Monticello or in Jefferson County, now's the time to go back home, get indoors before this storm comes here quickly. And there is a shelter here in Jefferson County I did mention earlier in the hour, and it is at Jefferson County K-12 school, and they have a pet shelter there as well. And anyone who is going to be going to that shelter, make sure you bring your medications, your bedding, and also your own food and water. And if you're bringing your pets there, also make sure you're bringing their vaccination. Make sure you're bringing their vaccination records, their food, and also their crates. Now, like we said, we are in Monticello. We're going to be watching these conditions also. And, rain is coming down just a little bit, just some sprinkles and everything. Nothing too hard. The wind is picking up just a tiny bit, kind of like a spring breeze, as you can say also. And I'm getting a little bit wet, but not too big at the moment. But we're going to send things back to the studio to you guys. But for now, live in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
Thank you so much, Ashley. We are definitely going to see a pickup in those winds and a more consistent trend of rain. Right now, mostly on the light side, and winds primarily from the east or northeast. The wind speeds sustained or relatively in check right now, but they're noticeable, about 9 to 18 miles per hour in some cases. Where you're closer to the water, little measurements, extrapolated data there around Alligator Point, where the wind is maybe about 30 miles per hour. So definitely we're going to start to have more noticeable wind, and it will get gradually stronger. Sustained winds, steady, continuous flow of air, and then the gusts, those quick little bursts that last maybe 5-10 seconds and then they back off. And even some of those gusts are starting to come up into the 20 to 30 range, particularly along the coast, but recent wind gusts around 21, 22 at a few of our reporting sites. At this phase, I'm not big on model data, especially putting exact numbers on things, but I'm going to do this anyway, just to give you an idea of the split between western areas and eastern areas, plus coastal zones. And don't focus so much on the number, but the colors, the different contours that represent different levels of wind speed. That's why I really want you to focus on. The numbers are just there because they typically are. And those numbers do get higher. But this is why the landfall point is so important, at least when it comes to what kind of winds will be experienced where. You'll still have some stronger winds, especially in the tri-state, and these are forecast gusts. So again, those quick little bursts of wind that can come around. You'll still have gusts that will be near tropical storm force in the tri-state. There will be some stronger gusts by 9 o'clock, if not earlier, for the 319 corridor. I'd say they can be easily above 33, 40 miles per hour. But here in the eastern side, that's where we're going to have the strongest gusts. These are not necessarily a measurement of sustained winds, but those quick 10-second bursts. And that's where they can exceed hurricane force in our eastern areas. That's why where the eye goes, it's so critical, because the more east you are of the eye, the more likely you'll have those enhanced winds on the more unstable side, if you will, of the circulation, where the winds tend to be a little higher compared to the western side. And that's not to say there won't be strong winds here in the 319 corridor, but where the eye goes is so important as far as how much of that strong strength that still can wrap around the north and northwestern side of the eye wall periphery, how much of that can affect some of our neighbors around the Highway 319 corridor. And that includes Tallahassee, that includes our eastern suburbs, Chairs and Miccosukee, perhaps even around the Thomasville, Metcalf area. That's where we have to monitor that backside sort of wraparound where those stronger winds can still come in. And of course, that's going to be a huge detriment as far as those winds go for the immediate coast and for the eastern side of the Big Bend. So again, numbers are just there, but it's those wind contours, those colors that go off the chart that can indicate how strong those 10-second little bursts of gusts can be. And that carries well inland. So even in Valdosta, in Nashville, in Homerville, you're going to have some of those higher end gusts even beyond midnight as the core of Helene moves inland pretty swiftly. So be aware of that. Just because you're watching from the interior of our South Georgia counties, where you typically do not have prolonged wind effects from a tropical system, this is one that's going to carry tropical storm winds and near hurricane force gusts far inland. And of course, that's going to have some effects on the trees and the power availability. So be prepared if there's still something that you still have to get in order here in our South Georgia area, especially from 319 to the east. There's still a little time for you to wrap up whatever you need to do before the strongest of the winds come in before midnight. However, as it moves north, our winds will still be kind of gusty, but at least they'll be at a lower level, a lower caliber, maybe about 20, 30, maybe 35 miles per hour, with some exceptions here along the eastern shores of the Big Bend, where there's still going to be, again, the lack of overall friction, so free-flowing air and a good batch of air movement that will still keep things kind of squally, although not necessarily rainy, but still very breezy right up to sunrise and beyond on those eastern shores. And even tomorrow, with the backside now moving well away, we'll still at least have some wind influence from the southwest. And those breezes will still be upwards of about 15 to 20, maybe 25 miles per hour. So with all that said, that's why there's the higher likelihood of hurricane force gusts in more than just the coastal areas. But we've already outlined where it's more probable to happen. In fact, I see a graphic on the side there that Riley's working on, and there's the hurricane wind gust probability. And it does focus more here in the eastern side of the Big Bend, with lesser chances as you move around and east of Highway 19. Maybe that's a product we'll show you in the course of time. But the point is that there are still going to be some wind effects that will be not so pleasant, especially if you're within the range of where the eye goes. So we're getting to the point now where wherever you're going to be, you got to stay there. If you didn't heed the earlier advice to evacuate wherever you may be, the time is really running short, especially if you're at the coast. If you still feel like you're within a county that has a shelter open, there's still some opportunity for you to do that if you're closer to the state line or in South Georgia. So action stage has been well underway for over 24 hours. Now you got to make sure you need to be where you want to be to ride this out. And usually the saying goes, the saying goes, you hide from the wind and you run from the water. Hopefully folks who are near water or any place that's susceptible to flooding Hopefully you've already cleared out of that area. I've had some friends contact me, and some went to Alabama, some went to other places. They left those dangerous areas. But if you are in an area that is not so prone to flooding, if you're in a sturdy home or structure of some sort, usually if it's more of a concern about wind, you just stay in a place that is protected from wind effects. Even of the variety and the caliber that may be experienced near the point of landfall, but wherever you're going to be, make sure you get there soon if you're not there already, because from here on out, we're not going to have so suitable conditions to be outdoors, and especially in the thick of it, between roughly 8 and midnight across our area, I think that's the time where you just should not be going out, because it will start being hazardous in many places. And again, I want to reemphasize, not everybody will be getting 130-mile-per-hour winds. I know there can be some misinterpretation, misunderstanding, or whatever the case is about what that number means. That's the highest winds that this storm will create around the immediate center. And wherever that makes touch of land, that's where that kind of level of wind can be experienced. Most of us will be much lower than that, but it can still be at a level where if you have a 50-mile-per-hour wind that stretches for 2 hours and you have a weak tree, it's going to do something to that tree. It may just knock it over. So those are the kinds of scenarios you have to keep in mind. You don't have to have a hurricane-force wind to cause disruptive actions. You can certainly still have them with lesser wind, but the higher the wind rate, the more danger that can create. And that's certainly going to be the case for the coastline. When it comes to the highest winds, I'd say about 90 to 120 miles per hour, especially given its recent upgrade around the core. Higher winds will be offshore. The storm surge will range from roughly 5 to 10. That could be a little bit higher for our western areas. Latest guidance more indicates about 6 to 9 feet, but that's still a pretty significant level for the Forgotten Coast and Ocklawakanee Bay. But the more eastern sections of the region, around the Big Bend Wildlife Refuge, around the curve of western Taylor County and south to the Steinhatchee area, that's where the storm surge can be enhanced by those very, very strong winds that just force the water on top of the typically dry land near the coast. So 6 feet to about 18 or even higher in some cases. Fortunately, this will happen most likely before high tide, so we may not eclipse those highest numbers in that range, but that is definitely going to be a hazard for any interests that are in that portion of Franklin County near 361 and some of the rural roads that lead up to that part of the coast. For the 319 corridor, I'm sticking with the expectation of steady winds 50 to 75 miles per hour. Those will be primarily from the northeast and north, especially with the higher expectation of the eye being positioned to the east of 319. So that would give us northeast to north winds across Grady, Thomas, Leon County, most of Jefferson County, as well as inland Wakulla. But they can be steady and strong, higher end tropical storm force, and maybe even a few occurrences of steady hurricane force winds closer to the Osceola River. I would not be surprised if that happened. We'll put the top range there at 75. We'll put the peak gusts up to 95. And again, a lot depends on how much of the forcing around the eastern eye can wrap around. And the structure of the eye wall will come and go in cycles. So it's kind of at a high level of intensity right now, but there may be what's called an eye wall replacement cycle in which there's a little bit of a structural change, and that can kind of change the behavior of winds that wrap around. So we'll have to monitor that, and the only way to really do that is just to observe what's going on satellite and radar. So we'll be watching that very closely in terms of how that can affect the western periphery of the eye and how that can create stronger winds for some areas east of Highway 19. Rainfall amounts, I think it's fair to expect about 5 to 10. This is a fast-moving system, so some areas may fall short of that, but overall storm totals can certainly reach 10 inches. But probably the main thing that most of us are going to experience when it comes to power is that it's going to be knocked out. As we know, if you've been here for a while, it doesn't take much wind to knock over a tree, snaps a line, hits a transformer. You know the drill. Power's out, and it's not just one isolated case, but it's going to be happening in many cases and it's going to be a situation that many of us will have to deal with through the night and into tomorrow, and perhaps even beyond, just depending on how things can quickly recover from the storm. In south central Georgia, I mentioned that the leftovers of the eye will be heading in your general direction. I-75 with Wacoochee, the Alapa River area, into the 129 corridor, so including you in Lakeland, including you in Homerville. This will be a zone where you do get strong wind gusts. They can be upwards of hurricane force. Again, the quick bursts of winds could be up to 95 miles per hour. I'd say sustained winds, it's fair to expect 45 to 75 within this region, swiftly moving through late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So the timing for you, rough estimation 11, 12, maybe 1 o'clock. That's probably a fair estimation of the arrival of those strongest winds for you. Could be a little earlier if you're closer to the state line. Again, rain totals, again, about 5 to 10. I think it's just a fair range. Some of you will not get that much just because of the rate of movement, but there can be some pockets where flash flooding can occur. Maybe less susceptible over here because we have not had so much rain so far. So I feel a little more positive about the rain impacts for you in south central Georgia, and perhaps avoiding flash flood situations, but not entirely out of the picture, not outside the realm of possibility for you. Eastern Big Bend is where I have the highest concerns for wind effects, how long they can last. They'll start to set in, I'd say, steady, strong winds around 8, 9 o'clock. Once the eye starts to move through, this will likely last through about 11 o'clock. And before the winds start to decrease. Overall sustained wind range is about 55 to 85 within this area. I would put the possibility of gusts that can reach upwards of 100, especially across sections of Taylor, Lafayette County, perhaps even Suwannee. Some of the data that I've been looking at does suggest 80, 90 mile per hour gusts possible even as you go close to the state line. So we cannot rule out that possibility for even those higher end gusts. Rain amounts very similar. I think maybe on the lower range of that, again, eastern areas have not had so much in the way of rain. A couple more zone forecasts are coming up in just a little bit.
All right, thank you, Cass. And as we wait for the storm to hit, preparations are already in place for after the storm. Tallahassee Mayor John Daley says they have called in utility crews from 9 states. They're tripling their workforce so they can start restoring power as soon as this storm ends. Even so, it's likely going to take several days to get that job done. Just listen to what he had to say.
Look, for the past week, we've been preparing. We've called in mutual aid agreements from all across the United States. We've had crews from 9 states and as far away as Oklahoma that have driven through the night to be here. We have tripled our workforce so that once the storm passes through, we can roll up our sleeves and get out and start restoring electricity, because we know that a storm of this magnitude, and if it is a direct hit, there will be significant damage. It will not be a sprint, but it'll be a marathon. So I'm encouraging all of the residents to be patient, stay at home, allow the professionals to do their job. It is going to be a very destructive storm.
A destructive storm in what's already been a destructive year for the capital city. Remember, back on May 10th, we had 3 tornadoes touch down and move through the south side of Tallahassee and parts of Woodville, bringing trees down, knocking power out for days for people. Back on April 11th, we had inches of rain fall in a matter of hours, bringing flash flooding to places like Godby High School and the Jake Gaither community. And so this has been a really tough year for the Tallahassee area. This historic Category 4 storm moving north toward the northern bend of Appalachia Bay. While it may not hit the city directly, like Cass has been saying, it could certainly bring a lot of damage to our neighborhoods in the Big Bend of Florida and South Georgia. So I see Cass standing by. If we can go to him next, I want to see where the strongest winds are on this storm. And if people have not evacuated, that sun is setting. Cass, what can they expect in the overnight hours?
That's right. As we progress towards that late time of the night, that's when we'll start to notice those winds starting to increase. One zone I left off in the previous segment was the western Big Bend, or the tri-state region rather, and that's where we will still have some side effects from the storm. I say direct effects, but maybe just not quite as intense. If you're west of where the eye makes landfall, you'll still have a north wind and it'll still be windy and breezy, but maybe not to the higher end of the scale compared to eastern areas and neighborhoods. So rain totals have already been pretty high, especially in the Apalachicola Forest area. So some areas have already exceeded 8 inches there, but I think in general about 3 to 8. There can be some occurrences of flash flooding and the possibility of a few power outages, maybe a little more wind susceptibility if you're east of the Flint River, Mitchell County, Decatur County, and perhaps close to the Ocklawahamie River for Gadsden County. So Quincy, Midway, Havana, perhaps those can be some areas that also have some wind effects that can be a little disruptive, and I would still expect some power outages to occur across that region as well. But we certainly have quite a bit of rain action starting to fill in, and there's also quite a lot of wave action that's been going on across some coastal areas, and that's something that will continue to pick up by quite a bit. So we'll sample a couple of weather stem cameras in just a moment to give you a perspective on that, because now we're starting to get in on some of those outer bands and the wind and the rain that they cause. So that is going to be something that makes some of these perspectives maybe a little harder to take in as the weather stem camera updates from Alligator Point. Recent wind gusts, not sure how valid that is at this point, but last check it was 18 miles per hour. I see the timestamp is a little dated on that one, so we'll need to see if that one is still online. But we do have a few other perspectives that will likely fill in. Here's one scene from Carabel. It has an active timestamp, so this is current, with breezes that are causing a little chop on the water there, but nothing to the extreme. Latest check from the Weather Stem Network there showing an 18 mile per hour gust, 17 mile per hour wind gusts from Challenger Learning Center in Tallahassee, where the rain is pretty steady. You notice the breeze. It'll certainly get stronger in a few hours as we get the hurricane to come closer, and kind of a different perspective over Midtown. Steady rain, 15 mile per hour north wind based on that perspective there. In St. Mark's, that is a recent view. Let's see, 1853. So yeah, about 4 minutes ago. Usually this takes a couple minutes to, or a few seconds to get a recent picture, but the latest observation from the wind gust is 26 miles per hour, and there's the latest view. So we do have the winds that are becoming a little more noticeable, and they're going to do much more in its capability to really churn up those waters, increase the water levels, and just cause some not so great conditions for the immediate coast. So it's a little bit before 7. We should have a new update on the position and the strength of the storm as far as where it's moving, but the last update had a north-northeast movement at 23, and it's placed about 160 some miles south of the coast. So in a few hours we'll get the eye, still likely to move towards the Taylor County coast, and that is when we'll really start to notice, especially when this portion of the banding starts to move closer to the coastline. I think that will really start to rip up the winds by quite a bit, moving across the Forgotten Coast. This is not necessarily the eye wall. In fact, it's not the eye wall. That's still a good distance off. But anytime we see these kind of breakaway bands, these are going to have some gustier winds. So I would anticipate Forgotten Coast areas, the barrier islands, you're going to get a pretty good amount of wind force coming out of that rotating area, and perhaps even a few locations across our inland sections. We've had some of these kind of rolling in from the eastern side of the peninsula. This is a broad stretching system where even some of these bands that originate from the east coast have been rolling across. So recently in Valdosta, a little bit of a burst for you, and that will make its way towards 319 around the Barney area first, and then getting into the Coolidge, Maryville area most likely, and into Colquitt County. So you may get a quick little gust of wind related to that. And we have to monitor these little individual pockets that can cause some spin and create a tornado, like a recent warning that's been put into effect for portions of Mitchell and Baker County. So we have had a warning there. It's in effect until 7:15, but it's moving mostly towards the northwest and into sections of Dougherty County near and west of Albany. So this is moving out of our region. There's another suspicious spot there on the northwest side of Decatur County. We'll monitor that for any kind of spin and any related warning that may come from that.
All right, well, with all that heavy rain moving north into South Georgia, one neighborhood that is no stranger to flooding, Thomasville. Our neighborhood reporter, Leon Abu-Tabush, is standing by in the Rose City with a look at that heavy rain and what people are doing to prepare for potential flooding.
I'm Leon Abu-Tabush at Thomas County Public Works, where crews are getting ready to head out. They're going to be pulling out some trees that are down, fixing up the power lines. Right now, there's a curfew in effect, so it's going to go on until 8 a.m. tomorrow. The weather right now is looking quiet. There's some rain. The rain is starting to pick up, but there hasn't been any winds. I've seen some lightning here and there, but it's pretty slow until now. I talked to crews that are here. They tell me they will stay out just working, trying to repair anything that they see, whether it's trees, power lines, until the wind gets higher than 40 miles per hour. That's when they have to go back and seek shelter. Again, in Thomasville, I'm Leon Abu-Tabush, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Leon. Hopefully it stays calm throughout the night. But President Joe Biden just commented on the hurricane just moments ago. He actually encouraged people to take action now while you still can, and listen to any orders from local agencies. Listen to this.
Everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surge is well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane. Could be significant and deadly. You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders when told to do so.
All right, so the president actually approved a pre-landfall emergency declaration for Florida and Georgia just days ago. What that does is it allows FEMA to send federal resources here. We've seen a lot of those resources over the last year. Their teams will also help with the response and recovery efforts. You get a live look at the radar there. You can see the storm swirling in the Gulf as it continues to move north, expected to make landfall after dark, which is a concern because if you haven't left yet, if you have chosen to stay in your safe spot for now, once that sun goes down, once those winds pick up, going out onto the roads is going to be very dangerous. And I've heard from firefighters and first responders after Idalia that said they will not go out when those winds reach a certain threshold. So we are also monitoring parts of Taylor County. They know what a hurricane condition can be like. We want to check in with Kenya Cardone. She is live in Steinhatchee with a closer look at the water there.
Absolutely, Channing. So the last time that we spoke with you, it was raining and it was blowing. Now it got a little calmer. That's what I was talking about. There's a little bit of inconsistency in the conditions here, but it's starting to get darker here. We can definitely see that. I'm standing on a metal boardwalk here in Steinhatchee where you could see that there's straps here all along, and this is just one of many preparations that neighbors did to prepare for the kind of storm surge that could be catastrophic to this neighborhood here. It is really devastating what happened during Idalia. That 8 to 10 foot storm surge absolutely crushed, destroyed coastal businesses here, coastal homes as well, and now neighbors here were preparing for days and days and days for a storm surge of that caliber as well. Like I said, some of the things that we have here are some straps. I want to point you over here on this boardwalk. We have some straps. Neighbors were doing things like this and also taking up boards off of their wooden docks to make sure that these docks don't get lifted up and pushed out onto land by that storm surge and by that rough current. Like I said earlier, it was blowing a little bit harder, a lot more rain, but still on the sprinkling end. Right now, it's not like that anymore. It's a bit calmer, but the calm before the storm. It's gotten darker, the skies are a bit grayer, and we're gonna see how conditions continue to pick up here throughout the night. We'll be on top of it here, and with our First to Know Storm Chaser, you can count on ABC 27 to keep you updated as things pick up. For now, that's the latest. Live in Steinhatchee, Kenya Cardone, ABC 27.
Kenya, appreciate that very much. Please be careful out there, and any folks who may still be near the coast. It is a quite hazardous situation. We've mentioned in the days prior to this that this storm is unique, like every storm is going to have its own characteristics. It's not fair to compare this to what Idalia did. It's not fair to compare it to what Michael did. Kate, Earl, whatever hurricane name you want to throw out there, each one acts differently, just depending on how strong it is, where it goes, the time of year. A lot depends on a lot of certain characteristics and certain details that is not going to be duplicated exactly by other storms. So don't judge what you think is going to happen based on what you experienced. Experience means a lot, and I give that to you for those who have lived here for decades. But hurricanes, they don't care about history. They're going to do what they do. So don't take it lightly about those hazards that we've been discussing for several days now. One hazard has been the rate of rain. Fortunately, for most areas, we've had manageable amounts of rain passing through. Rain totals have been roughly 1-2 inches across a broad stretch. We've had higher rain totals today, especially from the Ocklawakanee River to the west. So that's where there's a long-lasting flash flood warning, because these areas of rain will continue to roll in waves, and there's not going to be many breaks. Some areas here along the Apalachicola River have already had upwards of 5, 6, 7 inches. And there's probably going to be about that much coming in through the next couple of hours. So that is going to cause saturation, it already has, and additional rain within these areas will cause flooding issues, and they can develop very quickly. Now, yes, this is a more sparsely populated area, but we still have neighborhoods and communities and people who live here. So we want to make sure anybody that is within the range of our signal or the range of your internet connection, if you're watching us on WTXL.TV or on our news app, we want to make sure you're aware of the flooding risk. And as maybe sometimes if heavier rains start to add up across the central and eastern portions, we'll have to monitor the flooding risk and how much tolerance the ground can have to maybe absorb some of that rain that's been falling. But here is the expanded view from the Tampa radar of the circulation of Helene, continuing to have good form. It has not been raised as far as the peak wind speeds from the 7 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, but it still has it at about 130 right around its tighter core. There will be at least maybe a little chance for some restructuring of the circulation or the eye. It doesn't necessarily stay at the same high rate for hours on end. Plus, we have to consider the possibility of maybe a little bit of upper level influence that can maybe affect how the structure of the eye stays. So that's going to be something to monitor in the approach of the eye into Appalachia Bay. But we've been tracking this for several hours in relation to 84 degrees west longitude for the geographers out there. That is a reference point to which we're noticing more of that north-northeast turn. I mentioned a few days ago about the nudge. We've seen that nudge of the track going more to the north-northeast, which reduces the chance for the actual eye to go right into Tallahassee. So that chance is decreasing as we go forward in time. There can be the western side of this, which is relatively weaker compared to the east. There can be some of that western periphery that does scrape by the metro. And that's where we can see likely the highest chances for the strongest winds within the more densely populated areas. But anywhere east of where the eye makes landfall, there's going to be a pretty expansive field of winds that will be of tropical storm sustained, hurricane gusts, and then closer to where the eye wall goes, that's where you can see possibly sustained hurricane force winds at the point of landfall and maybe a few miles inland. So that's a concern for folks in Perry and Mayo, perhaps into Madison, Lee, over towards Live Oak, and even north of there. On the west side of this, as long as this continues on a north-northeast course and crosses that 84-degree longitude line, again, that will continue to reduce the chances of having any kind of significant effect from the eye wall coming into the city. So that is something to really closely monitor as far as the effects that it can have within the capital city. Here's the latest run of the model data that's refreshed every hour now that we're within that close range. It still has the eye coming closer into Taylor County, but again, we have to monitor just how far west the overall wind forces around that kind of wrap around and how close that can get to the capital city itself. So trying to zoom in with our modeling, trying to get a little closer perspective. If we assume that we have some tropical storm force winds or maybe some hurricane gusts within this band, Jefferson County, based on this run of our forecast data through St. Marks and perhaps even the southeastern side of Leon County, that's where theoretically there can be some of those hurricane force gusts. But certainly a high likelihood of that east and perhaps even on the northern edge of the eye based on this perspective. And that eye wall still wraps around. So again, Highway 319, you're still going to be prone to at least the possibility of some occasional hurricane force gusts and certainly some sustained tropical storm winds. But this will carry north over the midnight hour and beyond. So those are going to be some areas, including in Madison, that we have to watch out for, because Madison will likely be on the eastern side of where the eye goes. Right now, the scene in Madison looks like a lot of rain or clouds and likely some lighter precipitation. There's still some cars out there from the perspective of the Emergency Operations Center out there on Highway 14. So it's still okay to be out there and wrap up whatever you're going to do out in Madison County. But as we go forward in time, with the eye forecast to move over that portion of the region, the quality of the weather is going to go way down. So it's very important that when you start getting in on the thick of the storm, that folks are not trying to drive around, because that's when multiple hazards will start to appear, and it'll be at night, hard to see, power's out. It's just a very dangerous situation all in all. And if you absolutely can, just wait until the storm goes by and the sun comes up tomorrow, because it will come up. And when it does, we'll have more sunshine to come around with a west to southwest wind pattern. So we will see quick improvement in the overall quality of the weather during the overnight period as the storm moves to the north of the area. It's not going to be something that lasts for 6, 8, 12 hours. This is going to zip right on through. It's going to do its thing, and then it's going to be gone. But while it's here, it's going to be quite a nuisance. It's going to be quite a problem for many of our neighbors and friends, especially in the eastern half of our region. Our computer processing its idea of where the tropical storm sustained winds can be carried, I would say a little bit more in the way of tropical storm winds across a few more of our inland areas by 8 o'clock, which is just about 45 minutes from now. So we can start to see a little more frequency of that, especially here on the Highway 19 corridor along the Nature Coast, especially near the coastal areas. Seems like our winds will still be mostly locally from the east in the Big Bend eastern side, becoming more northeast to north as you move west. And that's all relative to where the eye goes. So that's going to be a zone where when we have landfall, there's going to be steady tropical storm winds wrapping around in a broad sense. Within closer to that eye wall core, we can have those occasional hurricane force winds and gusts. But we'll also have that possibility, certainly for sustained tropical storm winds around Leon, Jefferson, perhaps even western Wakulla County. I'd say maybe even a little bit more extended beyond that. Certainly over the bay. And these are considering sustained winds primarily. Those hurricane force winds that were earlier in orange, they'll start to shrink in terms of sustained winds, but those quick gusts can still be contained within that edge of the eye as it moves inland. So I would not suspect that we would have steady hurricane force winds in portions of South Georgia, but you can have those quick bursts that can maybe get upwards to that level. And of course, anything sustained 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, that's where you get the effects of power outages and trees down. And if trees fall a certain way, you get structural damage. So all those are possible. And this will be an effect that is felt across southeastern Georgia, middle Georgia as well, and beyond into the Carolinas and even farther north from there. So this is going to be a far-reaching storm. The most intense effects are going to be felt along the eastern shores of the Big Bend locally. So this is going to be something that is going to be talked about for a while. And with those coastal effects that we've been mentioning about storm surge, some of those reports that we've seen from our neighborhood reporters that have been dispatched to the coast, some of those water levels, they're getting quite agitated. But when the circulation gets closer, that's when we'll see an enhancement of some of those water levels. High tide is around midnight or thereabouts. So this peak of storm surge may occur prior to the high tide phase. So we may not see the high end of 18 to 20 feet. It is possible. And anything of a certain range above typical dry ground, especially if it's above 6 to 9 or even 12 feet, that's a substantial flood for those areas. And that's not something to be hanging around when you have angry waters from very strong winds and the higher water levels over the coastal dry ground. So a very hazardous setup for sections of the eastern Big Bend in particular, with lesser storm surge levels the more west you go, Channing.
All right, yeah, we're monitoring that water to come up. I was just checking some of the gauges around the coast. In Wakulla County at Spring Creek at the boat ramp there, the water is below action stage. In Steinhatchee, it is below action stage, but we are anticipating that rise in the hours ahead. I did just see on X, formerly known as Twitter, Leon County Schools posted an update about people who are taking shelter. Good to hear people taking shelter. They say more than 1,200 people, including Leon County Schools employees and 192 pets, are currently sheltering in Leon County Schools. I believe this is video shot in Apalachicola earlier today, where you can see the heavy rain coming down some of the streets, some ponding going on in the streets there. You've got the water and the coastline there, susceptible to those tidal fluctuations. Plenty of windows boarded up in Apalachicola, a very historic community with that bridge going over. You can see the water starting to creep up into the greenery there. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Franklin County, the Forgotten Coast, and other areas as that water continues to come up. Another place where we're watching the waters in Wakulla County, and neighborhood reporter Kenzie Krieger's there. Kenzie, how are things looking now?
Yeah, so you talked about taking shelter. Well, that's happening right here in Crawfordville. We're at the Wildwood Inn right now. You can see that there's a lot of cars piling up. A lot of people have scattered around and have been taking shelter. A lot of people are talking. They have done this last minute, so they're lucky that this hotel is open right now. I actually spoke to one woman who lives in Panacea. Her house is right on the water, so she was here with her dog and a couple of friends just taking shelter last minute. But everybody else is just waiting it out. Some people say they've been here for a couple of days, just waiting to see what happens. This is the first time that they've seen a little bit of action. The rain is coming down more, but it's a lot less busy than it is at the coast right now. So we'll keep an eye on it and we'll give you more updates.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Good to see the lights are still on there, and good to hear that people are continuing to seek shelter, because it could be a very dangerous situation as it gets darker outside. While we were listening to Kenzie's report there, I did just pull up Talquin Electric's outage map to see what their situation is like. Not too many outages yet. That is the good news. According to their outage map, across their service area, we've got 721 meters that are out of power currently. Most of those tied to the substation in Shadeville, which is in Wakulla County, not too far from where Kenzie is. So the concern is, once the power goes out, if you decide to leave, those street lights, like we heard the governor mentioning earlier in his news conference, the street lights are going to go out. The transformers are going to blow as the trees come down on those power lines. We've been live on the air in previous storms where we've seen the lights go out literally as we are live on the air and reporters are standing there in the dark. We do anticipate scenes like that happening again throughout the nighttime hours as these powerful winds come in. Like Cass was saying, 130 miles per hour. Those are the maximum winds in this storm, a Category 4 storm moving north. And I just want to remind people, if you're watching us in South Georgia, in Thomasville or Lowndes County, Valdosta, Brooks County, this storm is going to impact your neighborhoods as well. Those powerful winds are going to be booking it as they move in from the coast. The storm's going to be moving north. So if you are not prepared for power outages in South Georgia, you need to be. You only have a matter of hours to get ready for that. Let's check in with First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse again to see where the storm is, how far it is from the coast, and how fast it is moving right now.
Yeah, the latest update has that storm, the center of it, about 165 miles or so to the south of the coast, and is moving north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. So we're getting the wind action along the coast that's starting to agitate the waters. Fortunately, we have not yet had a lot of wind effects as far as tropical storm winds for inland areas yet. That is bound to change over the next few hours, as will the amount of power outages, as Channing was referring to. Not a whole lot across many service areas, but we do have at least about 600 customers within Wakulla County without power. And the overall power outages have not just been confined to our area, they've been more extensive into the peninsula, and this is due to a number of factors. The overall stretch of the winds, the individual tornado warnings that have been occurring, plus the breezy conditions within the Tampa Bay region. So we've had numerous power outages there, and if you can consider that there have been many power outages within that region, probably exceeding 50,000 customers, how do you think we're going to get as far as those power outages go here? When we have even stronger winds, we're bound to have a whole lot more loss of power before the night is through. So just psych yourself up and be ready for that. Be ready for a night of at least a few hours of winds that will be howling around you, and you just don't have a lot of visibility unless you have flashlights. Or maybe the little light on your phone or some other device that can give you some illumination. So be ready for that. Right now, very slim numbers as far as overall percentages of power outages across our area, but again, that will be increasing. Latest information still has peak winds around the center of the storm at 130 miles per hour. As mentioned, about 150 to 160 miles to the south of the capital city, still moving to the north-northeast. Gradual strengthening has been occurring, but again, it's been kind of small steps. And once it reaches a certain plateau of intensification, we can see maybe a little bit of a backing off. So we'll see how the pressure changes, how the structure of the eye changes over the next couple of hours, and see if that has any effect or influence on the rate of its overall strength. Rain is pretty common now, even across southwest Georgia. Bainbridge at the Boat Basin, steady rain. Wind out of the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour from the WeatherSim camera network there. And perhaps in some of these views, especially when they have continuous streaming, you might be able to see just the rates, how fast those clouds are moving. Here's a little segment here on the left of your screen for those who are visually able. You might see that little segment of clouds moving over Florida A&M, just showing you how high the winds are and how quickly they're moving the clouds. But at least at the surface, the recent gusts of 22 miles per hour on the highest of Seven Hills. St. Teresa, this is going to be one area that can certainly have a higher water increase and a higher susceptibility to those stronger winds. Right now, the gusts being measured at 17 miles per hour. The boat there is kind of secured for good reason, and maybe with more of a north wind, we'll see maybe a decrease in the water level, at least on this perspective. So nonetheless, the waters are going to be angry, as some would say, with all the winds howling around, especially here over Ocklawakanee Bay. Of course, as we go towards sunset, we'll start to lose the visibility of some of these cameras, but while we still have at least some daylight, we can see just how those waters coming in from winds from the northeast at 31 miles per hour. This is the Franklin County side of the bay. Wakulla County is over there, so northeast winds are crashing up against the pier there in the dock and over the coastal areas of that boat ramp. So we're getting those effects. They're becoming more obvious. They're becoming a bit more sustained for coastal areas in particular, and that's where we'll still have the ongoing deterioration of weather conditions. 130 peak winds around the center. I keep emphasizing that because I want folks to understand that when you hear that number, it's not for the whole area of cloudiness. And I'm sure people do understand that, but sometimes you hear that number and you just get freaked out, and I can understand that. But the strongest winds will happen around the tight core of the center, and where that goes is where those stronger winds will be. Projections still show a landfall in Taylor County. So if you're in that region, hopefully not at the coast, but the highest likelihood of that caliber of wind will be within that region. And then just inland from there is where we can see perhaps a little carry forward of some of those less than 130 winds, but definitely some hurricane force gusts that can propagate inland. If we assume that falls here in Taylor County and it continues north-northeast, Osceola River area, Jefferson County, Madison, perhaps Lafayette, and east from there, that's where we can have the highest chance for maybe some more frequent hurricane force gusts. So a lot hinges on where that eye goes. And the overall trend has been taking the eye away, just barely, but away from the Tallahassee metro. but that does not mean that Tallahassee will escape any kind of adverse wind effects. I still anticipate us to still have strong, steady tropical storm force gusts within the capital city, especially if you're closer to the eastern county line. So that's something that you should also prepare for. Also across southern Georgia. Right now, just batches of rain. We'll have to monitor a little bit of rain that's moving through this region here of Thomas County, because this follows a pattern where a few of these little individual pockets, if they're kind of close enough and compact enough, they can cause a little spin. So we'll monitor this little stretch that's paralleling Highway 319 from Thomasville right through Coolidge, right through Moultrie, Norman Park, and Tifton. That's moving at a very fast clip off towards the northwest. I haven't been able to analyze this as far as spin goes, but if there are a couple little points of spin, it would mostly move off to the northwest. So around Highway 19 in the Ocklawakanee area, those will be some locations, Meigs, Pelham, those will be some locations that will get a quick little hit of heavy rain and maybe a little combination of strong outflowing winds. I even hear, I think it's rain. I don't know if it's the air conditioning or the rain, but maybe some rain right here in Midway beginning to come down. The overall perspective of the eye, in intense hurricanes, you can sometimes get a little quick convective burst, just a quick buildup of the clouds and a little fierce batch of lightning that has seemed to kind of died off a little bit over the last hour's time. So just going off the top of my head, that could maybe mean that the overall intensification mode may be at a more level point where we're not seeing so much of that buildup that causes lightning to occur. And I don't think it's because the lightning tracker just missing data. I don't think that's the case, because we still have some lightning flashes here off the East Coast. So it's not a malfunction of the lightning tracker. It could be an indication that maybe it has reached a little plateau of strengthening, may try to maintain that and maybe even try to drop a little bit, just trying to guesstimate without looking at raw data just what that cycle may mean. So that could be an encouraging sign that it's not trying to build more strength and gain more wind force. So that is something to consider as the eye starts to slice over that 84-degree longitude line. So it's still carrying that motion to the north-northeast. 84 lines up with the mouth of the Osceola River, and of course that is southeast of Tallahassee. So that is a motion that again is somewhat encouraging for the capital city and the high population centers that are there. It is very discouraging for the northern Nature Coast, Levy County, Dixie County, and more locally, very discouraging for areas from Taylor County and Madison County, even portions of Jefferson County and to the east. So that's going to be the high hazard zone for those gustier winds in a few hours. And if it's moving northeast at about 23 and the center of the eye is still about 150 some miles to the south, it's going to take another, say, 3-4 hours just trying to do some quick mental math for that to come on shore. Of course, landfall means half of the circulation crosses land. So it's not the eye wall that comes on shore and you have a landfall. You're definitely going to have some very strong, fierce winds with that, but the actual landfall happens when half of the circulation moves over land. And then, of course, a statement will be released by the National Hurricane Center declaring that the storm has made landfall. But we're still a couple hours away from that. And again, given its path, it is taking some aim towards Taylor County. So there's a reasonable confidence that we're going to see eventually in the next few hours a landfall point there. But as I've said before, especially east of landfall and on the northern edge where that starts to cross over land, you'll get those very intense winds at or above 75 miles per hour. Close to the edge of the eye wall is where you will get the strongest winds once it crosses land. And then a few miles inland, it'll start to weaken as far as the wind forces go. But you'll still have some extensive periods of steady winds on high-end tropical storm force, maybe even some low-end hurricane force winds, I think mostly in gusts when we talk about inland areas. But nonetheless, that is still going to be something of particular concern and very hazardous for folks who will be within the range of the eye wall and say 20, 25 miles or so on either side, especially when you go east of where it makes landfall. So those are going to be some high impact points that we're going to be starting to see in the next couple of hours when it starts to cross land. Here's the latest projections on our rapid refresh modeling, which still has the possibility, I'd say a higher probability of a landfall again in the eastern shores of the Big Bend. But where it makes landfall and how the eye, the edge of the eye is behaving, those stronger winds wrapping around the immediate center, that's where we're going to see an increase in those winds for a little while, and most likely within our eastern counties. 319 is going to be a western kind of barrier, I guess you could say, or a border or a separator in terms of where we can have the highest winds versus lesser caliber winds for the tri-state area. So a lot will really depend on just the structure of the eye and how it travels inland. I still expect a pretty good amount of gustier winds to move beyond the state line through the I-75 counties of South Georgia. This will start to expand, not necessarily in strength, but the whole structure of wind will start to expand as it moves inland. So this will carry some strong tropical storm winds well up into middle and southeast Georgia.
All right, thank you, Cass. You just mentioned southeast Georgia, and I want to tell you about an alert that was just put out by EMA Lowndes in Lowndes County. They are now urging people who live in mobile homes or substandard housing to seek more substantial shelter now. You've got a few hours to get out of those mobile homes and those areas that could be susceptible to those strong winds and take shelter. There are multiple shelters available to people in Lowndes County, including Park Avenue Church. We also have Corinth Baptist Church, and we've got all of the places you can go. Depending on where you live, you can find that list at WTXL.tv right now. The National Hurricane Center is also closely monitoring this potentially catastrophic storm. The National Hurricane Center's Director Michael Brennan, he didn't pull any punches when asked what kind of impact the Big Bend and cities along the coast, as well as inland Florida, could see.
The magnitude of what we're going to see play out here is so severe with Helene. It doesn't matter if you wouldn't have had a hurricane for the last 20 years in this region. Those impacts are going to be life-threatening in a staggering way over the next 12 to 24 hours.
All right, Riz, so really a sobering statement to hear there, and make sure that you are staying safe. I know that there are people in Tallahassee making sure they are staying safe by taking shelter. I want to check in with neighborhood reporter, Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam. He's checking with neighbors as they are getting ready to ride out this storm. Terry?
Terry Gilliam, your Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter. I'm in the Jake Gaither neighborhood where the wind and the rain has suddenly started to pick up just a little bit. I'm going to step behind the camera to show you guys the conditions right now. So far, it's a pretty empty neighborhood. Everybody seems to be sheltering in place. I'm going to zoom in closely. You guys can kind of see that rain coming in a little bit sideways right now. The trees and the signage seem to be intact, but so far it's just heavy rain and wind at the moment.
All right, thank you, Terry. Don't be fooled, though. Those conditions are going to go downhill overnight, so make sure that you are staying on guard and making sure you know where your safe space is into the overnight hours. And one place that we are monitoring, we've got our live drive here. This is in Taylor County in the Steinhatchee area. We heard from Kenya Cardone earlier. She was standing on a pier over the Steinhatchee River, which is expected to rise into the overnight hours. They're getting into position here so that we can see the condition of the river. You can see a few sailboats anchored there. You can see the water there. I want to send it to Kenya. She's in the truck, staying safe. Kenya, where are you? And what conditions are you seeing in Taylor County?
Absolutely, Channing. I am on the road that goes right along all the businesses and the homes that are on the Steinhatchee River. Right now, I've seen that the wind and the rain are starting to pick up. The water slowly but surely starting to rise. So we're going to actually take you for a drive a little bit around so we can show you the road conditions. Some people were still out and about. It seems that people like to see how things progress, but for the most part they know that come 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, they gotta be hunkered down. They should have been hunkered down, but they know that they have to be hunkered down pretty soon. Actually, a neighbor that we spoke to told us that around 8 o'clock the power might get cut out, and they do that to prevent fires from happening. So that's what one neighbor told us. You can see cars on the road, hopefully going back home or evacuating, because Steinhatchee is expected to see major storm surge. We're driving right past Seahag Marina. This place saw devastating flooding during Hurricane Idalia. That 8 to 10 foot storm surge devastated Seahag Marina. We're going to go a little bit more down the road here so we can take you more towards Krabby Dad's and Roy's, where you get a clearer view of the river and a clearer view of just how much that surge is expected to impact these businesses that are right by the water. I mean, these people told me after Debbie that they prepared for surge that reaches all the way up to the roofs, and they prepared for it again, and maybe even worse for Helene. These people say that they've prepared for Idalia, they prepared for Debbie, and they're preparing now for Helene. And the good thing is that each storm has taught them the lessons that they need to know on how to prepare time and time again. So right now we are approaching Krabby Dad's, and this is also the Steinhatchee Marina at Deadman Bay to the left. And straight ahead you can see the Steinhatchee River that goes out into the Gulf, and there are some cars there that are monitoring conditions, some curious neighbors, some storm chasers as well that are just looking at things, but it's not safe to do that. It's gotten darker, wind has picked up, so has the rain. We're not seeing crazy waves from the river yet, but it's something that we're going to start to see soon when Helene approaches and that surge picks up. So we'll keep showing you conditions here. Again, you're getting a live look at the Steinhatchee River. That's the latest here. Kenya Cardone, I'm sending it back to you in the studio, Channing.
That you have a safe way to escape it. We want to talk now about Franklin County because they are also anticipating impacts from this storm. The Franklin County Sheriff recently talked with CNN about conditions there with the expected landfall from Hurricane Helene just hours away.
The tide is definitely rising, and as you said, a lot of our streets in Apalachicola and on the island are underwater, and I just came across the causeway. The water's about even with the top of the causeway. It's not over the road, but if we get any more water, it will be over the road. And I'm encouraging people, do not get out in this weather. Stay home. I just witnessed a car ride through high water and it broke down. They called 911. So don't get out in this weather so that we don't have to be out trying to save your life. Because if you stay home, then you're protecting your first responders as well.
Sheriff, at this point, I know aside from that car that you just mentioned, are residents in your area heeding that advice?
Yeah, for the most part they are, but we still, just like this person, there was really no reason for them to be out, particularly drive through the water they did. And so really, unless you're a public safety or public works, there's really no reason. Everything is closed. I haven't seen the first business that's open today. Everybody is closed. There's really no reason for anybody to be out unless, you know, you're mission critical like a first responder or some kind of public works person.
Last thing, Sheriff, while I have you on the line here, what are your biggest concerns and what are you watching over the next few hours as this hurricane really approaches land?
Well, you know, we're not sure if it's going to be a 3 or a 4. The wind is certainly a concern, how high the wind is going to get, and certainly how high the water is. All our main road, Highway 98, is, you know, sometimes it's 2 feet from the water. So how much road damage are we going to have?
Again, that was the Franklin County Sheriff, A.J. Tony Smith, on Facebook. He said, the sheriff said many deputies will start to take cover as the weather gets worse overnight. And I did just check with Florida Highway Patrol. They do have alerts in Franklin County for flooded roads already. So if you come to that flooded roadway, do not drive through it. You could stall. You could be swept away. We want to shift gears now to Jefferson County. And in Monticello, neighborhood reporter Ashley Engel is keeping an eye on that community. Ashley, what's it like there now?
Yes, Channing. Right now, I'm at the Jefferson County K-12 school where they have a shelter here. And I spoke with leaders here, and they said they have a little over 50 neighbors here that are taking cover from Helene. But I want to show you what we see right now. We see the Army National Guard that is parked here, ready to go once conditions get a little bit worse. As you can see a little bit, we have a lot of rain. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of rain. We have kind of like a regular rainstorm that Florida usually experiences. But, you know, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. And the Army National Guard, you know, I was just speaking with them, and they're just parking their trucks here, just getting into safety. Like I said, this this shelter here has a little over 50 people. Now, like I said earlier, this is a shelter for anyone. It doesn't matter if you're here around like Monticello. Like if you do not feel safe in your home, or you're in a low-lying area that is flood prone, you're in an RV, a mobile home, or you just simply just need some shelter, come over here. They're going to be open throughout the entirety of the night through the storm. And even like I said earlier, now if you call 911 and it's 35 miles per hour wind speeds, that's above that wind gauge and everything, emergency operations will be ceased due to the high intensity winds and everything. But once that lessens, they'll be able to come out and see what's going on. And the deputies of Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is also going to be around cutting trees, making sure power lines are okay, but also making sure down trees are away from roads in order for power crews to come on out to make sure electricity and power is on safely and quickly for residents after Helene has gone through its course. Like I said, the conditions here right now, it's a little bit of sprinkles. I'm a little wet, as you can see. We had a little bit of a strong rain and wind spell, just a little bit, probably those outer bands. But other than that, that's what we have here in Jefferson County in Monticello for now. I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Stay safe. And I did just check with the Jefferson County Emergency Management on their Facebook page. They write, if you're sheltering in place, stay inside. Don't forget your disaster kit and your pets. And stay safe. Stay away from those exterior windows and exterior doors, because debris flying through the air, it can break those windows. And then stay put until those winds die down. Don't try to go out and escape in the middle of the storm. That can be even more dangerous. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Maners was just talking
Yeah, there's probably about another 3 hours or so before we have a landfall, 3 to 4. The intrusion of the eye wall itself will probably occur sooner. The rate of forward motion is still 23 miles per hour, so we're not in the thick of it quite yet. Yes, the rain is a lot more frequent, still not particularly heavy in a widespread sense, so again, it's probably not advised to try to venture out now that we're losing sunlight, and conditions will not get much better, in fact, no better than they are right now, at least from here through about midnight. But at least when it comes to the rain and the wind combination over land, there's not a lot that's going to really cause a lot of power to be lost, at least in the short term. We do have to monitor a few of these areas of thunderstorms that have been kind of rotating in, one of which triggering a tornado warning across interior southwest Georgia, another one that's in Ware County, Georgia. So these are kind of more peripheral effects where individual sections of these rain bands can twist and spin a little bit more. We've been monitoring this one here that's approaching Highway 19. It's passing through Meigs and Ocklawaha. Haven't really seen any kind of significant spin with these. There may be at least a couple little spots of a little enhancement of wind, but nothing to the extent that is triggering a tornado warning. But in these heavier downpours that are occurring amid the broader field of generally light to steady rain, we can see a little bit of an enhancement in the wind speeds. So this isn't really amounting to a whole lot of major wind force, but there can be some gustier trends within a few of these spots. So at a little elevated level, maybe about 2,000 feet up, wind speeds 35, 45 miles per hour with heavy rain that can certainly influence the breeze pattern of these downpours that are stretching through Grady County, through Capel, through Cairo, over towards Whigham, and then north into Mitchell County. So be aware that when the rain picks up, the winds can pick up as well. And they're moving very quickly. So the latest scan just showing a pretty good jump just in the last 2 minutes of that batch. They're racing right along, and they're not going to really hang around all that long to any one particular area. But you can maybe hear the trees and the leaves kind of rustling a little bit more in combination with some of those quick downpours and the little bursts of wind that come with that. So that is something that's happening across interior sections of South Georgia, and we'll monitor any other spots of that nature that can maybe cause a little more wind gust enhancement. Even in areas where the rain may be just light and then gets a little more moderate, you can get a little extra burst of wind activity, but it's the quick come and go variety. Under these conditions, we're not going to see severe thunderstorm warnings. We certainly can have tornado warnings, as those are across in South Georgia. One thing that I want to raise to your attention, you may have heard me say it in earlier coverage, that with a hurricane of a major category like what we have with Helene right now, upon landfall, if deemed necessary by the National Weather Service, they could issue what's called an extreme wind warning. And that's when you can have sustained winds of about 115 miles per hour for an extended amount of time. That's going to be determined by the fine folks here at the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee, if that is necessary when the eye, and if it still carries winds that can be above 115, even a brief sustained 1-minute wind of 115, it could necessitate such a warning. So if you hear that during our coverage, it's not to alarm you or startle you, but it's just to make sure if that's issued in a particular area close to where the eye is coming on shore, it's a possibility. It's not a guarantee, but it's something we'll have to watch out for. It's not something that we hear about a whole lot when it comes to advisories that they issue, but in landfalling hurricane situations of a major Category 3 or higher where you can have winds of 115, it is possible that such a warning can be issued. So that's something we'll monitor very closely. But we're using the Tallahassee radar sites, and we're seeing the edge of that eye moving closer to Appalachia Bay, especially those offshore areas. So it's still a fairly decent distance away, but it is coming a little bit closer into the range of our radar to where maybe if it is within the zone of our velocity scope, just barely getting in on some of the noise. So probably not a good sampling range to see what some of those wind velocities are with this, but nonetheless, those brighter shades showing elevated wind speeds at a higher level, perhaps upwards of 5,000 feet or above, it is definitely showing, and just for my curiosity, it is showing some high elevated winds. These are at a higher level, not surface-based winds, but certainly those clouds at that level are moving at a very fast pace. So that is an indication that this is certainly a healthy circulation. This is not an indication of winds that are happening at ground level, but it gives you an idea of just the velocity, the speed at which those clouds and the overall circulation, the airflow around that portion is really kicking closer to that eye, and that's the kind of mid-level influence that can certainly translate to what we can potentially experience closer to ground level. Of course, what you see at an altitude of several thousand feet is not what you get down at ground level, but it just gives us a sampling, it gives us an indication of just how strong those winds are at that level in the circulation of the hurricane, and how we can certainly have some very negative effects given that fact and that sampling of data there. So that is the portion in relation to where it's going closer to our coast. That's what we're going to be monitoring. And there's still that northeastward jog that's taking the core and that pretty wide base around the circulation. The eye expands roughly 17 to 20 miles in width, and that will be carrying forward to the north-northeast over the next 2 to 3 hours. So it is certainly possible to see some of this activity getting closer to our shoreline within, I'd say, the next 2 hours. So 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, it's certainly a possibility to have some effects from the northern edge of the eye wall getting closer to the eastern shores of the Big Bend. And that will be wrapping around. So again, that's going to affect some inland areas pretty significantly, especially Jefferson, Taylor, and into Madison County going into that time frame, 9, maybe 10 o'clock or so. So we do have to watch that for the associated threats with the winds and perhaps even the heavy downpours that will be coming at almost a horizontal angle for those areas affected by the nearby approach of the eye in a few hours there. So to kind of connect the overall wind potential with such an event like was unfolding for us, this is where we can certainly have some of those stronger winds. This is a measurement and a modeling of sustained level winds, not really factoring in the potential for gusts, but those orange shades there indicating where we can have hurricane force winds. On this scale, it shows a pretty broad stretch of Category 1 winds. That's about 75 to 94 miles per hour. That's certainly within reach on the eastern edge and maybe just a few locations on the south and western side. As it gets closer to land, assuming this trajectory, this is where we're going to start to see an enhancement in those water levels because of the storm surge. That corridor of strong surface level winds will bump up against the northern nature coast in Dixie County, the Steinhatchee area, and that's where we start to see an increase of those water levels. So I think that's going to be the more hazardous time between roughly now and about 9, 10 o'clock, where those water levels are really going to get hazardous in areas like Steenhatchee. So those are going to be that's going to be something that's going to be happening pretty soon. And of course, you know, time is not on your side if you're still within that range of the, say, Highway 19 corridor down to the coast. We'll still have an increase in tropical storm sustained winds beginning to bump up across the eastern side of the Big Bend. I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a little broader field of tropical storm winds that carries even farther inland from there. But of course, it does factor in that it's over the water where you're not going to have any kind of intrusion from trees or structures to slow down the wind. So that's why there's still an extensive field here. Nonetheless, we'll go forward in time, and assuming this track goes according to this, we'll still have a zone of steady tropical storm winds and maybe even a few occasional hurricane force winds within that eastern zone. So Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, Hamilton, up towards Eccles, and even Lowndes. This will be a zone where winds will easily be upwards of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. And that can be sustained winds that continue for a while. While the zone of hurricane force sustained winds will shrink pretty significantly, you can still have a few locations where the gusts can go above 74. And I would say that's a little more probable here in the eastern flank of this circulation, while on the westward side, the western side of it, a lesser chance. But it still does scrape sections of the Tallahassee Metro, especially eastern Leon County, eastern Wakulla County, Jefferson County, perhaps even Thomas County. You're going to have a little less of the wind force wrapping around the western side, especially if those upper winds kind of get a hold of it and kind of disrupt the overall structure and the flow. But the eastern side, those stronger winds will be more extensive and broad-reaching compared to the western side. You'll still have very squally conditions for offshore areas, and still that onshore push in the eastern zones of the Big Bend, where that will enhance the storm surge risk in Taylor County, even beyond a landfall. We're not going to have a continuous pattern of 100-plus mile per hour winds at this phase, but we'll still have breezes that will be upwards of tropical storm force, and that can still create maybe a secondary surge that keeps those water levels high and the flooding risk still present in those areas along Taylor County south to the northern nature coast. While inland, those stronger winds, they'll tend to be a little more focused across interior South Georgia and southeastern Georgia. So this will be a zone early in the morning, 1 a.m., where there is the possibility of ongoing sustained tropical storm winds for Valdosta, Lakeland, over towards Homerville, and then north of there, Waycross towards Vidalia, as well as along the Highway Interstate 16 corridor. So this will be moving out of our region, but it's still going to carry some gusty winds well inland. And we're talking maybe about 100, 200 miles inland, where there's still going to be tropical storm effects that can be felt well beyond our boundaries here in North Florida and southern Georgia. So this will be something that is going to be not the typical form of what folks who live in southeast Georgia can experience. And it's not something that we're used to all the time, although we've had more frequent hurricanes in the last couple years. But you know, getting a major hurricane here is really not a frequent experience. However, it is what it is, and when the pattern comes together, it's going to do what it's going to do. Here's an idea of what it's doing right now. We've had mostly an east wind pattern during the day. Now we're seeing a little more of a northeast wind pattern setting up. Speeds are a little bit more sustained along the Nature Coast region, but at least locally, most observations in the teens to near 20 miles per hour. So again, that's manageable, but it is an increase compared to last hour. Wind gusts are becoming a little more frequent as well. They're not quite to tropical storm force, but they're going to be on the verge of that within the next hour or so, especially here along the coast and to the southeast. And some of those higher winds will start to be experienced, at least in those quick-moving gusts, over the next couple of hours. So right now, mostly in the 20s when it comes to those gusts, but I do anticipate those to increase. And I mentioned earlier, I'm not crazy about showing model data with numbers, but I want to show this as the distinction between what eastern areas and coastal areas can get versus what our western zones will get. All of us will still have a very high, I'd say, likelihood, almost a certainty, that we'll have some occasional tropical storm force gusts If you're closer to where the eye comes on shore, there's going to be a period where you have sustained tropical storm winds and a few hurricane gusts mixed in. Again, assuming a landfall in Taylor County, these brighter shades of orange and even a lighter shade here, a little bit of pink mixed in, those are where we can have wind gusts upwards of 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And again, these are placing specific numbers at these sites, but it's not it's not impossible to get that rate of wind gusts. And these are wind gusts, not sustained winds, but those quick gusts that can come with the overall healthy flow. You can see those winds kick up to hurricane force in gusts across the 129 corridor and the I-75 region. Some of those higher winds do wrap around the western periphery. So again, there's going to be that possibility in the 319 corridor where occasional wind gusts can go into maybe the high-end tropical storm or even briefly hurricane force range in those gusts. That is a possibility, and that's why with our range, our zone forecast, which we'll show you later on, which really are not going to be really revised from what we previously thought based on how things are unfolding, that is the consideration that we're taking in many of these areas, just based on the overall eye movement. And as that moves off to the northeast, our winds will start to decrease. But generally speaking, the more west you are of Highway 319, the lesser extent of strong winds you're going to feel. They'll still be in the range of tropical storm force, and especially when it comes to gusts that can be upwards of maybe 50, 60. Some occasional higher gusts are possible, but I think it becomes less likely as you're going around the tri-state region. But we'll have those winds beginning to shift. They're more northeast now across our area. They'll become more west and southwest as the eye moves north. So we'll still have at least a south wind influence east of I-75 when the eye is, in this case, over south central Georgia at midnight. So there's still going to be at least a southeast wind east of the Interstate 75 corridor, but most everybody else will transition to northwest, west, and then southwest. And then there's still going to be a healthy flow coming off of the bay. So I mentioned earlier that the storm surge is still going to be kind of a secondary push with some potential wind gusts that could still be in the mid to high range tropical storm force level for Appalachia Bay after the storm goes by. So there's still going to be some associated water level rise for that eastern shoreline of the Big Bend. By early morning and towards the sunrise time frame, I think we'll still have some breezes that will be noticeable. They'll likely be below tropical storm force, and likely by this time, any kind of associated hurricane warnings would be discontinued. And then, of course, the recovery can begin, assuming favorable conditions. But as night has fallen across many of our areas, those winds will start to increase, and it's going to be very tough to kind of go see what's going on, assess what's been happening before we get the sun to come up, and things can certainly begin to be assessed at a better time when the winds are more manageable tomorrow.
All right, Cass, you mentioned the sun going down. It is getting dark out, and we actually have neighbors who are in the dark because they're without power in southeast Tallahassee. I'm looking at these cities' power outage map right now. They've got 455 customers impacted by an outage that just popped up within the last 30 minutes or so with those stronger bands that are moving through. No doubt they damaged some trees or did something to the power grid, and hopefully this number doesn't climb, but be prepared just in case it does. Farther north, across the border in Georgia, we are checking with our neighborhood reporter, Malia Thomas. She is checking with neighbors as they get ready to take the worst of this storm. Malia, where are you and what are you seeing?
It's the calm before the storm. Roads here in the Azalea City have never been clearer as Hurricane Helene approaches. I'm Malia Thomas, your neighborhood reporter here in Valdosta, and here's what you need to know. President Joe Biden recently approved of Governor Brian Kemp's state of emergency for Georgia. Our mayor, Scott James Matheson, has also declared our own local state of emergency, which imposes an 8 p.m. curfew on neighbors and businesses alike. Many businesses, to prepare for Helene's arrival, have already started boarding up their loose signages as well as their open windows. Other businesses have decided to close early altogether, as you can see on this Gorentil corridor. Neighbors are to shelter in place at their homes or in approved shelter until Friday morning. There will be more updates coming from EMA Lounge, and I'll provide you all with those updates as they come along. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Malia. Good to see people getting off the roads. And here in Madison County, I just checked with emergency management. They just mentioned and they're urging people to get off of the roads for the duration of this event, especially now that it is dark out. They write on their Facebook page here that for safety reasons, first responders and law enforcement will not be going out until the conditions are safe to do so. So if you are watching us from Madison County tonight, conditions are expected to start going downhill over the next few hours. First responders will be taking care of themselves until the storm has passed. So we'll keep a close eye on Madison County, Lowndes County, all of our neighborhoods where this storm is going to be impacting tonight. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse is checking the latest data here. He's got a close look at the radar situation and where this storm is going next.
That's right, Channing. We do have an update on the position of the center of Helene. It's about 115 miles to the 115 south of Tallahassee, still moving north-northeast at 23. So it doesn't really adjust our expectations all that much. But as time allows, we're going to go through our zone forecast because we recently had a question about what's happening in Madison County, which Channing, you just mentioned how folks should stay off the roadways now, because there is going to be the expectation of those stronger winds with the eye and what's left of it moving into this region. So specifically in Madison County, you will have a time of winds that will be around 55 to 75 miles per hour. That could be sustained winds. Perhaps even as high as 85. That's what this range. I think the 85 range will be a little more probable in Taylor, maybe into Lafayette County towards Highway 51, close to where the eye will go. I do think those higher end wind speeds could be more probable there, perhaps even into Suwannee County, riding up on 51. But in Madison County, if the eye comes in at this pace and this trajectory, you could possibly have the eye go right over Madison County. So you can have those strong winds and then kind of a quiet period, and then some strong winds can resume. So if you encounter that, and you get that calmer period, if the leftovers of the eye go over Madison County, don't be fooled that the storm is over, you can go outside and see what's going on, because even though you may still get some stronger winds that are not quite as strong as when the northern eye wall comes through, you can still have some very gusty trends in just a short amount of time, especially since this is a fast-moving system. So that's what you can expect in our eastern inland Big Bend areas, especially it can kind of catch you off guard if the eye goes over you and you get fooled into thinking that the storm is over. So keep that kind of hazardous possibility in mind as we go forward in time. And again, we're looking at in the next couple of hours, 2-3 hours maybe, I think that will be when we start to notice the effects coming over this region. So peak gusts possible up to 100. That's going to be the high end. I don't think it'll exceed that. It may not even reach that. But the possibility does exist for that kind of wind gust to occur and steady sustained winds that will be easily high-end tropical storm force and occasional low-end hurricane force winds that can be sustained in that region. And of course, that will have an effect on power. So expect the lights to go out, has been mentioned many times during our coverage. At the coast, that's where the weather will be the roughest, especially when it comes to seas. We're going to start to see more of that enhancement of the storm surge across our eastern areas, Steinhatchee, Keaton Beach, and beyond. Those winds will be highest, and again, the peak winds will be right around the center. And of course, it being over water, nothing's going to slow that down. So you're going to have the maximum amount of wind potential over the bay, and that's going to rough up the waters. So the storm surge will be very significant, especially in the eastern half of our Big Bend coastline, where there's still the expectation for maybe as low as 6, but as high as 18 feet, and perhaps even a few areas in the central part of that zone with maybe upwards of 20-foot storm surge, just depending on the actual rate of wind and how much force it exerts on the water to push it over usual dry ground along the coast. Rainfall amounts, again, they've been pretty heavy, especially in the western side, but we could see a quick 5 to 10 inches, and we'll watch for associated flooding with that. For the Tallahassee Metro, my zone forecast has not changed. I do have a range where we could see possible gusts up to 95. That may be a little harder to achieve, especially if there's more of an eastward push of the eye and a little weaker, relative speaking, of the western extent of the eye wall. That can be around the Osceola River area. So if we do have those higher end gusts, I would believe they could be more so in Jefferson County or generally east of Highway 319. So that's another trend we'll have to watch, and it's just so precise and exact and very dependent on the actual tracking of the eye. But it's still possible, and I'd say probable, to have sustained tropical storm wind gusts, or rather sustained winds of tropical storm force, and that could maybe push towards the threshold of hurricane force. Again, it could be tougher, but not impossible to achieve. And yes, that would certainly have an effect on power, trees, and so forth. So expect lights to start going out. And we'll keep you advised as that happens with our power outage numbers. But nonetheless, that is the expectation for the Tallahassee Metro, for Thomasville as well. Similar conditions are anticipated. In south central Georgia, I want to give you some attention because you will have the decaying effects of the eye, but they're still going to be intact enough to where that northern and eastern periphery will push through many of these counties, communities, and neighborhoods, and you'll have some forceful winds as well. They're not going to be at the peak of 130. That's going to be near the coast at the point of landfall. That's going to be the high likelihood of that level of wind. But going inland, there's still going to be some times where high-end tropical storm force sustained winds are achievable, maybe even close to hurricane force, especially if you're around the state line area. I think as you continue to move north, that wind field will expand and kind of weaken, but you can still have some pretty potent gusts, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's an isolated 80, 85, 90 to 95 mile per hour wind gust. That's about the highest gust I would anticipate for this region, more likely closer to the state line compared to inland, but still that's going to be a high impact wind amount for inland areas. And your power loss is going to be widespread as well, I anticipate. The rain totals with a fast-moving system, kind of giving a safe range of 5 to 10. There is a possibility, especially given that our rain totals in this region have been relatively light so far, we may not be able to reach that 10-inch height of water accumulation, rain accumulation, but there is a possibility that if there is a high enough rain volume that's falling, that could certainly push the numbers a little bit higher, could trigger some flash flooding concerns. So we'll monitor that accordingly as well, along with all the other hazards that folks in south central Georgia will be dealing with. Here's what we have for the tri-state area with winds that will be on a slightly lower level of 35 to 60 miles per hour, sustained winds. A peak gust is possible up to 70. But again, I think if you're east of the Flint River or around the Ochlockonee River, that's where those higher end winds can be achieved. If you're going west of the Lake Seminole region, I don't really foresee having a huge amount of those sustained high level winds, but we can certainly still have the overall effects of breezes that will be disruptive to power, and rain totals will be on the lighter side, but about 3 to 8 inches. We've already seen some of that high rain accumulation around the Apalachicola River Basin, so those areas are already kind of soaked in Liberty County, so additional rain is not necessarily welcome in that case. So that's another factor that I think will give our western areas maybe a little less intensity from this storm compared to our friends and neighbors in the eastern half of the area. So recapping what's going on with a new update that I saw Riley was doing, it looks like the overall wind peak winds are the same at 130. It looked like it was still moving north-northeast at 23, but the latest projection showing it, or at least the latest position showing it, at about 115 miles to the south of Tallahassee, still moving to the north-northeast. So yes, I think the gradual strengthening has been occurring. We may be leveling off in terms of its ability to continue to strengthen, but still on its approach into Appalachia Bay with an eventual landfall probably in roughly 3 hours or so. That's an approximate time, but we're getting ever so close to where the eye wall is coming closer to the coast, and then eventually we'll get that actual event occurring later on tonight in the eastern shores of the Big Bend. So what we're going to do, I'll step off, I'll switch to radar, and we'll give a little examination of where it is right now and what else it's going to be doing over time to give you a clue as far as what we're dealing with when it comes to that. So there is the radar scene coming up into view right now. We do have the overall circulation that's still kicking its way off towards the north-northeast. We've been focusing on that 84-degree longitude line, and now it's beginning to cross it roughly 100 or 115 miles to the south. So again, this overall path takes it more into Taylor County. But that western eye wall in relation to Tallahassee, that's going to be pretty critical in determining what kind of wind forces we get within the capital city. I would still suspect that we would have some gusty winds coming in, and it looks like this is from the perspective of the Tampa radar, so I think in the next time we show this, I'll bring it into the Tallahassee view. But there's a little bit of lightning kicking off in that northern eye wall, which shows that we do have some ongoing potency with the overall strength right around its core, and as it comes closer to the coast over the next couple of hours, we'll have those deteriorating weather conditions there.
Yeah, as those stronger winds come north, we are seeing the power outages begin to slowly add up. I'm checking with Talquin Electric right now. They're up to 860 meters out. The majority of those being in the Shadeville substation, once again with 680 meters out. And I'm looking at Wakulla County. It's beginning to light up naturally because it's farther south, closer to that circulation. In Tallahassee, we also have about 500 outages out. And Dennis, if you could repeat where we're going to next, I'd be happy to move forward. All right, we're going to go down to Panacea in Wakulla County. Kenzie Krieger standing by with the situation there.
We're at the Wildwood Inn. We are seeing some conditions, not as bad as over by the coast, but the rain is starting to pick up a little bit. We saw some winds. A lot of people have flooded in this hotel. They've actually had to put people in rooms together. There are so many people that have came last minute. We spoke to some people from Woodville, some people from Panacea, all over. Everybody's trying to take shelter right now and getting their last minute preparations in place. But right now is the time to pack up if you haven't done so already. Like I said, conditions are looking a little bit better here in Crawfordville. But Panacea, we saw some winds picking up. So right now we've taken shelter, and as you should if you're in this area.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Good to see people staying safe. Stay safe yourself. And I just want to update, speaking of shelter, in Leon County. Leon County schools are acting as shelters right now. And just checking with Leon County schools, they say now that 1,652 individuals and staff are in Leon County shelters right now, including 234 pets. So it's good to see people taking shelter. We want to check in with people who are sheltering in Monticello, Jefferson County. They opened up a place for people to go in case they don't have a safe place to stay. Ashley Engel standing by with that situation.
I'm Ashley Engel here in the Monticello neighborhood where there's a mandatory evacuation order for Jefferson County neighbors who are in specific danger. And I spoke with officials and they tell me they have opened up a shelter Thursday morning at around 8 a.m. for those who need shelter throughout the storm. Neighbors who live in low-lying areas, mobile homes, RVs, and those who live in homes that are not built to current hurricane specifications need to evacuate. Jefferson County officials posted to Facebook to let people know a refuge of last resort opened Thursday morning at 8 a.m. They asked those who will be coming to bring all their essentials, including bedding, medications, their own food, and water. A portion of this shelter will be pet friendly. Pet owners need to bring their animals crates, vaccination records, and food. Jefferson County Sheriff Mac McNeil says this shelter is located at the Jefferson County K-12 school.
Anybody can come. It's just a shelter. It just gives the citizens or people passing through this area a place to go, especially as the storm closes in on them and then they need a place to get off the road or get out of a home that might not be able to withstand a storm.
McNeil tells me this shelter will be open throughout the entirety of this storm throughout the night and will continue to stay open as long as people need. In Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Ashley. And our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg, who we introduced earlier in the evening from our sister station, WTVF, he spoke with Taylor County's emergency director of emergency management, just a few hours ago about that situation.
Joined now by John Locke, the Director of Emergency Management over in Taylor County. We appreciate you giving us some of your time. We know it's a very busy time for you. Got to ask, though, this is the possible second landfall that you're having to prepare for in just a few short months. What is going through your mind? What is your staff doing to prepare for this potential landfall?
Well, actually, number 3, including Debbie for Taylor County in the last 13 months. So we're just having a good time. we're just taking the regular precautions. You know, we have missions that you put in for additional resources, planning for your search and rescue operations post landfall, staffing, just everything that goes along with it. It's just a huge list of items that you need to prepare for.
John, let me ask you, what major concerns do you have for the cities within Taylor County?
Well, really for the cities, this obviously is going to be the high wind, the trees falling, power outages, that sort of thing. And we have our coastal communities, which is really the biggest concern due to the huge storm surge that we're expecting.
And, you know, places like Keaton Beach right now, have you guys done anything to try and help eliminate, or not eliminate, but lessen the impacts of that surge? What's been going on in places like that? Or is it, I believe, Steinsville, or not Steinsville, Steinhatchee? Steinhatchee, excuse me. What are some of the things that we've been doing there with some of the higher, populated areas?
Well, the only thing you can do in the areas that we have is there's not a whole lot you can do as far as infrastructure. We have staged high water pumps to try to get rid of the water that's left after the surge has receded. However, the biggest thing that we can do, and exactly what we have done, is the door-to-door knocks from law enforcement urging people to evacuate. And those people that don't evacuate, we're taking their names and addresses, and we're compiling a database with that we're going to share with the state for our USAR operations afterwards.
For anyone that hasn't evacuated, maybe y'all weren't able to reach them at the house for some reason, they weren't there. Is there a website? Is there somewhere they can go if they see this interview and say, hey, we decided to ride out the storm, here's our information? Or do you have a contact that they can send it to?
Yes, well, we've already pushed some information out on social media to email tcem@taylorsheriff.org. And once again, let us know how many people are in your home, your address, a contact number. That way we will know where to go look.
And one more question on that real quick, John, because it's really important realizing, when people don't leave, once the rescue comes around, it's now your staff. It's the first responders that their lives are in danger trying to save those that wait. How long would you expect it will be before you're able to begin true search and rescue efforts?
Hours, maybe even days, especially after Idalia. Whenever we first hit the streets, it was, it obviously, like it's been explained many times, looks like a bomb, had went off out there with the huge trees down, power lines across roadways. So we have to have our cut teams, what we call them, and toss teams going and clearing the roads first, just so we can get first responder vehicles down the road. That's another reason why we urge people to evacuate, because during the storm, if you're injured, it could be hours, no telling how long before a first responder can get to you.
Got it. John, know you're real busy. Appreciate you giving us some time right now. We'll certainly be thinking of you and the brave men and women of your crews and wishing you guys the best. And please stay safe as we deal with Hurricane Helene.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where conditions.
All right, we're taking a live look now at our live drive vehicle going from Taylor County into Suwannee County. Kenya Cardone is riding along in here. I know we're not going to be able to hear her, but these are the conditions that they are experiencing as they make the trip out of Steinhatchee as they head toward Live Oak. We told you about how conditions would go downhill after the sun set. This is exactly what we're seeing now. The storm surge, Kenya said, was beginning to move in, and that's why they made the choice to leave Steinhatchee. Now they're driving through the rural parts of Taylor County, very dark, no street lights out there, heavy rain moving inland, and it's going to be a very dangerous night. So they are making their way to safety, and they are making their way out of Steinhatchee to get to a place that really could still be in the path of this hurricane as it moves in. And so earlier in the day, we checked with Kenya. She was talking about the conditions and the preparations people were taking in that coastal community. She filed this report. Let's take a look.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where conditions are starting to definitely pick up. That wind is blowing, that rain is definitely starting to pour down a little bit more, and it's definitely swaying the trees over there right by the river, the Steinhatchee River that runs right along this town. That wind and that rain is picking up right along all these coastal businesses and homes that will soon start to see the effects of storm surge that could be anywhere between 10 to 15 feet, which is devastating for those coastal homes and businesses. So as conditions continue to pick up, we'll continue to monitor the area here. In Steinhatchee, Kenya Cardone.
Thank you very much for that. And we certainly are encouraging folks who are within the range of the extent of the northern edge of Helene to make sure that you're just not going to venture out. You know, we're getting reporters to a safer zone, and once they get into that safe zone, I'm pretty sure they're going to hang tight as well. So just make sure that you use common sense as we go into the next few hours, because things will get dicier from here on out for many areas, particularly in those eastern sections. So the rain has been a little more steady. It's still kind of intermittent in sections of the I-75 corridor, but it's going to become more steady, and we're already seeing that along the coast. That's going to be the case for the Tallahassee Metro as well. So the rain will be continuous, maybe heavy at times, and then go back to a lighter side. The heavier rain will come with a few low-end gusts. So be aware of that. When you get those little gusts, that's where we can maybe see a few more of those power outages starting to pop up, especially if those gusts are a little stronger. And that will likely become a little more frequent as we go into the next couple of hours, because using the Tallahassee radar site, the northern edge of the eye wall is in full view. It is sparking off a lot of lightning, so there's still a lot of turbulence, if you will, surrounding that, and a lot of overall movability, I guess you could say, with the winds in those various levels of that northern fringe. That will continue to make headway towards the Osceola River and the Taylor County area. So those are going to be zones where those winds will start picking up. And as Kenya mentioned, those eastern winds, they're beginning to buffet up against the coast, and that's why there's going to be a quick rise of water levels from Levy County right up through Taylor County. So that storm surge will be well underway, and the strongest winds will start to roll in. So you likely have about another couple of hours before we start to have that effect coming into regions like Perry, like Keaton Beach, like Steinhatchee, and then beyond that point as well. So again, it's going to be very critical to see how much of this western flank of the eye wall scratches those eastern suburbs of the capital, maybe around the St. Mark's area, and then up into the Thomasville vicinity. The southern edge, the southwestern edge, is usually a little weaker than the eastern edge, but that's still going to carry some potent breezes and winds, and that's when I do believe we'll start to see a whole lot more in the way of power outages and wind-related effects that are going to be carried into our eastern half of the Big Bend region over the next couple of hours. So it continues northeasterly, but now that we're getting closer to the radar range, we're getting a little better view of just how potent that eye wall is on the northern side. And of course, with the radar as it is, it doesn't really clearly show the southern edge all that well, but it's definitely intact, and it's definitely going to be something that brings significant wind forces at the point of landfall and beyond. That eye wall width is fairly wide, roughly about 15 to 20 miles. And as we go further in time, as it moves inland, it's most likely to maybe even expand a little bit while maybe being less potent with its overall wind forces. That's still going to be something that's going to create just a very bad situation for areas who will be within that range of the eye. So another hour or two, depending on its rate of speed, and that the eye wall will start to infringe upon those coastal areas. And those water levels will continue to increase, and we'll see a quick deterioration of weather conditions for our friends and neighbors there along the Taylor County region and to the east of there. So again, showing the model data, which is updated every hour, just to show its overall progression and the expectation that Taylor County is going to be a site of likely landfall, but where the extent of the eye wall goes, especially after landfall, that's when we'll see the higher potential for stronger winds, especially within the Tallahassee metro area, but definitely more extensive outside of Tallahassee. Those eastern areas are likely going to see winds that will be upwards of hurricane force and some higher wind gusts than that in some cases, and that will carry well into South Georgia as well. So do expect over the next couple of hours to see more of these effects when it comes to the loss of power, to down trees, to steadier winds that can be unsettling. It's something you have to prepare for, especially within this region here where the eye is set to move inland. The overall scope of those tropical storm and hurricane sustained winds, of course, they're going to be more common across those waterways. And as you move inland, you start to decrease the extent and the width of hurricane sustained winds, but you'll still have those high-end tropical storm winds that will be rotating around. And within that, you can have some hurricane force winds too. So don't be surprised if there's a gust that goes upwards of 75 or 80 or even 85 miles per hour, especially in this eastern zone of the Big Bend and the Swanee Valley. Don't be surprised if maybe you have a steady wind of 55, 65 within Tallahassee and a gust to 75. It's certainly a possibility, even with the western side of the eye wall kind of just skimming our metro area in the 319 corridor. So that is a real possibility between now and roughly midnight. And then things will start to wind down as we go beyond that time. We'll still have a breeze and it'll be noticeable, but it will be much lighter. And again, the current observations are in a reasonable range, but they are beginning to pick up. And even those breezes and the gusts, they're becoming a bit more numerous. Recent gusts at Perry is approaching tropical storm force. 1 minute, so that gives us a little bit of 5 minutes. That gives us a little bit of extra time communicating with the director there. That gives us a little less time to prepare for more frequency of these stronger winds here along the southeastern shores of the Big Bend and the general coastline as well. Wind gusts offshore Apalachicola 37. So you just get the idea that our winds are starting to pick up. We're getting in on the outer edge, the periphery of that tropical storm wind field. And we're going to see this a lot more frequently from here on out and maybe more steadily as the next couple of hours come along. So again, this model showing where we have the highest extent of the strongest wind gusts versus our western areas where I do think you can have occasional wind gusts, tropical storm force in areas like Bainbridge or Quincy or Chattahoochee, maybe a little higher in the 319 corridor above these figures, especially where we have these brown, beige, and a little purplish shade. Those are going to be the areas just based on the overall guide that we can have those highest winds. So 319 is pretty much the divider between the really strong wind gusts that we can experience and the lighter gusts to the west of that corridor. And it's going to be something that carries inland as well, well into South Georgia. But again, if there's any saving grace in all this, this is a swift moving system. It's moving at 23 miles per hour. It'll continue to likely accelerate through our area. Give it 2-3 hours and it should be through certain areas once the worst of the weather sets in, and then we start to have improvement. It's not going to be lasting all night long, but it is going to be something that probably keeps folks up. And the associated hassles that this hurricane will give to people, the unfortunate hassles that it will give, and the reasoning why all of our counties will remain in the hurricane warning until this is all done and gone. So we're pretty much beyond the point where you need to decide where you go. If you're in your place of shelter, you got to stay there, especially if you're at the coast. The time is running out for your South Georgia areas. There's going to be some effects that will start to be felt for you in terms of steadier winds, in terms of heavier rain. And again, where we notice the eye going through, that's where those strongest effects are going to be, even in South Georgia. So while you still have power, make sure everything is juiced up, make sure everything is charged. When you lose power, make sure you still have ways to connect. If you lose your Wi-Fi, but you still have your cell service, to maybe conserve your battery, maybe just turn off the Wi-Fi setting so it doesn't consume the energy needed to connect to Wi-Fi if you don't have it. So that's one way you can maybe extend your device, have it connected to your cell service. You can still stream us at WTXL.tv because we're not going anywhere. We're going to be around through the whole duration of this until it is out of our region to keep you informed in every way possible. So Category 4 Hurricane Helene, roughly about 115 miles to the south, still moving north-northeast. A little downward trend of the pressure, but the peak wind speeds around the immediate center are still at about that 130 mile per hour limit, that peak. Not everybody will be getting that, just the highest likelihood where it makes landfall at the immediate coast. So again, that is going to carry some broad winds across the Suwannee River Valley, which we talked about earlier. There's still going to be some high impact winds, steady tropical storm force, maybe even occasional hurricane force steady winds for Taylor, Lafayette County, perhaps even Suwannee. We can have those gusts that ride upwards of 100 miles per hour. Madison County, I mentioned earlier, if the eye comes over Taylor, it will likely go over Madison if it takes that trajectory. So you'll have some intense winds, then they'll start to decrease. And then you'll have the backside of the system rolling through after a few minutes, I don't know, maybe 15, 30 minutes. And then you'll start to have the backside reverse flow of winds coming in from the west that may not be as strong as what you had to begin with, but they'll still be pretty significant. So don't be fooled if things kind of calm down, settle down, because that's the likelihood that the eye is going over your neighborhood. So, you know, stay tight, stay put, wait for it to blow through. Wait until after midnight, and then when winds relax, it'll be easier to rest, all things considered. But you know, just don't be fooled if things really start to get settled for a period of time. It could simply be that the eye of Helene is moving over your neighborhood there in the eastern side of the Big Bend. The coastline, as we've been mentioning, those are going to be points where the winds are the highest, the seas will be the roughest, higher wind effects will bring in the storm surge across those central and eastern areas, so be aware of that. Leon County, again, don't be shocked for winds that are sustained for a couple hours, 50 to maybe 75 miles per hour, maybe a bit higher for Jefferson. Wouldn't surprise me if we have a few of those stronger hurricane force gusts. Perhaps even into Thomas County, maybe slightly lower in that gust range. Wakulla County, the inland areas, and the western side in the forested areas, maybe on the lower end of the scale. But that is a possibility that we do have to monitor, and that's all because of where the eye goes and where it touches. That's where those highest winds are likely to be.
All right, thank you, Cass. As we continue to monitor those outer bands moving in, we are seeing the power outages add up still, mostly in southeast Tallahassee. Those areas seeing the most outages right now, right approaching about 500 outages in the Tallahassee area. And we're going to also check with Talquin, where they've got more than 800 members affected by outages, mostly in the Wakulla County area. Checking Florida Highway Patrol, they actually just posted about a crash in Wakulla County. They call it a vehicle crash with a roadblock. So we're talking about Shadeville Road and Rock Road in southern Wakulla County. People should not be out on the roads right now unless you're evacuating or try to get to a safe space. There are curfews in effect in multiple areas in our viewing area to make sure that first responders don't have to go out and perform unnecessary rescues by being out in the dangerous conditions. We've got a number of roads in Franklin County that are flooded with the high water coming up. We've had torrential rain there throughout the day today. And I just want to let people know, if you still have power, and if you do have a portable generator that you plan on using when you do lose power, please, please, please move that generator 20, 30 feet from your home, on the outside of your home, not in your garage, not near a window, away from your home. Those fumes can be deadly. Carbon monoxide, it can come out of that generator and get into your home and put you at risk. We talked about this during our Prepare Now Hurricane Special earlier this year. We don't want to be reporting on any deaths related to generators, because there is a safe way to use them. You just got to make sure that you are keeping them away from places that the fumes could get into your house. So please stay safe with that. As Cass was mentioning, a lot of phones you can put onto low power mode if you have those backup battery chargers, those power banks. Make sure that they are all charged up before you have to go through tonight. And make sure that you have those emergency alerts turned on your phone, that you can get the alerts about hurricane warnings and tornado warnings if they are issued. We are working to keep in touch with our neighborhood reporters across the area. We've got a live look now. This is Ashley Engel in Monticello. She's keeping an eye on the people taking shelter there. Ashley, how are things holding up?
Hey, Channing. Yeah, so right now we have a little bit of rain picking up right now and the wind. Jake, if you don't mind showing the wind so far, the wind is a little picking up right now. We're getting a little bit of gusts, about 5 or so minutes each or so. We were just in the car, and it's funny because it was barely any rain, and then 10 minutes later, the wind is just like kind of gusting a little bit. I'm getting a little bit of pelted with rain. It's getting a little chilly. I felt a little temperature drop a little bit, and so far, like as you can see around, there's no cars out. Monticello is an absolute ghost town right now. It's just us out here right now. And as you can probably hear, it's picking up just a little bit. Not as bad yet, but you can even see these flags, the open flags near the restaurant too. A little story from last year, you know, I was here during Adalia and I did a story on Rev Cafe, and fun fact about them, they were the only restaurant that was open to my knowledge after Hurricane Adalia hit, and they were filling people's stomachs with warm food and everything. Great community out here, and I know they're going to be rallying together after this storm. As you can see, my face is getting pelted with rain right now, but we're going to continue keeping an eye on this. But right now we are still good. The rain is picking up just a little bit, and I'm just going to send it back to you guys in the studio. But for now, in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel.
Thank you so much, Ashley, and definitely use some caution out there because we're starting to see some of the effects, not from the eye wall. It's still a fairly decent distance to the south, but it is starting to move in over the next couple of hours. So that's going to be the effect that will eventually carry into Monticello, and just depending on the overall trajectory that this takes, especially with the overall circulation here of the eye, there's a little more intensity with the velocity or the reflectivity values here on the radar, so that tells us the rain is intense, the wind is likely very intense as well. Not likely, it definitely is, and perhaps we can get some kind of idea as far as winds aloft with the eye itself. That's going to be something of interest to see what those elevated wind speeds are. So they definitely match. That 142 could be mixed in with a little bit of noise from that little extent there. But nonetheless, the higher level winds, roughly, I don't know, maybe about 7,500 feet, 10,000 feet higher. That's where we're seeing those stronger winds aloft. Of course, the radar is not going to go into the surface. It's going to go aloft as it scans. So those are elevated winds, but it does tend to give the idea of just how much wind force is underway within the structure of that eye. And as that continues to make its way towards the north-northeast, that is going to push into portions of our eastern Big Bend regions in the next hour to two into here in Taylor County. But again, considering that northeastward movement, of course, this is not going to be a stationary feature. We're going to continue to see the overall circulation and rotation. There's been lightning flashes with this, so there's still a pretty high level of intensity, especially on this western end. So I'd say it's probably a good thing that that portion is not upon us now, because that's likely still showing where we still have some very strong, even rising air on the side where we typically do not see much in the way of rising air, but a lot of turbulence, a lot of wind motion within this region. As that wraps around and starts to make a move into this region, we are going to have to see just how close that western flank gets to the 319 corridor and how that will affect winds within the capital city in the next couple of hours. So the rain is kind of coming and going pretty steady. Those will have those gusts that come with it, and then the main feature will start to make a stronger push towards our eastern Big Bend areas over the next couple of hours. So that is going to be the point where we have the highest concern for the peak wind experiences that can be given from this hurricane in our eastern Big Bend region and perhaps even up to the 319 area. So it's 8:37 now. more than likely within the next couple of hours, we'll see this beginning to push over land, and we'll have to monitor just how extensive the core of those strong winds are around that circulation and how that can certainly have an effect from Highway 319 to the east. So where you are right now, it's a good idea that you stay put, because we will likely have in the next couple of hours some of the ongoing rotation, and that will come with the gustier winds that will likely be experienced here in our eastern area. So we are continuing to monitor that extremely closely and how that can certainly affect our wind patterns here. I would certainly anticipate that wind speeds will start to increase, and we'll take a sampling of some of those wind values pretty soon. But this is the overall expectation, where steady tropical storm force winds will be very common across the eastern Big Bend, with occasional hurricane force gusts. Hurricane sustained winds will be pretty common here across the coastal areas before it all moves inland. We're going to see more of a concentration of those stronger sustained winds here in our eastern areas, while around the Flint River and to the west, you'll have still some breezy conditions coming in from the northwest, but that will be a trend where the winds will be more tolerable in those areas, but still rather hefty across our eastern zones. And it's already kicking quite a lot of wind across those offshore areas, where over land we have winds still about 15 to 20 miles per hour sustained, but with recent indications from an offshore buoy where it measured a wind gust of 101 miles per hour. This also shows the expanse of tropical storm winds and a zone of hurricane force winds based on the analysis here through our weather computer system. So it is showing where we have the higher rates of wind on the eastern side, and they're a bit more concentrated, and that is what's going to influence the overall expectations of higher storm surge here in those eastern areas. But it is an indication that where we have that reporting site in those offshore waters, that it certainly verifies that there's some hefty winds going on around this, at least at the latest report. And of course, with winds of that nature, it's going to really churn up the waters, so a sampling of those wave heights well offshore, that kind of gives you an idea of just how agitated the water is going to be, because wave heights are upwards of 30 feet on the eastern side of where that circulation is based on these estimates. And of course, that kind of wave action kind of piles up and gets pushed inland. So I'm not saying we're going to have 30-foot height of waves, but just the overall motion that's occurring within the circulation and what that's exerting on the surface water is making things very rough, and that's going to pile a lot of that water closer to the coast, and that will contribute to those higher expectations for storm surge. And Kenya was out there reporting that it was already starting to increase. That's why they got away from the coast, which is certainly a good idea, because things are not going to get any better over the next couple of hours. Those wind gusts are beginning to become more common across our landscape, with wind gusts in excess of, say, 20, 30 miles per hour. I do suspect it'll be even higher going into the 9, 10 o'clock hour, especially closing in on our eastern sections. And those winds are certainly going to be problematic as they last for a couple of hours at a higher level with those stronger wind gusts. So again, with the system as strong as it is, where it hits land, that's where we're going to have the most intense effects with those highest winds and the possibility of triple-digit wind gusts. Round the center and just inland from there. That's going to be the point of concern between, say, roughly 9:30 and 11:30 in this corridor here of the eastern Big Bend. Jefferson, Taylor, Madison County, that's where I have the highest concerns for those strongest winds. Lafayette, you're kind of included in that too, as well as Hamilton and Swanee. A slightly lesser concern here in the Tallahassee area. I'm not saying there's going to be no significant winds. There certainly will be. There will be steady tropical storm winds and even a few hurricane force gusts. That can last for an hour or so before the winds start backing off. They're going to reach a peak, and then the system will continue to move to the north, and then we'll see some of those effects starting to wane. But they will be pretty hefty effects as we start to encounter them over the next few minutes. So those are going to be some issues that we'll be contending with. And as we mentioned earlier, a lot of the wind effects across the eastern Big Bend, they're going to be a big issue as we go into the foreseeable future, because that's going to be a point where some of those overall wind gusts are going to be pretty hefty. Taking a quick sample of some of our weather stem cameras. This is Ocklawakanee Bay. Of course, you can't see the waters since it's dark, but you can kind of see how the rain has been falling with a wind gust recently of 38 miles per hour. So we're getting in on those breezier conditions along the immediate coast as well as in St. Teresa. That's a dated view, though. Recent wind gusts northeast at 22. So we're getting the idea that we certainly do have the overall extent of gusty conditions that are beginning to push across the coastal zones. And then as we notice the approach of the eye wall into the Appalachia Bay waters, that's where things are really going to start to get very dicey very quickly, especially as you close in on those coastal areas. And the more that we see this maybe sliding, yeah, it's still kind of it's still kind of a tilted view, but it's still moving to the northeast. I don't really see much of a way of this staying on a northern trajectory. But again, as we've been saying, how much of this western eye wall gets closer to the 319 region will determine what kind of winds we get in the next couple of hours within the eastern side of the city of Tallahassee, Leon County proper. But there's definitely going to be some times where the winds will be coming in from the north and northeast. They're going to be kind of strong as this kind of wraps around, a little intense part of that western side there. This will wrap around, but we're still going to have a pretty significant impact coming up in the next half hour along the immediate coast and then moving inland. So I would certainly expect that we could have a landfall being declared certainly in the next couple of hours. But once we start to get that edge closing in on the coast, that's where conditions will start going downhill really quickly, and those winds will start to pick up pretty significantly in areas like Perry, Madison, Monticello, Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, as well as in Mayo. So that's going to be the point of major concern for the strongest winds, and they're not going to be. It's not going to be a very pleasant couple of hours for areas within that region. And then again, coming up on, say, 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30, that may be the peak of time where even the metro of Tallahassee and the more heavily populated centers can get in on some of those stronger wind gusts coming in from the northeast and north. So that's what we're looking at for the time being within the next couple of hours as Helene, the center of Helene, starts to make a move closer to the northeast and set to make a passage over our landscape and some of our neighborhoods coming up in the next few minutes.
And yeah, Cass, as we await that landfall to happen and for the storm to move through, a lot of damage is going to be left behind. When it comes to the cleanup, you got to be aware that people might try to take advantage of you when it comes to that cleanup. Florida's chief financial officer and state fire marshal Jimmy Petronis says there could be scam attempts by people posing to help you clean up from storm damage, but in reality, they're just trying to take your money.
What will happen is there will be predators. They're almost like locusts. They will be canvassing the neighborhoods pre-staged better than the utility companies. And they will go from door to door because you're vulnerable. Maybe you don't have electricity. Maybe you have limited access to the internet. But they will essentially get you to sign a document, whether it's called an assignment of benefits or a directional of payments. They will essentially take over your insurance claim because you're in a vulnerable place. Maybe you have a tree on your house. Maybe you got damage to your roof, and then you're panicking because you want to get as much service to save your house as much as possible, and these predators know that.
And the Better Business Bureau has a few ways that you can stay safe and avoid those scams during cleanup. Their website has tips on making an insurance claim, dealing with flood damage, and how to protect yourself from mold growth. Our other neighbors in other places like Valdosta and Lowndes County, they were plenty busy today preparing for Helene. Take a look at this video. You can see people were gassing up there. Folks were preparing to evacuate by filling their tanks. Also, power trucks were filling up their gas tanks to stay for the long haul in what will be expected to be a very busy few days for them as they clean up from this storm.
Trying to keep safe, trying to get gas for everything, trying to make sure you get everything you need. That's about it.
None at all. We've been doing this for years. Been here 34 years, doing the same thing every year.
Just make sure we got everything prepared because the last storm that came through was horrible.
All right, good to see people preparing in the Azalea City and across Lowndes County. We remember that that county and that part of South Georgia was hit so hard during Hurricane Idalia. A year later, people were still removing debris, and then back on August 5th, Hurricane Debbie roared through those same areas, dropping flooding rain. We had a tornado touchdown earlier this year. We had flooding rains earlier this year. Valdosta has been through it, but fortunately, we've seen so many stories of neighbors coming together, second harvest of South Georgia coming together to feed people in need. And I have no doubt that people will come together to help neighbors and neighborhoods moving forward from this storm. Just not far from Valdosta, we have Thomasville, and that's where we have neighborhood reporter Leanna Bartabush. She is checking on this community as they prepare for flooding rain.
Thomas County, right now I'm behind the Cherokee Lake here. The wind is definitely picking up. My hair is going all over. There's debris everywhere around me. The water levels on the river is also going up, so there's just so much water right now. I'm on Smith Avenue, which is one of the roads that gets easily flooded around here. So if the rain continues to stay consistent, it's going to easily flood. There's barely anyone on the road. You just saw that car pass by, but there's a curfew right now, so no one is allowed to be out on the road unless they're from public service. Right now, I'm just waiting for the wind to pick up even more. It's going to get a lot stronger in the next hours, but it's definitely heavier than 2 hours ago. Again.
All right, thank you, Leon. Yeah, we've been talking about those stronger winds and heavy rain moving north into Georgia because this hurricane, once it gets on shore, Cass has been saying it's going to accelerate. It's going to move faster as it heads into South Georgia and brings those strong winds that could be damaging. We're just going to keep an eye on this as it continues to move north. So we do have a member from the National Hurricane Center standing by to talk about this storm and all the impacts it's going to bring. If Carson, if we were ready to move forward with that, we can go ahead and bring them up and move forward to see what we've got. So yeah, talking with the National Hurricane Center about what's going on. So I don't know if we have somebody on the line or on Zoom. Okay, so we spoke with them earlier today. Thank you, Carson. So listen to what they had to say about this storm.
I'm joined now by National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Roan. Jamie, usually like seeing you in other scenarios, but appreciate you taking some time to talk to us this evening. What is the latest? Obviously, we're here in the Tallahassee area, the Big Bend region, which is the bullseye region right now. What's the latest going on down there at NHC?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been realized that this system comes through a Cat 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, which has the potential for catastrophic wind damage. I'm especially concerned with the downed trees and power outages that are going to occur throughout the region.
Now, what about that storm surge, too? I mean, I know it dropped a little bit with the latest forecast models, but still, when we're talking 10 to 15 feet, that is catastrophic. From all that you're seeing, all the data that you guys have, is this still looking to be the case? And I see behind you, you've got some of it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, all indications are it's going to be at least 15 feet. And then depending on exactly where, makes landfall and the specifics with high tide, we could be in the 15 to 20 foot range.
Just catastrophic to think about. You and I had the chance to talk back in January when we were together, some of the new products that you guys have out. So is this really going to be the first system to test these inland warnings that you guys are going to be issuing? Because this thing is, it's looking like, if not a weak Cat 1, it's still a tropical storm by the time it gets to the Atlanta area and then eventually on to Middle Tennessee and Nashville as a depression. So is this the furthest inland with these updated warning products that you guys have that you have gone?
Yeah, we announced that new initiative with you at that conference in January, and here it is. Here is the new experimental cone, and what a great storm to showcase the power of this new communication technique. How else would you explain the breadth of this wind field, this wind damage, without this capability? And just like you said, look how far it's spreading inland in areas that don't typically get tropical storm force winds.
Just unreal to see that. Back here towards the Big Bend region, let me ask, what would your message be now for anyone that's seeing this, that maybe they decided to ride this out. We've obviously talked to our local officials, but as a hurricane expert, what would your message be to them now? Because they still may have a little time to go between now and when this does make landfall.
Yeah, I'm looking off camera to look at the radar. It's probably a bit too late to be out and moving around. We saw a lot of people in Michael who tried to leave at the last minute, and we, found them in their cars afterwards. So they got to find ways to hunker down and protect themselves. If they're in the surge zone, they got to get vertical. They got to get above that all that water. And if they're in the wind, the path of the catastrophic winds, they got to get in the interior of the house, almost kind of like a tornado, get in the interior of the house and protect themselves from that wind.
Jamie, got to ask too, with the new experimental products and warnings that you guys have out there, is this a storm? Do you see yourself having to study this after it's over for a while? Do you feel like this is one we've already got a lot of great data from and that we'll continue to study and learn from?
Yeah, every storm teaches us new lessons, and this one's going to teach us not only the lessons, all the feedback from this new initiative, but the ability to communicate these big storms. Obviously, it's going to present a challenge, and we're going to have to learn from it after the fact.
All right. And Jamie, if you had words of advice for the folks here in the Big Bend region, what would that be?
Don't be out. I mean, we see so many fatalities where people just out and about driving around unnecessarily. I know it's interesting and people are curious, but you can't be out driving in these conditions.
Awesome. Jamie, we appreciate your time. We know it's a super busy night for you. But again, thanks so much for giving us a few minutes of it this evening. And hopefully the next time we talk, it'll be under better circumstances.
All right, that was the National Hurricane Center. They're really talking about this storm and how it's going to have a historic impact on the people that have to live through it. So stay safe if you're out there and about. I do have a quick check of the power outage map in the city of Tallahassee, where we have 167 customers impacted in the southeast Tallahassee neighborhood by those winds that came through. We know we have all those trees, and it's the same area where the tornado went through just months ago. So it's going to be a long night when it comes to power outages in Tallahassee. Back to Valdosta, though. Malia Thomas has a closer look at how folks are preparing to weather this storm tonight.
Hurricane Helene is fast approaching Valdosta. The rain is coming down and the wind is picking up. But thankfully, our city is come prepared with work trucks you see behind me. I'm Malia Thomas, your neighborhood reporter in Valdosta, and here's the update. As of Thursday evening, our city is under strict curfew. Any neighbors who are caught outside of their adequate shelters or outside their residence will be issued a citation. Speaking of curfew, our Mayor Scott James Matheson recommends any neighbors who live in mobile homes or substandard housing to seek adequate shelter at Corinth Baptist Church, Park Avenue Church, or Valdosta State University's Continue Education building. This curfew will be strictly enforced until sunrise Friday morning. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
Thank you, Malia, for that perspective there in the Valdosta vicinity, where we will still have the effects of what's left of the eye of Helene making its way towards you within the next few hours. And I saw the measurement over there from our meteorologist Riley Winch of the measurement of the eye. It looked like it was about 23 miles wide from what I was seeing. And it's still making its course towards the north-northeast. Maybe a little more of a north pattern now, but that is just something that's being observed with a quick look at the system as it straddles the 84-degree longitude line there, roughly 50 miles or so to the south of the coast. But that brighter red shade is that core around the northern edge of the eye, and that is what's going to start to move in the general direction of Taylor County and the coast of Jefferson County. So I know this is one of the observations from Cedar Key, already a wind gust of 71 miles per hour. Cedar Key is right about there. So of course that's coming right off the water. So you do get that overall stronger flow that's right up against that point there. So that gives you a little idea that even that far away from the core, you do have those stronger wind gusts and a sustained wind of roughly about 55 from what I saw on that observation. But this is still making its push towards the Steinhatchee area, and that's where we're going to have those stronger winds beginning to bump up, creating that stronger push in the water levels and creating those very strong hurricane force gusts that are likely to occur within the periphery of the eye. So that's going to be something that comes ashore in Steinhatchee and Taylor County and the Keaton Beach area. Likely within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes, that eye wall will start to bump up against the coast and push inland. So folks in Perry, you definitely make sure you stay where you are in a secure place, in a shelter, and don't try to escape from where you are right now, because this will start to move in very soon within the hour, and your winds will start to pick up pretty dramatically during that course of time. So make sure you're in that position to where you can stay as safe as you can within this region. Same story for Madison County. This will start to move in beyond Taylor County once that happens. So about 10 o'clock or so, we can maybe see that kind of movement across towards the state line area. Now again, if it continues to move to the north-northeast, we'll still have some of that western edge that will start to bump up near the 319 corridor. And that can still certainly have some intense winds with that. So we do have to keep that in mind as well, as I see a little bit of an update coming up from the National Hurricane Center on the overall position and the course and the strength. Still maintaining Category 4 level of strength, but now with peak winds of 140 being estimated from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the latest update from the positioning. Riley or Henry, what are they saying as far as the distance and the rate of movement?
Yes, so currently it's moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour.
North-northeast at 24 miles per hour.
And that is about 90 miles south of Tallahassee.
About 90 miles south of Tallahassee. So 90 miles to the south, moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour. So what's the degree of that north-northeast? It was 25 before.
It is now at 20 degrees.
20 degrees. So it has kind of gone a little more to the north, but still in the north-northeast fashion. So I did notice that, like I say, it was straddling that longitude line. So a little less of that northeasterly jog. So that can certainly have implications on how much of that western eye wall scrapes up in the Tallahassee metro. So that is something of concern as well. It's always been a point of concern. We've been mentioning that possibility that can maybe have some effect on the magnitude of winds that can be experienced on the relatively weaker side of the western periphery of the eye, but that's still something that will cause some big concerns when it comes to the extent of the wind forces moving into the eastern shores of the Big Bend. And if I recall correctly, we have Kenzie Krieger on with the report. Okay, no mention of that. There we go.
Yes, we are going to go to Kenzie Krieger. She's our Panacea Crawfordville neighborhood reporter. She is standing by. She was near the coast, but then moved back to take shelter. Kenzie, where are you now, and how are the conditions?
We're still here at the Wildwood Inn. You can see there's a lot of cars that have lined up. The rain is really picking up right now. We've seen some more winds in the area. There's been people just watching to see what happens. We're still waiting for some more impacts right now. Some people are going to their cars, getting some last-minute things. We actually spoke to one woman who is from Panacea, and she packed up all her things and came here with her friends and her dog. But unfortunately, her husband had to stay back. He's at the hospital. So right now we got to speak to her, and she's just hoping that things go smoothly and that she doesn't lose her home on the water.
Yeah, a lot of concerns about homes along the water. I know Kenzie was in Shell Point earlier this week. She was near Mashis Sands Beach, and people packing up and moving out because of the warning about the storm surge that's coming. If you look at communities up and down the Gulf Coast between Steinhatchee and Tampa Bay and Southwest Florida, the storm surge flooding has come ashore already. In Fort Myers Beach, for example, you've got the Lee County Sheriff's Office in boats going out and rescuing people. This is possibly a sign of what's coming our way as that surge moves up the coast closer to Taylor County. Speaking of, let's get to our live drive camera where earlier Kenya Cardone was in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where she was keeping an eye on the Steinhatchee River. It had come up. She has been driving around assessing the conditions. I believe she was heading north away from Steinhatchee to escape that surge before it comes in. Carson, or if a producer could tell me where exactly they are or thereabouts, we can give people an idea of what these conditions are like. They're in Live Oak right now, okay, in Suwannee County, where they just went through Hurricane Debbie, which dropped inches of rain and flooded the downtown area. I was there just weeks ago, where dumpsters and sandbags were still out recovering from that storm. Now they are set to take the brunt of Hurricane Helene as it moves inland. Cass has said that storm, it's not going to be confined to the coast with those strong winds. Those strong winds in the right front quadrant of the storm are going to be pushing inland quickly. I believe Cass, in his last update, said it was moving north-northeast at over 20 miles per hour. So it's going to become barreling through these communities that are still in recovery mode. Our thoughts are with all of the people in the Live Oak neighborhood and all of the neighborhoods in the path of this storm as it continues to move north. So we're going to continue tracking conditions there. Hopefully the power holds throughout the night. But if it doesn't, I just want to remind folks, if you're just joining us, we talk about generator safety so often. If you have one of those portable generators that runs on gas or some kind of fuel, make sure that you are keeping it 20 to 30 feet away from your home if you have to fire it up because you lost power, because the fumes that come out of that engine, they can come into your home and they can put your life at risk. We don't want to have first responders responding to something like that because, as we've heard from different sheriff's offices and police departments and fire departments, once those winds get above 35, 40 miles per hour, they will not go out onto the roads until those winds come back down because they have to keep themselves safe. All right, I want to turn over to Jefferson County now because Ashley Engel is standing by. The last time we checked with her, she was being pelted by the rain. Ashley, has the rain let up yet?
Hey, yes, y'all. So we're out here in Monticello still, and as you can see, there's a little bit of wind still, a little bit of rain. So right now the conditions are a little light. We're getting a little bit of wind gusts, and a little something that a lot of people have been talking about Hurricane Helene is that this is going to be a night storm. Now, Hurricane Idalia, you know, we were early in the morning where it was a little dark, but we were able to see the conditions through the daytime. Hurricane Debbie, same thing. So now with Hurricane Helene, a lot of people are going to bed tonight not really knowing what the storm is going to bring. It's going to be making landfall this tonight and everything. But talking about the night storms and everything, I know that growing up in hurricanes and night storms, it can be a little scary. But a lot of people are just hunkering down here in Monticello. As you can see, there's still a little bit of cars. But in the past couple of hours so far, it's been a ghost town. Nobody has been out. We've been seeing deputies just roaming the area. Like I said earlier, they have chainsaws in their troopers and everything, cutting down trees. So that's probably what they're doing, making sure trees and down power lines. But so far, we haven't seen any down trees, just a little bit of limbs and leaves a little bit, but the rain is now picking up, as you can probably hear a little bit. But so far, everything's still calm here in Monticello, so I'm just going to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we're keeping a close eye on the eye wall as it gets closer to the Taylor County coast and really the Big Bend coast. This storm, it's pretty big. The impacts are going to reach beyond just the center of the storm. Extreme winds could be a problem as we head into the next few hours. I want to bring in our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg. He's in from Nashville, helping out our First to Know weather team. Cass, what are you guys tracking right now?
Well, we're noticing the eye wall is intensifying and moving closer to the coast, and that's brought in the issuance of the extreme wind warning, which we spoke of at the top of our coverage. That's now been put into effect until midnight for portions of the eastern Big Bend.
And of course, with all the rain that we're going to be seeing from that really going to soften the ground, that's going to bring concern, even more concern for downed trees, power lines as well. And just the intense rain bands that we've already started seeing this far inland, this is just getting going for us.
That's right. Things will be getting progressively worse over the next couple of hours. in more of our populated areas, perhaps.
Yep, and as far as the tracking of this goes, we're going to let you have a little bit of a break too, so that you can get some food, get some rest, and we're going to kind of transition here and take over a little bit with what's going on with this coverage right now. So clearly you can see, again, the eye wall, some of the lightning around it, and the most intense showers as we continue to watch the intensification of a lot of this activity right now. And that wind warning is pretty much in effect throughout much of the Big Bend region, and of course the intense rain bands that we have been monitoring very closely with this. I do want to go on and put this into motion right in here, just give you an idea of this loop. This is still sitting a decent ways out from our current location right here throughout parts of Tallahassee as it works its way to the north. We're still looking at landfall probably getting maybe close to midnight as it continues to work its way up towards the region. And something that we need to keep in mind is it still has that east and or northeasterly trajectory, and that is something certainly that will bring big concerns with the what we call the dirty side of the storm, that northeastern quadrant impacting as you get towards, say, Taylor County and going towards Perry. These are the areas that will see really some of the most extreme winds, but that doesn't mean by any means to let your guards down. For folks that have evacuated and moved more inland into higher grounds, yes, you're going to continue to get that intense rain, but I'm going to go on and stop for a moment this looping, and then also what I'll end up doing is kind of measuring this distance out for you as far as the eye wall itself and what we are tracking with this right now. So let me come over here and step off for just a minute as we continue to analyze things with the radar. And again, we're stopping that loop that we have been tracking with it. But that eye wall itself, looking at it about 20 to 30 miles in width right now. And as mentioned, of course, the most intense part of everything that we have been watching has been right there with the intensification right around parts of the eye wall and that northerly movement right now. So panning this just a bit more inland and bringing this around Tallahassee specifically and through surrounding areas. We continue to see some of these bursts of rain, these intense rain bands that we're going to be continuing to deal with. Of course, a little earlier, we put a rain gauge outside, and we'll check that out later on and see just exactly how full that is, of course, gotten, as we're about 40 miles inland here throughout parts of the Gadsden County area. But the storm itself now very well defined, a Cat 4 hurricane, winds sitting at about right now 140 miles per hour. And we're going to continue, of course, to have a little concern if this does strengthen any more. Still has a ways to go to where it would, if it would reach a Cat 5, but not really expecting that. It's the Cat 4 concern. And look, regardless, a major hurricane is indeed a major hurricane, to say the least. So kind of bringing this into where we have that lightning that we've been watching with the storms. One of the things on this, too, that is something to notice is that when you start to see a lot of these little lightning strikes going around the eye wall, that can be an indication of the storm itself trying to intensify a little bit. And just kind of tilting this just a little bit more, we're still sitting a ways from where we, of course, were watching this from making landfall. So just kind of to get this back out into the home view right now and show you the northern part of the eye wall itself, certainly in frame. And if you were to really just kind of measure this down from the coast and take it, it's sitting about, as we mentioned, at about, say, 90-ish miles from the coastline right now. So looking, again, at that particular portion of it, I'm going to do a measurement and step off screen for a moment for that to show you again the distance of the leading edge of the northern eye wall itself from this. You're looking at about, from the leading edge, not the eye wall itself, but just under 30 miles of that right now. So these rain bands are certainly going to continue to intensify as we make our way through the evening, and something that we need to keep in mind. And then as we zoom this out just a bit, the actual center of the storm is now up to about 62 miles away. So we're still looking at a couple hours with that movement to the north and northeast at about 23 miles per hour. And certainly something that is worth watching, because this is going to be a nighttime event. Cannot stress that any more, that the fact that we are dealing with an event that's going to hit in the middle of the night for many locations. And as far as this hitting in the middle of the night, of course, a lot of people losing power make sure that your cellular and mobile devices right now are charged. Make sure that, of course, you have got, if you decided to ride this out, everything that you'll need to basically not only get through the storm itself, but to get through really the next couple of days. We heard earlier from emergency management officials, this could take a couple of days before folks may be able to get out there to you. So again, watching a lot of with this rotation and the storm continuing to work its way northward. We've got that wind warning that's in effect. And Riley, when is that wind warning set to expire?
Yeah, so the current expiration time in that extreme wind warning, that is midnight.
So that's going till midnight, and we know that that's going to continue to intensify with the wind bands that continue to move in associated with the storm itself. Now, as far as the northeast quadrant of the storm, I'm going to get you in kind of around that right now. And looking at around Perry, you're starting to see, of course, some of these rain bands moving in, and it's going to continue to get more extreme. Here towards the capital city in Tallahassee, going along parts of I-10, we continue with steady rain with just bursts of heavier rain bands and some of the energy that continues to work its way through. And we'll have to continue to watch that very closely as we go through the evening. So want to take this a little closer and just show you the rain that we've got going on, because the intense rain that we're battling right now, that is certainly something that's just going to continue to increase, softening the grounds, flooding concerns as well, something that we're going to have to watch. And of course, also once those winds start to pick up with just how soft the ground will be in many locations. So we'll take this view out just a little bit wider from the metro across all of parts of the ABC 27 viewing area here, and you can see that again, the heavier rain bands are really picking up. What we have been seeing a lot of, these outer bands are certainly bringing bursts of heavy rain, but the eye itself still several hours from being able to move in to the area. And as far as the track of this and the movement of this, and I'm going to actually just take this out just a little bit more too and tilt it up a little more. In fact, I'm going to step off again to zoom this out just a little more and put a loop on this right now, because I do want you to get an idea of just exactly the exact movement with this that we are continuing to watch. So the storm motion, it continues more of this northeasterly trajectory, which despite the fact that that does shift it a little more east from Tallahassee, we will be, of course, having to watch still intense wind and rain moving this way. But as far as the northeastern quadrant, places like Perry and even going over towards Lake City, these are some areas we'll need to watch closely. Of course, we have crews all across the region, and I think we just got some new info real quick before I toss to him.
Tell the director to put on WSI-2 right now.
All right, if we could put up WSI-2. And I believe this is the extreme wind warning that we have been talking about, too, that goes until midnight. So you can see, again, that extreme wind warning. This is what's taking us till midnight, all the way up towards Monticello, Madison, the Tallahassee area, over towards Mayo. We're dealing with that wind threat and that rain threat. So we're going to, of course, have much more on that. But Channing, we're going to send it back over to you right now.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. As this extreme winds move toward the Big Bend and people take shelter, treat this as you would a tornado approaching. Those words exactly from the National Weather Service. We have our reporter Forrest Saunders standing by at the State Emergency Operations Center. Forrest, how are state officials bracing for the immense impact of this storm?
Hey guys, we are actually just getting an alert out here at the EOC right now. They are saying that there are some high wind conditions on the way, and so they're telling the staff that is operating here at the state EOC to be very careful, which is what we are going to be doing. If there is a threat of something really scary, then we are going to go inside in the middle of this live shot. But I do want to give you an update about what we're experiencing right now. The conditions have steadily deteriorated here in the Tallahassee area. If anybody's watching at home, they already know that, right? Over the last hour or so, we've seen the wind pick up. We've seen the rain continue. It's a bit of a trickle right now, but what I'm hearing from the emergency management officials that are inside, I just spoke with Kevin Guthrie, the director for the state. He told me that here in the next hour or two, things are going to get really dicey, right? The nasty stuff is well on its way. Tallahassee still remains close to that cone of uncertainty that we continue to track. And as you've heard from the Tallahassee mayor over and over and over again, we could see unprecedented damage here in Tallahassee. It's a real concern considering you've got flash flooding mixed with heavy rainfall, mixed with nasty wind gusts. Right now, I think the latest update that the EOC had was somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 mile per hour plus. Right, so we are firmly in Cat 4 territory as this thing makes its way onshore. The concern here is that it could keep growing, but we are running out of time for it to do so because landfall is probably going to happen here within an hour or so. And if that's the case, it may not have enough time. Again, the wind, seriously concerning. Trees, very, very concerning here in Tallahassee. You have tree canopies all over the place. And if you mix the saturated soil with the wind and trees that are already teetering, they could fall on a home, they could fall on a car, they could fall on a person. And that's one of the reasons why emergency officials have stressed but basically all throughout this storm event, that if you hear cracking or popping or something like that coming from outside of your home, you best treat it like a tornado. Go into a central part of the house, maybe a bathroom or something like that, get in the tub, use a heavy blanket, put it over yourself, maybe a mattress, if you've got like a thin one that you can use to protect yourself. They don't want you to take anything for granted given how severe this weather could become here in the next couple of hours. One other thing I want to mention is what we're seeing out in other parts of the state, because emergency personnel are stressing that this is one thing that you really want to pay attention to. If you're in an evacuation zone, it's likely too late to leave, right? Because this storm is now bearing down on you. So you're going to have to hunker down and shelter in place. We have seen in some parts of Leon County that you've got like 1,600 people that are now at the Leon County school shelters. That's a lot of people, and that's just in those shelters. We also know that FSU's opened up the Civic Center for students that want to shelter there outside of their dorms. But then in places, again, like Taylor County, where this storm seems to be sort of shifting as it moves, we have seen from officials saying that you should mark your body, your limbs, with permanent marker and put your name and your date of birth on there. It's a grim reality, but they are saying it will help first responders or people identify you in the tragic and unfortunate circumstance that something terrible may happen. But that is the reality of this situation, and emergency crews have said this for years. This is something that they were telling people during Katrina, and given the strength of this storm, it's understandable. It's grim, but it's understandable. The State Emergency Operations Center, again, is the hub for all state operations right now. This building is rated for a Cat 5 magnitude hurricane, right? That's just the walls, though. We also heard from the emergency management director that the roof here is only rated for like winds of about 128 miles per hour. That's a Cat 3. We're already in a Cat 4, a pretty strong Cat 4 at that. So it is a concern. They do believe continuity of government will not be a problem. They've planned for these contingencies in case there is some damage here at the building. And then again, you have all of these emergency crews ready to go once the storm passes. We've heard about 3,500 National Guards members that can be surged up as needed. We've got 21,000 utility crews on standby and staged throughout the state ready to go to restore power once the storm passes. Here in Tallahassee, it doesn't look like we've lost power yet, at least not in the Southwood neighborhood. There hasn't been any widespread power outages, but again, that is expected to happen considering the strength of this storm. And it may be a bit for that power to be restored because this storm has to pass before utility crews can get out there. So these are all things that emergency crews are saying that you got to prepare for. And remember, take this storm seriously. I know right now it just kind of feels like a regular old thunderstorm, but things are going to get worse, and they're going to get worse fast. Stand by, be safe, but that's the latest out here at the EOC.
All right, thank you so much for that update for us. We'll check back with you in a bit. And just north of where this eye wall is coming in and right in the middle of where that extreme wind warning is just went into effect, we have Live Oak in Suwannee County. That's where Kenya Cardone is right now. She's checking on the conditions, getting ready to ride out the worst of this storm. They're driving around, assessing the situation. Carson, can Kenya speak with us right now? All right, so Kenya, go ahead and tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Absolutely, Channing. So we just got to Live Oak a few moments ago, and what we're seeing is just a bit of rain, a bit of wind, nothing too crazy as far as conditions here. Now, we are seeing a few cars on the road. We have seen a few emergency vehicles at a hotel that we stopped by. We did see a few people kind of speculating outside the entrance, kind of seeing what things are looking like as things begin to pick up here. But as of right now, conditions are pretty safe, pretty normal. We did have to leave out of Steinhatchee because that storm surge was coming in, that wind and that rain was picking up. And right now, here at Live Oak, it seems things are a bit calmer, but we got away from the storm a bit, but now it's approaching again soon. So we also soon will have to hunker down here. But for now, it seems like we still have electricity. Some cars are still on the road. It's not like we can't see while we're driving. So right now, it's a little bit kind of like the calm before the storm, I would say, but nothing too crazy. Again, we're just thankful to see that there's still electricity. It is concerning to see a few people on the road, but hopefully they're heading back home so that they can hunker down for what conditions could progress into as we go through the night, as Helene's force is felt here in Live Oak. Now, one thing I want to talk about is that Live Oak is one of those places in Suwannee County that saw flooding from Debbie, and should we see anything like that here during Helene, that could be devastating for businesses that, you know, were total losses from that catastrophic flooding that just was like 4 feet inside their businesses, especially in the downtown area. So that's one thing to consider. I know that business owners right by the rivers are definitely having that on their minds, but for now, I'm sure most people are just hunkered down, staying safe, and that's what we're tracking. So we'll keep you updated as we're driving here in the First to Know Storm Tracer. That's the latest from Live Oak. I'm live, Kenya Cardone. Sending it back to you, Channing.
Oh, those winds are going to be so extreme over the next hour or so. We want you to be safe. I want to give people just some context here. We're talking about this extreme wind warning for a big portion of the Big Bend. The National Weather Service, in their actual warning, said to treat this as a tornado because the winds will be so intense over such a big area. And just for some context, I went back and I found the report, the tornadoes that came through Leon County back in May. The highest they got up to was 115 miles per hour. We're talking about winds in the eye wall of this storm over 130 miles per hour over a much larger area, lasting a lot longer than a few seconds like these tornadoes did. So this is a serious situation. If you are in a home where you can put walls between yourself and the outside, you want to get to an interior room where there are no windows and put as many walls between you on a lower level of your home, especially if you don't have a basement, which hardly anybody does in this part of the country. But you want to find a safe space because this eye wall is going to be very dangerous as it moves very quickly from the coast into the Big Bend and then into South Georgia. That extreme wind warning only impacting our Florida counties. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do as the storm continues to move north. So we're going to keep an eye on this situation. We've got a live blog updating on WTXL.tv where you can learn more about this storm and how communities are handling it. I want to check in now with neighborhood reporter Kenzie Krieger. She is in the Crawfordville area where they are preparing for the strong winds to move in.
We're at the Wildwood Inn. The rain is really picking up since we last spoke. I can actually hear the wind howling right now. It's really pelting on us. So a lot of people are actually standing under this awning over here. And I spoke to a woman who packed up all her belongings from Panacea. She lives near the water, so she had to pack up and come over here. But she sent a message to her neighbors in Wakulla County as they get through this difficult time and see the outcome of this hurricane.
We're going to get through this. Wakulla people are awesome people, and we all come together and help each other, and we're going to get through this.
Are we doing a tag? Yeah, so we've seen some flooding in the area as we drove through. Some roads were flooded. So if you're out on the roads, please hunker down right now. I can't emphasize that enough. But right now, people here are sheltering in place. We're just doing the best we can to keep you updated right now. You can see the conditions are continuing to pick up. The rain is getting really heavy out here. It's pelting it down on me right now. So just continue to stay safe. Yeah, you can see the trees are swaying a little bit. Right now, we do not lose power. We still have power currently. And in fact, I spoke to the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, and they say that they have not gotten any reports of power outages at this point. So that's the good news. But I'll send things back into the studio, and we'll continue to keep you updated here in Crawfordville.
All right, Kenzie, good to hear that people are staying safe. Keep an eye out for those winds as they move in. For a closer look at this extreme wind that's beginning to move toward the coast, I want to check back in with our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg. He's got a closer look at the eye wall and just how strong those winds could be.
Well, I'll tell you, Channing, as we continue to go through the evening, the winds will continue to pick up across the area. That is that extreme wind warning. If we can switch to links, I believe 1 right now. There we go. We have got Okalocking Bay, and look at that rain. Look at the way it's just coming into the camera. Winds right now at gust about 46 miles per hour from the northeast, and we expect that to intensify a little bit more. So this is really becoming a concern. We've got that wind warning. We have got a flash flood warning for numerous locations, as well as that rain is starting to add up. Winds currently right now, you're seeing up towards Tallahassee around 22 miles per hour as we get closer to the coast, ranging in that 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Perry at 29 miles per hour, and even going up towards Thomasville, Georgia, getting up towards Valdosta, between that 15 to 20 mile per hour range with these wind gusts that we do expect to continue to increase, because you can see, again, the center of circulation about 90 miles south of us right now as it continues with this track to the north and northeast. Wind gust currently, again, extending out from that center of circulation, sitting at 34 miles per hour in Tallahassee, 39 miles per hour towards Perry. Up in Thomasville, you've got 32 mile per hour wind gusts. We expect these to continue to climb in some areas, even getting close to that 50 mile per hour wind gust. So Helene, currently a Cat 4 hurricane, as we have been talking about, with winds at 140 miles per hour as of about 9 o'clock, so almost a half an hour ago. We're at the point now we get these hourly updates on these. That movement picking up about a mile per hour. It goes north-northeast at about 24 miles per hour. And it was moving at 23 a little earlier, but we're still anticipating this at the current trajectory, the current speed of making landfall sometime around the midnight time frame, potentially. Want to let you know about that tornado watch for some areas that, looking at Leon County towards Gaston County, that goes until 10 o'clock. But if you were to look over just a little bit, say towards like Perry County and places like this, that tornado warning in Taylor County going now until, I believe it was at 6 a.m., Riley, that tornado watch, I should say. The tornado watch for the eastern side until 6 a.m. But basically, as you get towards Leon counties and going to the west of that, the tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock. We'll see if that does get extended out any. These heavier rain bands continuing to work their way in. The outlines here, the flash flood watch and warnings that we have in effect right now, with the intense rain that we continue to see picking up as that center eye wall is working its way into the region, and still very well-defined structure around this eye wall. Still seeing basically that intensification wrapping around, indicating a little bit of strengthening with that too as we get closer to landfall. And then once we get this storm through, heading into the morning time, into sunrise, most of this will be north of us, but we'll at that time be dealing still with the aftermath and some flooding concerns before the water goes down. Now, what about the tropical winds that we have been talking about? And of course, all eyes as far as the projected landfall getting around Taylor County and even going a little bit east of that. That is where we continue to watch that intense rotation as it begins to lift northward. And anything that's kind of in that northeastern quadrant of the storm, that's where you typically see the highest impact. But that doesn't mean to let your guard down if you're to the west, say Tallahassee going even west of that, because you will still have, when it comes to these winds, intense winds with it. You've just got the higher risk of tornadoes when it comes to that northeastern quadrant. But by Friday morning, we'll see the tropical winds, of course, long gone. And things on Friday, again, looking a lot nicer. It'll be hard to believe that we had just dealt with this major hurricane as we continue to watch and track it as it moves in. So as we continue to go through the evening, we've obviously got the hurricane warnings that are in effect across the area and will continue to be as we make our way through the rest of the night. We are obviously in our action state right now, and just kind of want to look at the inland effects from this and from this system. You're talking about the winds that will continue to pick up with this system as we go through the next really about say 12 hours or so before we really kick it out of here. Winds around 85 miles per hour, even stronger than that at times. Looking at the potential of widespread power outages heading towards places like the Forgotten and Big Bend coast. You're still looking at some of those winds, 90, 120 miles per hour, even seeing some of that shift a little bit more to the east as we take a look at the zone effects from this. And the inland central area and the 319 corridor, winds of 50 to 75 miles per hour, gusts still near 100 miles per hour. When you're talking about winds like this in a saturated ground, you're really at the point, it doesn't matter, 95 miles per hour or 105 miles per hour. This is going to have some pretty significant impacts when it comes to power outages and likely some downed trees. Rain totals are going to range easily in that 5 to 10 inch range. And of course, the power outage concerns remain pretty large. Want to travel more inland, south central Georgia? You're still looking at some significant winds with this. In fact, you've got everything from hurricane warnings to tropical storm warnings as you travel north all the way up towards central Georgia, even around the Atlanta area. So this is a storm that you're seeing all of these warnings that have been issued that are very rare to see going that far inland. But winds of 45 to 75 miles per hour, gust around that 95 mile per hour range, flash flooding concerns with high rain amounts, 5 to 10 inches, isolated areas, even more than that, of course, the concerns of widespread power outages with a lot of this. And then looking towards the tri-state area and what we will be seeing with a lot of this, winds again, being on the west side of this storm, Liberty County, Gaston County, going along the I-10 corridor towards Jackson County, and then going north of that, Seminole County and Decatur counties as well. Wind gusts peaking around 70 miles per hour, maybe even some areas that could be a little bit higher. And isolated rain amounts, probably in excess of 10 inches, but on average that 3 to 8 inch range. And you'll still have a good number of power outages associated with a lot of this too. So we have to keep that in mind. So the storm currently moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour, 90 miles south of Tallahassee, with landfall likely here in the next couple of hours. So we're at that point right now. Preparations needed to be complete. This is the time while you have power to make sure all of your portable devices are charging so that, I don't want to say if, but likely when you were to lose power, you'll have full battery on all of your portable devices. Check the flashlights too. Make sure the batteries are fresh in those. We continue to maybe see not so much strength anymore. Could see a little bit more, but not saying that it's going to be something that we need to continue monitoring with the intensification of this, and then looking around sometime this evening of that landfall moving in. So here we go as far as the storm track itself from Titan Doppler radar, and we continue to watch the heavier bands, getting a little bit more lightning clicking into that uptick right in there. As we're watching this system lift north, starting to see some of those bands wrapped around the eye wall moving into Taylor County, starting to go just south of Perry there. Tallahassee about to get a nice little band of rain that's going to sweep through the area and bring some heavier amounts of downpours, and then along I-10 as well. The storm surge with this between the winds, and keep in mind this storm has a lot of energy, so it's just, think about it when you dive into a pool, all that water that's going to start to push in the direction that you're moving. Same thing right here. So Wakulla County, Taylor, Jefferson counties, that storm surge range still in that potential for 15 to 20 feet. Some models backing off a little bit more, but look, when you're talking about storm surge that's as high as a basketball goal or even higher, well, that is when you're talking about major concern. So hopefully everybody certainly has moved inland. As we go towards the west side, though, places like Franklin, you're looking at storm surges still that could be very dangerous there at that 10 to 15 foot level. Now, the good news is as we continue to go through with this system and through the night, getting into the weekend, it'll be quieter but we're going to have to, of course, deal with the impacts that Helene will have left behind in the area. So switching this over to our analysis here and really kind of breaking down what we are seeing on the radar right now. Some of the concerns, we've got these flash flood warnings, and also where you see that yellow line, that's kind of dividing areas on the west side of this yellow line right in here. These areas are the ones under the tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. So for another 25 minutes, but we'll see if that does get extended. And then areas to the east under that tornado watch until about 6 a.m. And Channing, the flooding concerns already numerous. Like I said, flash flood warnings until 3:15. So we're still a couple hours from landfall, but our concerns for flooding and for wind are continuing to ramp up as we speak.
Yeah, flooding a concern really across the Gulf Coast of Florida. Take a look at this video. This is a glimpse of what is heading our way. This is video from an FDOT camera in Sarasota. Do we have that video? There it is. So take a look at this. The water just pouring in, presumably from the Gulf, storm surge flooding, cars stuck in the road there. There's one car trying to drive through that water. It's a rather large vehicle, but no matter the size of the vehicle, it's not about how big your car is. It's what's in that water or what's under that water or not under it. You know, we live in Florida. You know, sinkholes can be a thing. Heavy water rushing through intersections like that can lead to erosion, which can collapse the roadway, and your car could go falling into a hole that you can't see because it's not clear water or it is dark. It is very dangerous to be driving through those roadways. It doesn't surprise me to see that sedan stuck in the roadway there, because it only takes a few inches of water to suck that water up into your engine and then stall it, and then you're stuck. So we don't want to see scenes like that playing out, especially with the anticipated flooding in our neck of the woods. Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam's checking with folks right now. He is live for us in Tallahassee, preparing for that heavy rain. Terry, where are you and what are you seeing?
That's right, guys. I'm live in the Southeast Tallahassee neighborhood at Lincoln High School, one of the 7 shelters here in Leon County. I have to say, it is starting to ramp up here. I'm going to step behind the camera and show you guys pretty soon. But I have to say, I started my day at Red Cross on the northeast side of town as they were preparing to help folks in the aftermath of this storm. And now I checked on the Jake Gaither neighborhood in Southwest Tallahassee, where it was a pretty quiet area. And now that I'm here at Lincoln, a place that I was at yesterday as they were preparing, there's about 221 neighbors here. So far, it has overflowed in the cafeteria where most of the people are staying at. So some people have to stay inside the gymnasium. Now, when I got here, there's about 20 people outside that I'm going to show you soon that are just waiting to see what the storm might bring as it makes landfall. But as I step behind the camera, I'm going to try my best to show you guys off in the distance a little bit right here. You can kind of see, if I focus the camera just a little bit, they're asking people to get inside now. And the rain is starting to come down sideways. It's the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I'm trying to focus my camera the best way I can, so bear with me, guys. But these are people just inside, decided to come out to see what the weather might bring and what this storm might bring. They're just eager to see what the damage is going to be like once it makes landfall. But so far, everybody's been pretty friendly. Everybody's kind of taking care of each other, as you know, neighbors might do. But I'll keep you guys updated with any more info as I get it.
All right, thank you, Terry. Good to see the lights are still on there, because we do have a large power outage that just popped up in northwest Tallahassee with about 1,500 customers impacted. Ashley Engel is standing by in that area that is under that extreme wind warning right now. She's in Jefferson County. Ashley, what are conditions like there?
Yeah, Channing, right now, wind conditions are a little hefty right now. I'm actually right here with a Madison County police officer. He is an investigator, Alan Camper. He's right here next to me. Now, hello, Mr. Camper. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. So, what are some things that you guys as a police department prepared in order for you guys to tackle this storm?
Well, so I mean, basically we worked really well with our EOC, coordinated a bunch of stuff pre landfall. And we're going to continue to work with them as far as post-landfall. Right now, the wind's pretty bad. Everybody that hasn't left pretty much hunker down. We're at a point now where it's not getting to a point where it's not safe to leave.
I was seeing some of your patrol cars driving around here and everything. What are some things that you guys are trying to possibly see on the roads and everything? Why are they patrolling around?
Oh, well, so, I mean, one of the things, unfortunately, when you have an event like this, a lot of people try to break into businesses, break into residences, things like that. So that's one of the main priorities for us. We have a lot of businesses here in town, a lot of residences. And then, again, we do have some residents that are still here. And at this point, just hunker down, and we'll get to you when we can.
And definitely you guys are praying for the best, but also preparing for the worst. You know, I was here last year when Adalia hit, and I remember Breath Cafe right over there was the first restaurant open, and they were, you know, feeding bellies, giving people like warm meals and everything. You know, what is the significance of a small town when it comes to, you know, community roundup during this time?
I mean, it's amazing. You know, we've got one of our local businesses that's round the clock feeding us. You know, and that's through the state EOC and whatnot. So small town, they definitely make sure we're taken care of, and Duke Energy's on site, Tri-County's here, you know, everything's ready. They're just waiting for it to get through here and see what happens on the backside.
Absolutely, Alan, thank you so much. You guys are in my prayers, and everyone that is out here dealing with this storm is about to hit us. We are going to be out here in Monticello with you guys. Hang tight. Do not leave your house. Like Alan says, it is not safe to go out right now. Wind gusts are picking up a lot, so be sure to continue watching us on ABC 27. For now, in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Good to see the first responders out and about keeping people safe. We do want to check in just east of there in the Live Oak neighborhood. Kenya Cardone is standing by with an update on the conditions in Suwannee County. That looks like Terry Gilliam's camera there. And do we have Kenya? Can we go to her now?
Yes, Channing, thank you so much. I am live from the Live Oak neighborhood. I'm about 3 minutes away from the downtown area where the wind and the rain, once again, picking up. We can definitely feel that force. I want to point you over there. Oh no, not a car driving on the road. You guys should not be on the road. You need to be hunkered down. But anyways, the trees there are wailing around a little bit, and you can see the rain starting to skirt on the road. That wind is definitely blowing it. And also I want to point you to the stop sign over here. It's been wiggling a little bit, and signs on the road, they're starting to wiggle. So these are the things and the conditions that we're seeing right now. We fortunately are still seeing power in the area, but once again, the conditions around here haven't gotten too bad. They're just starting to pick up a little bit. You can see that wind kind of blowing everything in the way here. One thing I want to remind you about, I mentioned this a little while ago, 3 minutes away from here, businesses saw substantial flooding during Debbie that made their businesses total losses. And now neighbors here have had to prepare for Helene. Hopefully they've prepared enough to kind of brace for impact for all this heavy rainfall that's coming down towards them. But we'll continue to monitor conditions here. Again, things are picking up. That wind is starting to blow a little bit harder, as you can see around me, but we'll stand by and keep monitoring this so that you can see what this looks like, so that you don't go outside yourself to do it, because it's not safe to do that. Live in Live Oak, I'm Kenya Cardone. Back to you, Channing.
All right. This storm. I want to give you an update from the Weather Service here in Tallahassee, too, that we continue to watch that eye wall, and with the motion of it, within the next maybe hour or more, projected that we could begin to see that eye wall moving onshore. Specifically, we're continuing to monitor northwest Taylor County and the coast, as that would be where we would see landfall. So again, showing you that spin right there and continuing to watch that closely as we're starting to see, really as that spin continues. Something that I'm definitely a little kind of anxious to see is this eye wall potentially clipping southern parts there of Taylor County. I do want to show you again the numerous power outages that we have. Channing had mentioned that just a bit ago as well. Now, that extreme wind warning, and something to please keep in mind, is it does not include the northwest portions of Leon or Leon County and the Tallahassee area. So the northwest portions of it not included, but everybody else in that extreme wind warning. We're seeing already those power outages ramping up as we continue to monitor this storm very closely, and we'll continue to await landfall here within about the next hour to 2 hours potentially, based off the latest information that we are seeing. So really kind kind of looking at this and the power outages by percentage, this is going to continue to grow, we know, as we go through the evening. Downtown Tallahassee right now from our Weatherston camera there. The wind gust, not terrible at the moment at 25 miles per hour, but we do expect that to ramp up. Florida A&M University, seeing wind gust at 34 miles per hour. The rain certainly falling. The winds are certainly full as well. And those wind gusts, definitely within the next hour, are going to start to ramp up, and within the next couple of hours, we'll really begin to see some of the full impacts of that. Over at Florida State, northeast winds at about 22 miles per hour gusting. So on average, a lot of these WeatherStim sites showing wind gusts between about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Suwannee County, wind gust around 32 miles per hour there at I-10, and really continuing as we look right there along parts of the Wauchula and I believe it was Franklin County right there where this WeatherStim site's located. Those wind gusts still nearing 40 miles per hour. So looking at things on our current winds, because we know obviously the eye wall is south of us. We know the rain bands are moving in, but showing you that as we continue to track this moving kind of in that north and northeasterly trajectory, these winds are going to continue to intensify across the area. These are sustained winds. Wind gust right now, Perry got a gust at 43 miles per hour. That's going to increase. Tallahassee seeing gust at 32 miles per hour. Some locations even getting towards 50 miles per hour. So in the next 15 minutes, obviously we'll get the 10 p.m. update on Helene, but it still remains at this time with winds of 140 miles per hour, a Cat 4 storm, and we still have for numerous locations that tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. But as we travel basically east, going towards Jefferson County, Madison, Taylor areas, east of that, the tornado watch goes until 6 a.m., getting into that northeastern quadrant of the storm. Now, with this, and with a tropical system, as we know, these are not long-lived tornadoes. These are those quick tornadoes that can spin up quickly and be done in just about a minute to 2 minutes. You need to stay on guard. You need to make sure you've got ways to get those warnings. If you have that weather radio, that's a great thing. Make sure the batteries are fresh in there, because that's what they're for when the power goes out, so it continues to work. Flash flood watches and warnings are in effect right now. Numerous flash flood warnings going until 3:15 in the morning. Wouldn't be surprised if that were extended out a little more. And really, without breaking down, it's pretty much all along the Big Bend that we have got numerous flash flood warnings in effect because of the rain amounts we have seen pre-Helene, with the system that was moving through yesterday, that tropical moisture sliding in, and now with Helene bringing some of these outer rain bands into the region. And still very well-defined conditions around the eye wall. The lightning, it was intensifying a bit. It has on some of these latest scans. Looks like it's let up just ever so slightly, but still a very well-defined eye structure that we are monitoring and still on track towards Taylor County. That's going to be kind of the target zone, I think, unfortunately, for where this storm can make landfall. But the tropical winds from this system are going to reach a good ways inland as we go through the night. So this is getting at about 10 o'clock, going through the overnight time frame, looking at those tropical winds still around the region, really until about after sunrise, when Friday it's going to be like there was a tropical system when you look up towards the sky because things are clearing out, but obviously we'll have on the ground the aftermath and the effects of that as we continue to go through the day Friday. Hurricane warnings still remaining in effect. Obviously, as we have said, we are in our action stage right now, and just wanting to take a look again at the zone-by-zone impacts of this. We know that this is going to impact regions with winds around 100 miles per hour towards Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee County, Hamilton, Madison counties as well. Typical winds 55, 85 miles per hour, but we'll probably see some spots a little higher. And then along the coast, we're going to see those winds potentially 120 miles per hour or higher in some spots. And rain amounts, we've already seen a significant amount, but easy to get another several inches of rain to add on to what we've already seen, bringing the concerns for flooding to the area. That also is the case up towards south central Florida. And even as we head towards the tri-state region, we're going to be dealing with, even being on the west side, numerous showers, newer storms out there, and that 3 to 8 inch potential for rain in some spots. So the movement with Helene, as of our 9 o'clock update, still northeast at 24 miles per hour. 90 miles, now less than that, I would say, if we did a measurement from Tallahassee proper. But we know that we potentially within the hour to next 2 hours, probably hour and a half, I would say, with what we've seen, some of the latest indications from the Hurricane Center, that this could be starting to get parts of the eye wall impacting places in southwestern Taylor County. Also, the strengthening likely peaking now. Not saying we can't see a little more strengthening, but it has likely peaked. And of course, that timing for landfall certainly inching closer and closer as we continue to make our way through the evening. But the rain, look, if you don't have to go outside, please don't. If you're able to snap a picture and tag us on social media, do that safely by all means. But we want everybody now doing their safety plans. The storm surge is going to be a big concern as well. That 10 to 15 foot surge for areas to the west like Franklin. But as we look towards Wakulla, Taylor, and Jefferson counties, that storm surge 15 to 20 feet along the coastline. That is going to be certainly a big concern with a lot of this as it continues to move through the area. So just kind of doing a measurement, I do want to look at the analysis of this and measure the eye wall right now of this system, give an idea of where it is right now, give you an idea of where it may be. We'll kind of zoom this out just a bit. And let me go on and grab that ruler. And I'm going to take it from right here, Center Taylor County, and stop it about there. So that puts the center from the southern parts of Taylor County at about 30 miles. Now, again, stopping that looping motion and showing you current conditions with it, let me show you from Tallahassee proper, because that's where we've really been measuring where that center of circulation is. And that's now down to about 60 miles from Tallahassee. So we'll need to continue, obviously, to watch that closely. But in the meantime, it is now the time. Preparations need to be done. And if you have not finished with preparations, you just need to basically go on and make sure that you are taking care of yourselves at this point, because with this system, the winds, the rain, they're going to continue to intensify with a lot of this. The flash flood watches and warnings that we have got, we're just going to add heavier rain as we start to see this eye wall making landfall, the intense rain, the intense wind with it as well. And we still have to get the backside of this to push through the area. So a lot of this, and I'm going to bring this in for a slightly closer view right now, specifically up towards the capital city right now. You're getting bursts of heavy rain bands and then steady rain after that. Probably seeing in many locations inland, the ponding on the road really ramping up as well. And it wouldn't surprise me, even if you're seeing in some spots the flash flooding that could be going over the street curb in some of these locations, hence the warnings that we do have right now. As far as, again, that tornado watch that we've got, it's basically as you go just east of Tallahassee, this is going to go towards the 10 o'clock time frame. And then what we'll be dealing with on the east side of this is, all right, we'll be sending to just a moment to get an update on some energy. But on this east side, I do want to point out that this is where our tornado watch is going to go until about 6 in the morning. So lots have been going on. But as far as the system itself is concerned, again, the strengthening around that eye wall, the lightning is let up a bit. That doesn't mean the system itself is drastically weakening. What that really just means is that we have seen a lot in the way of this system just continuing to cycle itself, if you will. Now, looking right now, again, at some of our weather stem cams that we have and some of these wind gusts that we have got going on. Downtown Tallahassee picking up a little bit, almost to 30 miles per hour right now. So giving you the updates on that wind right now with Tallahassee seeing the gusts, and even getting with the city lights reflecting off the clouds. If you look carefully, you can see the clouds just kind of racing by with these outer bands that continue to sweep through the area. Taking a look at our Florida A&M University camera, can't really make the clouds out as well. You got a lot more raindrops on the lens, so it's a little harder to see the cloud cover and the movement. But wind gusts now approaching that 40 mile per hour. So they've come up in just the few minutes that we've been together. We've seen a lot of these winds starting to increase across the area. And taking a look at our wind gusts over at Florida State, they're sitting around 30 miles per hour. Now, one more time, I apologize. I forgot. Who is it that I'm sending it to from here, guys? I believe we're going to get an update. We're going to send it over to Channing for the very latest there. Channing?
All right, yeah, thank you, Henry, for that analysis. We're seeing those winds pick up. We're seeing the power outages pick up. Tallahassee, for example, has about 3,500 outages now, as of the latest check. We spoke with Duke Energy earlier tonight to get a better idea of how they're preparing to respond to the storm, and here's what they told us.
Audrey, tell us about what's going on right now in terms of your power outage throughout your system.
Yeah, so as of 9:30 p.m., we're seeing about more than 270,000 customers without power in our Duke Energy Florida service territories. And just for perspective, we serve about 50,000 customers in what we'll call our Big Bend and North Florida territories. Right now, we're seeing a majority of outages in our Franklin County territory, about 2,700 customers without power in that area. And as of 9 p.m., we've restored in areas where we can more than 100,000 customers.
And talk about that restoration progress, because you said that in areas where you can, a lot of people, they say the lights go out and then they're waiting this long time, but they don't always realize the safety that has to take place in order for the linemen to be able to safely restore power.
Exactly. So, all day I think we've been feeling some of the weather impacts from Helene. And so, where in areas it's safe to do so, we've actually gone out and restored power already. But obviously, we have yet to see the worst of this storm. And so, restoring power after a major storm, such as a Category 4, can be extremely challenging. Conditions can be impacted by flooding, storm surge, strong winds. And so for safety purposes, our crews cannot go out there until it's safe. And so that means, the miles per hour, the wind has to drop below a certain amount of time or amount of speed in order for us to conduct our work. But know that as soon as it's safe to do so, as soon as that storm passes, we're going to be out there doing a damage assessment, which was really the first step in restoration. That's where, boots on the ground, going to go out, take a look at the lines, equipment, see what kind of damage is out there, see what kind of flooding is out there, and then reports back to our crews. And that's how we deploy resources and line workers to those areas, depending on that damage assessment.
And talk real quick about the mutual aid compacts that you have with some of the other electric companies, electric co-ops that are here to help.
Yeah, so Duke Energy, has mutual assistance partners that we bring in throughout the country to assist Florida communities during disasters like hurricane. But also, we actually get deployed too. We answer the call to go help out. We deployed recently during Hurricane Francine. But so Duke Energy has called on these resources. We've got about 8,000 staged at safe locations across the state. Again, crews and contractors that are coming, from the entire country.
And what would you say to customers right now that, before this eye hits, they still have power? What should they be doing?
So just plan ahead for extended power outages. When you see something like a Category 4 hurricane, you're going to see extended power outages. So anything you can do ahead of time, make sure that you're texting us, calling us in, or doing online or in the mobile app to report an outage. Stay up to date on our outage map. Also, you can go to DukeEnergyUpdates.com to get, tips and information. Stay informed, listen to your local emergency management officials, and stay safe. Make sure to stay indoors. Stay away from any down power lines that could be hiding in floodwaters and things like that.
Audrey Stasko with Duke Energy. Audrey, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys, and stay safe.
And that was Robert Hughes with our sister station WTVR on that interview. Thank you so much for grabbing that, Robert. We want to check in on Live Oak now because the power outages in Suwannee County are beginning to add up. I'm looking at about 2,700 outages, according to Suwannee Valley Electric Cooperative right now, as the strongest part of this storm begins to move north. Kenya Cardone filed this report from the Live Oak neighborhood just moments ago.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Live Oak neighborhood where conditions are starting to pick up here. That wind and that rain is getting more forceful, and you can see that with the way that the rain is skirting on the road over there. You can see that the wind is also making the trees kind of flail around, and things like this stop sign over here also starting to wiggle. Signs on the road also starting to wiggle. And so that wind and that rain, it's definitely picking up, but people are still on the roads, and we want to remind you it's not safe to be out on the roads. The force is slowly approaching and increasing. It's important to hunker down, and we will continue to monitor those conditions increasing and becoming more forceful all throughout the night. In Live Oak, Kenya Cardone.
All right, as we head into the overnight hours and this extreme wind warning continues, those extreme winds just beginning to move close to shore in Taylor County, Jefferson County, extreme southeastern parts of the other parts of the Big Bend region. We are watching these storms and these heavy rain bands moving in, and they're knocking out power. So I want to talk to you too about Tallahassee. Their outage map right now showing about 3,600 customers impacted right now since one of those stronger bands moved through. Maybe you heard the wind blowing the rain against your window. We certainly heard it coming down on the roof here at our station here in Midway. So it's no surprise to see that the power outages are beginning to add up. We also are checking with our tidal gauges along the Taylor County coast. Steinhatchee, where Kenya Cardone was earlier this evening, she actually left Steinhatchee because she said the Steinhatchee River was beginning to rise. As predicted, they are under a storm surge warning with a surge of 10, 15, maybe 18 feet possible in Steinhatchee. Remember, back in Hurricane Idalia, it set a record of 8 feet of surge. So we could see that surpassed going into the overnight hours. I did just check the tidal gauge. It is going up a little bit. It is still below that action stage, but the farther down the coast you look into places like Tampa Bay and Southwest Florida, there are active water rescues happening right now. There are neighborhoods flooded outside of our viewing area, giving us just a taste or an idea or a preview of the type of flooding that could be moving into our area. This is a live look. I believe that's Florida State University and our weather team working through some of the graphics. That magenta graphic there showed where the high wind warning was. And as that strong band of wind and rain moves north with the eye wall of this Category 4 storm, in the crosshairs is Jefferson County and Monticello. Our neighborhood reporter Ashley Engel just spoke with law enforcement there who are telling people to get off of the roads ahead of this extreme wind. Ashley, I know you're standing by right now. What kind of conditions are you seeing?
Yes, Channing, as we were saying, we just spoke with Monticello Police Department. Winds were getting a little dicey and everything, so we are here at our hotel, whoopsies, at the Daffodil House, and standing next to me is Scotty, the owner. Scotty, right here.
Oh, no.
So Scotty,
Yeah.
like, we were speaking on the phone, and you
Yeah.
were saying you have a wedding this weekend.
There supposedly is a wedding going down, but I don't understand how. You know, because it really is raining pretty hard, and people are coming in, I guess, from all over to come to this, and we haven't gotten anybody telling us that they're not coming. So I don't know what to think.
And then talking about, last year, we were even talking about Hurricane Idalia, how, you guys had a little bit of damage, but could you walk me through what that damage was like?
It was horrible, and a lot of other areas got worse than us. But the one that got us was the one that just happened, Debbie. They don't talk much about it, but we lost 200-year-old trees, and it was just unbelievable the amount of destruction that something could create in not a very long time.
And then talking about destruction and everything, what is probably one thing that you guys have learned, just living in Monticello and everything? First of all, how long have you guys lived in Jefferson County?
I came here about 20 years ago and decided that that I should get this. I guess as a guy from my upbringing in New York, it was pretty weird, but maybe that's exactly what had to be in order for someone to take on this treasure, because it was falling down, it was not in good shape, and I just saw it as a woman that needed a new dress, and I was gonna give her the new dress.
Absolutely. Well, that's all we have for right now. Channing, back to you in the studio. The wind is dicing up a little bit, rain is pelting down, but we are here dry a little bit, and there's a little kitty running around, but taking it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, taking a look at things here from radar and continuing to track that eye wall and the intensity that we are watching with this. And another thing to keep in mind, too, we have seen numerous storm reports coming in. And I do want to take a look at some of those to give you an idea of what it is that we have been dealing with this evening. Numerous flooded roadways have been reported throughout Waukegan County. Right there at County Bridge and Highway 319. We have also got, as we go west of Tallahassee, more flood reports from the Highway Patrol that parts of Pat Thomas Parkway underwater there in southern Gadsden County. And even as you go just south of that, we've had trained spotters that have observed even water spouts that have been forming. I know earlier today we had numerous tornado warnings throughout the western tier there. But right now, we continue to deal with the intense rain, the numerous flash flood warnings that will go until 3:15 in the morning for basically everybody along the coast. It's pretty much time consuming to try and list all the counties because everybody is under some type of flash flood warning right now. We have seen wind gusts around the Swanee area around 40 miles per hour and greater. This is per one of the weather stem stations, and it's the one that we were showing you just a little bit earlier that was right there along I-10 when we saw some of those wind gusts that were moving through the area. So the outer bands itself continuing to spin and churn to the north. And as we slide this to the south, again, the intensity of this eye wall, something that we will have to continue to closely monitor as it continues to inch closer and closer towards southern Taylor County, which is pretty much at this time going to be where landfall will most likely occur. As we're at the point now that even with any of the slightest movements in either direction, it's pretty much right on top of it. All right, we're at the point now, your preparations have to be made. Do not venture outside. If there's a picture that you see outside, if you can snap it safely without going out there, do so. But otherwise, let's just stay inside as we certainly want to continue to keep everyone safe as we await landfall within the next little bit from Helene. So we're going to have to continue to monitor with this storm pushing through the area. Again, lifting to the north and northeast at 24 miles per hour. And the winds associated with this, of course, still extremely strong. Looking at just some of the 10 o'clock observation data that came in just a little bit ago with this particular tropical system and with Helene, as it is bringing the intense, and in fact, I'm going to just quote what the Hurricane Center says, because it's not to scare, it's not to exaggerate, it is what it is. And it's the catastrophic winds that are moving into the Big Bend region over the next few hours. And I'll even add this to it. It's the concerning rain that we are going to be monitoring across the area as this system will continue to slide in. We're going to send it back over to you right now, Channing, for another update there.
All right, thank you, Henry. Yeah, the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center, not mincing words tonight when they talk about this extreme wind warning and just how dangerous and life-threatening this storm can be. I actually am taking a look at some traffic cameras around our area. On I-10 in Tallahassee at mile marker 196, they've got a label for something like an object in the roadway. When I pulled up the camera, it looks like there's a camper maybe broken down there. I also have some cameras pulled up from the Perry neighborhood. Folks in the back, if you can find those on the Florida 511 website, I would love to show them live because the cameras are rocking and rolling in the Perry neighborhood right now. The power is still on some of these intersections, so you still have the stoplights, but the trees are swaying in the wind. Our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, who is in Perry right now, preparing to go on the air with the storm as it continues to move into Taylor County in the hours ahead. She just reported the hotel she is staying at actually lost power, so she is working around that situation. I know just weeks ago during Hurricane Debbie, she lost power live on the air. Something else that I've been seeing from reports in the Tallahassee area, if you see a bright flash off in the distance that appears that it's like coming up from the ground, that's very likely a transformer blowing, or what they call a power flash. You usually see those with extreme winds. You usually see them in tornadoes. You can also see them with hurricanes. And with this extreme wind that's moving onshore, the National Weather Service did say to treat the extreme winds of the eye wall of this Category 4 storm as a tornado. So if you're in the path, we're talking about Madison County, Jefferson County, extreme eastern portions of Leon County and Jefferson County, those areas are under that extreme wind warning. The National Weather Service telling people in those areas that over the next few hours, as those winds pick up, you should be moving to an interior room in your home. Think of a bathroom, or think of what is it near the center of your home that you can put as many walls between you and the outside destructive winds that could potentially be blowing in windows or blowing trees into walls. This is a very serious situation. If you've got a helmet that you can put on for the overnight hours, it sounds silly, but it's a safe thing to do. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cass Numeners is back, and he's tracking that eye wall and those extreme winds. Cass, where are they right now, and just how unusual is this for this kind of wind to be moving into the Big Bend?
It's definitely not a frequent occurrence to have this direct impact here in our region. And it's simply because this system was over very warm water for about a day and a half, a little bit more than that. And it was able to consume that energy that's provided by the heat of the water. And the upper level winds were very ideal, not so ideal where we are right now, but it's just because of the structure of the storm being as built and as developed as it is, it's able to overcome that faster upper level wind shear that's across the northern Gulf region. So we definitely have a very hazardous situation that is underway. Now, the eye wall doesn't stay in the same form. It undergoes some redevelopment. A little portion of it I've noticed over the last few minutes kind of being, if you will, broken from the main band here. So there is maybe a little bit of a reformation or a restructuring undergoing. That can sometimes take a little bite out of the overall wind forces that it can bring, but it's still considerably strong no matter how you look at it or no matter what form it is in. So here's the velocity mode, and some of the samples I'm going to show are roughly about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up off the surface. And some of these brighter shades, you may be used to seeing this in tornado tracking because it's very useful to determine where there's very strong rotation, but it does come in handy even here in hurricane tracking. Now, these are not surface-based winds, but these are samples at about 4,000 feet on the western side, where at that elevation, wind speeds are around 90 to upwards of 120 miles per hour. Again, not reflective of what's happening at the surface, but not too far off the surface. And then on the east side here, some higher altitude winds are in the range of 140, 136. So as hurricane hunters have been flying around the system, they're still investigating, they're still gathering data. That's why those revisions were made, because at their flight level, typically 7,000 feet or so, they were able to see these kinds of wind speeds. And there is that possibility that that can be correlated to what we can get as far as surface level winds. So because it's over the water still, at least at this point, there's not a lot of friction that's going to be slowing it down. So that's the reason why there's that extreme wind warning. And upon that, with the heavy rain that's occurring within this, there's the flash flood warning that's going to be in effect, because there's going to be some pretty hefty rain amounts that are beginning to push into the coastline of Taylor County. And again, really the entire stretch of Taylor County, and then this northern eye wall kind of moves off towards the south, and the rotation of it continues. So you may have you may remember about half an hour ago, just massive amounts of lightning with some redevelopment there that has since kind of faded away. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know, stabilization of the eye wall to where we're not seeing so much of an increase in overall potency with this, at least an increase in its strength. And again, this portion here on the south side doesn't really mean that it's just on a weaker phase. More than likely just an effect of the radar not quite getting through to the overall extent of how closed off that low pressure circulation is. And as well, we have to consider the possibility of maybe some of those upper winds or some of the restructuring, the circulation around the eye wall kind of expanding a little bit. So there's a little concern about a westward wobble. It just seems like a little bit of a reformation, just the curving around of the circulation, not really necessarily the eye that's been shifting off towards the north or the northwest, but simply it's one of those wobbles that we sometimes see. Just the overall strength of this storm, again, doesn't keep the system moving in a very straight line. So that is what we have with the northern periphery of the eye wall beginning to scrape across the coast. This does not mean that landfall is occurring now. It's not happening now. We need to get the central part of the circulation over land, and it looks like that'll be happening perhaps within the next 30 minutes to an hour, if not a little bit before then. But as that rotates in, that's where we're going to see a pickup in the wind speeds, especially around this portion of the eye. And some of that rotation will clip into southern Jefferson County, western, or rather eastern sections of Wakulla County, southeastern Leon County, and it basically lines up with that extreme wind warning that was issued. And that stays in effect for another hour and 45 minutes, as this portion will likely ride up that corridor. So folks in Jefferson County, in Taylor County, in Madison County as well, you're going to have to just stay where you are, almost treating it like Channing said earlier, almost like a tornado situation where you get into your lower level of your room, an interior room, and just hang tight until this thing goes by. And it's going in a progressive manner, about 24 miles per hour. But while it's over your neighborhood within that region, it may seem like an eternity, and that's very unfortunate. But that is what we are going to have to endure across this eastern flank of the Big Bend area, and even some of our eastern suburbs in Tallahassee, especially I'd say around the Chairs, Capitola, W.W. Kelly area, perhaps upwards of Miccosukee as well. Those can be some of the neighborhoods that can get kind of sideswiped by the edge of this eye. And again, it does not mean that you're guaranteed to get 115 mile per hour winds. It just means the possibility of a high-end gust like that is more probable within the range of the eye wall itself. So that can certainly cause some big issues with trees, with structures, and even with personal safety. So it is going to be a rough couple hours in this eastern portion of the Big Bend region around the Osceola River over into the eastern sections, trying to approach sections of Madison County. So that's where we have the highest likelihood for the strongest winds. We've been mentioning how we could see the eye wall coming closer to these areas. That's where the tightest concentration of the strongest winds would be. And we're seeing that beginning to come to fruition as that extra portion of the north side starts to make contact with the coast there. So another little view of some of the velocity modes and some of the elevated wind speeds, definitely still on the higher side here. That has not quite reflected into surface level winds from what I've seen. I did see some observations of wind gusts that were getting in the range of 50 miles per hour at Foley Airport, but there's a high possibility that we could certainly have some wind gusts above that. And I'm just going to step off real quick to see if there is any sort of extra information as far as observation points, because now it can be kind of dicey, especially with the availability of power or connectivity with the network. So right now it still says 52 from Perry Airport off camera here, and that was reported about 20 minutes ago. So it's a little dated, but nonetheless, that's the latest observed points that we've been able to see within the range of the eastern side of the eye wall closer to the Perry Foley Airport. So we are definitely getting winds that are going to be kicking, and we can have a little more strong winds moving offshore here to the south simply because it's still over the water. So that could be one factor in keeping the winds at least higher, but lower in comparison to the eastern side. So there's still going to be this wraparound on this western side of it where there's still going to be some pretty potent winds. But one thing to consider is that when the eye wall goes over land, there's going to be the friction, there's going to be some decrease in its overall ability to sustain those high-end winds. So considering that, that could have maybe a slight negating effect of keeping those winds on the higher side of the scale as that portion that's over land kind of wraps around. Plus with the overall movement to the north-northeast, that's going to kind of concentrate those strongest winds within this eastern portion. So definitely Taylor County, definitely Madison and Jefferson County are the target area for those strongest winds, and we have to just monitor how the wind behavior in the high parts of this region without actual observation points to really get correct references to. So right now it's just a lot of estimation. We're going to have to see just how the wind patterns within that rotate around, considering the friction that we'll start to encounter while it's over land, and how that can maybe influence future wind gusts for inland areas like in Madison County, as well as portions of the far eastern side of Leon County and south to Wakulla County. So those are going to be some areas where we can certainly have some significant wind effects. Breezes are already out there in many portions, and that's going to be something that continues, especially on the tropical storm end of the scale across the tri-state area. We can certainly have an increase in those low-level winds for portions here in the eastern Big Bend. So as that circulation continues to make a push to the north, we're going to get probably a notification, I'd say within the next half hour or so, of the official landfall of this hurricane across the eastern shores of the Big Bend. But while that section of the periphery around the eye continues to lift to the north, that's going to bring in those dangerous wind conditions. Hurricane force winds are certainly possible, and you could have those gusts that are a little closer to that peak level, especially at the immediate coast. So that's going to be, if we do have those 140-mile-per-hour winds that verify, just depending on data analysis, on any sort of observation points, and of course water levels, all that could be considered. But nonetheless, if that is going to occur, it would be within this portion of the region as we get into the landfall of Hurricane Helene within the next half hour, in my opinion. So that's going to be something that will start to bring in stronger winds in general, stronger compared to what we have right now in portions of the state line area and the Osceola River. But nonetheless, your conditions will start to deteriorate. We'll see some stronger north winds coming out of the, I'd say, the Lloyd area over into perhaps even Newport near St. Mark's. Just outside of that zone, you'll still have some hefty winds, especially in the heart of Tallahassee and the western side, but it's going to be mainly east where we can see maybe a little bit of extra concentration of stronger winds, just based on how the overall rotation and the penetration of the eye wall on the western side, how close that can get to some of our more densely populated neighborhoods east of Tallahassee. And that can certainly have an effect on the eventual outcome of any kind of wind-related damage and, of course, any kind of power outages that could result from this. So there is going to be a very rough go for another couple hours, and even beyond that point as you move to the north into the state line region. So this is starting to verify, especially when it comes to our expectations of where we could have some of the strongest winds. The peak wind gust possibility was about in the 95-mile-per-hour range. That still could be a bit on the high side, but it is within reach on that western periphery of the eye wall. So that is something that you should certainly be on guard for. And if you're within that zone of the extreme wind warning for wind gusts that could be upwards of 115, that could certainly be a detrimental effect to any areas within that region here in Jefferson, Madison, and Taylor County. So the conditions in Perry are likely going to be deteriorating pretty quickly if they haven't done so already. So make sure that folks who are within that zone, if you're still considering, don't consider going out, because it's not going to be too long before we start seeing really forceful gusty winds coming into this portion of Taylor County and the Perry area. So if you haven't lost power, make sure things are still plugged in. Make sure you have an ability to keep your data streaming so you can stay connected to us here at ABC 27, and you can continue to get the information as long as your data holds up in this increasingly dangerous situation in Taylor County.
All right, Cass, yeah, you're talking about Perry and the increasingly dangerous situation. I want to get right to this live look of downtown Perry. If we can pull that up here. Yeah, so this is a FDOT traffic camera. This is at US 19 and US 98. Dennis, if we're able to take this full and I can talk under it, that would be awesome. Otherwise, we'll look at it this way. But we've been watching this camera over the last several minutes. The winds have picked up considerably. There we go. And you can see the trees swaying in the wind there as the outer part of that eye wall begins to make its way into Perry. There we go. Another gust shaking the camera there. Look at those traffic light poles swaying in the wind. They're designed to flex that way so they don't snap in the wind. And keep an eye on the horizon too. Over the last few minutes, I've seen flashes over in the distance. It could be lightning in the eye wall of this storm because we know that that's happening. It could also be transformers blowing. It could be power lines snapping in this wind as it begins to pick up. It's really shaking. I mean, take a look at the street there. The sheets of rain just racing down the road there. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these lights went out eventually. The traffic signal's still functioning as if there's traffic there. Of course, nobody on the roads at this hour. You may have heard me earlier say that our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, she is at a hotel in the Perry neighborhood. She's staying there to stay safe, but she just lost power. And that's going to probably be a story for neighborhoods across the Big Bend and even South Georgia eventually, as this powerful wind, this outer eye wall of this storm, inner eye wall, I should say, continues moving north. So it's just remarkable to see that camera still functioning and also just shaking in that wind. We will keep this going. We will keep monitoring this as long as this signal keeps broadcasting so that we can see what it's actually like on the ground as Cass gives us the analysis of that dangerous weather. Live Oak is also in the path of these powerful winds, and Kenya Cardone has been standing by there. She actually went from Steinhatchee through Perry to Live Oak to get away from the storm surge near the coast. Now they're preparing for the high winds. They are in their live drive, making sure that the roads are clear, making sure that the lights are still on. Dennis, is Kenya able to explain to us where she is right now?
Yes, Channing, I am in the Live Oak neighborhood, specifically the downtown Live Oak part, where we saw substantial flooding during Debbie that resulted in total losses. And now we are back, and you can see those orange barriers right there. They are all around this area. And just a few moments ago, we actually saw cones flying by. You can see that tree kind of flailing in the wind. The stop signs have been spinning. We're going to drive you around. I'm in the First to Know storm chaser right now. And so this is downtown Live Oak, business after business, and there are these orange barricades that are kind of blocking off these businesses, but I did get out of the car just to kind of see, and they're like inflatable, and there is water building up behind it, so only time will tell how well these barriers will block flooding from damaging or, you know, devastating this area here, but they definitely did do their best in giving preparations their best shot by putting in these barriers. The street lights around here have been going on and off, but I haven't seen a total power outage just yet. But what I've been seeing is more that wind picking up, that rain picking up, again, inconsistent, kind of getting stronger and then kind of getting weaker at the same time. But for the most part, we're starting to see some movement here, definitely, with a lot of leaves blowing by, a lot of leaves, and the trees are wailing around, the signs are moving, and the water is picking up here in an area that is prone to flooding. It is definitely going to be a concern for this area. We will keep an eye on it. We have seen some cars on the road, and we've been talking about this all throughout the day on air, please get off the roads, please hunker down, because it is not safe to be out here. These areas are prone to flooding, and if you do get stuck in that, that could be a major problem. So we're going to keep, again, monitoring this. For now, that is the latest from Live Oak. Kenya Cardone.
All right, those flood barriers are just amazing to see. I'm sure a lot of lessons learned from Hurricane Debbie. We are working to show you pictures from other neighborhoods around the Big Bend. While we are working to do that, I want to let you all know in the back that we do have a pretty intense traffic camera in Weather 2, it looks like, Riley. If we want to pull that up, I would love to show you what is going on in Perry. While we're working to bring that up, we are aware of power outages that are beginning to roll in. There we go. This is the live camera at US 19 and 98. This is at Main Street in Perry. Dennis, if we can take this full to give people a really clear picture of just how intense these winds are. Take a look at the camera shaking there, the wind streaking the rain across the lens there. The most powerful part of this storm is just beginning to enter the Perry neighborhood, and we do expect there to be power outages there as these winds continue to increase. Our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders is standing by near the Tallahassee, or rather Emergency Operations Center for the state of Florida in Tallahassee. Forrest, tell us what you're seeing.
Guys, I don't know if you can hear me right now. That loud noise that you're hearing is not the wind. It's actually the generator here at the EOC. Just about 2 minutes ago, we lost power here at the State Emergency Operations Center. Now, as you can hear, that's a big boy, and it is turning out power enough to power this entire building, which is necessary because you have a continuity of government issue here in Tallahassee without this building. You have got the governor, his staff, various departments all inside, all ready to go for the next 48 hours to basically help the state recover after Helene moves out of the area. Now, one of the other things that's happening right now is we're starting to get the major impacts from this storm. We're starting to feel those really strong winds. The rain is now pretty much ongoing. It is not letting up. It was spinning a little bit earlier, but now we are getting a steady rainfall. And this is about what we expected, but the concern is that this storm is going to only get worse the further inland it goes. There are reports now that we're starting to see it make landfall. Again, the National Hurricane Center doesn't consider it making landfall until the center of the eye gets over land. So we still got a little ways to go. It looks like power was just restored here at the EOC. They were able to get it back on pretty quick. That's good news. But again, we are here in Tallahassee expecting potentially 90 to 100 miles per hour of wind. That is according to some of the weather experts that I've talked to here at the EOC. The western edge of that eye wall could very well hit this town. That would be unprecedented here in Tallahassee. We have not seen anything like it in recorded history. This town has not seen a hurricane that was at a Cat 3. This is a Cat 4. So this is potentially really, really nasty stuff. In fact, you heard from the Tallahassee mayor just a couple of hours ago. He was saying that damage could be really severe. Yesterday, he was saying it was unprecedented and a Cat 3 with a direct hit. We're just going to have to wait this thing out and see what happens. The trees, as you know, big issue here in Tallahassee. That was a heck of a gust right there. That was a heck of a gust. I have never been through a Cat 4 before, so I'm doing my best to stand upright as these winds get stronger and stronger. Remember, we are next to one of the safest buildings in the state of Florida, and if conditions warrant, I'm going to get my butt inside, because it is dangerous to be out here. In fact, I'm standing in just the little atrium here outside of the EOC. We wanted to be here because it is so dangerous. So if we have an opportunity to go inside, if things get too dangerous, we are going to definitely do that. But we want to show you what the conditions look like. That's why I'm standing out here. This is not something that you should be doing. We're out here so you don't have to be, so you can still get a sense of what the conditions are like. As I was saying, the trees, big issue here in Tallahassee. Tree canopies all over the place. Here in Southwood specifically, this is a community that was built back in like 2005, 2006. These are fairly modern structures, which is wonderful, but they are surrounded by all of these trees. You also have saturated soil because of all the rain that we've had. Flash flooding is always a possibility. You mix that with heavy winds, and you got some nasty conditions. What we've been hearing from the Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, is that if you hear cracking or popping, especially if you're in the Tallahassee area, you should treat it like a tornado. You should go into the center part of your house. You should get into a bathtub. You should try and cover yourself with like a heavy blanket, potentially a thin mattress, to keep your body safe until that cracking and popping stops. These trees can be devastating. They're big sons of guns out here in Tallahassee. You got to be careful. That is the latest out here at the EOC, but I will tell you here in just a little bit, we expect at 11 o'clock to hear from the governor. That is when Helene is expected to make official landfall in the state of Florida. He's going to update us with the latest information, whether or not there have been any kinds of serious issues, whether or not we've seen any kind of casualties yet. This storm obviously came up along the side, the east coast of Florida, and it caused a lot of damage and some nasty conditions. And so we are going to find out the latest, the extent of that damage. All of that's going to happen at 11 o'clock, so that's definitely something you're going to want to listen to. But in the meantime, be as safe as you can until this storm passes. That's the latest out here at the state EOC.
Forrest, excellent advice, because we're seeing the eye wall making some inland progress through Taylor, southern Jefferson County, and that is also resulting in those power outages that Forrest had mentioned. The power went out at the EOC, the generator kicked in within Leon County. Now about 8,000 customers that have lost power. Those numbers are bound to increase. About 3,500 for Taylor County, getting into the 1,000 range within the Swanee Valley as well. And even across the areas where the winds are not quite as intense, the numbers are beginning to pop higher in the hundreds across portions of the tri-state. So we're going to see these percentages increase. Already about half of the service in Lafayette County has been lost. And again, these are not going to be numbers that go down very quickly. So we'll sample some other locations with a wind gust to downtown Tallahassee from the WeatherStem camera and observation network. 27-mile-per-hour gust at the Challenger Learning Center. At last check on FAMU, 32-mile-per-hour gust from the north. So that's definitely the western side of where we have the circulation. So it's predominantly a north wind that's occurring across most of the Tallahassee metro area. Florida State University, still a mild gust for the time being at 32. But once we start to see closer approach of that eye wall in the western areas, that can certainly change things. And right now in South Georgia, I did get a text from a friend there who said the bands are already kicking up and the winds are gusting. Hey, Hira, we're seeing a little bit of a wind gust, but that sort of trend is going to continue to increase for you in Lowndes County. We don't want to disregard our inland South Georgia friends and neighbors, because yes, you'll have some wind impacts as well. And even in the Swanee County area on I-10, not much traffic going around. That's a good thing, because the winds are gusting at about 47 miles per hour, and they can increase. Coming back to northeast Tallahassee, of course, not much to see at nighttime, but the wind gust there is at 29. So you get the idea that we do have some decent wind gusts even over Ocklawahnee Bay. Those cameras still streaming. Winds have been gusting around 48 to near 50 miles per hour, and the rain just pelting the lens. But it's a good thing that, again, we still have some power service and internet connectivity there to get those cameras fed into the system and showing you what's going on, so you don't have to step outside. But again, hazardous weather with that eye wall moving in. That's why the extreme wind warning was put into effect, because of that possibility where you can have those winds either sustained or in gusts that can go above 115 miles per hour. So that is a common precaution, if you will, because of the landfall, the impending landfall of a Category 4 hurricane. It, again, like with the hurricane warning, it does not mean every place within that zone gets 115-mile-per-hour winds. It's just more likely to happen within that range where the eye is set to move onshore. So sampling of current sustained winds at last check was about 40 miles per hour in Perry, with a gust upwards of 63, and those numbers are bound to climb higher because of where we're seeing the approach of that eye wall. And again, it kind of restructures, kind of moving around, but nonetheless, that is the banding effect that we have that is going to continue to increase those winds within Taylor County all up and down the Highway 19 and 98 corridor. Also, gustier winds are being encountered again on the southeast side of Leon County. A little bit of a breakaway from the actual eye wall, but again, that's going to be some of the action that promotes the stronger winds that can be experienced as the eye continues to make its push over the coast within the next half hour. So I'd say likely by 11 o'clock we could certainly have that landfall designation being made, although the center of the low is still offshore. We're getting in on the banding where the most intense winds will be. So again, it's that 25, 30 mile buffer that I've mentioned in days previously, that we can still have the zone of concentrated winds that can gust upwards of hurricane force and be sustained well into the tropical storm range and can last for an hour or two. So that's what we're seeing, and this is what's going to continue to make move along and east of Highway 319. So there's going to be more of this effect, maybe certainly at a lesser extent than a peak wind gust of 140 or a Category 4 wind gust that would be more probable for the immediate coast. But with those heftier winds, even below that level, that's certainly going to cause more issues within the 319 region and especially to the east. So be prepared for that kind of action. It's now about 10:30. And this wind warning continues until midnight. So that kind of gives you a rough estimate as far as how long this will take in that particular region to get this action to move to the north. And even on the south side, there's going to be a little less of the actual wind speeds, but it'll be in a reverse sort of direction coming in from the northwest to west. But that will still likely move through these very same areas. So it is going to be a rough couple of hours to go through, particularly from the capital city to the east over into the Swanee River area, and then that corridor will be extended northward by a certain degree into South Georgia. So be ready for some gustier winds for a while in Thomasville, in Quitman, where this eye wall will be moving through your area within the next couple of hours. In the Azalea City, those gusts of wind will continue to increase as well, and they can also become near hurricane force, although this will be over land, and we'll see kind of a broadening out of the overall wind field, which some of that may already have been occurring within this portion. But nonetheless, once we're going over land, we'll see a gradual decrease in the overall wind intensity, but only a gradual decrease. This could still be certainly a hurricane that goes over land for several hours, going well into South Georgia and Middle Georgia, where some hurricane warnings extend that far inland. So that's the kind of effect that this storm will have. Those gustier winds will be an issue going way beyond the coast. But right now it's our issue. Our neighborhoods are experiencing some rough weather in portions of the eastern and coastal Big Bend region. We are going to continue to monitor this progress because it will impact more areas and more people will start to feel the very strong wind effects that this storm is providing us.
All right, thank you, Cass. As we continue to watch that eye wall move into Perry, I wanted to just update you. Those traffic cameras that we showed you just a few minutes ago, they show that the power is out there. We'll work to bring those cameras to you. For now, though, we want to take it to Kenzie Krieger. She is our neighborhood reporter in Crawfordville, where the wind and the rain are moving in. Kenzie, what are you seeing?
You guys, it is really getting crazy here. This is not something to play around with. The rain and the wind has really picked up. You can see all that rain coming in. It's just blowing so fast. The rain is all over the place. We actually just saw a sign that went down outside of our hotel here in Crawfordville. It looks like the trees hit it, and then the sign fell down on the ground, crashing. The power actually, oh, the power just went out. We're out of power right now. It's been flickering back and forth. Yep, we're out of power. Yeah, nobody can see it. It's pitch black here. There's people standing outside the door. Oh, we just got power again. Yeah, so we see that sign over there. It just fell down completely. It was up there before. You can see the top of it. It cracked and then the bottom fell. But yeah, conditions have gotten really crazy so far. We just saw this pick up within the last couple of minutes. So we're just hoping that power will stay on here. A lot of people are crowding, just waiting and looking out and seeing what's going on. We just see a ton of rain coming down, and like I said, I can see the wind howling. But we will keep you updated. I'm going to send things back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Incredible to just see the power going out and coming back on. Dennis, I want to pull up Weather 2 to show that traffic camera on Perry again, if we could, because the power is out in Perry. Take a look. It's in black and white now because it's using that infrared to show you the picture. If we can take this full to get a better idea of just how strong the winds are, look at the sign shaking. The lines there swinging from the poles, the wind just streaking that water across the camera. I've been watching this camera. We've seen the power flashes off in the distance. And so I'm sure we're going to see more scenes like we just saw with Kenzie in Crawfordville. We're going to see more neighborhoods like what Perry is going through, with the power going out, the wind picking up, debris flying through the air, like we heard Kenzie say. That sign got knocked over. We heard Kenya Cardone in Live Oak talk about cones getting knocked over. This is moving north, and so you need to take your preparation seriously. You need to find a safe space, because these powerful winds with this extreme wind warning, they're going to continue moving inland. They are just at the shore now. We still have hours ahead of this because this is still a major hurricane with potentially life-threatening winds that could be really moving into your neighborhood over the next few hours. So we'll continue monitoring this power outage situation. I want to just take a quick look here live at the situation with FDOT. The roads, thank goodness, are relatively clear. We're not seeing any reports of crashes in the ABC 27 News viewing area. The interstates appear to be clear, so people are staying off of the roads, which is the safe thing to do as this extreme wind moves in. I mean, you remember during Idalia, we were live on the air as trees were crashing down onto the interstate. They had to shut down I-10. I-75 is probably going to be impacted by this storm as well, as those powerful storms and those powerful winds move to the north. I want to check quickly on Tallahassee power outages right now. I'm just looking now. All right, so we are over 10,000 customers affected in the city of Tallahassee alone. I'm seeing icons for power outages in every neighborhood in Tallahassee, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. And so power outages are becoming an increasing concern when it comes to the city of Tallahassee. I mean, take a look at this map. This is through our First to Know weather system. Leon County has 8,000 outages. That is likely to go up as these updates continue to come in. Perry showing Taylor County showing 5,000 outages. Our Maya Sargent is in Perry, where she verified the power is out at her hotel. But then take a look into South Georgia. Lowndes County, you've got 400 outages at this hour. Decatur County, Grady County, we're starting to see the counties there light up with outages as well. But you can see where the strongest winds and those powerful bands are moving in with the yellow counties and the green counties. We expect to see those numbers increase. We saw them go up with Debbie. We saw them go up with Idalia. This storm stronger than both of those storms as it moves in. So we do expect a lot of damage to the power grid as those trees come crashing down. And just a reminder, I've said it multiple times already, I can't say it enough. If you have a portable generator that uses gas to power it, make sure that it is outside of your home when you fire it up to go through these power outages. You don't want it in your garage. You don't want it next to a window. It needs to be 20, 30 feet away from any opening so those fumes that could be deadly don't get into your home. So please be careful if you are using a generator tonight. First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse continues to track the eye wall of Hurricane Helene as it moves north. This dangerous storm putting our neighborhoods at risk now, Cass. Where's the worst of the wind right now?
I was checking some of the real-time observations coming in from Madison County. Recent wind gusts from a weather stem network there, 59 miles per hour. Also some higher wind gusts in Perry at the airport, 66 at last check. So these are going up, and with the eye wall that's upon the Perry vicinity right now, so seeing those kind of winds is not surprising, and seeing that the power is being lost also is not surprising. However, it is somewhat encouraging until we get more data coming in and more observations before perhaps some sources there are lost. It is somewhat encouraging that so far we have not gotten those very high winds. And that's not to say that they won't happen. I do certainly believe that we can have some of those more sustained winds, particularly on the backside here, moving into Steinhatchee. And in fact, I think there is a observation point there in Steenhatchee. I'm just going to step off and see if I can access that point. I know there was earlier an observation point there. Right now it's not reporting a wind speed right now, but it did have a maximum gust of 83 miles per hour from the WeatherStem mobile unit that was there. So again, more verification coming in that this storm is not kidding around and it's not playing around with us here in the eastern and central Big Bend. So those wind gusts are certainly kicking, and they'll continue to do so. That 83 mile per hour gust from Steenhatchee based on preliminary data. Look at the timestamp to see when that occurred, but most likely in the recent last half hour or so, with again that eye wall section on the eastern side going on top of Steenhatchee, right now rotating over Perry, likely affecting areas like near Wassissa, a little south of Osceola, but it'll be getting to you pretty soon, and then this portion of it wrapping around through St. Mark. So that is the area where we have that higher wind that can be connected to that extreme wind warning, but so far, at least when it comes to observations that have come in, it's been at a peak of about 80 miles per hour, 83 to be precise, and we'll just need to see how more information comes in from this zone, and especially how it can perhaps affect the wind gusts here within the metro. There has been a little breakaway from the northwest side of the band, and that has maybe enhanced some of the wind gusts, and that could have contributed to some of the power outages that we're starting to see across Leon County. Also, portions of Wakulla County, this will be more of a north to south movement of the wind, but it can certainly be accelerated in those gusts when a portion of this band kind of separates from the main wall. So again, we'll start to have the encountering of friction over land and, you know, the air moving through trees and around structures and whatnot. That can certainly disrupt the structure of the eye wall itself and maybe cause a little bit of decay, especially on the western side, which may reduce by a few notches just how intense those winds can be within this region. But still anticipate a time where some of those gustier trends will certainly traverse some of the territory here around eastern Wakulla County and southern portions of Leon County. I'm going to experiment a little bit with the velocity mode here. And again, this is not necessarily indicative of surface level winds, but the flash flood warning is certainly in place, and that's something that we have to consider as well. But trying to get a sampling of some of those numbers here with the velocity, that is something that gives us a little extra insight into how some of those winds are behaving. There are some observation points there, and there's still some elevated winds that are pretty hefty going offshore here. These are not surface level winds, but it is an indication a few thousand feet up that there's still healthy wind flow, and in fact the new data coming in still showing some elevated winds 3,000–4,000 feet up that are still in the neighborhood of 82 to 100 miles per hour, and probably something very similar here on the eastern side. So winds aloft about 92 in portions of Madison County, winds aloft around 122 in Taylor County. So it gives you an idea of just how healthy it is when it comes to the wind flow at a certain elevation, and how that can influence the winds that occur at ground level within this region. So that's the type of hazard that we are facing here, where some of those winds can certainly be strong and sustained at a high-end tropical storm force, but those occasional gusts and even maybe right around the core where we can see those more hefty, sustained, even hurricane force winds. And again, having the actual data to verify this is very helpful. So we're going to continue to access that either on screen or off like I am right now, just to get some verification of some of those winds. A site in Mayo reporting a 68 mile per hour wind gust a little bit west of town. That's, I believe, another WeatherStem network there. Actually, it's from the UF-IFAS Fawn network from the observation point there. So we're getting in the information that we are seeing these winds actually getting to those concerning levels. Not quite to 115, but the trend is there, and Mayo kind of on the edge of the eye wall, if you will. But having that observation on the west side of town of 68 when the eye wall itself is just beginning to infringe upon the town of Mayo. Beautiful town there. Loved eating at that restaurant there by the motel, but that's going to be one point where we certainly will have that ongoing increase of strong southeasterly winds that will affect folks who live in Lafayette County. And as mentioned, power was already lost to at least half of the customers, and with the edge of this eye wall moving over the Cook's Hammock area and the Highway 51 corridor, very likely that more power will be lost across that region. That is the gap, of course, that is the eye, and when half of this moves over land, that's when the landfall will be designated. And it's a sure bet that it's going to be perhaps around the Keaton Beach area. We'll see exactly what kind of latitude, longitude they give the National Hurricane Center, and that will verify when the landfall comes in. We're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, about 7 minutes away. We may not be at that precise landfall point, but it will be happening pretty soon, no doubt about that. And with the winds whirling around like they are, that's going to make the next hour or so pretty rough for portions of the eastern Big Bend, like what we've been saying, as well as around the metro Tallahassee area. So just hang tight if you are within this zone. It has kind of lost some of its intensity compared to when it was over the water. So again, as it's going over land, it starts to decay a little bit, and that could maybe reduce the overall extremity of the wind potential, not eliminating it, but it can reduce it somewhat compared to when we were seeing those high-level wind speeds at an elevation of about 6,000 feet earlier. Some of that information is what was considered in raising the intensity level of the storm, raising it to a Category 4. Now, will those winds be verified here at the surface? Just we'll have to see what kind of observations we get from here on out. But again, 68, 83, we're definitely getting in that high-end range, and hurricane force gusts have been reported already. So that's certainly a good indication that this storm is definitely packing the punch it's expected to, but we'll definitely see if any kind of observations around 120, 140 actually come to pass. But just be aware that as it moves inland, we will have those strong north winds around the capital city. We'll have strong south and southeast winds here in the eastern side of the Big Bend. And as we see this activity moving beyond the state line into South Georgia, a zone I'd say from maybe Cairo, Thomasville, arcing over to about Statenville, those will be some of the areas that will encounter inland gusty winds.
All right, thank you, Cass. I can hear the rain falling on our studio right now. I just want to update you on the storm surge situation. The official river gauge from the National Weather Service in Cedar Key, which is just outside our viewing area, shows the water has now climbed to 6.68 feet. Cedar Key is at major flood stage right now. The record is 6.8 feet. So the water is rising very rapidly in Cedar Key. We are still waiting to see if it's going to come up as rapidly in the Steinhatchee area. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Our neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam has been checking in with shelters and people who are finding a safe place to stay during this storm as these winds pick up. We want to check in with him now. He's in Tallahassee. Terry, where are you and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Channing, I'm still standing right outside at Lincoln High School, one of the 7 shelters in Leon County. You're probably wondering what's going on behind me. EMS was here tending to a woman inside the shelter, but she seems to be fine. I couldn't get any more information about that because it's not storm related or anything like that. But I can tell you there is about 221 people inside the shelter and also combined inside the gymnasium as well because they overflowed in the cafeteria area. There were about 20 people outside waiting to see the storm roll in, and I think staff from Lincoln High School decided that it's best for all of them to go inside, so they made sure everybody cleared out this entryway. Right now, only thing that's really going on right now is that the wind is picking up heavier than what it was when I got here, but I can tell you that everybody inside they're having a good time. When I say having a good time, I mean they're just spending time with each other. And I was able to talk to a few neighbors. They're a little on edge, but they are safe inside. Channing?
All right, Terry, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that people are taking shelter. It's great to hear that the school district is opening up those doors and doing what they can to help neighbors in need. While we stand by here for our next report, I do want to ask Dennis if we can pull up Weather 2. I want to show you the live camera from Alligator Point. There we go. You can see the wind. It's frozen. There we go. It's kind of comes and goes, the intense wind impacting the signal there. That is rain being just thrown at the camera. It looks like you're flying through space and those are comets flying past, but that is rain. And you can kind of make out the palm trees there along the coast as the outer bands of Hurricane Helene impact parts of Franklin County. Look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That's showing a north wind of looks like 50 miles per hour. And the wind's definitely picking up along the coast. We just saw a power outage happen in Crawfordville. We saw power outages in Perry. The power outages are adding up across our viewing area. The latest check in the city of Tallahassee shows 10,600 customers without power. Right now, I know parts of the All Saints neighborhood just lost power as well. We're hearing from viewers. So if you have reports and can let us know through our Facebook page or emailing our newsroom, we would love to hear what's happening in your neighborhood. So we'll continue monitoring that situation. I want to check on a few other places here while I have this pulled up here. All right, so earlier I told you that there were no issues on I-10. Now I'm seeing issues. So Florida Highway Patrol, they just added a few things. I just want to kind of go through this with you as I'm looking at it in real time. They do show that there is debris on the roadway. It's a tree down in the roadway on I-10. This is on I-10 westbound, mile marker 238. That's in the Greenville area. And they also talk about debris, a tree blocking the right lane and the ramp to the rest area in the Monticello area. So trees are coming down on I-10, as we said that they might happen as this extreme weather moves north. You are looking live in that other box there on the right-hand corner of your screen. The wind and the rain in the Live Oak area. Our neighborhood reporter Kenya Cardone is in the First to Know live drive, checking out the conditions. Dennis, if we can hear from Kenya what she's seeing, I would love to just get a report from her. Okay, so we can't actually hear from Kenya, but if we can take this live shot full, I'd love to just give folks a better idea of what exactly they're seeing. So we know Kenya was in the Live Oak area. We know that she was traversing Suwannee County. There we go. And you can see what appears to be a piece of a roof that's actually blown off of that building there in the downtown Live Oak area. Look at that extreme wind picking up the leaves and the wind, and that roof is just flapping like a whip in the breeze, or the wind, I should say. There's a limb that's being blown across the roadway. This is incredible to see, this live shot. This is why we say in a hurricane, you need to be inside. You need to be in something that can protect you from the projectiles that can be picked up and thrown around. She is in a vehicle. I hope that now. Get those batteries charged while you still can, because the chances are the storm is going to knock out power to you, just like it already has. I'm refreshing the Tallahassee power outage map here, and a dramatic increase. More than 15,000 customers now impacted in the city of Tallahassee alone. Just a few minutes ago, it was 10,000. So even though the city of Tallahassee is not taking that direct hit from the eye wall of the storm, we are close enough that those winds are able to knock out power, bringing down those beautiful canopy trees, knocking down limbs, blowing transformers. Really a serious situation, getting worse as the center of this major hurricane continues moving north through the Big Bend. I do want to check on Florida Highway Patrol again. So now they're reporting a crash on I-10 westbound. This is at mile marker 216 near Monticello. Fortunately, no lanes are blocked, but I mean, at this hour, it's after 11 o'clock at night, and really, we don't want to see anybody out on the roads. That's really the only crash that I'm seeing in our viewing area. We have a few flooded roads to report. FHP is reporting a structure fire in Apalachicola. So when the power blows and when things get wild outside, things can go sideways, fuses can blow, and things can happen. So the scary thing is, or the concerning thing is, that first responders cannot respond to these kinds of emergencies when the winds get above a certain level. So, Dennis, I can hear you. If you want to direct me on where we're going to go next, I'll happily follow as this situation continues to unfold. Okay, we're going to go to First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse. He's got an updated look at where this powerful eye wall is. Cass, these power outages are just going to continue to add up, I'm afraid.
They really are, and I had the power outage map up earlier, seeing the sampling of some of the power outages. That was before I noticed a tornado warning, but it's in the far eastern side of Hamilton County. It's more of a peripheral effect of a feeder band that's moving to the north. So that's kind of just out of our range of our viewing area, but it is a noteworthy item that we certainly still have the overall possibilities of those quick tropical spin-up tornadoes. A tornado watch actually has been extended in this region until 6 o'clock in the morning. So there's still going to be that hazard to contend with as well going into that time frame. And quite honestly, you know, I live here. I live here in Tallahassee. I'm concerned about my home, trying to check some of the security cameras. It is nice to see that there's still power at my house and things are still intact. So hopefully you are in a similar situation where you have, despite what's going on across our area, you have at least some of those necessities that are still at your fingertips and you can still access. But I do suspect as some of those winds start picking up, there's going to be at least a few more of those areas encountering power outages. And it's just a matter of time before we hear about the official landfall, because we do have the eye. Half of it, just about half of it, is over the coastline of Taylor County. So it's really just maybe a matter of minutes before it becomes official. But nonetheless, now that we have the structure of the hurricane over land, I am less concerned, still concerned, but a little less concerned about the extreme amount of the peak wind gusts that we could experience from this. Still, not to discount that flight level winds were encountered in the 140 range, and that can certainly translate into what we can experience at ground level. There's definitely been those peak wind gusts. We saw one earlier at Dowling Park from the weather stem observation point there of 76 miles per hour. Recent wind gusts have been in a similar range in the 60s, 70s across this expanse here from Interstate 10, Madison County, south into Lafayette County. So the wind is definitely verifying, and that's resulting in those power outages. We're also going to see those across our coastal areas where the offshore winds have been gusting upwards of 50 to 60 at last check from what I saw at St. Mark's and thereabouts. So we're still having these impactful winds, and they're still going to create issues across our area, especially since now we're getting that little trickle of information from official sources about how trees have been toppled over in some areas. And of course, it's not just the one or two that we have relayed to you. I'm sure there are others out there that have just not gotten around as far as getting the reports in. But that's going to be a more common theme, especially in this region of the eastern Big Bend, and some of those gustier winds will continue to outflow from this in what is likely a core of the hurricane that will start to be in a decaying mode. It will start to decrease in its overall ability to produce those high-level winds. It's a gradual process, but it will be a process that will be underway. But it still doesn't mean that areas north of this band will get off without any kind of effects when it comes to wind. So those gusts around Dowling Park to Madison, they may continue for a little bit. You'll start to have those winds picking up along the 84 corridor in South Georgia. In the tri-state area, some of the breakaway little bursts of rain and wind will continue to give some wind gust potential to areas like Midway, over towards Quincy, into Bainbridge. That's where we certainly have at least those lower end chances for impactful winds that can certainly have an effect on power, on trees, and especially in areas where we have had that saturated ground. It may not take much, especially if you're considering steady winds, 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, and then you get a quick gust. That can certainly have an effect on weakened root structures in trees, or if they're just on saturated ground. So that can certainly worsen the possibilities or increase the possibilities of having those effects in these types of winds. So definitely keep that in mind as you're going through the night in areas near and north of this boundary, where we will still have this broadening effect of the overall eye wall structure. Not meaning that the whole thing is going to be continuing to strengthen, it's not, but the expanse of it, the broad nature of it will start to stretch out, and that will carry those gustier winds north of the state line. So be aware of that for the next couple of hours here within the 221 corridor over towards 84, as well as along the route of Highway 129. So this is not something that's just going to diminish. It'll take some time to work its way all the way through as we're going beyond the 11 o'clock hour now, but it is making that steady progress. And again, on the outer edge here, there's that possibility of a couple little spin-up tornadoes that we may have to monitor maybe if something still holds together in places like Clinch and Eccles counties. Those could be a couple zones where you can have maybe a little bit of an enhancement in the winds, not because of the eye wall necessarily, although I think the leftovers of that will likely have a little effect coming up into those Alapaha River communities, Statenville, Fruitland, Homerville. Some of those areas will certainly have the effects of gustier winds when this comes your way, but also you have to consider the possibility of those quick spin-up tornadoes. That one near Lake City is going to keep moving to the north. Not going to have that concern for spin-up tornadoes on the western side here. It's not a common effect in a landfalling hurricane situation, but still keep in mind that for another hour or so, even within the Tallahassee metro, you're going to have those occasional bursts of wind gusts and likely getting more power being lost across that area. So as this system continues to move to the northeast at about 24 miles per hour, it'll still cause quite a bit of rain activity, and that's something that can't be disregarded either. Flash flood warning is in effect for a broad portion of the central and eastern Big Bend. That's until 3:15. So I'm curious as far as how much rain may have already fallen given what we have right now and what kind of rainfall totals that we may have from this. So taking about the last 6 hours, especially within this region here, without actually looking at the overall rain gauges and seeing some of the wind-blown rain that's occurring in the Live Oak area, or we're not seeing so much in the way of heavy rain, but there's definitely the accumulating rain that's been adding up to a couple of inches already here within that overall eye wall band. So about 2 to 3 inch totals, and that's certainly a possibility that can trigger some local flooding within that area. But there has also been the heavy rain that will start to move into the Live Oak area, which we have seen from our First to Know storm tracker. So we definitely have that combination of gustier winds, high rain rates, high accumulations, and that's making things quite problematic for a lot of folks within our eastern communities and central zones here within the Big Bend. So we'll have to continue to monitor that rain rate, especially in those waterlogged areas. You remember from Debbie, where we had upwards of 15 inches of rain in some cases. This will not be a repeat of that because, again, this is moving pretty swiftly. It's causing a lot of rain, and again, those accumulations to give us about 2 to 3 inches, which may be a little better visibility in this perspective, but there's definitely that zone where the rain is adding up, and that can certainly keep a flood risk in place up until later on in the early morning hours. So keep that in mind. And another reason not to venture out in all this mess because of the multiple hazards that come along with a landfalling hurricane. Not just the wind, although that is a big concern and has been a major concern of a lot of people over the last few days. So far, it seems like we're seeing some reasonable effects from a landfalling hurricane. Riley?
Mention as of 11:07 p.m., there is now an extreme wind warning for Lowndes, Thomas, and Brooks County
Okay.
until 2 a.m.
Okay, so the extreme wind warning that was in effect across the eastern side of the Big Bend, there's going to be another one that's going to be in South Georgia until what time again, Riley? Until 2 a.m. So we'll update on the map as far as that extreme wind warning for some South Georgia communities. But now we have Governor DeSantis, who is giving an update on the storm's progress.
Moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway. Car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now is not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140 mile an hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County, and that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there. And please, please be mindful of that. the storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so. To commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach,
maybe even as close as Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter, go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead, you can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm. But it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing that the storm hit Taylor County after we've had Adalia and Debbie also hit Taylor County?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think Kevin and I were talking. I think their EM director resigned going in when they saw this storm could come to the big, because like it's going to do 3 storms in a little over a year. What is it, 13, 14 months basically? And this one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake. And so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now, we're going to be there. We're going to be helping. But it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh, man. And then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there. We'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of.
All right, so you've been listening to
said,
Governor Ron DeSantis and state emergency management officials updating us on the state of Hurricane Helene, which just made landfall in the Big Bend coast as a major hurricane. I do want to let you know that in the city of Tallahassee alone, there are now more than 22,000 people without power.
Us these hefty gusts of wind, unlike what some of us have seen in recent times. And that kind of trend is very possible to be experienced in other portions of our region, especially in Madison County. Hang tight, Madison County, because that section of the eye is coming into your area. It's moving through Greenville and then crossing Interstate 10. So we can have very similar effects in terms of those very strong bursts of wind and just a sustained trend of high-end tropical storm force winds. That can also rotate around here in portions of the Osceola River area of Jefferson County. So if you're near Osceola, south towards the Wassissa area, Fanlue, some of those communities and neighborhoods along 59, those are going to be some heavily hit areas with that rotation and that burst of wind that the eye wall is carrying across this region. Some of that is scraping into sections of easternmost Wakulla County. I haven't seen any hurricane force winds coming out of that region yet from observation points, but there is that possibility still in existence, and we do have to monitor those areas near and east of Highway 319 here in eastern Leon County for any similar wind gusts. The highest I've seen so far is in about the 40 to 50-ish range. I think at the top of FSU, the National Weather Service building there on the Love Building on campus, about 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that can be certainly common, but we can see maybe some enhanced gusts connected to this band, which is still kind of lingering a bit just right along the Jefferson-Leon County line. So be aware of the possibility, and that's still within the scope of the original extreme wind warning. A new one had been issued for Thomas, Brooks, and Lowndes County. So that is next in line for some of those higher end gusts that can be experienced between midnight, or say between now and about 2:30, as that continues to push to the north into southern Georgia. So from Thomasville, the Grady County is not included in that extreme wind warning, but as this stretches out even more, we can see some gusty winds that can move into Grady County. But I think the main focus for those strongest gusts will be concentrated between the Thomasville area and the Valdosta vicinity. I'd even stretch it towards Statenville, although that is not included in the extreme wind warning. Us these hefty gusts of wind, unlike what some of us have seen in recent times. And that kind of trend is very possible to be experienced in other portions of our region, especially in Madison County. Hang tight, Madison County, because that section of the eye is coming into your area. It's moving through Greenville and then crossing Interstate 10. So we can have very similar effects in terms of those very strong bursts of wind and just a sustained trend of high-end tropical storm force winds. That can also rotate around here in portions of the Osceola River area of Jefferson County. So if you're near Osceola, south towards the Wassissa area, Fanlue, some of those communities and neighborhoods along 59, those are going to be some heavily hit areas with that rotation and that burst of wind that the eye wall is carrying across this region. Some of that is scraping into sections of easternmost Wakulla County. I haven't seen any hurricane force winds coming out of that region yet from observation points, but there is that possibility still in existence, and we do have to monitor those areas near and east of Highway 319 here in eastern Leon County for any similar wind gusts. The highest I've seen so far is in about the 40 to 50-ish range. I think at the top of FSU, the National Weather Service building there on the Love Building on campus, about 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that can be certainly common, but we can see maybe some enhanced gusts connected to this band, which is still kind of lingering a bit just right along the Jefferson-Leon County line. So be aware of the possibility, and that's still within the scope of the original extreme wind warning. A new one had been issued for Thomas, Brooks, and Lowndes County. So that is next in line for some of those higher end gusts that can be experienced between midnight, or say between now and about 2:30, as that continues to push to the north into southern Georgia. So from Thomasville, the Grady County is not included in that extreme wind warning, but as this stretches out even more, we can see some gusty winds that can move into Grady County. But I think the main focus for those strongest gusts will be concentrated between the Thomasville area and the Valdosta vicinity. but probably in multiple areas. It was mentioned earlier that a tree was down on Interstate 10 near, I think it was mile marker 238. So that gives you an example of how roads can be obstructed and blocked. And there's no telling if, in a particular situation, if the tree fell on a power line. So it's very hazardous. And even if you're just concerned about the health of your tires, you don't necessarily want to try to venture out, especially at dark, especially when the lights are out and you don't have city lights and you have to depend on the headlights in your vehicle. Just wait until morning when the sun comes up, because the sun will rise. And when it does, all this mess will be out of here, and then you'll have the light of day to take account of what needs to be done and let the emergency officials and first responders do their thing. They're professionals at that. So there's definitely reason, and that's a good example of folks who just need to stay put in these storm areas where winds are at a particularly strong level, and there is that ongoing hazard of some pretty hefty winds. Now, a recent scan just came in, seems like maybe a little delayed from a few minutes ago, but that shows how the inland eye wall has made more progress to the north in sections of Madison County near Mayo, as well as in Lafayette County. So we're seeing an onward push of some of that wind action. And
for having me, I appreciate it. Now, when you think of movies, you might think of a great soundtrack, but these days that is changing.
Yeah, so still ahead on your fall entertainment guide, why the video game industry and the music industry are starting to go hand in hand. Stay with us.
It's an area, but probably in multiple areas. It was mentioned earlier that a tree was down on Interstate 10 near, I think it was mile marker 238. So that gives you an example of how roads can be obstructed and blocked. And there's no telling if, in a particular situation, if the tree fell on a power line. So it's very hazardous. And even if you're just concerned about the health of your tires, you don't necessarily want to try to venture out, especially at dark, especially when the lights are out and you don't have city lights and you have to depend on the headlights in your vehicle. Just wait until morning when the sun comes up, because the sun will rise. And when it does, all this mess will be out of here, and then you'll have the light of day to take account of what needs to be done and let the emergency officials and first responders do their thing. They're professionals at that. So there's definitely reason, and that's a good example of folks who just need to stay put in these storm areas where winds are at a particularly strong level, and there is that ongoing hazard of some pretty hefty winds. Now, a recent scan just came in, seems like maybe a little delayed from a few minutes ago, but that shows how the inland eye wall has made more progress to the north in sections of Madison County near Mayo, as well as in Lafayette County. So we're seeing an onward push of some of that wind action, and perhaps decreasing a bit for the Tallahassee Metro. Still some gusty winds that will be coming from this breakaway extension over the Havana, Midway, Bloxham, Fort Braden area. So that'll be one zone of stronger winds. It looks like the concentration is going to be here right around the Alcilla River to the Suwannee River.
All right, thank you, Cass. And just checking in with the Tallahassee power outage map, 23,500 people without power in Tallahassee. I believe we're going to check in with Kenzie Krieger in Crawfordville now. Kenya Cardone. She is in the Live Oak area, Suwannee County. This is a live look at the First to Know weather tracker, and they are driving around looking for damage. It looks like they have found some. Can we hear from Kenya now?
Yes, Channing, thank you so much. So we were reporting from the Live Oak neighborhood, and then we started to head east towards Wellborn, and then towards Lake City, just to kind of find shelter, because those bands were getting very forceful, and it was hard to take cover in Live Oak. And as we were driving more out east, we ran into lots of debris, and we had to stop very quickly because this massive tree was down, blocking the road. We've seen debris blowing across the roads. You can see all the leaves. This is what the scene looks like on most of the roads out here in Suwannee County, and it's very dangerous because these things come out at you, and since it's so dark, you almost have no warning before these things come flying at you. I mean, there's signs waving, there's signs blowing in the air, and these trees are massive. These winds are so forceful to knock these things down. I'm telling you, the stop before reaching this tree had to be quick. If we hadn't had seen this, we would have ended up in a terrible situation. And I'm glad that we are prepared here in the First to Know Storm Chaser to be able to catch these things and react quickly, because again, so much debris is on the roads. You know, the lights are flickering, power is out, lots of debris on the roads. The winds are so forceful, it rocks the car. It's exactly why it's not safe to be out driving, walking, anything. Look at the lightning. It is just such an unsafe situation to be outside in. So I hope everybody is hunkered down, because you have no warning when these things are flying around in the air. That's the latest here out on the east part, just a little bit east of Live Oak. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Kenya. So we're seeing these trees come down on these smaller rural roads. They're also coming down on the interstate. On Interstate 10 in the area of Greenville on I-10 westbound, there is a tree on the road at mile marker 238. This is according to Florida Highway Patrol. There's also a tree down on the interstate near the Monticello rest area on I-10. It's blocking the ramp to the rest area. So traveling on the interstate is going to be difficult in the hours and possibly days ahead as these trees come crashing down. We also have debris in the right lane, in Tallahassee near mile marker 196. Only one vehicle crash reported on I-10 right now at mile marker 216. So very few crashes to report, which is a good thing. However, we're seeing more and more debris reports coming in from Florida Highway Patrol. In the city of Tallahassee, like I said before, we went to Kenya, 23,000 customers without power at this hour. I do want to check with Swanee Valley Electric Cooperative because we were tracking some outages there, and we know that the eye wall of the storm went through and impacted that part of our viewing area. So if I can just pull that up, or if we can pull up the power outage map in one of our weather computers, that would be helpful as well. There we go. If we could take that, Carson, it looks like it's in weather 1. It's looking like it's really lighting up as a number of counties. There we go. Other weather computer, please, Carson. There we go. If we could take this full and just kind of walk through the numbers that we are seeing. Leon County in orange there with thousands of people without power. There's Cass getting ready for his next weather hit. Cass, we appreciate the work you're doing behind the scenes. So while we try to figure this out, just the power is going out is really the message that I'm trying to get across here. And we talked about that extreme wind warning being issued for South Georgia. See the yellows and the oranges and the greens on your screen. We do anticipate that that's going to continue into South Georgia as these extreme winds move north. So here we go. We got it full screen. 30,000 people in Leon County without power right now. It looks like 14,000 in Taylor County. Remember, fewer people live in Taylor County than Leon County. And then 8,500 in Madison County. So that is where some of the strongest winds are moving through. Swanee County's got more than 20,000 without power, and we expect those numbers to continue climbing. Fortunately, we've got hundreds of utility trucks and thousands of line workers ready to hit the ground running tomorrow morning, because as Cass has been saying, this storm's going to move out quickly, and tomorrow morning, as long as the winds have died down, people will be able to get to work restoring power to all of these neighborhoods who are going to be in the dark for the most part tonight. We would love to hear a report from your neighborhood, so you can send us a message on our Facebook page or send us an email and let us know what you're seeing where you live as this storm continues moving north of that extreme wind warning. Just circling back, I've seen some videos. Here's a new crash actually that was just reported on I-10. It just came in, mile marker 245 near Greenville. This is a crash where part of the roadway is blocked on I-10 eastbound. So people are still on the interstates and getting into trouble as these extreme winds continue moving through. As Kenya was saying, if you're going quickly and you can only see so far ahead with your headlights, if a tree's in front of you, you could very well run into it. And that would be a very dangerous situation. As we heard the governor say during his news conference, we've already had one fatality closer to the Tampa Bay area by somebody who was out on the roads. And so we do want people to be careful. And first to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse has an updated look at the storm as it continues rolling through the Big Bend and the Tallahassee area.
That's right. I'll take a tour of some weather sim cameras. Of course, you can't really see much from Dowling Park, but it's still online. The weather sim observation point there having a gust of 75 miles per hour recently, and that's again along the Lafayette-Suwannee County line. So we are getting more of those reports from various observation sites of those hurricane force winds within the Suwannee Valley. We've had some gustiness across the downtown area. Recent gusts at tropical storm force, fast moving low clouds, so very inclement. I mean, just look at how fast those clouds are moving at just a few hundred, maybe 1,000 feet up. That just tells you the overall wind forces at play within some of these bands that are coming through. So if I'm certain no one's up at the top of the DoubleTree, but that would be some kicking wind making its way across those elevated areas. And that's just not something you want to be playing around in. Over Florida A&M, recent gust at 51 miles per hour. So it's good to see that there's still power connected in many of these neighborhoods, and the cameras are still streaming. I know there's been thousands of customers that have lost power. But it seems like we're getting at least some pockets of ongoing availability of electricity, and that's encouraging. If that can just hold up, that would be great for a lot of people and maybe reduce the need for extended power outages. However, in the Florida State campus area, at least the recent wind gust is 45. There's swaying of the trees on the west side of town and the blowing of the raindrops upon the lens and in front of those city lights. So we definitely still have a pretty hazardous and dicey situation, which will start to make its way into our South Georgia tier. Right now, the latest wind gust from Hayhira says 14, but I've seen recent reports in Lowndes County thereabouts, about 58 mile per hour wind gusts around the airport and other weather stem sites. So we are seeing a pickup in those wind gusts, and even along Interstate 10 in Suwannee County, a recent gust of 57. So that does match fairly well. This is on the east side of the county, close to Columbia County. And that report from Kenya in the Storm Chaser, where that down tree was in Wellborn, that's not too far from where mile marker 296 is in the rest area. So there's definitely a lot of wind force extending across a big portion of our region, including over northeast Tallahassee, where the wind gust is recently 50 miles per hour. So we're getting that sampling. It's helping to make things more legitimate. And even along the coast, a recent gust still in the high-end tropical storm range over Ocklawahnee Bay. And yes, that camera is still running, and the raindrops are still running right across the lens there. So there's big reason and legitimate reason why that extreme wind warning remains in effect until midnight. And then we have a new one, which is being mapped out, that includes Thomas County as well as Brooks, Lowndes until 2:15, if I'm not mistaken, and also Eccles County. So I mentioned earlier in Statenville, you'll have some of this effect rolling through, and there's been a recent issuance of an extreme wind warning in Eccles County with an expiration of 1:45. So because we're seeing verification of hurricane force winds that can approach or perhaps even exceed 115 miles per hour in some cases, that's why the extreme wind warning was issued, because that does make things hazardous and life-threatening. That's a big part of the reason. You can almost treat it as if it's a prolonged tornado warning, because that's the kind of wind that can occur in such a situation. So if you have that type of warning, which we will have in our South Georgia tier along 84 for another couple of hours, take it seriously, because some of those winds south where that rain band and the eye wall have been placed, those numbers continue to add up to hurricane force gusts across that region. We're seeing a little bit of a calming in some of those gusts around Perry, but recently at Tallahassee Airport, a gust of 60 miles per hour. So that's just on the outer edge of the western eye wall, which is beginning to be kind of elongated, but it's still going to be capable of creating those stronger gusts that will have an effect on trees and power and all those things that we've mentioned numerous times already. So this portion that has been moving through the Lake Talquin area has the possibility of creating some gustier winds. That's outside the extreme wind warning area, but I would suspect that could be part of the reason why we had that recent strong gust within the western side of Tallahassee. So we could certainly have some of those strong winds continuing Quincy over towards Midway. I can kind of hear the winds outside our studio kind of cranking up and getting the effect of that portion of the band that's kind of broken off from the original eye wall. So we still have some significant wind forces at work here in eastern Gadsden County. And then across our eastern areas where the eye is right now over Perry, that's why you may have a calm setup right now for you. Those recent wind gusts have been decreasing, and they're much lower than they were, but they can crank up once again as you go into the next few minutes. In Madison, recent wind gusts have been around 80 miles per hour from WeatherStem and other reporting sites. Those winds will begin to slack off over the next few minutes as the eye goes over Madison County. So, as mentioned earlier, in the night, you will have a period of time in Madison County where it seems like that calmer setup is going to be right over you. And you might think, oh, we're good, the storm is over, but it's not really over, because after a strong bout of east and southeast winds, you'll have a pretty hefty bout of west winds that will start to come in. And it may not be at the same rate of speed that produces more 80-mile-per-hour gusts, but they are going to be pretty hefty. The rain will resume. The winds will kind of blow in an opposite direction for you, just like what's set to occur here along the coast in Taylor County, and kind of disrupting the current calmness that may be in place, relatively speaking, in Perry. You'll have that similar effect around the Madison area. So keep that in mind. However, the eastern side of what's left of the eye wall will still continue to drape itself from Cook's Hammock through Mayo and then over towards the Dowling Park area, where already some of those high wind gusts were occurring in the range of about 80 miles per hour. So we're all seeing the evidence continuing to trickle in through the various resources and information points that this is definitely a storm that is causing a lot of the wind that was feared. We're not quite seeing the levels up to 140, but nonetheless, we're getting the effects of even these low-end Category 1 gusts that have been frequently occurring across this zone. And it's likely going to continue to a certain extent, especially over the next hour or so, as we get this band moving north towards Valdosta. One of my friends there said that the power was lost at the place where he's sheltering. And that's going to be more common across Lowndes County and surrounding counties in South Georgia as well. So make sure that you are kind of ready and kind of psyched up for that possibility, even though there are still some areas, especially within Metro Tallahassee, that still have power, and it's not quite as widespread, although we're certainly not done with that potential. There is the ongoing evidence that we'll see that continuing trend of increasing numbers of customers without power, and there's still going to be that opportunity for some very strong gusts of wind that will continue here within the eastern side of our region, in Suwannee County in particular, on top of what's already occurred in some of those gusty wind areas along the Suwannee River itself. Western areas, you definitely still have those gusts of wind to contend with, but it's a little more tame in portions of the tri-state. So not to ignore you definitely have your trends of strong winds and even some lightning-producing storms, and you can have those quick bursts of wind around the Quincy area coming in from the north. This is one of those remnant breakaway areas that had gone through Tallahassee, so there's still going to be at least a trend of strong gusty winds here in the Lake Talquin area and portions of Gadsden County, outside of the extreme wind warning. But there's still going to be some disruption perhaps in your power and maybe your comfort in the evening time frame because of the overall positioning of that little band that stretches through Crawfordville and the Sot-Choppy area and over towards Medart. It's interesting to see the Madison camera on a different view on our Weather 2 computer, where from the EOC site, that's pretty much in line with that eye wall. And if the director can somehow maybe bring in a double box of that WSI2 computer to give you an idea of how it's really blowing around Madison, there you go. This is on Highway 14, a little way southeast of Madison. The lens, the camera was really rocking, and you can kind of see some of that motion right now. So that's good evidence of just the wind forces that are at work here at this particular site. There's a lot of resiliency I can see from at least this perspective, because the lights are still on. And I hope that continues for Madison. But when you have wind gusts of 70, 80 miles per hour, I haven't checked the wind gauges for this site in particular, but it definitely is close by to where we've had those reports of hurricane force wind gusts in Madison County. And there's a good chance that things will kind of stabilize and settle from this area within the next few minutes as the eye goes over that region. So there can be less shaking in about 5-10 minutes from the Highway 14 area, and that could certainly be something that can give some people some relief, but it may just be temporary. So don't be fooled when the winds die down or calm down, maybe not completely calm, but that is the effect of the eye that will start to go over, which is now making more progress from south to north across Madison County. We can go back to the original weather radar and tell you that the eye is right about there. So I do anticipate around that region south of Madison that we will see maybe less shaking on that camera. I am curious to see what kind of wind gusts may be coming from that specific site. And there are several there in Madison County, a couple of 80 mile per hour gusts, including that one from the EOC site there on Highway 14. So again, more evidence that this is definitely meeting some expectations. It is definitely causing some disruptive conditions across many of our neighborhoods in the eastern Big Bend. And we're not quite done with this because it is still moving to the north and northeast. And it's still moving along, so I'm not anticipating this lasting for hours and hours on end. In fact, that extreme wind warning, we'll see if there's any adjustment to it for the eastern Leon through Madison and Taylor and Lafayette County area. It will be? Okay.
Jefferson, Madison, Lafayette, and northeast Taylor County have extended that extreme wind warning until 1:30 a.m. Everywhere else in that Florida area, it will be allowed to expire at midnight.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. So it doesn't surprise me that it has been extended for a portion of that original region until 1:30. So you still have opportunities, unfortunately, to have that kind of caliber of wind to affect these areas. So this will be something that sticks around as the whole area moves to the north. Some of the rotating of the leftovers of the eye will still be capable of creating those enhanced winds that may be occurring here, especially in this eastern segment. Really anywhere within that region is where we're going to continue to see the higher hazards of some of those higher wind gusts. And I'd be very curious over time to see if any kind of 100 mile per hour wind gusts have been observed, but this is still an unfolding situation, and certainly time and data will tell if we have winds that get to that level. But just keep that in mind, even on the western side of this circulation in portions of the Tallahassee region. It is encouraging, again, to see some of those cameras still up and lights still illuminated, but nonetheless, the hazard has not bypassed the entire Big Bend region quite yet. It'll be perhaps another hour or two before we can see this move out. I don't anticipate it slowing down to where it becomes stationary and becomes a huge rainmaker more than it already is. But this will be working its way through the system of our region over the next couple of hours, and it'll take some time to finally get the things to settle down. But very likely after 2 a.m. we can see much of this beginning to push north of our region, and our conditions will gradually begin to improve once again. But we're about at the height of the wind effects that we're going to see in the broadest expanse of our area. And it is something that we'll just continue to have to contend with until it starts to work its way north and away from our area.
All right. We continue our coverage now. Kendall, back here. You've been checking with your neighbors and people you know in southwest Tallahassee, southeast Tallahassee. What are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing that those bands, that weather that's coming through, it's visible in the sky. People are also starting to lose power. There were some flickers in Southwoods. Some folks in Southwoods still do have power, but the lights are kind of going on and off.
Yeah, and speaking of Tallahassee and power, more than 30,000 people without power now. I do just want to mention we've been keeping a close eye on Steinhatchee for storm surge. We've got some new video in here I want to bring in. If we have that video, go ahead and bring it in. Do we have the video? Okay, there we go. Remind us of where this is, Director. This is in Midtown Tallahassee, so it looks like trees have come down. That is not a surprise to see. and the power outages just keep adding up. You've seen video from the area. What have you seen in your videos that you've been getting, Kendall?
I've seen some clouds moving through. You can see that rain coming down as well as some trees moving around. And like you said, it's no wonder that some trees are starting to come down with those winds moving through, especially in the video that I recently saw from that neighbor that lives in Southwood.
Yeah.
The winds just moving through,
And
power's going down.
And take a look at this. This is from the All Saints neighborhood. This is right along Railroad Avenue where they're doing all that construction. This was taken quite some time ago. The winds have picked up quite a bit since. The rain puddling there, we know from earlier today, some of the storm drains were actually clogged with debris, so hopefully the flooding isn't too bad there. But Kendall, just like you said, you can see the clouds moving pretty quickly overhead, and I just know from that neighborhood, they have lost power in parts of College Town as well.
Right, and we know that we have so many trees here in Tallahassee. It's one of the things that we love, but it also poses some challenges when we have storms like this. Those come down, interfering with power lines, roads, etc.
Yeah, and so we've been keeping an eye on Steinhatchee. We have the National Weather Service on their Twitter accounts. We're working to clear these images for you, but they just retweeted a photo from a storm chaser that shows sheds floating in Steinhatchee. The storm chaser estimating at least 8 feet of storm surge in Steinhatchee. Of course, it is dark. It is hard to measure how high the water actually is, but this is what we've been anticipating. We've seen it from places like in Southwest Florida, Tampa Bay, Cedar Key reporting record flooding at this point on their National Weather Service stream gauge. These numbers will have to be verified after the storm moves away, but all indications are that a dangerous, life-threatening flood situation is playing out along the Taylor County coast as we speak.
And that's why a lot of folks that are living in Steinhatchee, I spoke with some neighbors that live on the river. They evacuated over to Gainesville, I believe, because they were not looking to mess around with that storm surge, like you said.
Yeah, and Steinhatchee, you've been there multiple times. You've been to multiple businesses that had just finished rebuilding, that had just reopened 6 months, 8 months, a year after Idalia. What were some of the people telling you as they were getting ready for this storm?
People were definitely on edge. They felt like they made it through Debbie okay, but they were worried that this storm was going to have broader impacts than we saw in Debbie or even Idalia. People were concerned about that. I know those neighbors that I spoke with were monitoring the weather very closely so they could just get an eye on what the situation was. Again, they told me that they evacuated, but businesses in the area were also taking precaution, boarding up windows, bringing things inside. Roy's restaurant, which is right on the river, they just finished a complete renovation after their restaurant was destroyed during Idalia. So
I'll be very interested and hopeful that Roy's is still standing tomorrow morning. This is a live look from our first to know live storm chaser. This is in downtown Live Oak. Can we take this full, guys? I want to show them just how strong this wind is. You know that it kind of dips down, and they were flooded out during Hurricane Debbie with feet of water. The courthouse there on the right-hand side of your screen. Look at the wind being funneled down Main Street through the buildings. This is some of the strongest wind of the hurricane moving through the downtown area of Live Oak. Kendall, you've been out toward Live Oak and in that part of the region. You talked with people just weeks ago who were recovering from Debbie. Can you give us an idea of what kind of situation they were in before that storm hit?
And we saw lots of flooding in Live Oak, like you said, but I visited some people in Madison County, an area that saw significant flooding as well, specifically in the Lee area. I spoke with some folks that saw, I think, 7 feet of water on their property throughout. They have a property that's acres large, and there was just water covering all of it. Their cattle had to go to higher land. They were really gathering the important things that they need so they could get out and protect those items.
Right. Yeah. When I was in Live Oak just weeks ago, there were still dumpsters in the street of people cleaning out. So it looks like the flooding isn't as big of a problem this time around. Thank goodness. The wind is the concern this time around. Guys in the back, if you could let us know where we're going to go next. I see Cass moving into place. So as we can hear the wind moving outside the studio, I want to get an idea of just where those strong winds are. Cass, where is the storm right now?
we still have the circulation that's around the Madison County area set to move north of the state line. This extends to the south into the Swanee River area, so Mayo to say the Dowling Park area, Falmouth region, and over towards Swanee Springs, Jasper, and Jennings. And then a little extension that still runs from around Bainbridge south through Lake Talquin and then into Sopchoppy and then offshore. So we still have quite a bit of a circulation still intact in this region, and that is still going to kind of work its way around, and that will cause a few gusts of wind of its own. I'm going to initiate the overall hand tracker mode here just for a moment and kind of give you a little exploratory tour of what's been going on within this region. And we'll analyze these with our velocity mode just to give you an idea of just how some of those winds are behaving within a few portions of this broad, rotating, counterclockwise mess around our region. Let's zoom in a little bit to the metro area, Leon-Gadsden County. So we still have this heavy band here that's producing quite a bit of rain. Attapulgis over towards Quincy, in between there, Gadsden County High School, and then south, just clipping the Fort Braden area and just outside of the airport vicinity. We'll examine some of the wind behaviors within this, because this is pretty close to the radar site, and it can give us at least some estimation of how those winds are behaving within this region. They don't look to be, at least based on this perspective, all that intense, but still, some wind gusts are certainly capable of reaching about 40 to 50 miles per hour, and I've seen some of those similar measurements from other observation points within this region. Recently at the airport, a wind gust of 60, also had similar wind reports around the FSU campus, so there's still going to be some squally conditions within that band. They may fall below any kind of hurricane intensity, but again, it doesn't take a whole lot of excess wind to create maybe a few more issues with toppling trees or snap trees, or maybe even just some branches that have been kind of loose and swaying and finally just couldn't take any more of that breeze, so it kind of snaps off the tree. So there's definitely going to be quite a bit of that kind of tree debris and yard debris in various neighborhoods just because of the gustier winds that we've had across this area. Steady rain is still continuing around Metro Tallahassee as well. And out of curiosity, just to see how much rain has fallen, we'll put on a 6-hour mode here, and it's starting to add up without actually looking at official rain gauges. There's definitely been a little band here of about 2 to 3 inch rain totals, and perhaps even a little bit more for sections of Wakulla County, where you had, at least on the southeast side, a little initial heavy hit of rain when that eye wall started to come on shore. So the rain totals are beginning to add up. A little lighter within Tallahassee proper, roughly 1 to 2 inches, but we'll still have at least a couple hours worth of at least intermittent rain, and when it does get heavy, you can certainly add to some of those tallies across the Metro Tallahassee area. So the flash flood warning, definitely a precautionary measure. In these deep tropical moisture situations, you can get a lot of rain deposited. We've seen that earlier today in the Apalachicola Forest area, so that can certainly initiate flooding issues that can be pretty significant in any neighborhoods that are encountering that. So keep that in mind, even though you'll still have at least some times of on again, off again, kind of blustery, squally conditions. There's a decent chance that the rain could certainly continue to add up across many areas here within the Tallahassee region and stretching down towards the coast with that ongoing offshore wind. So these are not necessarily going to be winds that are particularly hazardous in terms of water levels for areas like the mouth of the Ocklawahamna or the Wakulla County bays. Those winds will be going offshore. So I don't necessarily see any kind of enhanced water levels for that region anymore, since the winds will be offshore. But across our eastern extent into the Swanee River, this is where we still have that band, where there's still that possibility for occasional hurricane force gusts. And some of those can work their way into southern Georgia, where some of those velocity values, based on the Tallahassee radar, are still pretty heavily being indicated on that mode, and we'll see those kind of wind effects working towards the Highway 84 corridor. Channing?
All right, thank you, Cass. We are getting a first look at the damage in the Perry neighborhood. Maya Sargent is standing by right now. She has been there all night listening to the wind howl. She was there when the power went out. It looks like it's still out. Maya, what are you seeing?
Hi, Channing. Yeah, we've been in my hotel room all night waiting for the storm to pass through. We kind of heard it made landfall. I heard some crazy noises outside, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then I just stepped outside and I want to show you, we're still seeing that wind. You can see it in that tree behind me. I'm not sure. It's very dark, but it's blowing.
I don't know if we still have Maya here. Okay, so it looks like her shot is frozen. That's all right. We will go back to her as soon as we're able to get her shot back up. This storm, very intense, impacting the way that we get our signal out to you and the way we get our reporter signal back to the station to get it out to you. So I do know from looking at the radar, there's a very powerful band setting up just west of Leon County. I think we're working to get Maya back. There she is. Okay, so Maya, if you can hear us, we would love to know where you are. I understand that you're seeing some damage. I see the wind is still pretty strong there, so let's try this again.
Yes, Channing. Okay, so our service is a little bit spotty. It's been going out on our phones. It is back. Hopefully you can stay with us and see some of this damage. So if you see behind me, we're seeing a lot of this wind still here. We've been hunkered down in our hotel room, sitting in the bathroom as we waited for landfall to happen. Now we're seeing some of this effects from landfall. Okay, if you come over here, I want to show you some of the damage that we're seeing from the initial effects of landfall here in Perry. This is just from our hotel. I actually saw and heard this piece of material
All right, so bear with us as we work through these technical difficulties, this storm throwing curveballs left and right. We are going to go back to Maya as soon as we have her, but we do want to check in with Kenya Cardone. She has been assessing the damage in Suwannee County in the Live Oak community. Look at this shot. Take a look at your screen. Can we bring this full, guys? This is incredible to see. The wind blowing like a wind tunnel through downtown Live Oak. Look at the rain just ripping through there. It looks like that there is some damage there on the sidewalk, and I do believe Kenya can tell us where she is and what she's seeing. Kenya, it looks like you've got some damage.
Yes, we do, Channing. The wind has been whipping and tunneling so hard. If you look to the left side of the screen, what happened was that the wind was blowing so hard that it knocked a sign over and hit a business there, and that caused it to shatter the window. There is glass on the ground there in the corner. And I mean, I don't know if you can really tell, but let me tell you, from inside this First to Know Storm Chaser, that wind is whipping so forcefully. It is shaking the car harder than it has all night. And it caused that that pole to hit that window and shatter it. And then there's debris flying everywhere. You can see how strong that wind is. We saw signs flying by on the roads. We saw boards, I'm assuming from when people boarded up their businesses. Well, some of those are flying all across downtown Live Oak right now. So again, this is why it's not safe, because look at all those shards of glass. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's shards of glass right there on the corner from that pole that broke into that window. And now the wind with its force is picking that up, and all the other debris, the tree limbs, everything, it's just flying all over the place. It's swirling. You can see that the rain also is swirling on the ground. And oh my God, look over there. You'll be able to see those palm trees swaying around. They look real flimsy with this wind right now. It is looking very, very, very forceful here. That's why it's important to take shelter. The rain is hitting hard. You also don't want to be out here because you may not think so, but when you're out here, that rain and that wind blowing the way that you're seeing it right now and rocking the car, it hurts to stand outside in those conditions. And on top of that, like we've been saying all throughout the air today, that debris flying around plus all this hard wind and rain hitting you, that's not a condition you want to be outside in. So again, signs flying around, debris flying around, a pole just broke a window of a business, glass flying around. It's not safe to be out here. That's what it's looking like here in downtown Live Oak.
Forrest Saunders, he's standing by outside the Emergency Operations Center for the state in Tallahassee. You can hear the generator roaring in the background. Forrest, if you can hear us, we'd love to know what conditions are like in Tallahassee.
Oh, and then recap the governor's press conference. Recap the governor, and that's it.
All right, so they're working out some logistics there. I'm sure it's very hard to hear with that generator roaring in the background. A lot of generators probably roaring right now when they kick on automatically with these powerful winds moving through. Looking at the radar, you can see the circulation is rotating north, as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova said it would. I do believe we have Forrest now. So Forrest, what's the situation like where you are?
Yeah, so we're standing in the southeast part of Tallahassee. This is the Southwood area, just outside of the State Emergency Operations Center. The EOC is what we call it. The damage here, well, we really haven't seen much, and I think a lot of people are breathing a sigh of relief. There was concern that Tallahassee was going to get a direct hit, but instead, in my area, what we are seeing is a lot of branches like this. So just minor stuff here. I can't speak for the rest of Tallahassee because it sounds like there are some trees down in some neighborhoods, potentially an apartment complex, just getting some early reports there. So there is some damage here in Tallahassee. We just don't know how extensive it is quite yet. We probably won't know until tomorrow morning, which kind of brings me to what the governor was saying just a few moments ago. He had an 11:15-ish press conference here just a little while ago. He was basically speaking as Helene was making landfall. And what he told us was there was one storm-related fatality recorded so far, and that was down in Ybor City. Sounds like there was a car on the road that was hit by some falling debris, perhaps a road sign. But that is the only fatality that he was aware of at this moment. But what he did say is that there is a likelihood that there will be more deaths associated with this storm and that we will find out more in time. Unfortunately, given the size, the magnitude of this storm, it's just a likelihood. Whether that was the storm surge, whether that was falling debris like trees, or whether it was flash flooding, any number of things could potentially be deadly. So he is saying that they expect that number to go up as they get more reports over the coming hours and into the morning. We'll have to keep on standby to find out what that final total looks like. But again, recapping, for now, just one storm-related fatality that the state is reporting. Obviously, you've got local governments. They may have their own numbers right now, but the state says it is aware of only one storm-related fatality. Beyond that, a lot of concern about infrastructure, right? Roads, bridges, power, all of that kinds of things. You can hear maybe in the background there's the rumbling of a generator. That is the state EOC's massive generator. Smells like a diesel generator, and it is keeping the power on right now. The energy that you're looking at is all sourced from that thing because in this particular part of the Southwood neighborhood, the power is out. But they are doing their best to keep things running. This, again, is the State Emergency Operations Center. They got to have power to do their job, and so that is what is happening. Infrastructure-wise, though, they do not have any reports at this moment of bridges that might be out or major highways that may be clogged. That is probably going to change. As far as damage, they are just waiting to get those reports, right? It is nighttime, so it's very hard to relay that information. It is just now coming into the state. But as of the press conference, again, about 45 minutes ago or so, Governor DeSantis, state officials say they didn't have any word of, say, damage like we saw during Hurricane Ian, where the Sanibel Bridge went out, right? We don't know of that yet. Doesn't mean it isn't coming, doesn't mean it couldn't still happen. But at this point, that's all they know of, and they are waiting to find out more information. That is the latest out here at the state EOC. I'll let you guys have it back.
All right, thank you, Forrest. Glad to see that they're keeping the power on. I would want to check in with Maya Sargent. She's in the Perry neighborhood now. She's back with us. Her signal's been coming and going. Hopefully it stays. Maya, I just want to ask, what has your night been like in Perry?
in our hotel room having to move into a bathroom because the winds were really strong. They were really rattling. The window of the hotel I was staying in as we felt Helene making landfall. Actually, just want to show you some initial damage reports we're seeing as well. If you can see behind me, we don't want to move too much because we're worried we're going to lose signal, but you can see this piece of material. I actually saw it come down. It fell from the top of this hotel here and crashed all the way to the bottom. And I imagine this is just a small portion of some of the damage we're going to be seeing across the county. We've also been told there is some tree damage behind the hotel. We're going to go and check that out for you afterwards. But really still seeing a lot of wind. We're seeing debris scattered across the parking lot. And while the rain has subsided, we are still expecting a lot of damage. Power is obviously still out. Channing, back to you in the studio.
All right, Maya. So the power is out, we know, in Perry, in much of Taylor County. We do have some breaking news that I want to get to right now. We've been talking about Steinhatchee and the storm surge that was anticipated there. Preliminary numbers from the National Weather Service river gauge on the Steinhatchee River. These will need to be verified after the storm. But as of right now, the record set by Hurricane Idalia's surge in 2023 of 8 feet has been broken. It appears that the Steinhatchee River is now at 9.6 feet. Idalia's surge was 8 feet. So an unprecedented flood appears to be playing out in Steinhatchee as we speak. The devastation there is just going to be unimaginable if these numbers turn out to be accurate. So we'll be following up on that. By the way, the gauge just continues to go like straight up. It's not slowing down. So keep the people of Steinhatchee and coastal Taylor County in your prayers tonight because this is a life-threatening situation. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse has a closer look at where the most extreme winds are right now. And Cass, I just want to bring back this storm surge situation. We've been warning people about it. The sheriff's office was warning people about it, and now it appears to be playing out exactly as we thought it might.
It's sad that it's happened like this, and it's sad that it's been so successive in such a short amount of time, where we have 3 distinct hurricanes having very similar effects in the very same areas. It just happens over and over, and it's just very unfortunate. You know, nature will do what it does. There's no control that we have over that, but to see just the repetitive nature of the effects that we're getting here in the eastern Big Bend and in those very vital communities along the shoreline, you can't help but to feel for them and have to go through this mess all over again. And others are going to experience similar effects that are not great. They're very adverse, and perhaps in areas where you would not think you could have hurricane force wind gusts. But that is certainly a possibility, and it has already played out in areas around the state line. So the extreme wind warning, again, it means that you can have winds or gusts at or above 115 miles per hour. I have not seen that yet from observation points, but there have been numerous ones of 80 mile per hour gusts, 90 mile per hour gusts within this region of the eastern Big Bend. And with that band making a push into South Georgia now, I've seen some wind reports and gusts around Lake Park in the 76 mile per hour range. So that tells you the potential that this band still has to produce those gusts. So within this zone of northern and eastern Taylor, much of Lafayette, western side of Suwannee, western Hamilton, Madison County, and still Jefferson County, that portion of the extreme wind warning now expires at 1:30. This segment here in South Georgia from Thomas to Lowndes County plus Brooks, that's in effect until 2 o'clock, and there's a sliver of Eccles County. So essentially Statenville, Highway 129 to the west of there, that's in effect until 1:45 to account for the positioning of that leftover segment of the eye wall, to account for the ongoing wind trends that have been pretty continuous and frequent within this zone. Recent sustained wind at 52 miles per hour at Perry Foley Airport with a gust of 76. And it's been an hour, going on maybe an hour and a half since we had the eye wall pushing in. And now the backside of it is creating those stronger wind gusts within Perry. Valdosta at the airport there, you're getting a wind gust of 62. And even on this backside, recent report from Tallahassee International, still at the high end of tropical storm force. So those gusts are still very potent, even though landfall happened about an hour ago. There's ongoing trends of that band lifting through Jasper now. So we're getting those strong winds in Hamilton County. We're getting those winds that will continue to wallop areas of the Azalea City and Lowndes County. So make sure that you are within that protective zone where you can certainly have those stronger winds. Again, 115 may be tough to achieve, but 70, 80, even 60, those types of winds do some damage. They knock out power and they make travel very difficult. So it's very crucial that folks who have already seen this, make sure you just hang tight for a little bit. And those who are going to experience this up the I-75 corridor into Lanier County as well, you're not in the extreme wind warning, but that band is coming your way within the next half hour or so. On the backside of this, from roughly Mitchell County, paralleling the Flint River, south through Bainbridge and Attapulgis, and a steady band of rain and some gusty winds contained with that, still across sections of Gadsden County, stretching towards Sopchoppy and lifting past Mash's Sands and over into the Shell Point area. So there's still going to be these pockets of rough conditions and the wind gusts that come with them that may not be quite as hefty as what we had earlier in the evening, but there's still going to be winds that are pretty contentious. It's going to be tough to maybe keep power if in some neighborhoods of Tallahassee or surrounding areas that the lights are still on. It may be tough to maintain that. We can certainly still have a numerous range of power outages like what we've seen, but there still may be at least a few pockets within some neighborhoods and some communities that may get through the night without losing power. And that would be fantastic. It would be something that the line folks who are here to work on restoration, it may make their job a little easier, and maybe they can put their resources into other places that need it. But there will be areas where we continue to see the power go out just because of the extent of those winds. With this area of the eye wall that's beginning to push out of the Live Oak area. It may take some time for those winds to decrease, as we saw with Kenya Cardone's report in the First to Know Storm Chaser, with those very strong winds within the city, and that's certainly an effect that this band has had. And it's still in place, and it's going to be a while before what's left of it kind of lifts out. And there's still maybe this calmer section here around Dowling Park and Day, and perhaps around the County Road 53 extent there in Madison County. That's where we have some relative calmer conditions. So after a period of time of strong winds and steady gusty winds, there's still that opportunity to maybe get in on a calmer patch. But that calmer center is not making its way to Live Oak quite yet. So on the other side of the screen here, a view from another segment of Suwannee County, where again, there's evidence of a lot of tree debris. There may even be some kind of dangling wires there. Not sure the source of those, but that tells you just how much the wind has affected our communities and our neighborhoods there in Suwannee County in particular. And that activity is still likely to continue thanks to the presence of that band still lifting through and causing times of heavy rain across the northern edge of Suwannee County. And it may start to subside a little bit over the next few minutes, but there's still going to be some not so great conditions within that 129 corridor. You may have at least a little less intensity when it comes to the overall wind gusts, but there's definitely that rain that will be pushing through the interior sections of Hamilton County and into Lowndes and Eccles County as well.
Just incredible. You can hear the wind whipping over our studio right now.
You can hear the raindrops falling as well. I heard them in other parts of our newsroom. So we know this weather is here. Again, it's important to stay inside. You might want to see what's going on, but resist that urge and stay inside and stay in shelter.
All right, let's get a live look now from the Suwannee County area where Kenya Cardone is in the First to Know weather tracker. Can we pull up Kenya's live shot? Is she ready to go? Okay, it sounds like we are still working to get Kenya. Some of the strongest winds of this storm moving through Live Oak right now, according to First to Know Titan Doppler radar. And we're going to see these situations play out as the storm continues to move north. I mean, you have talked with the people who are preparing for this storm. You know how much they've been through. We want to check in with Maya Sargent now. She's in the Perry neighborhood. So, Maya, what can you tell us?
Channing, yeah, we've been walking around our hotel looking for damage, surveying some of what will be the impacts from Hurricane Helene. This is what we're seeing initially, some property damage. So we're seeing a fence has come down from around our hotel. We've also seen trees fallen over too. There's some debris damage over here, but really a lot of property damage to this fence. We've got some tree debris sticking out as well. Just trying to find as much of the impacts as we can while staying safe in this area right now. The wind gusts are still incredibly strong. As you can see, they're almost blowing me over, and we are getting a little bit more rain impacts as well, but really feeling that wind force still. So again, we're out here so you don't have to be, so please make sure you're staying safe and staying at home, but still feeling the impacts of Hurricane Helene and these strong force winds. Channing, back to you in the studio.
All right, Maya, stay safe and please watch out for flying debris. Those winds are still pretty strong. Checking in with Tallahassee, the city of Tallahassee's power outage website, 39,000 people, more than 39,000 people without power in the city of Tallahassee. These are numbers that we heard about in a press conference leading up to this storm with city leaders. And this is a live shot from Kenya Cardone, the wind continuing there. Kenya, if you can hear us, we'd love to know where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Channing, if you just look straight ahead, we are in downtown Live Oak like we were before, but now straight ahead, you see a massive tin roof that just must have blown off a nearby business or home and came crashing through, so much so that it hit power lines. I don't know if you can see the dangling power lines kind of swaying back and forth. This is massive debris that has just blown through right in front of us, right in front of the first two no storm chaser. I mean, the sound was incredible. This wind is coming from all kinds of directions. You can't even, it's hard to even find a safe spot. Debris was flowing around like tree limbs, but this massive tin roof that just came through, it's unbelievable. I mean, you can see it. It's still flailing in the wind. That's how strong these winds are. And these power lines are just swinging back and forth. They separated and they're kind of swinging back and forth across the street. The trees are moving unbelievably fast and hard. I mean, this is the kind of danger that these storms, that these events cause for our neighborhoods. That is catastrophic. Right now, there's a building somewhere in downtown Live Oak or in the Live Oak neighborhood without a roof. That is what we're looking at there, that tin roof. I mean, as the wind keeps swirling around the corner, it's hard to tell if something's going to come with it. And just a few moments ago, that roof came through with those swirling winds, and that's what we're seeing right now. We're just trying to stay put by a building to kind of give us that kind of boundary between debris, but as you can see, you're not really safe anywhere when you're in these kinds of winds. Channing?
All right, thank you, Kenya. And Kendall, you have covered multiple tornadoes, hurricanes now. Can you give us an idea of what it's like to be out there right after the aftermath, when things are just sitting there and nothing's been touched?
And it's really hard to see because we live in these communities as well. So it's hard to go into neighborhoods that I see on a daily basis just destroyed. You see lots of trees down, power lines down, like what Kenya was showing, those roofs blown off of buildings. That's scattered throughout areas. I know during the tornado outbreak, when we were in the southeast Tallahassee neighborhood in that Indian Head Acres community, it was unrecognizable. It looked almost like a war zone.
Right, and we anticipate that places in Taylor County, Madison County, Suwannee County, maybe even up into Lowndes County could see similar damage as this eye wall continues to move north. The National Weather Service telling people in the extreme wind warning to treat this as a tornado because the winds will be so intense. I'm just curious, any preparation that you took before, because like you said, we live in these neighborhoods, and so can you give us an idea of what that prep is like for us as journalists?
I know that before I came into the station, I took my plants inside, I took patio furniture inside, I cleaned out my fridge, preparing for the power to go out and those items to be spoiled. Did all of that because I know that I'm going to be working nonstop, giving you guys coverage on what's going on outside with Helene. So that was kind of what I did. I made sure everything was secure, nothing was flying around outside.
Right.
Pretty much anything that you would do at home, I did for myself before I got in
Right,
to the studio.
exactly. And I'm just looking here now, City of Tallahassee, 42,000 people without power now. Most people probably asleep, if you can sleep through weather like this. Hopefully people charged up their phones and are prepared to do whatever they have to do tomorrow.
Right.
And you're looking at, who are you looking at here?
I'm looking at Tri-County Electric
Okay.
Cooperative.
Okay.
They are showing thousands of people without power in their area, and this is going to cover Madison County, Jefferson County, Taylor County. So those areas, people really do not have power, and that's not, I don't think, too big of a surprise for us, especially considering what Kenya just showed us.
Right, and we're getting reports now of damage from the Tallahassee area. Earlier, we showed you a tree on a house in the Midtown neighborhood. Florida Highway Patrol is now reporting debris in the right lane on I-10 near the mile marker 196. Dennis, could you say that again? Who are we going to next? Oh, okay. We're going to take a live look at this weather camera here. What are we looking at here? This is in Lowndes County. That's Grassy Pond. I believe that's the Lowndes County Emergency Operations Center. Cass, does that look like that to you?
It's on the far southern edge of Lowndes County. It's near the Loch Laurel Road area, and it's part of a Lowndes County Utilities facility. So it does look like there's like maybe some solar panels or some kind of equipment there, but some kind of tower or pole looks like it's been toppled over. So the camera that's on it is now kind of laying on its side.
Wow.
There was a recent wind gust there of 88 miles per hour, which has been verified, and that report has been received through the National Weather Service feed here in Tallahassee. So that is an example of the force and the power that such a wind gust can do, even on something that's seemingly sturdy, like that structure on which that camera was placed. Southern Lowndes County, that report coming right about in there. I'll have to step over to get my clicker, but nonetheless, it's on this portion and it's still part of that overall band that was connected to the eye wall that is still creating chaotic mess when it comes to wind gusts. Almost 90 miles per hour in the wind gust department here in southern Lowndes County. So if that's happening there, just imagine what may be occurring in other parts of Lowndes County as well. Could use the Moody Air Force Base radar to show its perspective since it is closer to this region. It may be down based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, it doesn't look like the Valdosta radar is even operational right now. But nonetheless, the Tallahassee perspective still gives us a clear view of what's been going on within that. And some of the velocity values there have certainly been capable of showing those wind gusts at a high level, which have been earlier affecting the Swanee Valley. And still, that wind is still pretty potent there, but now that stronger wind is also being encountered in southern Georgia. So some of those radar values, at least at a level of maybe about 2,000 to 3,000 feet, there's still some very strong winds contained within that band, at least elevated off the ground around 80 to 90 miles per hour. And that's being measured right around the Thomas Brooks County line. So again, that's the kind of force that's going on aloft, and it doesn't take much to get that kind of similarity with the wind gusts here with what's left of that band. So we're still seeing those effects with the various debris flying around in Swanee County along that highway. No lights anywhere except for the headlights of the First to Know storm tracker. And still the effects of very strong gusty winds, all that debris on the roadway. Certainly hope they're being very careful as they navigate that, because it is very tough in these conditions where you still have strong winds, where you still have the opportunity for those flying hazards and those projectiles. They're just such a dangerous situation to be put in. And it looks like maybe a viewer image video that was submitted, not sure where it is, but a flash that may have been from a transformer near Southwood, I'm being told. So on the southeast side of our Tallahassee neighborhood, flash of likely a transformer, and another segment of our neighborhood that's lost power, although some lights are still there, maybe more of a distant sort of effect from those wind gusts that have been easily around 50, 60, even close to 70 miles per hour, even within the city limits of Tallahassee. And there's still going to be some squally conditions for a little while. as again, now that this is over land, we're seeing the overall core kind of expand. It's not strengthening, but it's still capable of causing those winds to really kick. So if you still have power, that's fantastic and wonderful, but don't rely on that to be a continuous thing if we still have this circulation lasting around for another couple hours. And again, this has been kind of moving at a slightly slower pitch than what we've seen earlier. I haven't read the latest position update, but nonetheless, we are seeing this making some gradual progress. And based on some of the overall projections and modeling that we were looking at earlier in the afternoon, it is kind of going according to that schedule, where the northern edge of that eye wall would be moving more into South Georgia between roughly 1 and 2 a.m. So we are seeing that effect, and it's kind of going along that timeline. But the overall progress is going to be continuous. I don't see this stalling or causing ongoing wind in any one location for hours on end. I don't see it being like that, but there is going to be this ongoing northward propagation of this mess, which is now being able to encompass our South Georgia regions in Lowndes County. So if you're watching from perhaps the Lakeland area along Highway 129, there's a decent chance that you're going to have some of these stronger winds coming your way too, Channing.
All right, thank you, Cass. We're continuing to monitor situations here. Kendall, what do you have pulled up here?
It looks like in the Valdosta, Moultrie, Tifton area, there are about 50,436 customers without power. So there's definitely some weather impacting them.
Okay, we want to get to meteorologist Henry Rothberg. He's okay. We're working to get him. He is, I believe, outside as we continue to see these outer bands blowing through Gadsden County, Midway. And we're going to go to now the storm chaser in Perry. Is that right? Okay, let's go ahead and take that shot and see what we've got.
J-Jack, and I'm here in Perry, Florida, where we are now starting to get hammered by the eye wall of dangerous major hurricane Helene, ripping through Perry, Florida again. Just last year, a major hurricane ripped through here, and now here we are again in the very parking lot that we were in, chasing Idalia last year. But Helene is now starting to cause power flickers. Power outages are imminent. We are only moments away from losing power completely here as the power flash is back behind us. Power flashes are going as transformers starting to blow up, and it is about to go downhill here significantly in the big power flashes. We just lost power now here in Perry. Oh, it's back on. Monster power flash back out this way here in Perry, Florida right now as Helene is tearing apart the Big Bend, the nature coast of Florida right now.
All right, I believe that was a pre-recorded video. I do not believe that is a live shot in Perry, as we saw with Maya Sargent. She is there, and the rain is appearing to kind of wind down there. But you're looking up power outages all across the area. So what are you seeing, Kendall?
So this is from TCEC. So that's the company that covers the Taylor County area right now, combined between Jefferson, Madison, all of their coverage area, including Taylor County. There are 20,000.1 customers without power.
Right. And if we can bring up Weather One, we can show our power outage tracking map here. We can kind of talk underneath that. So look at Leon County. It is in the red. 55,000 customers without power right now. Kendall, take a look. Green Jefferson County, what are you seeing there?
It says 6,000, and in Taylor County, where Perry is, where we have Maya Sargent, that's 14,000 customers, 12,000 in Madison County. So lots of people without power, 24,000 in Live Oak.
And one thing that I want to point out here in Lowndes County, also across the border, 24,000 there as well. We talked about that eye wall moving north and crossing the Florida-Georgia border. And you can see now in where Valdosta is, lots of people, one of the most populated counties in our South Georgia viewing area, a lot of people in the dark dealing with power outages as the worst of this storm continues moving north. We showed you that live shot from Grassy Pond where the tower was brought down. I just saw a photo online that appears to be in Madison where what they're saying is a cell tower was brought down across a road. So these extremely powerful winds doing some serious damage, just as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Mendez warned us that they would. And here's the percent of the county, so kind of walk us through some of these.
So all of of Taylor County is without power right now, as is Madison County and Suwannee County. So lots of folks in our areas are without power completely. There's no one in Taylor County or in Perry that has power.
Right, right. And this was something that leaders in Tallahassee and Leon County were warning us about. Had Tallahassee taken a direct hit from this eye wall, you see just how impactful the storm was. That's not to the experience that people are having in Tallahassee and Leon County. Plenty of people still without power. That means no AC. That means no refrigerators. Businesses are going to be impacted. And we already know that Leon County's been through it with the tornadoes and the power outages they caused.
Right, and that map was showing us that about 42% of Leon County is without power. So that's a significant number, and that's why we're supposed to prepare, have that food on hand, and have those supplies like light sources, generators, things of that nature, so you can be prepared for the power to be out for a long time, because we don't know when power will be restored.
Right. Can we take weather 1 full, please, or weather 2 rather? Excuse me. I want to just show this tower at Grassy Pond again. Just what an incredible sight to see. Those cables that clearly were holding that tower upright have snapped, and now it's just leaning over. And we do have our meteorologist, our guest meteorologist, Henry. He is standing outside the studio, I believe, and you can hear the wind blowing outside. I'm anxious to see what he's experiencing. Henry, if you can hear us, tell us what you're seeing.
The wind just starting to pick up right now. The wave as well. It's coming now from more of a westerly direction. We've noticed it kind of flipping around quite a bit as this storm continues to work its way in. And look across the parking lot here. Again, the TV station in the Midway area up here at Gaston.
Like we might have lost Henry there.
Yeah, I know exactly where he's standing there. That's right outside our building. I'm concerned that he was about to show my car. I parked at what I thought was a safe place, away from the building in case any debris flew, and up from a retention pond. So it looks like he's standing on relatively dry ground. So fingers crossed, as this band continues to rotate through, it shows that you don't have to be in the center of this storm to experience the worst of it.
No, not at all. Again, there were 42% of customers in Leon County without power, and that's an area that's not being directly hit, but there's still folks that are impacted. Like you said, there's no air conditioning for those folks. There are no lights. Folks that might have medical needs that need special equipment don't have power to do so. I know during the tornadoes, we saw a senior living facility in southeast Tallahassee that lost power, and that was a big problem for them, with a lot of elderly folks and handicapped folks that relied on technology.
Right. Let's pull up some footage of some power lines I hear we have here. I'm not sure where this is, but it's in Perry. Okay, so you can see the wind that was just whipping those power lines. We saw some sparks earlier. There's a power flash right there. That's what it looks like. That's what lights up the sky when those transformers blow. There's another one. We saw this during Idalia. It's just incredible to see every time you see those explosions. They're horrifying, but they're just also amazing to see the power of this storm. Kendall, have you ever seen anything like this before? You're a Florida native.
Right. It's something, unfortunately, that I have seen time and time again ever since I was a child. I've been through several storms. I remember being 5 years old when Charlie rolled through Orlando, where I'm from, and I've seen scenes like that play out so many times. And for folks living in Perry, they have as well.
Yeah, let's check in with Maya Sargent. She joins us from Perry again with an update on the damage she is finding. Maya, are you being safe, and what are you seeing?
Channing, we're moving around our hotel. We've been looking for damage. The wind is still incredibly strong. We felt the effects of landfall. We were both, me and my photographer Blake, hunkered down in the bathroom as we felt landfall come through. And now we're taking a look at damage, even though this wind is still really strong. So take caution, stay inside. We just want to take you and show you some of the damage that we're seeing walking around. A lot of property damage immediately, some debris damage. If you want to pan up, you can see this is kind of stretches back as well. We've got fallen fences, we've got trees down, we've got power lines down. I heard Channing and Kendall, you talking that the entirety of Taylor County is without power. That's really unsurprising when you look at how pitch black it is around. We've lost all street lights, we've lost all forms of lighting. This wind and rain is still continuing to push in. and continuing to get stronger, and you're really having to brace yourself against it. I was here last month for Debbie outside this exact same hotel, and this wind is significantly stronger, having to brace yourself against it. And we're seeing property damage really like this here in other areas of our hotel, and I imagine that's going to stretch across the county as well. We're going to take a look at that throughout the day today, but at the moment, still feeling the impacts of the wind, still feeling the rain as it flies across the parking lot. We're going to see if we can turn around and show you some of that. Just the sheer force of the rain as it continues to fly across the parking lot. And this damage to this fence stretches around completely. There's damage here, there's damage around the corner, fully broken in. We've already seen some impacts to the building as well that we tried to show you earlier. So even just standing in this small spot, we're really seeing the impacts of this severe weather, really seeing this rain, the wind, and it's getting worse, and it comes and goes in patches. We're having some still moments and then some really strong moments as well. So really just continuing to watch the effects of this storm, considering to see what this damage looked like. I feel like the impacts in Taylor County are going to be enormous, and it's important to stress that this is the third hurricane that has made landfall here. We've been talking about in the last 13 months, which is truly, truly unbelievable for this community. And they have a phrase, Taylor County strong, that I hear consistently when I've been tracking recovery efforts from Idalia since last September. Taylor County strong. We're hoping that resiliency is going to continue to carry them through as we see what damage Hurricane Helene brought. Channing, Kendall, over to you.
All right, thank you, Maya. And I do want to pull up, if we could pull up Weather One, I want to show you what's going on in downtown Tallahassee. We have a weather stem camera there, and you can see the wind. Wow. That is incredible to see. That's the Capitol building in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. The lights are still on. I can hear, I think, Kendall's microphone, if we could bring her mic down. But let's look at the sheets of rain just being blown through with the band that is rotating through. And so if you hadn't lost power yet, this band could potentially knock power to even more neighborhoods. It's good to see the downtown area is still lit up, but let's just hope that it stays that way for the thousands of people in Tallahassee who need this power. Can we take Weather 2 also? I want to show what's going on in Valdosta. Look at this. It's kind of hard to see, but those trees are just being bent in the wind as what the remains of the eye wall of this storm continue moving north and rotating north. We said that this was going to get to Georgia quickly. And it has, making landfall right around 11 o'clock, a little after, and now it's coming up on 1 a.m. So over the course of 2 hours, this storm has moved from the coast. There's an explosion of some kind in the distance. Really just incredible to see Valdosta just being walloped once again after all of the hundreds of trees that were brought down in the downtown neighborhood and in the parks. Closing the streets. Flooding, I know, is a big concern in downtown Valdosta as well. Hopefully this storm moves quickly enough that the rain doesn't accumulate like it did with Idalia. But no two storms are like there's another explosion. I don't know what is exploding off in the distance there. It almost looks like fireworks going off. It's a little concerning to see what that could possibly be. But this is not an isolated area. This is not an isolated incident. You're seeing winds like this and heavy rain from Tallahassee up through Thomasville, Thomas County, Brooks County, Valdosta. Really, our entire viewing area in South Georgia and the Big Bend is experiencing some kind of impact from this storm. We expect it to clear out of here over the next few hours as it races north, but it is not weakening quickly as it continues to move north. I think we have another view of downtown Tallahassee that Cass just pulled up on Weather One that I would love to show. Another one of our weather stem cameras showing the wind and the clouds and the rain just tearing through the downtown Tallahassee neighborhood. It's hard to imagine that trees won't be knocked down by these winds. It's hard to imagine that there won't be more power outages added to the list. I just want to look at Tallahassee. We're at 43,000, approaching 44,000 without power in Tallahassee, and we do expect that number to go up. I do want to toss it over now to First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cass Nivens. Perhaps you can show us that look of downtown Tallahassee. It looks pretty gnarly, Cass.
It really does, and the winds are blowing. The gauge says 20. Those are not 20-mile-per-hour gusts. I just checked the overall wind speed and the gusts, and they're still in the range of about 45 to 50. So, yeah, it's definitely still whipping around. There's this one little lingering area of heavy rain and the wind gusts on that western side, which does not have any big rush to get out. So there is definitely still that wind-blown effect that is still pretty hefty in many of our neighborhoods. Few different perspectives here. Recent wind gusts on FAMU of 50 miles per hour, and it's still coming down, but the lights are still on. So we're still looking good in this range. And most areas around College Town have been having those frequent gusts around 45, 50, 55. Right now on the FSU campus looking over Doak Campbell Stadium, similar wind gusts around 50 miles per hour. So yes, it's very unpleasant to be out there. And perhaps if you are in one of those dorms or one of those student housing complexes and you're still able to watch things from a safe distance by the window, then you might want to just keep that perspective there, and hopefully things will continue to be at least manageable. Now, the Dowling Park view, of course, that's usually an elevated view looking over the Suwannee River. It's dark. You're not going to see the river, but I show it because of the wind gauge. Recent report of 81 mile-per-hour wind gust. That is in the Lafayette, Suwannee County area, and that's been a frequent area where we've had those gusts upwards of 70, 80, 85. And we saw this view from the Grassy Pond part of the Lowndes County Utilities in the south part of the county, where wind gusts have been upwards of 83. So yes, these are mangled perspectives. They're not what we usually show when we have these cameras on, but it shows just how invaluable these WeatherSim cameras are to give us these various perspectives in various parts of our area when we do have rough weather. And looking over the city, there are some dark spots, but a few little bright areas still illuminated with a recent wind gust off of Hermitage Boulevard at 44 miles per hour. So these are definitely winds that are affecting many locations, including, again, in Lowndes County, recent gusts of 59. A frozen image here, but I can kind of see it streaming actively on the other weather camera where those trees are still kind of swaying. And even at the coast, there is a lot of concern about the storm surge, and yes, rightfully so, especially that eastern side where we mentioned earlier the water levels higher in Steinhatchee, higher in Cedar Key, but it's still kind of rough even on the west side of the Forgotten Coast. There's still considerable breeze. There's still that rain that's coming down pretty heavily, and the winds are blowing pretty heftily. So we do have that combination that's still causing some issues even at the coast. And a recent report from Ocklawahnee Bay, now winds coming in from the west at 45 miles per hour. Before, it looks like those raindrops are just coming and going very frequently, maybe not quite as frequent now. But those wind gusts are still a major concern, especially for those inland areas. So current time, almost 1 o'clock. So we will see at least some of these areas starting to expire within the next 30 minutes, particularly the extreme wind warning here in the Big Bend region, portions of Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, and Hamilton counties. Those will be ending at about 1:30 as long as we continue to see improving weather conditions as that area of the leftovers of the eye wall moves north into South Georgia. And that's where we're seeing the height of those strong winds right now along the 84 corridor and surrounding neighborhoods. So that portion of the extreme wind warning in Thomas and Brooks and Lowndes County in effect until 2 o'clock. So about another hour to go with that. And that sliver near and west of Highway 129 near Statenville, that portion in Eccles County is in effect until 1:45. So we still have the effects of that rotation moving into our South Georgia tier. What's left of the eye seems to be kind of filling in. There may be a little less of that calm period because of the overall circulation and the deformation, if you will, of the eye structure. So we're starting to see a lot of that moisture starting to wrap within that originally clearer spot. But that does not necessarily mean that the eye wall is collapsing in its ability to cause those very strong winds. So we still have them even on the north and the south side of the circulation where those winds are still blowing at a pretty good clip. So those areas beyond the state line that will have those intense winds include areas like Lanier County. So Lakeland, Stockton, Teeterville, those are going to be some neighborhoods where your winds will start to pick up. And they can be in similar force compared to what we've seen from the wind gauges in sections of Lake Park, around the Loch Laurel area, even towards Valdosta Regional Airport. Those winds have been kicking pretty high, and they still will for quite some time. This also affects Eccles County, where there is also a portion of the county that includes Statenville in that overall flash flood warning. So there's going to be the heavy rain combination with some strong winds, and that neighborhood will continue to get hammered by those winds. And from my recollection, the power loss was near complete, 100% within Eccles County. We could have a similar byproduct going into Lanier County, especially if we see a repeat of some of those higher end wind gusts, which certainly seem possible, if not probable, moving up the 129 corridor. Berrien County are kind of next in line, especially considering how this continues this northward movement. So continuing to ride on 129 and going into the Nashville, Ray City area, those are going to be some locations where the winds will be kicking. And it's not going to be like your average severe thunderstorm. This will be something that goes on for a while. Steady, strong tropical storm winds and occasional kick-ups of hurricane force gusts, even this far inland into South Georgia. It was part of our zone forecast, and it seems like it's definitely verifying. So there is that ongoing concern that we can still have at least some occasional hurricane force wind gusts. I think that chance is decreasing gradually as we go into the next few hours across northern Florida, not diminishing entirely to lift that hurricane warning, but there's still going to be some gustier times around, particularly in southern Georgia. And even as you go towards Macon, that's where hurricane warnings extend that far north, because there's still that possibility where the overall effects of what's left of that band will continue to roll into those interior sections. And those will be some locations that you would rarely hear having a hurricane warning around Macon and thereabouts, and even just on southern edges of the Atlanta metro. So this is going to be something that is not just going to be, of course, we're going to remember it for its effects it had here at the coast and around our state line neighborhoods, but this will be a storm that will be memorable for a lot of folks well inland. In fact, I see that the newest update came in as far as its position goes. The center of Helene still has the capability of causing 110 mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here's the latest position right here, which is essentially right on top of our South Georgia areas. That's where the circulation is being depicted. Roughly in the vicinity of the Quitman, Valdosta, Kinderloo area. So that is where we have the ongoing presence of a Category 2 hurricane over South Georgia. It has happened before, if you remember Michael, which was maintaining high-level wind intensity all the way to Albany. So this is not an unprecedented situation, but it is definitely one of those things that make you scratch your head. It's like, my goodness, who would have thought a major hurricane that made landfall at the coast would still be a Category 2 this far inland? We're talking a good 40 to 50 miles or so inland, but based on the overall projections and expectations, it's not totally surprising that there's still a forceful hurricane that is still having big issues being created across many of our inland neighborhoods as well. So this is one that's definitely going to be remembered for many different things. Another one of those storms that will be singed in our memories for quite some time for various reasons, even if it's just the overall forecasting of it or just the duration of all the extensive winds that have been carried inland and those that have been across portions of our coastal and even highly populated areas. So this will certainly be one of those that will be remembered for quite some time. But as it's still here, it's tough to erase that memory because it's still an active, live situation when it comes to the possibilities of hurricane level gusts that can be occurring around the Withlacoochee River area over to the Elapa River. As you go towards the coast, you'll still have a breeze. The rain activity will start to diminish in intensity. The winds will be more from the northwest and west. Just be aware, after the initial high rise of the water level in the Steinhatchee area with the initial push of the circulation of the eye, now we have the backside circulation that will keep those water levels a little more elevated, maybe not to the same level as before, but it's still going to be quite some time before we see those water levels decrease and recede, if you will, to typical levels, and simply just because we still have that onshore component that's not quite backing off yet. Maya is reporting now from Perry, one of those areas hard hit by the landfall of Helene.
Cass, yeah, we moved slightly round from our hotel. I'm not sure if you saw a previous live shot, but we were stuck in the middle of the wind. We moved around because some of our viewers might remember I was standing here a month ago during Hurricane Debbie, where we were seeing winds from a Category 1 storm, now obviously much stronger at Category 4 when it made landfall here in Perry. I want to show you some of the damage that, from the reports that we're seeing here. I want to show you the sign of the hotel that we're staying at. It's moving backwards and forwards. We're hearing that consistently shaking. I am concerned it might come down. It looks pretty sturdy at the moment, but the noises that we're hearing, I've tried to stop speaking, see if maybe you could hear it, but it had to stop then. I'm not sure if that's going to fall. If you move slightly further down, you can see that already some parts of the sign have started to come away. And then I'm going to ask Blake to pan around here. I want to show you some of the wires that are coming down already. And of course, the one thing that we're noticing is just the sheer darkness around, because as Kendall and Channing told us, that Taylor County is completely without power right now, so we really are just seeing completely dark scenes. When I was here for Debbie, I was seeing vehicles on the road. Thankfully, that is not the case at the moment. Mainly the vehicles that we're seeing are state officials or law enforcement or trucks going out, getting ready to prepare for the damage that we're going to see. But really, we're seeing a lot of damage just on site in a very concentrated area, just at my hotel. That sign, try and see if you can hear that. It's really, it's testing us. It really might come down. But a lot of the damage that we're seeing just in this very concentrated area, I imagine we're going to be seeing throughout Taylor County. A lot of debris, obviously a lot of power lines down. We'll have to wait and see as the sunlight comes up what the extent of that looks like for Taylor County. Again, the third hurricane that they've experienced just in the last 13 months. For a rural community like this, it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of community resilience to get this county back on track. That is something that they are accustomed to. They have the phrase Taylor County strong, so we know that they're strong enough to do this. So we hope that they can really push through, and we're just going to keep you on track with what damage we're seeing, what impacts we're seeing from Helene as the night continues and as we get into daylight tomorrow. Back to the studio, Channing.
All right, thank you, May. It is just so eerie to hear that sign swinging in the wind. Hopefully it stays secure. This storm has been devastating from inland all the way to the coast, where we have seen reports of record-breaking storm surge all the way from Tampa Bay up through the Nature Coast and the Big Bend Coast. So we'll have to see what the numbers end up being. We also have been checking with emergency managers in the Big Bend, including Madison County. We just spoke with Lee Bassford to see how if people have been heeding the warning to evacuate. I do want to pull up that soundbite if we're able to.
Well, over the last week, we've been messaging, the seriousness of this event to our community. We advised everyone to get out of the path of the storm if possible, and we issued a mandatory evacuation for mobile homes, RVs, and any compromised structures. So we hope our citizens have taken heed to our warnings. We hope they have chosen to exit the area. And currently, we do have our sheltering around 400 people.
All right, we did also ask her what about the people who chose to stay and shelter in place and whether there are any curfews in effect, and here's what she said.
We do not currently have a curfew in effect. We will assess the need for a curfew after the weather event has passed through. We advise anyone who is currently on the road to get off the roadway and get to a safe location as the storm passes through.
And finally, we did ask her the big message that they want to get out to people living in Madison County and beyond.
We will have extended power outages. We will have a significant amount of debris on the roadway, and to please be patient as power crews are out assessing those damages, and they bring in the resources to restore the power. So we ask that everyone be patient. We ask that everyone stay off the roadway so that responders can be on the roadway and address any rescue or any other needs our citizens have. We don't want any of our citizens, encountering in any live power lines. So we want to keep them as safe as possible. And the best way to do that is have everybody stay off the roadway until it's safe to get back on it.
Yeah, we are seeing reports of debris on the roadway along I-10 and other rural roads throughout the Big Bend. There are some crashes being reported by Florida Highway Patrol right now, and power outages are approaching 45,000 customers in the city of Tallahassee. Speaking of the city of Tallahassee, the winds continue whipping through the downtown area. Henry is back inside from his stint outside in one of the outer bands. Henry, what was it like out there, and what are you seeing in the Weather Center?
Well, we continue to watch that intense rain that's falling across the region. You know, outside earlier, we saw the wind picking up. In about an hour's time, Channing, we saw over an inch of rain fall here at the studios, the TV studios in Midway. And I got to tell you, as far as the rain goes, looking at some of these cameras, that's not surprising. We were a little over an inch around about 10:30. And then when we were out there with you just a bit ago, that rain gauge was a little over 2 inches. So in about an hour's time, we more than doubled the rain that we had received a little bit earlier. But that rain continuing to fall off and on, letting up just a bit from this shot in downtown Tallahassee right now. And the winds continuing to be pretty breezy out there, around 21 miles per hour. We've got wind gust at 44 miles per hour from our Florida A&M camera with those raindrops on the lens. We know the storm's made landfall. We know that rain is intense, but just giving you that visual with these cameras of why it is best to stay inside. Yes, we went outside, but we were within the confines of the TV station. We knew exactly where to go back in, and of course, knew exactly what it was we were looking at. Do not venture outside, okay? We want everyone to be safe. We got to get through the night for that to happen, and so please stay inside. At Florida State, wind gusts are showing up around 50 miles per hour. I know we have had some wind gust reports at higher amounts from there. Dowling Park showing a wind gust at 75. Looks like the camera is offline right now itself, but showing that wind gust around 75. We've got, it looks like our camera at Grassy Pond right here. Was this the pole, Channing, you guys were talking about earlier when it fell? Yeah. So this is the weather stem site, and I could hear you guys when we were outside talking about this, but wind gust of 72 miles per hour, and the weather stem station is on its side right now. So a perfect example that a secure structure, because these are built to withstand high winds, and if this comes tumbling down, well, this is an example of why you really should not be outside. And I've stepped off camera to really give you the idea. So I'm going to come back on, and you can see here is the structure, I would imagine itself. Assuming one of the either support columns right in here or one of the wires, and just some debris in here. So firsthand visual right there of some of the damage, and we have seen that camera, though, still online. This camera right here, northeast Tallahassee, wind gust right behind me, 40 miles per hour, but look carefully. You can see with those cloud bands reflecting off the city lights there, they continue to just race through the sky. Still a lot of spin in that atmosphere as we are waiting for this system to pass through the area. Going up towards Valdosta, Georgia right now, wind gust of 62 miles per hour, rain falling at quite an intense rate as well. You can see the trees whipping around right here. So a very impressive image that we're seeing from Valdosta. Santa Teresa looking at wind gusts of 29 miles per hour, and not too bad there. And overall, things with some of the other cameras looking okay there. Extreme wind warning continuing for another half an hour till 1:45 for Eccles. It is currently about 1:15 in the morning now on Friday. And of course, Helene making landfall at 11:10 this evening, just to the southwest, west-southwest to be exact, of Perry County. We've got that extreme wind warning for Big Bend for another 15 minutes till 1:30. Thomas, Brook, Lowndes going till 2 a.m. for that extreme wind warning. So we're talking about winds around and even in excess of 110, 115 miles per hour. Currently, Helene has dropped to a Category 2 hurricane at last check. But what you really need to be careful of in here is the concern of tornadoes with this spin. I mean, this, which is also impressive, I was talking with Cass and Riley about this. You expect when a storm starts to make landfall that you will see it slowing down just a bit because of the friction that the land can bring, but that has not been the case with Helene. Helene is still racing. The eye wall now is situated right over Valdosta, and you can see, again, that would bring the calm, but the eye wall itself is starting to collapse some, which is another sign of the storm starting to weaken some. So Helene, again, a Category 2 hurricane. We've got winds now at 110 miles per hour. A gust would not surprise me to get one a little bit higher than that. The movement, though, and this is what is really interesting with this storm, it's north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. You would expect it to slow down. It has actually sped up just a bit. It was at 23 miles per hour when we first went on the air. I believe it was around 6 o'clock. It went up to about 24 miles per hour and stayed consistent at that speed for a while. And now that it's on land, it's jumped up. So this is certainly something that is interesting to see with those winds still at 110 miles per hour, making it a Category 2 hurricane. So coming back into this, and I want to switch this over to a more detailed radar analysis for you so we can look at some stuff together as this storm continues to churn through the area and bring the concern for heavy rain, for wind, and yes, even the concerns that will still be with us for tornadoes with this system as it moves on through. So I'm going to stop the spin that we've got going on right now. And as we continue to look at what's happening with this, again, Valdosta, Georgia. No, actually some folks up there worked with some folks that now work for the university there. You can see the eye wall, though, pretty much over there, but it is starting to collapse in on itself, which is signs of the storm continuing to weaken some. That does not mean to let your guard down, though. I mean, you still have some very impressive rain that's moving in and some very strong wind with this going up towards Lakeland as well. But Tallahassee getting towards that northeastern side, working on to the east, heading towards Taylor County as well, which, of course, if you were with us a little earlier, Channing was talking about the storm surge. It set a new record of, I believe, over 9 feet, which broke the old record. Was it Idalia, Channing?
Idalia, 8 feet last year.
Idalia, 8 feet last year, now over 9 feet with the storm surge with this system as it moved in today. That is something that we're going to have to wait for daylight to see the damage, not only from the wind, but all of the storm surge and the water that has been rushing in from this storm when it made landfall. Let's take a look, though, at some of these reports that have been coming in from the system. So we are talking about wind gust, obviously, well in excess of 40 miles per hour in many locations. We have got numerous flash flood warnings that remain in effect until 3:15, basically along the coast, and then even going inland some with the rain amounts. Just plan as if you were under a flash flood warning. You probably are, odds are you are, but just basically plan to be under a flash flood warning because the intense rainfall, we'll see more of those inland counties added to it. Let's take a look at some more of those damage reports that we have been kind of watching closely. We've got one right here from the Perry Foley Airport. This was one earlier that as the storm made landfall, we started to get these reports of wind gust around between 80, 90 knots. We had some in miles per hour that were around 90 to 98 miles per hour. Let's take a look at even some of the flooding reports that we have been getting with this system. From the Gadsden area, the Highway Patrol saying that Pat Thomas Parkway underwater in the southern Gadsden County area. That's not surprising. That rain, this was before we started to get the heavier bands from the system making landfall. So a lot of reports have been coming in with this system, especially with the wind that we were dealing with. We know that we've had numerous tornado warnings that were just off to the east of us. Looking at some of our airport observations. I know this is a little bit outside the viewing area, but even over towards Lake City, reporting at the airport, wind gust of almost 70 miles per hour. So lots in the way of wind and water damage, and we'll continue to see more of this as we head through the next really, unfortunately, days. We start to get with daybreak some of that landfall and the damage reports that we're going to start to see coming into the area. So kind of giving this back towards that home view right now and bringing it in. Perry, look, you've got dry conditions at the moment, maybe some sprinkles, but you're about to get another band that's going to sweep through. In fact, we'll go on and put this back into motion and just show you as we look at the loop of this. And this is, I believe, about an hour loop here as we look at the timestamp, 2-hour loop just above my head right there in that timestamp as it continues with that north and northeasterly movement. So don't think if you're along the coast, yeah, you've had a lot of that rain move in, but you're going to get clipped by this next band, which is a part of the eye wall itself that's circulating back around that is going to bring some intense rain into the region. A sign that it's weakening, something that is certainly good. Let me stop the looping, and we're going to pan this up just a bit to kind of let you see it. I'm not seeing a lot of lightning with this anymore. That is a sign of a storm that is, in essence, weakening some, but it is still very windy. It is still a hurricane, and there is still intense rainfall with this. And of course, for folks that maybe have lost power and you're able to utilize cellular data and stream on WTXL.com, we're certainly glad you're able to do that. Also know on social media, Riley's been putting out the same graphics if you missed something. When we have these alerts posted, the radar updates, you can get information from social media as well, along with staying with us here on air as we continue to track Helene as it moves through the area. So numerous flash flood warnings, still a concern. Even with the rain lifting out, it's going to take the water a while to move down. We're looking up towards the Coolidge area, about to get a heavy downpour pushing through the region. Thomasville as well. Monticello, you're going to see some decent rainfall in just a little bit. You've got a steady rain right now, but not saying you're in the clear here in Tallahassee, but once you get this rain band to lift out, the shower activity is really going to start to taper off. We'll see a few more, but this should be the last really intense rain band that's going to move through the area before this continues to lift out. And we'll get what's left of this cluster just off to our west that's going to push through the area and bring some more rainfall. So taking, again, a look at just kind of some of the views here on the radar, and we'll bring it down towards the immediate metro area. And you can see just spotty shower activity right now. Obviously, numerous power outages reported all across the Big Bend area, and that, unfortunately, is something that's going to be the case probably for several days. So I want to slide off for a moment because I do want to switch this back into a mode. Just take a look at some of those cameras again. You get the idea of the rain. The good news with the rain right now is that we are not looking at anything in the way of active tornado warnings right now. Well, no, that's actually one from a little bit earlier. It popped up on that radar loop that I was looking at, the one that was around Lake City. But other than that, taking, again, a look at from the wind that we have seen, some of these power outages that have come into the area. I mean, look at some of these numbers, because just trying to reiterate, maybe you have a loved one you haven't been able to get a hold of. Hopefully they were charging their phones. I mean, these power outages, these are significant numbers. Looking in parts of Leon County, over 62,000 outages reported, 14,000 reported in Perry County, and we're looking over towards Suwannee, 24,000 power outages as well. So with these outages, with the wind, we may even see that number go up a little bit more. Even as the wind starts to taper off, the soil is very dry, or excuse me, very saturated now from all the rainfall. Those tree root structures a little bit weak, so that can cause some situations where a tree could easily fall, hit a power line. Bottom line, don't go out, not only tonight, but even tomorrow. Just stay within the vicinity of your home. If you go outside, go out around your home, guys, because we want to make sure that everybody is staying safe as we transition from action mode now into cleanup mode as we head into the coming days. Channing. All right, actually, we're going to go outside right now. We have Maya live in our neighborhoods. And what's the latest going on where you are?
Yeah, Henry, we're in Perry. We've just come outside of our hotel. We've been surveying damage, and I'm joined here by the manager of the Econo Lodge, which is where we've been staying, showing you all this damage. Perry Pustum, thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling at the moment?
Well, so far it looks like we didn't have as much damage, but we won't know until the morning when daylight hits.
And did you feel landfall come through? What was that experience like for you? Where were you?
We were here. I was here. We were watching all of the weather and stuff, and we had a huge gust just before the eye wall hit that decided to move the vending machine, which is really, really heavy.
Yeah, I'm just going to move out the way so I can show you that, because I want to show our viewers. We showed you earlier, but this site of this vending machine that flew across the parking lot and has landed on this car, causing damage, knocking off that mirror and also causing like a dent in the front of the car, and we're also feeling that wind as well. How does this damage compare to Adalia?
Adalia was worse, and I think the reason is we probably did better repairs than we had before. So most of the stuff we repaired, I think it's held up pretty well, but I won't know until morning.
And how do you think Taylor County will fare if we do see damage like we are seeing just here concentrated across the county?
I think the 2 hurricanes that we had before would have taken off all the weak stuff. This is stronger than the last 2, obviously. So it would take stuff out that was repaired, but maybe not repaired up to par, or stuff that was standing but was weakened, for want of a better word.
When you hear those noises, how does that make you feel? Because it makes me a bit scared.
Well, I think you should get some sort of protection, because that means something's flying around. And these wind speeds now are probably, at least 70 miles per hour, gusting higher.
And this is the 3rd hurricane that has made landfall in Taylor County in the last 13 months. What goes through your mind when you hear something like that? Because it's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and it just shows you that, when you think that it's going to Tallahassee and then it turns and comes here, and this one is way bigger than the last 2. But we got 3 direct hits in, 13 months? And you've been part of it, so you know what it is. And the thing about it is that people here have learned how to deal with them better. And hopefully, there's no loss of life, there's not significant damage, and people can, get up and still move on.
Yeah. And so when sunlight eventually comes up, what do the next steps look like for you in terms of assessing damage and then recovery and repair?
Well, first of course is you have to assess, make sure everybody's safe, make sure all of your people that are staying overnight are safe, they're okay, nobody has any problems. So far during the I walked around and I checked on customers, and everybody seemed fine. Everybody, was taken in the hurricane. Most of them are weather people, so they are here for that. We have a bunch of news crews here, as you know already. So everybody was out and doing what they're supposed to be doing, I guess.
And this kind of 3rd hurricane to come through, would it ever deter you from living in Taylor County or moving out of Perry?
No, I'm from South Florida, and I went through Katrina, Wilma, and everything in between. So I'm used to it. The only problem we have up here, from what I can tell, is there's no hurricane windows. So, whereas in South Florida, you could pretty much make your house hurricane proof, except for maybe the roof. You can't do that here. And there's a lot more trees up here, so damages caused by trees falling are going to be higher up here than it would ever be in South Florida.
And so coming from all this experience, as kind of neighbors wake up and they'll look at their damage and move forward, and we're not really sure what kind of extent of the damage we're looking at here in Taylor County, what advice do you have for them?
Well, if you prepared for the storm and you hope for the worst, and we did get the worst, then you should be okay. But at the same point in time, you still have to assess from your point of view, and each individual has different things that are important to them. Whether they lose pictures, or whether they lose, a computer, or whether they lose an entire house. The important thing is that you don't lose life. You can stand back up, you can get up, and you can always rebuild.
Taylor County strong, right?
Yes, definitely.
Perry, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take you back to the studio. Channing.
Incredible just hearing him say he's from South Florida and he went through Katrina. I mean, how many storms do you go through until it just becomes routine?
And I think for many Floridians, many people here in the Big Bend, that's something that is routine, unfortunately. We're no strangers to severe weather here in Florida. Like I said earlier, I've grown up with these storms, and it's just become a part of my yearly routine.
Yeah, okay. So we want to get a closer look at the damage that's happened around the state, so let's run that video.
Hurricane Helene making its impact felt, making landfall as a powerful Category 4 storm, bringing life-threatening conditions, a powerful storm surge, and dangerous winds up to 140 miles per hour. Despite the risk, some prepared in advance to ride it out.
We should be safe here.
One mom rode out Hurricane Idalia in Steinhatchee last year while pregnant. Now she's riding out Hurricane Helene with her hurricane baby. She says this is the 7th hurricane her family has seen since moving to Florida 10 years ago.
Of course, life jackets just in case, God forbid, the water does get up to the house.
Helene's storm windfield span nearly 500 miles, roughly the distance between Indianapolis and Washington, D.C. Power outages are expected across the southeast. This video capturing the moment that Perry, Florida went dark. By Thursday night, more than 500,000 customers were already without power in Florida and Georgia.
You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders, and when told to do so.
Well, as we continue to track Helene as it makes its way through the area, numerous power outages here at home, as well as in some locations, record storm surge that occurred, we know, in parts of Perry County, where the storm at 11:10 made landfall. Extreme wind warnings continuing, set to expire for Big Bend right about now at 1:30. Goes for Thomas, Brooks, and Loudons until 2 a.m. Echoes until 1:45. Winds now probably around 100 to 110 miles per hour, so we could probably lower that number there, but still the extreme wind warning continuing across the area. I want to show you the winds. You can see where that center of circulation is moving really just to the west of I-75 towards Valdosta, Georgia. Some of the sustained winds around 40 miles per hour right now. Maltro around 30 miles per hour. Tallahassee at 29 miles per hour. Perry still some wind gusts at 38 miles per hour. Looking at the gusts, because those were the sustained winds, but the gusts showing 62 miles per hour Valdosta, 56 in Perry. So sustained winds, 20, 30, even 40 miles per hour with gust in excess in some spots of 60 miles per hour. The wind is still a very big concern with this system. Now, the tropical winds, they are currently impacting, as we just showed you, parts of south central Georgia, and that's going to continue to lift out of here. The wind's really dying down altogether as we get our day started Friday, but we're going to have to, of course, be dealing with the water that's going to take a little while to recede, especially in the areas, not just from the storm surge, but the flash flooding from the intense rainfall we have been experiencing. What's not going to make things easier, the power outages. Some locations over 60,000, as you can see on the map. This is going to take some time and some patience from all of us as these crews move in immediately after the storm is passing to begin with the restoration process out there. The percentages of some areas, some of these counties completely dark, with 100% power outages reported in places like Perry County, Madison County. You're close to 75% in Jefferson County. Almost half of Leon County reported with power outages. So you have significant power outages across the area. Downtown Tallahassee, our weather stem camera again just showing you these as the rain continues to fall. And notice where this whiter coloring is right here versus the darker. You've got different layers of the clouds with these bands as they race through. So this is a sign. You can see wind gusts north-northeast 25 miles per hour. The clouds are sliding through the area with that right now. The rain continuing to fall. Florida A&M still showing the same, although the rain is let up some. At one point, we couldn't even really see much of the campus there because the lens was completely covered by the rain. Wind gust of 43 miles per hour. Over at FSU, you have got, as you look even towards Campbell Stadium there, wind gusts still around 50 miles per hour, raindrops on the lens, the clouds racing through that region. And as we take a look at more of our weather stem sites, Dowling Park completely down, but this is, I believe, the next one. Yeah, Grassy Pond, the one that has just been very impressive, still showing wind gusts of 65 miles per hour. If you haven't seen this yet, this is a camera, this is an image. Let me just step out of the way and you can see what appears to be a support cable or one of the wires that just is whipping around there. The camera, yes, it's on its side. So clearly the wind gusts there damaging a structure that is designed to withstand tropical force winds, but clearly Helene winning out with the Grassy Pond weather stem site. This is why we don't want you going out. You may think, oh, things are fine right now, but it takes one branch snapping, one tree falling over that can, not to be extreme, mean the difference between life and death, even after the storm has passed. That's why you really just stay within your area. Please don't venture out, start trying to go around looking at things. We just got another wind gust up to 96 miles per hour there at the Grassy Pond site. West-northwest wind at about 43 miles per hour, looking at northeast Tallahassee, and very, very ominous looking here. You can see the cloud base itself with the city lights reflecting off this, and just looking at this right now as it continues to push through, looks like we still have some pretty decent rain falling where this particular weather stem site is over there in northeast Tallahassee, and the Valdosta area up towards Georgia. Wind gusts just shy of 50 miles per hour right now, but you can see with sustained winds they're still pretty significant with the trees right there whipping around in the forefront. Also looking towards Santa Teresa where, yeah, the winds are about 30 miles per hour, but waves were crashing a lot harder a little bit earlier when we were looking at this camera. And towards the Ohlone Bay area, southwest wind at about 23 miles per hour. Now, the storm, as we look at the last couple of hours, yes, that continues to race up to the north-northeast. The eye wall looks to now be through the Valdosta area. That was in a short time. What was it, about 10 minutes ago we were last together, and we saw that wind just racing on through the eye wall, moving through the area. But that is pretty much now cleared. The Valdosta area, you're back seeing the actual wall itself. The bottom side of it, the south side of it, just bringing that intense rain to the region. Significant flash flooding that's going on as well. And of course, we continue to update social media with all of this. In fact, I'm going to switch this over to an analyst mode so we can together just take a good look at some things. But first, I do want to show you winds of 110 miles per hour as of the advisory that came out about 35 minutes ago at 1 a.m. Another one likely coming out at 2. Northeast movement, north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. That is still just kind of mind-boggling to think about, that you have movement at 26 miles per hour, land typically creating friction, slowing things down. But Helene just doing the opposite, really speeding up. Tallahassee still getting some rainfall, but nothing too significant with that right now. As we take a look at a wider view here, we'll take this across parts of the DMA. And as we continue to work our way through the night, the rainfall is going to slide out of the area. So kind of just getting back on these wider views. Let me see if we can get this back towards the home view right now. We'll slide off just to grab that at the moment. But as we take a look at what's going on here with some of the bigger pictures with some of this right now, here's that home view. Here's the good news with it. We are not seeing much in the way of wind type warnings like tornado warnings that we were seeing earlier. That is certainly good for us. We still have the flash flood warnings. We still have the intense rainfall that we have been dealing with across the area. But as far as what that bigger picture is showing you, we're in that home stretch of getting Helene out of here. All right, we still have a little bit more rainfall to contend with. So bringing this in a little bit of a kind of tighter look, and Madison's about to get some more of that pretty decent rainfall, some significant rain that's going to push into the region. Let's take a look together at just to give you an idea of some of these storm reports that have come in. Up towards Thomasville, Georgia, we're getting some reports right now. Water over the roadway at Airport Road and Dillon Road, so you're getting these flash flooding reports in some of these spots. Of course, down in Perry at the airport, we had the reports of extreme wind gusts that were occurring. We had some pretty decent winds here in the Midway area here at ABC 27 when we were outside a little bit earlier. Some of those gusts, when I happened to look at one of the anemometers, was showing around 40 miles per hour with the intense rainfall that we were also battling in the area. Going along the coastline now to look at some of the flooded roadways. Near the Wakulla County Bridge and Highway 319. We have also seen some pretty significant reports of water spouts in the area. Thankfully, that has certainly calmed down with some of that rotation, and that is a welcome sign to say the least. Flash flood warnings still in effect as well as we continue through the night, and that is another thing to keep in mind, that yes, the rainfall is moving out. As we put this into motion with you, that rain will continue to spin on through the area, and even as the rain is exiting, it doesn't mean the water is immediately gone. It's going to take that water a little bit of time to finally recede across the area. Between the rainfall, between the storm surge, the storm drains certainly working hard right now. We spoke earlier with EMA over in Taylor County, and they were talking about the water pumps that they had in some of their flood-prone areas to try and help, once the surge had basically subsided, pump that water out of the region. But even with that happening, it's going to take some time for all of that to finally push through the area. So the bigger picture, and just kind of sliding this up just a bit, you can see the more intense rainfall well north now of the Big Bend region. It's getting towards Ashburn, Georgia, Abbeville. That's where we're seeing that. That's where the northern edge of the storm is. Good news that we continue to see with this, though, and I would anticipate seeing Helene most likely a Cat 1 hurricane still. but regardless, weakening when we get that new advisory in about 20 minutes in the area. So really just kind of looking at everything and with some of the power outages that we have got going on, and just flipping this back over for, okay. So, okay. All right, perfect. We're going to take a look at some of the power outages too, but I just want to show you again with Helene, winds showing about 110 miles per hour right now. Yes, that is the observation that came in at about 1 in the morning, but we do expect that to weaken some more. So we've got some power outages, I understand, as well. That would be the weather system camera over there at Alligator Point that has some pretty significant rain still on the camera lens as well. But with some of those power outages that we've got going on, we will continue, of course, to watch and track some of these outages as they will pretty much be with us for several weeks. I know crews are going to work hard in the area, and they're going to be working very hard, of course, to basically restore all that. But I do know that we have got numerous power outages across the region. So actually, I can bring that up right over here on our Barron system on Lynx 1. And look at that. We said that this could potentially happen, and it has. I think when we showed this to you last, we were still sitting at about 62,000 outages in parts of Tallahassee and areas around it. We're up to 66,000 outages now, estimates per county. Some of these counties completely in the dark. You're looking at Taylor County, at Madison County. Wakulla County is not at 100%, they're at 81%, but still, that's over half the county. Half the county of Leon County and even up towards Gadsden County, you're sitting at over 20% of the county, almost 22% actually, with power outages. Jefferson County, close to 75% in the dark, going up towards Georgia, the Valdosta area. Almost 100% of the county completely in the dark. You can clearly see where that northeastern eye wall, or part of the eye wall itself, the northeastern part of the storm, which we call the dirty side. It's where you get the most intense wind. It's where you have usually the most intense rainfall. You can just look at this power outage map right here and see where that northeastern quadrant moved through based off of these power outages that are pretty much all sitting around 100%. So this is going to be an issue for the coming days, of course, and post-storm when you're dealing with warm temperatures. Make sure that you've got ways to help your neighbors if you can to stay cool, but please don't venture out too far from home. I'm a broken record saying that, but we want everyone to be safe. We need to let those first responders and the emergency crews that are here immediately get to work when it comes to clearing the roads, when it comes to restoring the power. The rain really still starting to fall again. We showed you that last band that's going to push through downtown Tallahassee. The winds have certainly continued to let up some, but they're still gusting near 20 miles per hour, and we will have to continue to watch what's going on there. I missed who it was you said we were going to toss to, guys. Parkin Springs? Harpin Springs. Or Parpin Screens, excuse me, but we're going to send it out there right now.
I'm Mary O'Connell in Tarpon Springs, out at the sponge docks here. We've been here for hours, and we've been keeping an eye on the high water and flooding, and it is pretty severe. I'll step out of the way so you can kind of see what we're looking at. It's very dark, but this is almost a lake at this point. Here's some video that we shot earlier, and you can see just how high that water is. You can see there was a truck there that the water had risen very high on that truck. We even saw folks that were walking in the water, which is not advised, and that water was up to a woman's waist. Folks had been out here in the days ahead of this storm preparing, sealing their doors, sandbagging, tarping, and doing everything that they could to make sure that their businesses were protected. They have been through something like this in the past with Hurricane Idalia, with Tropical Storm Debbie, so these folks have been through something like this before. As soon as we're able to get a grasp of what's out here when it is daylight again, we will bring you the latest from Tarpon Springs. I'm Mary O'Connell. Back to you.
All right, Tarpon Springs, one of those areas along the Gulf Coast, getting the storm surge. I was just looking at videos. If you're familiar with Southwest Florida, downtown Fort Myers is underwater for the second time in 2 years after Hurricane Ian. And we're seeing record-breaking storm surge in places like Cedar Key and Steinhatchee. I mean, when you think about it, you've been to Steinhatchee. Idalia was at 8 feet, and this storm is over that. What do you think the people like that are going through right now, having talked to the business owners?
I remember we had a live look at some of those businesses, specifically Krabby Dad's and Roy's Restaurant.
Yeah.
You could see the water up to almost the roof of those buildings.
Right.
And if it's higher than that, I can imagine how underwater those places are right now.
Right, exactly. And I've been seeing, there are storm chasers who say that they are in Steinhatchee, that they see houses floating away, which we didn't hear about in Idalia. So I hope that it's not that bad, but we were warning people to get out. Taylor County was warning people, so.
And I really hope that they did get out. I really hope that people listened to them and evacuated.
Right.
Because this is a serious situation. It was serious during Idalia, and if this is worse, I can't imagine the impact.
Yeah, okay. Our neighborhood reporter, Terry Gilliam, he has been checking in with people who are sheltering in different neighborhoods in Tallahassee. He is in southeast Tallahassee for us. Terry, what are conditions like where you are?
Yeah, Channing, I'm still, excuse me. Yeah, Channing, sorry about that. I just left Lincoln High School in southeast Tallahassee, which is one of the 7 shelters in Leon County. I received a news tip about a generator blowing up somewhere on the Tallahassee Strip somewhere. So I was heading there, and on my way there, I kind of came across this street where you can see, like, it looks like a huge tree or some sort just blocking the road. We have a couple TPD cars. There was one just pulled off, but there were 2 TPD cars here waiting for crews to come move this out the way. But so far, if you're driving down Shallowbrook and Blairstone on the southeast side of Tallahassee, there's no possible way you can get past this. This is just some of the impacts from the storm. I just wanted to show you guys real quick and give you a quick update of what's going on out here. But again, we can give you more updates as soon as we get them. But this is on Tallahassee southeast side, Channing. And like I said, we'll have more when we get them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Terry, for that update from southeast Tallahassee, one area that was hit by the May 10th tornadoes. Kendall, you covered the recovery in southeast Tallahassee. You know what they've been through. For people who might not have seen that, remind us of what that situation was like.
So people really came together during that point. The Indian Head Acres community specifically and other areas in southeast Tallahassee were truly devastated. We saw state resources there. We even saw FEMA there some time after the storm. We also saw Second Harvest come in and distribute tons and tons of food. We were there live when that was happening, and the line was extensive. It went all the way around the Governor Square Mall. So people were really in need during this time. Something that's hard to see.
It really is. And we talked with Second Harvest of the Big Bend earlier this week as they were packing up these meals in anticipation of something like this happening. We know that they went to Perry after Idalia. We know that they were in Madison and Monticello after that storm. So I am sure that they are already working on the logistics of how to get food and supplies to these neighborhoods, assuming the roads are clear. I mean, like Terry was just showing us, that tree was down.
Right, and I also want to go off of something that Terry mentioned on there. He said that he got a news tip that there was a generator that was on fire at the Tallahassee Strip that's on Tennessee Street. I actually got a similar tip from another neighbor saying that there was a bar on Tennessee Street that had caught fire. So those are reports that we're seeing, again, not confirmed, but both Terry and I heard those from 2 different sources.
Yeah, we know there was a fire in Apalachicola earlier today, and this is the kind of situation where things can go off the rails pretty quickly. And first responders, oftentimes when the winds are above 35, 40 miles per hour, they don't go out just to preserve their own safety so that when it is safe, they can go out and respond. I mean, on Florida Highway Patrol's website, they've got a number of crashes, including just before the Florida-Georgia line on I-75 in Florida. They're reporting power lines in the roadway. That's on I-75. We also have a report of a tree across all lanes on I-75 southbound near White Springs. And we have a number of reports along I-10 in the Big Bend of trees on the roadway blocking lanes, blocking the ramps to rest areas.
And again, that's why experts say you should not be on the roads right now. There's debris everywhere. The conditions are still very rough, so you shouldn't be putting yourself in that dangerous situation. I know during Debbie, I went out to a scene, I can't remember if it was Miccosukee Road or Centerville Road, where a woman, because of the wet road, crashed into a power pole and it knocked out power for many people in that area.
Right. Okay. So we're going to pull up some video from Bradenton that we have here of the storm surge as we work to bring that up here. We do know that the water came up with this storm. This is nighttime video. Okay. So Bradenton, which is just south of the Tampa Bay area. The water is up there. I believe I can hear Maya's mic there. But look at that water just covering the streets there.
Yep, it's pretty deep. And
It's pretty deep.
unfortunately, I think that's a similar situation in our viewing area as well. You were just talking about Steinhatchee, and unfortunately, I think folks in Steinhatchee, hopefully there's no one in Steinhatchee, but unfortunately, if there is someone there, they're experiencing that floodwater.
Right, and we do know that a lot of the homes in Steinhatchee are up on stilts. They are elevated. The question is, how high did the water get? And did it get into any of those elevated homes?
Right. One of the neighbors I spoke with that lives on the river, his home is on stilts, but again, he evacuated because he knows that that water could reach heights that would reach his home. So he made the smart choice to get out.
And one of the reasons this storm surge was so big was because the storm was so big and so powerful, a lot of energy there. We want to check in with Maya Sargent. She has been working in Perry since yesterday afternoon, really all week, talking with neighbors. She's standing by with a live report and update on the damage she's seeing. Let's go to Maya.
Channing, what you're looking at at the moment is the wind still passing through the trees here. It's some really strong bursts of wind and then some really weak periods. The wind is now light, but it was getting stronger. It was stronger earlier. I want to show you some of the damage that we're seeing outside. Okay. Okay, so sorry, it's having some technical difficulties here, but we want to show you this damage that we're seeing here. Initial property damage that we're seeing from the hotel we're staying at. We have not ventured out into the county yet, but from behind us we can see property damage. This fence is down. It was wobbling backwards and forwards in the wind when those harsh gusts were coming through earlier. You can already see power lines down here. That's because the entirety of Taylor County is without power right now. As of 1:30 a.m., I think I saw from one of our meteorologists, 14,000 people without power. So this is just a really small portion of the extent of the damage that we're seeing. And you can see that darkness, you can see the impact of those power outages. I want to try and show you some of the rain that was coming down. You could see it beforehand in a car headlight, but we saw a lot of debris just scattered around here. You can see it starts from like tree damage here. There's parts of the hotel that we're staying in just scattered across. So really a concentrated version of what we're expecting are going to be more significant impacts we'll see across Taylor County. I was speaking with the hotel manager here just before on our previous interview, and he was saying that he's confident that with the preparations that Taylor County took, he's confident that the county will be able to bounce back. But obviously we don't know right now. We don't know what that damage looks like. Looks like it's still incredibly dark outside, so we're going to have to wait for some more sunlight to be able to truly assess the damage. He tells me he's been through previous hurricanes being from South Florida and still cannot believe that Taylor County has been hit by 3 hurricanes in the last 13 months. One thing that neighbors I'm hearing from are saying that the damage that they're dealing with, they're hoping won't be as bad as Idalia, but again, we really don't know the true extent. Now, we're looking
All right, Maya, signal going in and out there with the intense wind and rain and probably impacts on the power grid there and the electronic grid there. So really just incredible to see that, she said it, 3 hurricanes in 13 months.
Right, and as you said, the power grid there, probably a little bit iffy. It's definitely a little bit iffy because TCEC is showing that everyone in Taylor County no one has power. Their whole coverage area does not have power right now.
It's incredible. There's a lot of work to be done once the sun comes up tomorrow. I believe we have some footage of damage from the Perry area. Let's take a look at that and see what we've got. If we can take this full, just get a better idea. There we go. That's a piece of a hotel that was blown off. That was Maya's Hotel. You can see the material that just collapsed under the strength of that wind there.
And unfortunately, I think that there's probably similar scenes all across Taylor County right now with debris and damage falling. Hopefully no one is outside, because I can imagine if you would have been standing underneath that, what would have happened. Definitely could have gotten injured or hurt. And again, that's why it's important to take shelter.
And it's really just amazing to think that, we're coming up on 2 a.m. 2 p.m. is really when the winds started to kind of pick up at the coast, and now the hurricane is moving out and moving into the middle parts of Georgia. Georgia is in for a rough ride tonight, though, in areas that don't usually see these kinds of winds. I've seen videos of downtown Valdosta that just look like a disaster movie. It's incredible to see.
And I know we're going to have updates from those areas eventually. We have crews in South Georgia. I know we have Malia Thomas in Valdosta. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on those areas as well as our areas here in the Big Bend. I know we're seeing a lot of damage, unfortunately.
One thing I do want to talk about, because a lot of people are probably going to be waking up to no electricity. Maybe you're still up with us. You've been watching all night. But if you do lose electricity, or you have lost electricity, maybe you're running a generator, where is that generator? Is it in your garage? If it is, it needs to get outside now. Is it near a window outside? It needs to get away from that window. Those fumes can be deadly if they make their way into your house. Carbon monoxide, you cannot smell it. And so if your generator is too close to home, you're really putting your life in risk.
Also, there's risks of fires, things of that nature. I know that we're getting reports that there could be a fire due to a generator on Tennessee Street. Again, that's not confirmed, but your safety is paramount right now. You really need to make sure that you're prioritizing yourself and your family.
Yeah. All right, so I want to take a closer look at where this storm is now as it continues to rotate up through South Georgia. I think one of our meteorologists is standing by. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse. He is suiting up here to get a closer look at this storm and where the strongest winds are right now. Cass, is this storm still a hurricane?
At last check, it still is. We should have an update coming up within 4 minutes to see what the status is. 90 miles per hour, so that is a Category 1, so it is officially still a hurricane. I didn't change my glasses because of any severity levels, just contacts were kind of getting gritty after about 14 hours of wear. So don't be concerned because of a little change in my appearance as we start to prepare to change the shift and pass the baton on to Elizabeth Copeland in just a little bit. But to recap what's been going on, we are getting in on that improvement phase when it comes to a decrease in overall wind intensity around the Big Bend region proper, but we're seeing the effects of those winds as the overall, remember how kind of compact and tight that the eye was? Well, the acts of upper winds, the acts of friction of the system being over land now, and there's been a very big extension of essentially what the eye wall was. So there's still going to be a general decrease in the overall, I say, concentrated wind energy that was providing those high-level winds of 90-mile-per-hour gusts, 100-mile-per-hour gusts, and the potential for those winds to be upwards of 115. But we're seeing just a broader stretch of the heavier rain that's now continuing to affect most of our inland areas around and north and east of Berrien County. So that's where the remnants of the eye are currently right now. But on the backside, there's still this little strip that goes from the Albany area south into our Thomas County vicinity and neighborhood. So there's still going to be at least some times where those wind gusts are still going to be pretty significant, perhaps staying below those earlier extreme wind warning criteria, but there's still going to be at least a period of time, I'd say, along Highway 122, Pavo, Barwick, those neighborhoods, and then stretching across towards Maryville and then into Meigs and Ocklawakanee. Those will be some areas where we still have the overall presence of at least the possibility of those stronger winds within this strip and the downpours that come with it. So So that is going to continue to be a presence on the wraparound side of the western side of what was left of the eye. So this circulation, which was also causing some gustier winds in the last hour or so in the Metro Tallahassee area and contributed to those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts around the airport and around the FSU campus. Well, that's part of the extension of that same little band, but it's beginning to lift more to the north as the overall complex moves in that same general direction, north-northeast. So we're getting in on more calmer, in comparison to what we had, calmer conditions where there's still going to be some breezes, and it will still feel kind of humid because we're not really tapping into a big dry air mass quite yet, but there's still going to be at least a period of time where passing showers can come with milder breezes, less impactful winds. We still have to be aware of the onshore flow that's still present over Appalachia Bay. And again, you don't have the obstruction of land over the water to slow down those breezes. So there's still going to be at least a minor storm surge effect, at least a higher water level for those already highly inundated areas of the eastern Big Bend and Taylor County. And that's not going to really subside until we get the circulation farther away from our area. It'll continue to make that path to the north, and it will carry its mess into interior sections of middle Georgia and southeast Georgia. Now, with all that in mind, there's still technically, from my last estimation, there's still a tornado watch that's in effect, and there's still some times where even the outer leftover bands, which are a bit faded in view because they're getting distant from the Tallahassee radar, there's still a possibility that a few areas could spin up in terms of a brief tornado. But I think that chance is also diminishing across our area, but it's still going to be something that we'll monitor, especially for our southeastern coast and perhaps just the east of I-75 out of our region. But we've definitely gone past the peak hazards in terms of what Helene was going to do in our area. And now that we're going towards the 2 o'clock time frame, we're going to continue to see diminishing effects when it comes to the wind and the rain combination, but they're still going to linger for a bit in areas around the Highway 319 corridor of southern Georgia. So that will be the strip. And even in hard-hit Valdosta, where I've been hearing about those reports of damage and seeing those high-level wind gusts from earlier, 70, 80 miles per hour, there's still going to be at least this wraparound that comes back into the Withlacoochee River area and into Lowndes County. Now, you're not going to have the same kind of wind magnitude with this, but even though things may be kind of settled now in comparison to an hour or two ago, you're still going to have this little segment that kind of wraps itself around and pushes at least another batch of heavy rain and maybe some more modest wind gusts back into Lowndes County and associated neighborhoods. So there's still going to be at least a little period of time where things are still going to be stirred up, but not to the same level of severity that we had earlier when the northern and eastern side of that eye wall was pushing its way all the way through. We're also seeing it going past Lakeland now, so conditions will be improving for you, even though you may have already lost power in those areas, and maybe you're just streaming our information just to keep check on what's happening surrounding your area. That's the trend that we're seeing. There's going to be one last strip that again comes in from roughly the Flint River area, kind of the remnant of the western side of the circulation, if you will. That's going to maybe cause some continued problems in already heavily hit areas of south central Georgia, where the rain activity will continue, and even some lower end wind gusts. But we have definitely gone past the peak effects of this hurricane for the Tallahassee metro area, and we'll also start to have improving conditions gradually as the rain starts to taper off. But again, just keep in mind that there's still likely going to be some occasional breezes, mostly from the west and even southwest throughout your Friday. We're going to have a clearing trend, and that's going to lead us to have more sunshine. So with all the different resources that are gathered in advance of the storm, and now with the post-storm assessments getting underway, we'll at least have some favorable weather to get that process started.
So it is good to see those winds coming down, thank goodness. We have been standing by to see how conditions are in Wakulla County.
Right, so I'm looking right now at some flood radar maps. It's looking like it's about 5 feet as far as storm surge goes in Wakulla County.
Okay, so that's not too bad. So Kenzie Krieger standing by in Crawfordville, where we saw the power flicker. I'm wondering if the lights are still on. Kenzie.
We are at the Wildwood Hotel in Crawfordville. The power is currently out and the doors are locked. We are barricaded in. We cannot leave at this point. The worst of the storm has passed us, it looks like. We still have some rain coming down that I can hear. There's a little bit of crashing sounds, but so far it's getting really quiet. We can tell that it's starting to get more calm. People are sleeping as of right now. We haven't seen a lot of activity here in the lobby at this point, but we're still monitoring things, and when we get a chance to go outside, we'll give you some more updates. In the Crawfordville area, this is Kenzie Krieger live with ABC 27.
Yeah, if you were watching earlier, Kenzie was live on the air in the wind, in the rain, and as she was speaking, the power just blew and it went black. It was incredible to see.
It definitely was incredible to see, and it looks like she still doesn't have power. And as we look at Telquin's electric outages, it seems like 99.4% of customers in McCullough County are without power.
Wow.
So pretty much that entire county is without power right now.
Right, and we know how many trees are in McCullough County. The winds that came through, rotated on the back end of the storm, probably brought a lot of limbs down, probably damaged a lot of wires. So there's going to be a lot of work to do in all of our Big Bend counties. McCullough County, fortunately, was spared the worst of the storm and the storm surge, but it's interesting to see that they have people keeping safe inside the hotel and not letting them outdoors, probably for the best.
Yes, that definitely is a good move because, again, there's debris out there. The conditions are still pretty dangerous, so it's not safe to go outside. Even when the storm passes, people are saying not to go outside. Sheriff Walt McNeil of Leon County told people yesterday, even if you have an urge after the storm passes to go outside and look at damage, stay in your home so electric crews, first responders can get to work immediately.
Right, and you don't know what you could be walking out into in the dark. Wires could be down. There could be limbs. There could be, if there was debris, nails thrown around. And as we saw in Live Oak, Kenya Cardone was showing us in the mobile vehicle that signs had come down and busted windows. There could be glass. Who knows what you could be walking around on.
And you and I were just looking at a video a couple of minutes ago of what seemed like a down power line near the Florida State University campus. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know exactly where that was. I think it was in Tallahassee somewhere. When those wires come down and they're laying on the wet ground, they can arc and they can make very bright flames, and that's what that appeared to be, but it's all speculation at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if there were wires down. And so we are taking a look at some of the other impacts around Florida from Helene. So let's get a closer look at some of this new video.
I'm Kylie McGivern, and we're in downtown Sarasota right now. So just to give you guys an idea about the storm surge we are seeing in this area, we're at North Tamiami Trail and Fruitville Road. That is a main intersection here in downtown Sarasota. And the reason why it is so dark behind us, the power
so when we come back
is
to
out
us,
in
go
parts
ahead
of
and
downtown.
go through that, yeah.
Not far from here, you can see there's a van that was either left, abandoned, parked overnight, whatever it may be, but the water is above the tires there. We've seen people try to go out in the water just to give you an idea how deep it is because it's hard to tell. We're talking over waist deep. This is all water coming in from the Gulf through the storm surge. And then as you make your way a bit more into downtown Sarasota, you can see some of the water lapping up. There are some barricades in this area. Tonight, we were out in other parts of Sarasota as well, where, you know what, we were getting there even before first responders. And so people out driving around, you may not even realize where the water is coming in until you are right up on it. Something that you will notice too with how dark this area is, something that creates another danger, is that when the electricity is out, when the power is out, that means that street lights can be out, which creates dangers once again as we're urging people not to be out on the road. That's a part of it, not even realizing where there may be traffic lights and those lights being out. You can see some of the glow of the yellow lights near us right now. Again, it is hard to imagine for people who have not experienced this, the power of a storm surge. This is not from the rain from Helene. This is all from storm surge coming in, and this is something that we will continue to monitor and bring you the latest updates. In Sarasota, Kylie McGivern, back to you.
All the way in Sarasota, that flooding a problem, just incredible to see. Thank you, Kylie. And we did just get some new information from Leon County.
Yes, our reporter Alberto Camargo is telling us that per Leon County government, there are minimal road closures in Leon County, estimated to be about under 10, but they do expect that number to go up. Another thing that they noted is that Woodville Highway seems to be blocked according to FL 511, their dashboard. Mahan Drive has some debris. Power crews will be heading out first thing in the morning, and as of 2 a.m., one report of a tree fallen on a house, but that person is okay, no injuries.
Okay, thank goodness there were no injuries there. You know from working in the Northeast Tallahassee neighborhood how many trees there are over the roads there, so I imagine that there is some damage that maybe hasn't even been discovered yet.
Right, one of my neighbors that I've been keeping in contact with tonight, some of my eyes and ears on the ground, he told me he heard a loud thump outside. I haven't heard back from him about what that was, but I'm glad he's staying inside and not going outside to investigate it.
Okay. We've got our weather team working around the clock to monitor this storm as it continues to evolve. We have first to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland now with an update on where this storm is in Georgia.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Just want to say thank you for Cass for bringing us through the night, and for all our meteorology team, and for you guys. So now checking in on this early morning hour, we're looking at Lowndes County right now, where wind gusts obviously still pretty high. This is out of the Lowndes County EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, where a lot of cloud cover, the rain is still pushing in, but the wind is obviously the bigger factor here in southeast Georgia right this second, at least right side of this cam. And then, of course, when I checked in this morning, Riley said, you know, you should check the Lowndes County camera. And he wanted just to see my reaction. This is unbelievable. Obviously, the grassy pond area, well, there's some camera there. On a typical day would show the grassy pond. You see kind of the background, a few trees, a pretty sprawling grassy pond where maybe some water collects here and there. So I thought maybe it would be flooding. But needless to say, I did not think that the weather stem tower camera would have come down and debris would have been laid out all across the grassy ponds area. So obviously this is just one of many signs of those stronger winds that have moved through this morning. So hopefully all those in Lowndes County are safe as this storm continues to push through. Now we're still looking at more of the center, just moving just to the northeast of Lowndes County, moving over northeast out of Valdosta into Lanier County, Clinch County, Homerville, still seeing some pretty gusty winds. The bulk of this activity is still right across, unfortunately, Taylor County, up through Suwannee, over into Eccles and Clinch County, and up to Homerville, and then Lanier County as well. So all those areas are still seeing that eastern side, that whipping around of that wind, where winds are sustained right around 35, 45 miles per hour. So those winds are still whipping even along those coastlines of Taylor County, Dixie County, where unfortunately storm surge will continue with those onshore winds, and then obviously impacting places inland as far as south central, southeastern Georgia right now around the eastern side of that eye. So the eye continues to move to the northeast this morning. We're going to still see those impacts from now gusty winds. I mean, Tallahassee still on that western side looking at 50-mile-per-hour gusts, losing power here just a minute ago out in Gadsden County, where we still have 30, 40-mile-per-hour gusts. So keep in mind the heavy rain and the wind have all been big factors in some of those downed trees. And just because you don't have the 80-mile-per-hour gusts now, a little bit of a gust in those very saturated trees, they can still fall. So it's still a possibility out there. So make sure you're being careful this morning. Now back over to Suwannee and Live Oak, we have Kenya, our neighborhood reporter, with the latest. Kenya.
Thank you, Liz. Yes, I'm live in Live Oak right now. Last time you saw me, we were in downtown Live Oak, where things got way too crazy to be there. The wind gusts were so strong. We saw a metal roof blow towards us. Power lines were literally standing over both sides of our car. We had to move. We finally got to a safer spot, and we had to kind of ride it out, where now, as you can see, the conditions of the storm have weakened a bit. It was still forceful when we got here. I mean, these trees right here that you're seeing, they were swaying back and forth like it's no tomorrow. And I want to move away so you can hopefully see that stop sign over there in the distance. It has kind of slowed down from swaying back and forth, but it's still wobbling there, and I can hear metal poles and stuff buckling in the distance. There is a gas station nearby, so that's what I'm hearing. But the wind and the rain has calmed down a bit. Our car isn't shaking as much, but again, it picks up and it comes and it goes. That's kind of what we're seeing here. But a reminder, you have to hunker down. You have to stay safe, because even if it seems like the storm has come down, there's still debris flying around. There's still branches we're seeing every now and then. There's still leaves flying around, and things that may have come loose in those forceful winds could now fall or blow in the wind near you, even with these winds that have calmed down. So that's what we're seeing in the Live Oak neighborhood. No power, as you can see, still no power across this town. And so we're just gonna, hopefully when the sun rises, we'll be able to get a better look at all the debris that's on the road that we've been seeing through the first to know storm chaser. So that's the latest. Live from Live Oak, I'm Kenya Cardone. I'll send it back to you, Liz, in the studio.
All right, thanks, Kenya. And again, those wind gusts are still over, 30, 40 miles per hour in Suwannee, sustained right about 36 miles per hour. So sustained winds, that's a wind gust, excuse me. So sustained winds right around 25, 30 miles per hour with those gusts even higher, even in Perry to the southwest, well away from that eye, still seeing about 50 mile per hour gusts. So that is going to be an important thing to keep in mind, is that these gusts, even as the eye wall moves past you, are still going to be possible, and it's still going to be dangerous early morning hours, especially for the southeast side of the Big Bend and southeast and south central Georgia. So let's go ahead and fast forward through the next couple of hours. What we expect here for tropical force winds, still moving onshore. Again, this is the big issue for storm surge. That's really what we're going to be watching across Taylor County, even southern Jefferson County this morning. That onshore wind just really drives that water inland for miles sometimes, and that storm surge will continue as the tidal flow, ebbs and flows. That water just still pushes in no matter what, no matter if the tide's going out or in, because that wind is much stronger, pushing against what little kind of force it has on the water out there across the Appalachia Bay, right into Taylor County's coastline, which, as we all know here in the southeast, is very susceptible already to flooding. So going to keep a close eye on those storm surges, and especially as the first light comes up in a few hours from now, that sunrise in about 5-6 hours from now, that's where we're going to really see the first light of any kind of damage that has occurred across the southeast side of the Big Bend and those coastlines. So we'll keep you posted as that light comes up, and you'll kind of start to see and unravel that view with us here on WTXL. But anyway, those tropical storm force winds still are going to be impact through the southeast side of Georgia over the next few hours. Now, that's not to say that there's not going to be any wind after this storm pushes out. I mean, we're looking at a few hours from now, the wind, at least tropical storm force strength, moving out. But we're still going to have some onshore wind, unfortunately, through Friday evening for Taylor County, and again Jefferson County, and even through southern Franklin County. But the really big impact here is just that onshore flow that's consistent across Taylor County, which is why, some of the storm surge forecasts were forecast to be record breaking. We just knew there was so much wind pushing onshore over the next couple of days, over several hours, that no matter what the tidal flow, whether it be low tide, high tide, obviously more impactful at high tide, that there's still going to be some onshore wind, and that drives that water inland. So something to think about over the next few days. And like Kenya said, the power outages pretty widespread, especially across Suwannee County, 24,000 looking without power right now. In Leon County, about 68,000. And then those numbers are pretty major across all of the southeast side of the Big Bend and south central parts of the Big Bend and southeast Georgia. Even places like Mitchell County, 4,000 in Grady, and then 3,500 without Gadsden. One of those areas might be us, as those power was flickering early this morning. Now the generator is back up. So again, you don't have to be in the core of that storm to have power outages. The big message here, especially as that storm moves out, is yes, those impressive numbers, especially for gusts, have been, what catches our eye this morning. But with the steady rain and the consistent rain, that soil is now very saturated, and just a little bit of a gust can take down a tree so easily. So as you're cleaning up these next few days, as you're making your way out this morning, please be mindful that if it is breezy, those trees can still come down. So please don't have any kind of secondary injuries because you're out trying to clean up. It's still windy, and those trees are still, very much susceptible to snapping or falling over. So something important to think about this morning as cleanup gets underway, as sunlight comes up in a few hours from now. Now, we do have some more of those, We have widespread flash flooding all across South Georgia and the Big Bend. Kind of waking up with you this morning to what we're looking at for those bands that are wrapping around places like Albany into Moultrie, Thomasville, Valdosta, and then wrapping up through Douglas, McRae, and Tifton. So most of the heavy rain has now moved north, but again, that wraparound moisture on the western side will still mean some flash flooding issues for the southeast side of Georgia. So we do have more of that, potential flooding still possible with ongoing rain. Now, another key message. just because it's not raining doesn't mean flash flooding is not occurring. So there's been a lot of rain over the last several days. That water's got to go somewhere, and a lot of it was on the streets earlier. Now it's kind of moving into lowland areas. So if you are one of those areas that have been prone to flooding in the past, more than likely seeing that extra water kind of flow off into those open areas early this morning. Now that moisture is still falling from the sky out there in places like Camilla, Pelham, Ocklackney, Thomasville, Quitman, Moultrie, and Berlin. Those areas will still get some moderate to heavy rain. You can see there in those latest updates, it's more of a southeast wrap movement, but also kind of moving east. So Moultrie, you'll get some moderate to heavy showers at times here already on top of the heavy showers you've gotten earlier today. Again, you are under a flash flood warning as well. Lakeland, Valdosta, Asher, and Lake Park as well. So as the eye moves up, we're still not done with the rain, although the bulk of the rain does stay on the northeast side of that storm, which is lucky for us as it moves out. Now, we do have some light showers still possible this morning in Jasper, Belmont, Watson, Hillcoat, Camp Still, and then Fort Union. All those areas in that 75 corridor kind of moving closer to Hamilton County here with Jasper and Baker's Mill. All those areas still with light showers early this morning. Again, those showers may be light, but the wind is still picking up, and so those wind gusts and those light showers will be making visibility hard, especially in these nighttime hours early this morning. So overall, especially for the I-10 corridor and 90 corridor, Monticello over to Greenville and to Madison, we have a few light showers out there, a little moisture still lingering in the air. Maybe not heavy rain, some moderate showers are still falling across the I-10 corridor. So here's Leon County with those moderate to heavy showers just south. There's the radar out there right to the south of the airport, and there's some moderate showers wrapping around the radar and then out through the I-10 corridor just south of it through Quincy, the 90 corridor through Quincy, and up 27 Havana, Attapulgis, and Bainbridge. So some showers and storms are definitely still around this morning, but we don't have the bulk of that moisture still falling from the ground. It's just that residual rain and making its way, especially into our rivers over the next few days. We'll be watching for any kind of flooding kind of events over in our area. So a lot of people without power. Again, this is a good sign. I showed you the numbers just a minute ago, but this is a good idea of, really where the strongest winds were. And again, you don't have to have strong winds to have power outages, but the stronger the wind, the more widespread the power outages, obviously. And Perry, Taylor County, that southwest landfall in Taylor County of Perry, about 11:10 p.m. I believe it was, as a Category 4 hurricane, then moving up. And then that eye wall, the eastern eye wall, still moving across southeast Georgia this morning. Those widespread power outages are still ongoing through a lot of our counties. And I expect there to be some more this morning with those gusts still, blowing around, again, those various susceptible trees.
All right, we continue to monitor the situation in Taylor County and the city of Tallahassee. You just saw an update from Taylor County.
Yes, the Taylor County Emergency Management Division just put out a post saying that, again, you should not be on the road right now. They say that there are power lines down on almost every single road in Taylor County. That's a lot.
That's a lot of damage, no doubt, with the eye wall of a Category 4 storm coming on shore. I'm sure a lot of damage does exist. We're also getting a first look at the storm surge flooding in Steinhatchee. CNN just shared some of the video. I just tweeted it and about to share it on Facebook. If our producers want to go and get that, and so we can flip it for our on-the-air folks, that would be wonderful, because it's a horrific sight. I mean, the water is just up to the roofs of houses. Once again, just over a year after Idalia flooded Steinhatchee, many of the businesses and homeowners had just finished recovering, and now they're back to square one, if not farther back, because the water appears to have gotten higher.
Right, and like you said, they just finished recovering, but some of them are still recovering right now, so I can't imagine the damage that it's going to do and how much they're going to have to recover from now.
Right. I remember I was there 6 months after the storm, after Idalia, and there were people pulling debris out of the Steinhatchee River, like huge pieces of wood and 2x4s and things like that, 6 months after the storm. So if the water got even higher this time around, I can't imagine what the recovery is going to take. Many of the docks, like at the Seahag Marina and the marina at Dead Man Bay and Roy's, had just finished rebuilding docks and decks and renovating. There's so much work that's going to need to be done.
Right, and I remember, speaking of pulling debris out of the river, we saw video during the storm, during Idalia, where sailboats were snapped in half, after they were pushed under a bridge. I actually spoke with neighbors who had those sailboats wash up into their yard. They told me just this week it took a month, maybe more, to get those just off of their property. And that was a big burden on them.
And you hate to see it because it's such a beautiful area. It's right there on the coastal community. The water is nice and clear. It's great for fishing. They depend on people coming from South Florida and South Georgia to visit this small community. So I'm anxious to see what is left of Steinhatchee when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Me too. I mean, I was just there on Tuesday and it looked beautiful. Like you said, it's a great community, very close-knit.
Okay. Liz is standing by for another update, but we got this video. Dennis, can you tell us where this video is from? And we'd love to... Okay, this is before the water came up in Steinhatchee. This is debris flying through the air as the eye wall came through. Look at that. This is why we warned you to not be out in the storm because the debris can go flying through the air and do some serious damage to you.
Right, and we don't know what's out there. We don't know what power lines could be down. Again, the Taylor County Emergency Management is saying that there are power lines down on almost every single road, not only in Steinhatchee, but all of Taylor County.
Yeah, and we know that the Taylor County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Management have a gargantuan task ahead of them. This is new video now that we're just getting in. This is the flooding in Steinhatchee. Let's take that full. Perfect. I think that's a camper. The water's up to the windows there. If it loops, we'll see a green house that shows the water halfway up to the roof. There it is, wow, off in the distance. I'm unclear on where exactly in Steinhatchee this is, but I do know, it's got to be somewhere near the river because that water just gets driven backwards up the Steinhatchee River, and these are the kind of scenes you see. So that's the video I was talking about.
Right, and again, that's why an evacuation order was put in place. That water is so deep that many people were saying that it was going to be unsurvivable.
Right. So hopefully for the people who did get out, good job getting out. For the people who stayed, I hope you had a high place to ride out this storm. There's one road in and one road out of Steinhatchee.
Right.
So who knows what condition that is in. We're going to find out in the morning. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland has a closer look at where this storm is now and where it's going next.
Yeah, Jenny, and just back to, Steinhatchee and the Taylor County coastline. I mean, I think we've all been very familiar and we've gotten close with some of the residents there just doing all those stories about Idalia, again, only 13 months ago. And I can tell you that the people in Steinhatchee, wherever you're watching from today, if you're in South Georgia or, evacuated to Eastern Florida and you have the WTXL.TV live app on, they saw that greenhouse and they knew exactly where it was because that's how close-knit the community was and is still and will be after this storm. But it's really unfortunate to see now 3 hurricanes in 2 years impact the city of Steinhatchee and all of Taylor County. We can't forget about Perry or Keaton Beach. I mean, all those areas so close-knit. And that's just going to be something that, we'll all, band together again for. So another round of cleanup underway, and I know those communities will get really close-knit over the next couple of days as they all come together and help clean up together. So that's going to be something that we're going to be looking at over the next couple of days. And I know right now we still have a Category 1 hurricane that's moving through South Georgia. I mean, this thing has really held on. That's just a good sign of the capability of this storm holding together and only strengthening before landfall, and then now still a Category 1 hurricane just to the north of Lowndes County, now moving to the north, or now to the west. That location has been changing over the last couple of days. You see it wobbling there, which is typical of any kind of storm breaking apart, but it's moving at 26 miles per hour. It's really trucking through South Georgia in a north-northeast movement and 90-mile-per-hour sustained winds around that core. And then, of course, we're still getting gusts here across parts of South Georgia as well. So in Valdosta this morning, just another look, still going to see those breezes this morning, even well after that eye has moved out. So it's still going to be one of those mornings where power is going to be flickering, if not completely out at this point. Again, this is just an incredible image. I mean, I can't get over it. I know you've probably seen it a few times this morning with Cass and Riley, and a lot of those neighbors in Valdosta probably seen the same things just in your backyard this morning. But it's just unbelievable to see this weather stem camera that we look at almost every morning on sunrise now on its side and debris flown everywhere. So obviously some very powerful winds there, or something very powerful struck the tower that's now on its side and just kind of waving in the wind as the last of that gusty wind still moves across the area. So still looking at, onshore wind in Taylor County. Again, the biggest issue there is just more of that storm surge just continuing to push in through Taylor County. That river in Steinhatchee, now a big part of that feeding through Steinhatchee up into parts of Taylor County into Dixie County, kind of dividing that line. So those are all going to be areas where excess water is going to be overfilling the banks of the river, and then heavy rain is still going to be filling in through places like Valdosta and Humberville, Clinch, and Eccles County this morning, with widespread wind gusts still in excess of 40 miles per hour. And that is one area in Perry. We're still seeing the wind, and right just southwest of where Helene has made landfall. We have our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, who is out there this morning.
Good morning, Liz. We have been outside of our hotel looking at damage, surveying some of those initial impacts we've seen from Helene, but we actually moved slightly further down the road because we want to see what the situation looks like beyond our hotel window, which is where we spent landfall as it made Helene as it made landfall here. I want to show you some of the damage that we're seeing. Initially, lots of trees down, which is what we expected. A lot of debris that we saw that from our hotel, but we're also seeing that now in the streets. Big trees brought down by those really, really strong gusts of winds that we felt earlier. They're still slightly in the air. We've definitely seen that rain subside a lot and some of those wind gusts subside too. Really, I had to brace myself earlier. So very unsurprising that we're seeing this kind of damage and this extent of the damage all across Taylor County. We're driving around Perry now, trying to find different places and different areas and trying to see how much damage we can possibly find. But right now we're really just looking at a lot of tree damage. When we were driving here, the traffic lights are obviously out because power is out across 100% worth of Taylor County. So really seeing those impacts on a bigger level as we continue to drive around, as we continue to track the impacts of Helene on this county. And I know Taylor County neighbors will be waking up this morning thinking, how do we start to begin to repair? I know this sort of damage, if it's fallen on top of houses, if it's fallen on top of roofs, will be just another sort of setback in their recovery process that they've spent for the last year tracking, recovering from Adalia and then Debbie. So hoping that neighbors aren't seeing this kind of damage on their roofs, but again, we don't know. It's still very, very dark outside, so we'll have to wait for the light to come up until we can really assess the true damage that we're seeing here in Taylor County. But for now, we're going to continue to drive around. We're going to show you some different places and show you the damage that we're seeing, and we'll keep you up to date on any sort of impacts that we're seeing. Live in Perry, I'm Maya Sargent.
All right, thank you, Maya. And lots of trees down across Taylor County, lots of trees down across many of our counties, including in Suwannee County, just in the Live Oak area on I-10, mile marker 280. Florida Highway Patrol reporting several trees down over several miles, blocking lanes on I-10. I've seen pictures of people out there with chainsaws trying to clear the roadway. It's going to take a while to get traffic moving again.
Right. And again, you shouldn't be out on the road right now. So that's the exact reason why you shouldn't be. That can be dangerous for you, your vehicle, and other people that might be on the road.
Yeah,
so stay away.
And we've got some new video in here from Mahan Drive. It appears to show some debris on the roadway there. There you go. I mean, the tree down. Somebody's got their four-ways on. It's the whole way across the roadway. That's incredible to see. It's a pretty sizable tree also.
Right. We heard from Leon County. Their spokesperson told us that there was damage and debris on Mahan Drive. And if you're familiar with the area like I am, I'm over there all the time. There is lots of vegetation, lots of trees. It's one of the things we love about Tallahassee is our trees and how many we have. But again, it poses some problems when we have big storms like this.
Right, and we remember just the mountain of debris that followed the tornadoes back in May and Hurricane Idalia last year. And the county and different localities, they're going to have so much vegetative debris to get rid of and process. So it's going to be a months-long process of recovery that starts really when the sun comes up.
And speaking of debris, when I spoke with neighbors in Steinhatchee on Tuesday, some of them had concerns about some debris that was left over from Debbie getting picked up with the wind and flying around and causing more damage. So again, as we see these continual weather events, it's causing a plethora of issues for our neighbors.
Absolutely. All right. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland standing by now with an updated look at where this storm is going, the damage is left behind, and just how big of an impact it's having on us right now.
Well, yeah, Channing, it was a big storm and still is a big storm. So there were some widespread impacts. And, you know, when we talk about the impacts, we often get so caught up in where the cone's shifting in the last couple of minutes and where landfall. And of course, that's very important for obviously history books and where landfall is going to occur. And the eastern side of the storm, obviously, the more widespread impacts. But the thing is that, you know, especially this year, if you've been listening over the last couple of hours or been keeping up with the National Hurricane Service, the big push this year was to less focus on the cone and more focus on the impacts from this storm. And they were widespread. So, you know, places like, you know, Tallahassee or west of Tallahassee, over Wakulla County, often get overlooked when we look at just the eye of the storm and east, because that's where obviously the main impacts are. That's where the numbers really draw our eyes. We're looking at these high wind gusts. And of course, that's where the power outages are, the flooding, the storm surge. And those are all very important things about a storm. But, you know, you can't leave out those areas that are on the western side of the storm and they're still impacted, where power still goes out. We still have a lot of loss of property and debris and flooding. I mean, those are all still issues. I mean, look at how widespread these flash floods are still being, issued across places like, Wakulla County or places like Franklin County and Liberty County. I mean, we had flash flooding and concerns there. I mean, even before the storm arrived, if you flash back to this time yesterday, kind of looking back, we had that band of rain that added up, 6-7 inches just on the Gadsden County, Gadsden County, Leon County line. And that was just over one night before. That was the most outer band moving on shore. Now, obviously, the more impacts are going to be centered around the core as it moves to the northeast. But, there's still widespread impacts, and we still have to look at the impacts as a total, not just necessarily exactly where the eye is, which we often get so focused on, of course, when a hurricane makes landfall. But now we're still looking at those widespread impacts even after the hurricane has moved out. I mean, it's still a Category 1 hurricane as of the last advisory, still 95 per hour sustained winds around that core. It is moving out of our viewing area up north, kind of moving just out of Lowndes County now to the northeast of that 75 corridor at a pretty rapid pace. I mean, 26 miles per hour. That's moving pretty quickly. Remember, across the Gulf, it was moving, anywhere from, 5-10 miles per hour at the very beginning, which is kind of wobbly. That storm wasn't quite formed yet, to 15-16 miles per hour. But now, the 26 mile per hour storm is racing up South Georgia, which is good news for places like Valdosta, because the faster that storm moves out, the faster the rain moves out, right? So we don't want that rain just lingering here as that storm is expected to continue moving out and then stall over North Georgia, which obviously the more impacts are expected there over the next couple of days. But we still have some more widespread rain still wrapping around places like Moultrie, like Tifton, like Camilla and Coolidge. So all these areas and Camilla, Pelham, Ocklawaha, Thomasville, they just got a lot of rain over a very long amount of time. It looks like from about 1:30 to about, now 2:30. That rain was saturating the ground, and that's just one of many bands that was moving through. Now the center, the core of the storm, that's still a Category 1, is pushing across places like Homerville up through Douglas, up to Osceola and Tifton. So up that 75 corridor, kind of out of our area, but bringing with it, luckily, pretty quickly, these bands of rain as well. So the heaviest rain is mostly out of here, but we can't rule out this wraparound moisture that will be moving north with it. And then even some lingering moisture with those outer bands wrapping around from the northwest to the southeast across places like Quincy, Tallahassee. Now, some of these bands will pack a little bit of wind with them. Now, we're not going to look at those hurricane strength winds by any means, but it's still going to be breezy. And like I said earlier, the ground is saturated, that wind is still blowing, that rain is still falling. Trees are still going to come down. I mean, if you live in Tallahassee or you've been following, maybe you're from out of state and kind of following us right now, the thing is about Tallahassee and the surrounding areas is it's not just palm trees and wide open spaces. I mean, there are a lot of trees. And, like Kendall and Channing were saying earlier, if you have a tree or a power line almost in every road in Taylor County, that just gives you an idea of how much of substance this tree vegetation takes up of Florida, especially North Florida. Is very different from anywhere like Southeast Florida. When you think of Florida, North Florida is very, very different. We have these live old oak trees. We have, a lot of canopy, which again really picks up that wind and holds that wind a lot better than, say, palm fronds do, which have more space. The wind can flow through pretty easily. They're built for that. But these live oaks, these old oaks, the Spanish moss hanging down, I mean, these hardwoods, all these pine trees, they can really hold that wind. And they just, are full of canopy. So that wind just moves through, grabbing them a little bit better. And even with the small gust and a lot of those shallow root trees, that vegetation is very, very saturated, so those trees can come down pretty easily, if not a limb, or say a bigger limb on an oak that still can do some damage. So please be careful out there. If you do anything, now we're kind of looking at these effects of rain and the kind of lingering wind, and then eventually kind of cleanup. So all those things are something we really focus on after the storm, is being safe after the storm with cleanup and things like that. That's one of those things, at least from a weather standpoint, that you need to be watching out for. Rain will still be heavy across Moultrie, Albany, Sylvester, Tifton, Lenox, and Adel this morning. Hey, Hyra, you're still getting a few showers out there across northern Lowndes County as well. Madison, Monticello, and Perry, a couple of showers are coming onshore for you. Again, that onshore wind will continue through Taylor County, unfortunately, for the next several hours into even tonight. So today is now Friday morning. I have to remind myself as well, I know we've been on storm watch over the last couple of days, and Friday night, tonight, we'll have that more onshore wind that's still continuing to drive that water inland. So something we'll be watching out for over the next several days as that eye continues up the 75 corridor and out of our area, hopefully keeping up with that speed to get that rain out of here, to get that wind out of here. And so cleanup can be underway, especially as the sun rises. Like Maya said, we'll really get a good idea of more of that damage and how widespread it is later in the morning as that as sun rises just after 7 this morning, or around 7:30 or so. So a couple more hours until sunlight breaks the horizon, but until then, still dealing with rain and wind in the forecast over the next several hours as well. Again, we're still seeing some of that wind still pick up across our area as well. So I'm going to go change it over to some wind here in just a minute. But first, I'll toss it back over to Channing, I believe, who has some more information for us while I change out some of these maps for you.
Yeah, we're actually getting some damage reports from the South Georgia area. It's interesting. We're not getting a lot of damage reports from our Florida counties, but in Georgia, some of our fringe viewing area counties like Lanier County, I'm seeing here from the National Weather Service reports of 3 houses that have been hit by trees and 1 building collapsed. So intense winds moving through South Georgia, still doing damage, even though the storm is dozens of miles away from the coast.
Right. So it's a good reminder that it's not only the Big Bend of Florida that's impacted. Our neighborhoods in South Georgia are also seeing some damage. Like Maya was showing us, if those branches fall on homes, it causes lots of structural damage and potentially danger to the folks inside. So I hope everyone is okay that is in Lanier County.
Yeah, for sure. We do have some new video from Pasco County to show the extent of the damage there. Let's pull up that video from Pasco County, where we understand that people have been rescued. The water coming up there, the wind going up there. If we had the video, there we go. So these look like some still images of flooded streets, which we have seen up and down the Gulf Coast. That storm surge coming in and going into areas where the water's not supposed to be.
Right. And again, I keep saying this time and time again, but this is why we should not be on the road. Your car, even if you think you might be able to drive through some water, you should not do that, because again, there could be power lines down in that water that could cause some problems for you. You could flood your car out. I remember when we saw the floods back in April here in Tallahassee, I saw a car drive into some flood water and just smoke plume out of the hood.
Right. Yeah. So these are the images coming in from neighborhoods south of us, up and down the Gulf Coast. I mean, if you look online, you can see videos from places like Naples that got flooded today. Downtown Fort Myers was underwater this evening. Tampa Bay, Clearwater, Tarpon Springs, Sarasota, Cedar Key, you name it. If you were all on the coast today, you had some water flooding into places because of this expansive storm surge.
Right. And again, it's a reminder that it's not just the Big Bend. It's not just where the storm makes landfall that we see impacts. We see impacts across the state of Florida, and it's something that Floridians see time and time again each hurricane season.
Yeah, very good point that it's not just about the cone in the center of the storm in the eye. It is far-reaching, as we have seen with this storm. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland is still tracking this storm. Elizabeth, I'm curious, how strong is it now? Is it still a hurricane? Has it been downgraded to a tropical storm? Where are we right now?
Yeah, good morning, Channing. Yeah, so the latest advisory coming out at 2 a.m., so about 40 minutes ago, still has it as a Category 1 hurricane. Now, we're going to get an update here shortly as the latest as it moves out of our area. So still a Category 1 hurricane. So if you think about it, as it moves out of our area, we've had a hurricane now blow through not only the southeast side of the Big Bend, but now through South Georgia, a hurricane landfall and continued push of a hurricane all through our area. So at no point has this been a tropical storm. We've had hurricane impacts all through the southeast side of the Big Bend and now south central Georgia as it remains a Category 1 hurricane and moving at a rapid speed at about 26 miles per hour to the northeast, northeast at least. Eventually it will be swinging out across parts of North Georgia over Atlanta, looking to stall there and bringing substantial rain there. But for our area, you know, as we look forward to the daylight hours and seeing the damage, you know, keep in mind this was all hurricane damage. At no point in our area has this been a tropical storm. So the pressure is now at 955 millibars. Max wind speed is about 90 miles per hour. Again, as we reassess this storm with the next advisory, which is coming out here pretty soon, we'll see where that storm is, of course, the center location, and then, of course, where the official center of location is the storm is at least, and then what we're looking at for max winds. But as it moves over land, obviously being torn apart by the friction of land, so we're not going to see that strengthening by any means over the next several hours. I mean, it's only going to get weaker as it moves into North Georgia, but again, still holding pretty strong even this morning, well after landfall. What is it, 11:10 a.m. was the landfall, or 11:10 p.m. was landfall, so 11, 12, 1, 2, so about 3 hours it's been holding as a Category 1 hurricane. So that's pretty impressive there as we head now into the 3 a.m. hour in just a few minutes here. So northeast movement, moving at 26 miles per hour. What we want to see here is the movement that's fast. We want it to get out of here. We want that wind to go north. We want the rain to go north. We can't really hold that much more rain, and especially our southeast counties, that eastern side and northern side of that storm, obviously dropping the most amount of rain, but we still had substantial amounts of rain all across the Big Bend just yesterday morning. I mean, this time yesterday morning, I was reporting on flash flooding across places like Leon and Gadsden County, kind of western Leon and eastern Gadsden County, because we had 6 inches, at least radar indicated 6 inches drop in just a couple of hours, and that was from the outermost band. I mean, we were seeing impacts, 24 hours ago, and now the amount of rain has only increased. That storm moving out, so we want the rain to get on out of here. Now, something to consider as that storm moves north, we have a lot of rivers that connect to North Georgia that move through South Georgia into North Florida. So while the rain is slowly finding its way into some of those rivers, we're going to have a lot more of those river warnings, most likely. Cedar Key here now that camera went out a while ago, but we're going to have a lot more of those rivers kind of filling up. We're going to have a lot more river flood warnings in those areas around rivers. We'll probably see rising of river levels. So that water has to go somewhere. Unfortunately for us, we have a lot of rivers around here. They're going to go into them, and that's where we're going to see the flooding next, as well as that storm surge that that onshore flow for Taylor County continues even into tonight. So Valdosta this morning, one of those areas that, holds a pretty key river for our area with the Coochie River, probably has a lot of rain that a lot of that Valdosta moisture is still moving into. So places like, any kind of low-lying areas around the Withlacoochee River probably need to keep in mind those river levels are only going to rise over the next few days as all that rain finds its way somewhere, and more than likely it will be into the rivers across South Georgia and North Florida. So a live look at Valdosta, where the wind is still kind of kicking here and there. We have a little bit of a breeze still kicking up this morning. Here's Suwannee County. It still looks to be live. There we go. That camera held on for us. It's 2:47 a.m. This is out of the Suwannee Airport. Weather stem camera, 2:47 a.m. Looks like some action out there on the runway. Hopefully no damage. It's way too hard to see anything out there, and it'll just be speculative to say anything. But, we have some lights out there still. It looks like maybe the generators have kicked on. We don't have too much flooding in the foreground here. But, again, it's really the daylight that's really going to uncover a lot of these scenes that unfolded overnight, which is unfortunate for us. And, of course, I really just can't get over this camera. I know you've seen it 100 times, but, just think about it. This camera we show every day. This is a steel, this is metal. It was sitting up high with, of course, a camera on it. There is a lot of room for that wind to blow through. I mean, this was made for windy conditions. For wind to then take control of this this metal, this steel, platform that then toppled over our camera. That is really impressive. That is some very impressive wind speed that did that there. So, the debris, obviously a good sign of a lot of that wind that just sprawled out anything that did snap up on this pole. But I mean, yes, it is an impressive image because the WeatherStim camera is on its side, and it's like, wow, that it's some wind. But if you think about it and really look at the details here, that is a metal tower cam that was snapped and fell over in half. So, just some damage still to be seen just in the night here. And that wind is still picking up across places like Live Oak, Perry. You still have these are sustained winds, by the way. Sustained winds at Live Oak at 36, even higher for Jasper. You're probably getting quite a bit of wind now. Hopefully you still have power to be watching us, and up into Hamilton County as well, and Clinch County, Homerville, still sustained winds over 40 miles per hour. So still seeing some impacts there across Taylor County coastline, and then inland Suwannee, Madison, Hamilton, Eccles, and then Clinch County early this morning as that wind continues to pick up and hopefully move out sooner than later before that sun rises this morning, Channing.
Yeah, and now that the winds are calming down, the power outages continue to go up. We're checking the Tallahassee outage map, approaching just over 54,000 people in Tallahassee alone without electricity right now.
And that number has inched up, like you said, since the wind has died down. So we're starting to see more folks losing power all across our city. The map shows outages pretty much everywhere in all corners of our neighborhoods.
We're also hearing reports of trees down across I-10, and there are Good Samaritans out working to clear those trees. We're working to get some photos of that. We also want to check in with Kenya Cardone, who is in Suwannee County. She has been surveying the damage, and I'm curious to see where she is now. Kenya, how's it looking in your neighborhood?
Not too good, Channing, not too good. We just started kind of roaming around Live Oak. We're currently on Irvin Avenue Northwest, and we've run into several, and I mean several, massive trees down on the road. And what you're looking at right now seems to be a tin roof or some sort of tin structure that got absolutely destroyed, blown off of somewhere in this community, and it hit a power pole. That power pole now tilted, those power lines down, and that tree knocked over, completely damaged. And on our way here, oh my goodness, there are power lines everywhere, trees down everywhere. It is quite the hazard. If we can drive a little bit, I'd love to show some of the power lines and down trees a little bit further along, but that is a look. It seems that we are by Church of Christ. That was a tin roof that was knocked down by there. And driving a little bit further down carefully, of course, lots of debris on the road. Power lines are scattered everywhere, and it's so important for neighbors to know that it's so, look at that. That seems to be like the top of a power pole or a power line just right there in the middle of the street. This is so dangerous to come across and to just be around, because you never know what could happen if you're in the water or on the road around these power lines. You never know if they're active. For right now, there's pretty much no power in Live Oak, but it doesn't matter. Still a huge hazard. We're going to stay right here, but we just wanted to show you kind of the debris around the area and the streets of Live Oak. You saw that tin roof or that tin structure down. Trees are down everywhere. First responders are kind of making their way through to kind of alert people that, hey, something's in the middle of the road, because it's so dark you can't even see until you're kind of really up close to whatever debris is on the road. So that's what we're seeing. We're going to keep roaming around, but anybody in Live Oak and anybody in the neighborhoods we've been talking about, stay off the roads, because you can't tell what's out there until you're right in front of it. We'll send it back to you, Channing. Thank you.
Okay. That really is dangerous to see those wires just gone across the whole road. If you don't know they're there, you could get tangled up in them.
Exactly, and it could cause a fire, cause multiple issues for folks other than the power just being out. So again, that's why you should not be on the road right now. You might see our crews on the road. Does not mean that you should be out there.
We're working to keep you informed and let you know where these problem spots are. We also want to check in Thomasville, where Leana Batabush is checking on what crews are doing there to keep the community safe and move forward with recovery tomorrow.
I'm Leanne Abu Tarbouche outside the Thomas County Public Works building just southeast of Thomasville. This building has been out of power for a couple of hours. They've been running on generators. I'm starting to feel the wind kick in. I was just sitting in my car and I could feel it getting rocked a little bit by the strong sudden gusts that were coming. Right now, all emergency crews are grounded for safety. We're really starting to feel the wind with debris just flying around like projectiles. Right now, the emergency crews are not able to head out, so if you need them, you can still call 911, but be expected for some delay. I'm Leanne Abu Tarbouche in Thomasville, ABC 27.
Yes, we really hope that all those businesses and homes in the Thomasville area survive this storm. It's a beautiful community.
It is a very beautiful community, and like many others in the Big Bend in South Georgia, it's very close-knit. So hopefully folks are there for each other if they see any damage or any injuries due to the storm.
Another close-knit community is the Perry neighborhood, where Maya Sargent has been spending multiple days leading up to this storm as people prepare. She is there live now. She rode out the storm in a hotel room. She's showing us the damage in parts of Taylor County.
Morning, Channing, Kendall. We've been looking at damage since Hurricane Helene came through. You're right, I did spend it landfall in a bathroom, hunkering down because of those strong winds we were hearing. Our hotel room windows were really rattling. Now we're trying to see some of those impacts on this community from Helene, and this is one of them. We're looking at a broken shop window. There is glass that is broken completely through. We think probably from those winds, from that heavy rain. You can hear that glass, it's on my feet. I'm gonna ask Blake if he can come a little bit closer as well, because I want to take you inside where you can see how this glass has broken, and we're really seeing those I guess benefits of boarding up your shop windows, which many on this street did yesterday. Some chose obviously not to do, and we're seeing this damage continue down this road. We were here yesterday, we saw people putting out boards, we saw people putting down sandbags, and we're seeing the benefits of those, and we're also seeing the impacts of not having those on your shop windows. I want to take you a little bit further down. If you can see down here, we've got another busted window here. The glass has completely fallen through, probably from those winds. It's really unsurprising because when I was in my hotel room today, hunkering down, the windows were really, really rattling. And I imagine if that wind was coming straight onto a window, this is unsurprising that we're seeing this kind of damage. So structural damage, property damage. We showed you earlier some tree damage and some debris. Driving around, it's incredibly dark. That's the one thing I've really been noticing. I've covered this community a lot over the last year, and I don't think I've ever seen it so completely pitch black. And last time I heard, all of Taylor County is without power, so that means traffic lights are down, street lights are down. I really have never seen such a pitch black street before. This is one of the main streets, the main downtown. Lots of neighbors frequent here very often, and it is just completely black. So we're tracking this damage. I imagine we're going to see similar scenes throughout Taylor County, from structural damage, property damage, tree damage. So we're going to keep you up to date with those as we drive around. We're going to keep doing that for you as we wait for the sunlight to come up, and we'll be able to have a proper true assessment of the damage. But I've been speaking with neighbors already, and they're telling me that they heard a lot of damage, they're seeing a lot of damage initially just with their flashlights, where they're trying to get out and see what they can find, but are really worried about when sunrise happens and they get to have a proper look at that damage and really get to have a look at the recovery process they're going to be dealing with for goodness knows how long. We know a Dahlia recovery was still ongoing when Helene hit, and for Debbie as well. I've been speaking with neighbors. We did a piece recently where we're seeing neighbors recover from that damage. So we really are unsure about what this recovery process will look like, but just really hoping this community can come together to help each other. And we'll let you know any more damage and impacts that we're seeing to this community as we drive around this morning. Channing, Kendall, back to you.
Just incredible to see that community, which had so much rebuilding done in the last year, really set back once again.
Right, and we have a small update from Taylor County Emergency Management. A neighbor commented on their post talking about how there were power lines down on almost every road. They asked how long it could take for the roads to get cleared. Someone responded with Taylor County Emergency Management saying many, many hours. There is a lot of damage, and from what Maya just showed us, he's definitely right.
Right, yeah, and after Idalia, we showed you a gym in downtown Perry where the roof had been ripped off and it had been flooded, and multiple businesses that saw what Maya just showed us, where their shop fronts were destroyed, the wind and the water gets in, and I can only imagine the insurance claims that are going to have to be made and the work that FEMA is going to have to do eventually. Hopefully, FEMA will deem this area eligible for assistance given the scope of this disaster. We also want to talk about just the interstate still. I mean, I'm seeing more and more of these yellow triangles popping up along Interstate 10 where there's debris on the road, trees down, and crews out working to clear the road to get traffic running again. And we also are checking in with Kenya Cardone. She is in Suwannee County. She's been driving around showing us the damage, so if we can pull up her live shot, we'd love to see what she's saying. And let's just kind of talk about, Live Oak, there's the main drag going into town. Look at all those first responders out, clearly responding to something serious, something significant.
Yes, and that's why it's advised you're not supposed to be on the roads right now. I know here in Leon County, the sheriff said to stay off the roads so those emergency crews can get out. And it seems like there are emergency crews right now in Suwannee County, like Channing just said, responding to something urgent.
And if we're able to stay on this shot a little ways, I just want to, if we can find out what exactly has brought out all of the first responders there. I mean, obviously, a lot of vegetation on the roadway there. The wind was very strong, as we saw earlier. It was being funneled through buildings and picking up limbs and all kinds of debris, throwing it around. It looks like there is a kind of a line of traffic of people trying to get down this two-lane road. And I'm sure that it's going to be a slow go getting back to Tallahassee from Live Oak. It's going to be a slow go to get really anywhere in the Big Bend in South Georgia. And people are just going to have to really be patient as they try to get to wherever they need to go, whether it's going home or going to help somebody.
Right, and patience is the key word. We really need to come together as a community. That is one thing I've noticed when covering weather events, covering storms, is that people are really there for each other when they need it most.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked with people who came from, after Idalia, people who came up from Southwest Florida who had been through Ian. And they know what people are going through, and I imagine we'll have a similar response this time around.
Yes, I know I met up with a food truck owner down in Steinhatchee that brought his food truck out there. He lost his home, all of his belongings due to Ian, so he told me that he knew what it felt like and wanted to be there for the neighbors in Steinhatchee. So like you said, we'll probably see that this time around.
It's always great to see people helping each other out. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland is helping us out with a look at where this storm is right now and who it's going to impact next.
Yeah, good morning, Channing. Unfortunately, there is going to be a lot of just unfolding of what damage has been done as the sunlight comes up. It's just so dark, and unfortunately, this storm happened in the overnight hours when a lot of people, luckily, were in their homes or hopefully in their homes or hopefully had evacuated their homes if evacuation notices were in play for them. Now waking up this morning to kind of see, and kind of it's a waiting game almost, to see where that damage has been done, just kind of waiting for that sun to rise and seeing more of what has unfolded overnight. Now this morning what's unfolding is more of the wind. The wind is still a factor, especially across the southern and eastern side of that eye wall, which is now moved out of our area and continues to move out. In the next couple of minutes here, we'll have an update on where that storm is exactly and what kind of strength it holds. But for right now, what we know is just that southern and eastern side of that storm is still bringing in some gusty wind. I mean, these are sustained winds, keep in mind. So that's a consistent blow over a 2-minute period where, 1 to 2 minutes, we're seeing anywhere from 33 mile per hour winds in places like Madison County and Hamilton County, even higher, more than 40 mile per hour sustained winds. Just the southeast side of Lowndes County, that's that 75 corridor, basically kind of jumping over into places like Eccles and Clinch County. Those areas still seeing sustained winds around 40 miles per hour. Now, that doesn't sound impressive, but when you have sustained winds at 40 miles per hour and you're looking outside, I mean, the trees are blowing back and forth. They're definitely shedding some leaves out there, and more of that power outage possibility still is around, especially with those sustained winds at about 45 miles per hour. Now, the gusts are going to be even higher. Places like Suwannee County and Live Oak on the I-10 corridor, where so many trees are still down right now, we're going to see gusts up to 35, even 40 miles miles per hour this morning. And then look at Tallahassee, well away from that center and well away from that eastern side. We're still seeing gusts at 40 miles per hour. And then even 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts across Gadsden County, 45 in Bainbridge. So just because that eye has moved out, the wind has not stopped. So we're still going to have the wind blowing around. As the sunlight comes up, I do beg you to do one thing and just listen for any kind of advice that you can get. You're going to want to go out. You're going to want to obviously start doing some cleanup, helping your neighbors, and that's great. But keep in mind, as that wind is still blowing, trees are still going to come down. Limbs are still going to come down. We live, as you know, as you're living here, those very heavily vegetated areas. And, well after the storm, the power can still go out. The trees can still come down. We've had very saturated soil, flash flood warnings, almost all encompassing places across south central Georgia, central parts of the Big Bend, and east. So one of the main factors in this morning's kind of recovery effort is still going to be the wind, and the wind is going to play a major factor in some of those trees down, which is obviously a big impact for you if you're trying to clean up the trees that have already fallen and another tree falls. That's not something that you want any kind of secondary injuries. That's what we call any kind of injuries or harm that happens after the storm. There's secondary injuries or, unfortunately, sometimes deaths. We don't want any of that this morning, so please play it carefully. I know the first thing you want to do is go help your neighbor, as we all do, as we've all grown close to those communities over the last couple of months that were just impacted by Idalia 13 months ago. But please be safe out there this morning, because that wind is still gusting. Those trees are still going to come down even after the storm moves out. So we're kind of looking at kind of post-storm analysis over the next several hours as that storm moves through parts of South Georgia. We're going to still see some tropical storm force winds all the way through the next couple of hours. That storm moves north and moves over North Georgia, well away from our area at a pretty good speed, 26, 27 miles per hour. That's great. Get it out of here, but we still have some wind that's still going to be blowing onshore across Taylor County, Jefferson County. So we're still looking at some storm surge possibilities as that wind, moves over open waters of Appalachia Bay. There's not a lot of friction over water. As you know, that hurricane gain strength of the warm waters. That wind can really start wrapping around the center. The reason why it starts breaking apart is because it moves over land. So we're still going to have some of that storm surge possibility for places like Taylor County over the next several hours. And that's just going to be something that we're going to be watching for. Again, just waiting for that sunlight to come up to see this damage unfold in front of us. Channing.
Yeah, Elizabeth, and we're at about 54,600 power outages in the city of Tallahassee alone. A lot of people in the capital city will be waking up to no power in the morning. I imagine a lot of people will not be going to work in the morning.
Yes, that's a fair assumption to make. And it's also important to note that the city of Tallahassee utilities are not the only electric provider within Leon County. We also have Talquin Electric Company, which right now in the Killearn Lakes neighborhood, so along Bannerman Road, there are about 5,856 customers without power. Wow. That's about 46% of that neighborhood is without power. There's also folks in the Chairs neighborhood. Everyone that's served by Talquin and Chairs is without power. Wow.
A lot of people going to have a tough time over the next days, weeks, who knows how long. In Monticello, though, Ashley Engel has been standing by. She's been there talking with first responders, talking with people taking shelter. She's been standing by for us this morning. I'm curious to see how Jefferson County and Monticello did. Ashley, what do you...
Yes, Channing. Jake and I had to seek shelter at the Jefferson County school, K through 12 and everything. I'm going to step out of the frame real quick. You see, we have a lot of down trees and everything. We see a car driving by. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not safe to be out here. The winds are still a little high. There are down trees, and there's possibly down power lines. And as Jake and I were driving around downtown Monticello, it is a ghost town. It is absolutely a ghost town. It is dark out here. I can't see anything. There's a Marathon gas station. I just know by just familiarity, covering here multiple times, but the Marathon is shut down. There's no power, and you can even see there's still a lot of wind happening and everything, but there's a down tree over here. We saw some broken limbs and everything around Monticello. We're going to continue keeping you guys informed. I have not gotten an update from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, but I have seen Monticello Police Department just roaming around and everything. And the reason being is they told me that they have,
looting is a bit higher during this time. You know, people are going to be walking around, seeing businesses if they're broken, just to see if they can steal little things. But that's why they have the Monticello Police Department just circling around town. I mean, we saw about 5 or 6 of them drive by in the span of 10 minutes. So they're making sure that everything is secure and everyone's homes is secure. But that's an update here in Jefferson County, Monticello. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Ashley. And Kendall, you're tracking some other power outages in that similar area.
Right, so TCEC, it serves Jefferson County, Taylor County, Madison County. It's looking like still all of their customers are without power right now. 20,000 customers across the Big Bend. Those 3 counties, Jefferson, Taylor, Madison, are without power.
Well, and hopefully the new strategy they put in place, lessons learned from Idalia. We talked about this during our hurricane special earlier this year. We visited with TCEC. We visited with Swanee Valley Electric. They have these compounds that they can work out of in situations like this to coordinate a response, to coordinate logistics. If you spent some time in Tallahassee or the Big Bend this week, you saw all of the utility trucks coming. I think Mayor John Daley said that 9 utility companies came from other states. 9 states sent crews to help us.
Right, and his goal, the city of Tallahassee's goal, was to have our workforce, our electric workforce, 5 times larger than normal.
Right.
They said on Wednesday that it was 3 times larger than normal. They're hoping that by this time they have 5 times the amount of crews that they normally do on the ground helping folks in Tallahassee.
Let's hope so. And when we have the power out, make sure if you come to a stoplight that's out, treat it as a 4-way stop. Kenya Cardone continues her survey of Swanee County. She's been riding around in our First to Know storm tracker to see what kind of damage the Live Oak community experienced. If we have her, we'd like to go to now see what she is seeing. Okay, it sounds like she is frozen right now, so we will work through that technical difficulty. Let's go to Malia Thomas. She is in the Valdosta. The neighborhood was just rocked by this storm.
I'm Malia Thomas in Valdosta, Georgia, but we're seeing some of the impacts of Hurricane Helene in the Azalea City. The warning this morning is to stay off the roads. If you have no reason to be outside of your house, please do not leave because conditions are still very intense right now. As a matter of fact, the wind gusts are so strong that we had to take our chute in the lobby of the hotel that we are staying at. Not to mention the light fixture that ended up falling outside of the lobby moments earlier. As far as EMA Lowndes goes, they give me the update that there are several trees down in Lowndes County, and neighbors tell me that some of the most impacted areas include Clyattville as well as Dasher. And as far as the power, a majority of Lowndes County residents are currently without power. As a matter of fact, we ended up losing our power as soon as the storm had rolled in. And even Valdosta Toyota, which is known for lighting up the I-75 corridor, is currently pitch black. Just being out here is a good reminder of why we're sheltering in place. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
Wow, Malia, I'm really glad to hear that you came inside and took shelter in that lobby. It definitely seems like there's still some danger out there.
All right, let's get to Kenya Cardone now. She's come upon a car crash in Swanee County. She's got a closer look at what's going on there.
Yeah, thank you, Channing. So I'm Kenya Cardone, live in the Live Oak neighborhood. Just a few moments ago, you were wondering, what's that traffic block up? It's this. It's a car that seems to have smashed into a tree. On our way over here, we saw a tree massively blocking the road, and we did see this car. Now they've worked to kind of clear that tree, but that car, I guess that it was driving and it didn't see the tree and it smashed into it, or the tree fell on top of it. But based on how it looks like it smashed into the tree, which is why we're reminding people, don't be on the roads. It is so dark out here that you can't see debris on the roads until you're right in front of it. And also, authorities told me that there was a dog. Just a few moments ago, I saw them take a dog out of that car, meaning somebody smashed their car on the tree and left their dog in there just on their own. And so they just took it into this police car right here. We don't know further details. That's it. That's all we know for now. The rain and the wind is still going, but it's much calmer than how things were earlier when we were reporting in downtown Live Oak. Power outages are still out, but yes, going back to this car, that's what's blocking this. This is what we're seeing across the road for many miles, down power lines. This car right here that smashed into the tree and debris is everywhere, absolutely everywhere. It's not safe to be outside because that can happen to you given the conditions that we're in right now. That's the latest from Live Oak. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Kenya Cardone.
A good reminder to why to stay off the roads. If you have to go out, if it's an emergency, you got to take it easy. You got to be careful.
Right, there's lots of debris. You don't know what you could come across. There could be down power lines, down trees. It's not a good idea to be on the road right now.
There could also be water across the road. And actually, I'm checking with Florida Highway Patrol. They've got a road closed due to water over the road. This is at Capitol Circle Northwest and Gum Road. This is on the west side of Tallahassee. They say water is covering the outside lane, so that is not a safe situation. I'm seeing some other reports from our side streets here. I'm looking at Chairs Crossroads near Chairs Elementary School. They've got a tree down across the roadway there, so we're getting more reports from our more local neighborhoods showing the damage, I'm assuming, as first responders are able to get out and see just how bad it is.
Right, and you mentioned the Chairs community. When I checked with Talquin Electric Company, all of the folks, all of the customers in the Chairs community are without power right now. Some of those trees coming down, like what was reported there, I suspect are probably behind some of those outages.
Absolutely. And first to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland, she actually has access to our traffic maps that can show different road closures that are in place. I saw that she just had it up. Liz, are you able to pull that up and just give us a closer look at the areas that are being affected by this situation?
Yeah, Channing, so what I can do on the second computer over here, WSI2, is show you a few areas, and I'll be honest, a couple of these will be delayed. A couple of these won't be into the computer, so we won't have those specific spots. But what we can look at, and what I typically do in the morning when we have any kind of traffic problems, is you'll start to see some yellows and some reds, and that's a good indicator of something's going on in that area, right? Whether it be traffic backup from morning rush. Obviously, that's not happening this morning. There's not going to be a traffic rush. People are going to be home, staying safe in their homes. Well, we do have some areas where the traffic slowed down. So, obviously this is not going to be speculation. I'm not going to say anything one way or other as these reports have not come in. But I just want to show you some areas that have slowdowns or reporting slowdowns, and just kind of go over those areas with you, and you can in those areas imagine if it's your area, what's going on, or if you've encountered it, please let us know. But this is North Meridian Road going under what is I believe this is Capitol Circle. I believe this, actually, no, this is I-10. I-10 has a little bit of backup. So here is I-10 right over Meridian Road. That goes over Meridian Road. This is an overpass here going westbound. Looks like there's some backup there for unknown reasons. This is not an official report of any sorts, just showing where the backup is. Any kind of backup over Capitol Circle over I-10 continues, and that's the exit over to Capitol Circle. That's the northeast side of the Capitol Circle area, and then I-10 in various parts have some backup. Now zoom out a little bit. Let's see if there are any reports going forward. Okay, so here's I-10 over here near, that's that Jefferson County, Madison County line. This is I-10 going west and eastbound, where we start to see the eastern eye wall that has moved through. So obviously there are going to be many reports. Here's 98, 19. A lot of different areas where some reds are. So that's going to be impassable areas on these highways. So we have 27 that runs down here through Perry. We have 98 that runs through Perry as well over into places like Lafayette County. 27 would run down, and also 19 down the Leon County, Jefferson County, just kind of tracking it here, Madison, very tip of Madison County, but right into Taylor County and Madison County. That's where a lot of stop traffic is. So this is 27. Right there just northwest of Perry, again, where that eye wall moved through just about 3-4 hours ago now. South of Perry on 19, this is where some traffic has stopped as well. If we go down into Cross Cities, eventually into Dixie County, a little bit better conditions down to our south, but all around our area, especially where the eye wall went through, you see a lot of these reds. Here's Madison and Madison County, Live Oak and Suwannee, and parts of Jasper County and Valdosta. This is showing up as fog there. That's what that gray means, but it is just rain that's falling to the ground. It's reduced visibility from rain is what that is. In the Adel up to Tifton. I mean, so there's a lot of spots that are going to be impassable this morning, and that doesn't include the local areas just in Tallahassee. That includes all of the I-10 corridor running from Tallahassee east, I-75 north and south, So where the eye wall moved through, that's where a lot of that red is on those I-10 corridors, that 75 corridor, and not to mention the local spots all around town, which this map wouldn't show. It just shows the major incidents here. So we'll keep an eye out for any of those reports that we have for you over the next couple hours. See, I mean, even as we're talking now, more of those reds and yellows are popping up. So it is going to be a good idea to stay off the highway, stay off the local roads, especially if you know that damage has been incurred in your area. And I know Channing and Kendall, you've been talking about the damage all morning long and where some of those trees are down and where some of those roads have been closed.
Yeah, we have. I mean, we've been seeing areas in Live Oak with Kenya Cardone's live pictures of why the roads need to be closed. There's so much debris. There are pieces of roofs. There are limbs. There are power poles, power lines.
Right, and just about 23 minutes ago, the Suwannee County Sheriff's Office, their emergency management, posted on social media that you need to stay off the roads. I know you're probably tired of hearing us say that, but it's just that important. Like Channing just said, you don't know what could be out there. Trees, power lines, debris. Who knows?
And I do want to mention that if you're not driving places, but if you're planning on flying somewhere, the Tallahassee International Airport did close before this storm moved in. I just checked their Twitter. They still say that they're going to be closed until it is safe to reopen again. So we don't know when that's going to be opening again. As far as the schools and universities are concerned, I mean, pretty much every school district in our viewing area announced closures for Thursday and Friday of this week due to this storm. We do have a running list of all of those districts that we've got announcements from with our live blog on WTXL.tv. You can also find other resources when it comes to what to do if your power goes out, or you can check the outage maps or places to go for shelter. We checked with Leon County Schools earlier today. I know they had at least 1,600 people taking shelter in one of the schools that they opened up. You actually, for our hurricane special, talked with the school about the process to convert a school into a shelter. Can you just kind of walk us through what that process is like, knowing how we got here?
So they have meetings throughout the year on how to mobilize their schools and turn them into shelters. I know Superintendent Rockingham always talks about how solid the infrastructure is at these schools. That's one of the main reasons why those schools are shelters. They're very secure buildings, they're very large, so that's a good place to put folks. The school district also coordinates with the American Red Cross to get cots, supplies into the school. They have food, water, all of those things that you would need. Folks need to bring their own personal items, but keep that kind of limited so we don't take up too much space for other neighbors that could be in need of shelter.
Okay, it's good to see that they've been open and lots of people taking advantage of that. Meanwhile, in Taylor County, we are assessing the damage there now that the winds are starting to die down. Let's see what Maya Sargent's found now.
Channing, Kendall, what you are looking at is a power line that has fallen slightly over. We're seeing a little bit knocked towards the left here. One of the lines has completely come down, and there's tree debris, the line is down. We're seeing the impacts of those damages that we've been talking about. You guys have been talking about how the power is out. We're seeing sustained power outages. This is the reason why we're seeing the damage now. We're seeing the impacts of those trees. I was actually at this RV camp just a few days ago speaking to the manager here about how they were feeling ahead of this storm after experiencing a dahlia damage. And we're going to take you over here because I want to show you what has happened to their roof. So during a dahlia, they sustained damage. They sustained damage from Debbie to this roof as well. And we've just rocked up this morning, and as you can see, their entire roof has completely come off. All of the kind of interior has completely come out, and we're just looking at this empty structure. I hate to think if there's any damage inside, but that has just completely come off. And I was literally speaking with the manager maybe, I want to say 2 days ago, and she was telling me that she can't believe that they just sustained damage from a dahlia and then Debbie all to that roof, and now they're going to wake up this morning, come back, and this is exactly the same thing has happened. On top of this, I heard you guys talking about staying safe and not being on the roads. I just got off the phone with John Lauk, who's the Emergency Management Director for the Taylor County Sheriff's Office. He wants to get that message out to neighbors that it's absolutely paramount that you are not on the roads right now. They are not safe. We're seeing the impacts from down power lines to down trees. We just do not know what is on those roads. So please, please, please do not drive on the road right now. On top of that, he tells me that he does think this damage is worse than Idalia. We were on our way down to see if we could get down to Keaton Beach to see what some of the damage looks like. He was telling me that in terms of storm surge, one of the neighbors called him and said that they have a camera on top of their house, which sits at about 12 feet. And apparently that camera was underwater. So significant storm surge there. We're really unsure about the damage there. On top of that, I spoke to a neighbor who lives down Beach Road, which is where we were trying to get to. And he tells me that they've never seen anything like this, that they are really, really scared for what the damage they're going to wake up to. They had their flashlight apparently seeing what they could see out the window, but it's obviously so dark because these power outages have been out across the county, so we really can't see anything. Again, pitch black scenes like I've never seen before here in Taylor County. So a lot of neighbors just very, very scared about the scenes they're going to wake up to tomorrow morning. This morning now, we're going to keep driving around, seeing what damage that we can find, but really, we're seeing from property damage, structure damage, tree damage, power lines down. It's really not safe to be out on the road. So we're really just saying to neighbors, please stay off the road. And we're hoping the community can pull together as we continue to see the impacts of Hurricane Helene. Channing, Kendall.
Wow.
I just can't imagine the devastation, because when we saw Idalia, a lot of the folks were saying that they haven't seen devastation like that before.
Right.
And now if folks are telling Maya that they haven't seen anything like this before, I can't imagine how widespread and devastating that damage is.
Well, and there was a reason the sheriff's office was telling people, you need to get out. You need to evacuate, especially those coastal areas. And now hearing from neighbors who had those cameras in those coastal areas, knowing how high the water likely came up and the kind of damage it probably left behind, I'm afraid to see what we're going to find. But yeah, we're going to see what happens when the sun comes up tomorrow. Taylor County, not the only place getting flooding because of this storm. Take a look at this new video we just got from downtown Fort Myers, down in southwest Florida. 2 years after the downtown area of Fort Myers was flooded due to Hurricane Ian, it was flooded once again. And if we can pull that video up, there you see it right there, right downtown First Street. Those brick streets, the water up almost as high as the hydrant there. I know, having lived in Fort Myers, the water from Ian got higher than this, but still, I mean, this is the historic district. This is where people sit out on the sidewalk and have dinner, and they block it off and have art walks. They have flood protection measures there, but this is going to be, again, 2 years later, more rebuilding will have to be done. Water clearly inside that building there.
I actually went down to Fort Myers right after Ian made landfall, and I was down in downtown Fort Myers. There was a marina, and the boats, when I tell you, it looked like someone grabbed them all, tumbled them up, and threw them in a pile on top of each other. Yeah. That's what it looked like. And I really hope those impacts aren't there right now. I'm speechless just to see this water again coming at. This is what happens in Fort Myers is the water backs up the Caloosahatchee River from the Gulf of Mexico, which is several miles inland. So similar to what we see with the Steinhatchee River, where the water backs up a few miles, this is considerably farther. And looking at the tidal gauge, it's approaching what it was 2 years ago. So hopefully this community, like so many others across the state, will be able to recover. But I can't even imagine what the damage costs are going to be with this, because with Ian, it was kind of confined to southwest Florida. With Idalia, it was kind of confined to the Big Bend and parts of South Georgia. This storm wrecked from the Keys all the way up now. It's heading toward Atlanta. Right, so we're seeing neighborhoods in South Georgia that are also experiencing damage, lots of power outages. Last time I checked in Valdosta, there were about 26,000 customers without power. Wow. So there's a lot of people impacted.
A lot of people. We have some new pictures from Interstate 10 we want to get to now as people slowly make their way out. Traffic is stopped. Liz was showing us the traffic slowdown on I-10 as people get out there to try and clear the trees. Can we take this full, please, to get there we go. There, a semi appears to be in the median. I mean, I see grass and shrubbery around the front of it where it's not supposed to be. There's a tree.
Wow.
Yeah, so blocking the lanes there. It's hard to tell if that snapped off and blew onto the highway. Do you have any idea of where on I-10 this is? I mean, that's a jackknife tractor trailer right there. That is I-10 East at mile marker 217. So this is just east of Tallahassee, if I know my mile markers well enough. It's hard to imagine what that truck was doing. Probably going down the road, saw a tree in front, and just had to do whatever he could.
Right, and that's again why it's recommended to not be on the road right now. But what I've noticed in the past couple of months, last year, since Idalia, driving down I-10, you can see the evidence of that storm from last year. Lots of trees that were snapped off, lots of trees that are no longer there. There's lots of vegetation along I-10.
There are going to be even fewer trees after this situation. If you noticed in the Tallahassee area, the lights at the exits, they can bring them down on pulleys, and they had brought them down before the storm to prevent damage. So good thing for that. And I know just with my contacts with Florida Highway Patrol during Hurricane Michael, they were out cutting trees up off of I-10 that had come down in that storm in 2018. I'm sure they're going to be out there, if not already, working to clear these trees. Hopefully it's a quick process. Here we go. Here's some good Samaritans on I-10 with their own chainsaws, their own trucks, their own vehicles, working to cut up what appear to be very large trees.
Right, and that's something that we see frequently throughout storms. I saw it during Idalia last year. I saw it during the tornadoes in Tallahassee in May, that people come together and help each other and help their community rebuild. It takes a long time. Recovery doesn't happen overnight. Even when the roads are cleared of those trees, the impacts are still very real.
Yeah, Tim Marshall took this photo, so we appreciate Tim sending this photo back to us as that work to recover gets away here in the wee hours of Friday morning. This weekend is going to be not a very relaxing weekend for a lot of people as this work gets underway, and just the unimaginable task ahead of us. Again, that video of that truck. This is what happens when you're not careful and you go out in places where you shouldn't be.
Right, and you might get tired of hearing experts, hearing officials, hearing us tell you to stay off the roads, but that's just evidence that you should really be following that advice and taking it. I know it might be frustrating to not have power, it might be frustrating to not know what's going on in your community, but trust us, stay inside. The roads are not safe right now.
Yeah, and just an update on the Tallahassee power outage situation. It appears to be plateauing a little bit. I mean, it's stuck here at 54,635 outages, which is a lot. I never imagined the number would get that high with this storm, and we weren't even in the worst of the storm, so it's going to take a while. I mean, the mayor said earlier during his news conference, it could take days, it could take weeks in some cases for the power to come back on. Fingers crossed it doesn't actually take that long.
Yes, I was speaking with a neighbor earlier who lives in Northeast Tallahassee that told me during Michael, they had power out for 8 days.
Wow.
So hopefully that's not the situation here. Like the mayor said, there's lots of mutual aid crews here from 9 different states helping out to get power restored.
Hopefully without AC, it's not going to be too hot as we go into recovery mode. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland can show us where the storm is now and give us maybe an idea of what we can expect as the rebuilding begins.
Yeah, Jenny. Well, the good news is the rain is moving out. There'll be some clearer skies behind, but of course, we're in South Georgia, North Florida, and with all that moisture still at surface level, it is going to be a little steamy these next few days with the sun out. Now, the good news is that when the rain moves out, though, the clearing skies will be out, and when that sun rises, we'll have a better view of what's going on with any kind of residual damage from Helene. Now, keep in mind that Helene will move to the northeast over the next few hours, still moving well out of our area. But I do want to go over some of those damage reports coming in because we looked at the traffic camera. Obviously, any kind of reports of closed roads or damage on roads didn't come in as early, and that's typically true when we see any kind of traffic alerts with our system. They kind of just start piling in as the system starts to get them. Now, what we can see is a lot more of these eyewitness reports, and we'll go over some of them with you now. So when we're looking at some of these areas, so I do have there we go. So as we look at some of these if I can so it won't let me. There we go. So I will go over to the camera to the computer and do that. It's been a while since this computer's been doing its work, so it will take it a second. But here we go. I can click through it for you. So as we look more at those damage reports from the last, let's say, 12 hours. Now it won't let me do it. So we will have some of those damage reports coming in. There we go. So here's one of them. It just takes a while for it to pop up. 81-mile-per-hour wind gust near Monticello with our weather stem camera there. And that was in Drifton. So 1 mile north of Drifton, Jefferson County. We had 81-mile-per-hour gusts. Again, this is the last 12 hours. So this was as the storm was moving in and then making landfall. 86 knots out there at Perry Foley Airport. So that's, right around that mark of 90-mile-per-hour gusts out there in Perry, and even higher. Obviously, these are not going to be the highest gusts. These are just some of the weather stations and mesonet stations that do send in some reports, and some of those obviously going down as the storm moved through, as we saw out there in even Lowndes County, hundreds of miles away from the coastline where landfall did make it, and we had that snapped weather cam on its side. So we had 76-mile-per-hour gusts out of the mesonet station at Christian Village in Suwanee Advent. We have quite a few of those reports coming in. So that was a 26-mile-per-hour one. There's Live Oak at 63. We have Lake Park. We had I-75 at Exit 5, 96-mile-per-hour gusts at Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond. So there we go. There is that mesonet, weather stem site at the Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond, 96 miles per hour. Let me show you what 96 miles per hour wind gusts can do. So if we go down here to our Grassy Pond camera, which we've been showing all morning, this is what 96 mile per hour gusts can do to a weather stem camera. That's what happens when we have the 96 mile per hour gust, and this is the Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond. So this is the camera that picked up that 96 mile per hour gust. And keep in mind, this is we'll just break it down again. This is a metal, substantial structure that was supposed to withstand some of these stronger wind gusts, some of these stronger weather events, and it has for a long time. I mean, every morning we use this Grassy Pond neighborhood camera to look out over Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond, which would show mostly a sunrise, a beautiful sunset, some of those clouds in the background. Every now and then you get a shot of a storm in the background. Well, now that 96 mile per hour gust that was picked up before that camera snapped has now lain on its side with debris kind of strewn out there on Grassy Pond. We see a little bit of pooling of water here. Obviously that rain still dripping down the lens of the weather stem camera, and this steel pole multiple feet up in the air, tens of feet up in the air, just now snapped to its side and now lays on its side. And this is a very strong metal structure that moved to its side. So I really hate to see what has happened around that area to any kind of other structures, especially, if we're just seeing this morning of this metal structure that's supposed to withstand some of those stronger gusts, and now it's snapped on its side. What we're looking at as far as debris goes, trees, snap limbs, things like that. So something we're going to be watching out for as the day progresses, and we're going to find that a lot more of that damage in those reports are going to be coming out as the sun rises as well. So hopefully you were able to take shelter as that storm moved through, and then may stay safe during that event of that 96 mile per hour gust in Lowndes County, and then very similar reports all across Jefferson County, Taylor County, Madison County, even some wind gusts that are still being reported in parts of Tallahassee. Sustained winds right now in Tallahassee are 28 miles per hour. So we do have that wind still sustaining at that, and it just updated there. So the further north this storm goes, the further to the northeast, the less of the wind, especially in Valdosta. Now we're only getting about 20-30 mile per hour sustained winds. So it is weakening quite a bit, but still enough to blow those trees around early this morning. We have 38 mile per hour gusts coming in Tallahassee, Valdosta, closer to that 30 mile per hour mark. 30-40 mile per hour in Perry. So we're still going to have those higher wind gusts all across the southeast side of the Big Bend this morning. And look at Bainbridge, still at 36 mile per hour gusts as that wind from the northeast wraps around. Luckily, though, this is some drier air kind of moving in from the northeast. So as this system moves to the northeast and continues north, we'll still have a little bit more of those drier conditions as that cloud cover moves out, which still kind of lays right across. If we can take Debbie side 2, we'll show you where that cloud cover kind of lays still. So we still have, there's that drier air that's kind of racing in across places like the tri-state area. That cloud cover will move out eventually and allow for some more sunny skies for cleanup, which is great news. But we still have, again, a lot more of that wind is still pushing forward. I mean, look at this. This was the 3 a.m. update. it is still a Category 1 hurricane, and we're still sustaining Category 1 hurricane strength damage up in central Georgia. So we do have 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds up there in parts of South Georgia. The pressure is still at 960 millibars. It is still moving faster. Good news for us, now at 30 miles per hour to the north-northeast. So now it is racing across South Georgia out of our area. So again, good news there with cloud cover expected to move with it. We're going to get this drier kind of wrapping around here on the northeast, kind of on the backside, but still seeing those wind gusts kind of on the backside of the storm as it continues that counterclockwise movement well up into North Georgia later today. So anywhere from Tampa all the way to Tallahassee, Birmingham, and north, all under the influence of cloud cover from what is still Category 1 Hurricane Helene. It's so impressive that this storm made landfall as a Category 4. Obviously impressive itself that, that is going to be a very strong storm, a major Category 4 storm, now moving up into South Georgia, still maintaining that hurricane strength force wind as it is now well inland, hundreds of miles from the coastline. So that's going to be something we'll be watching this morning. We can change it back to WSI 1 now. Thank you so much for that. Just wanted to show you that 3 a.m. update. But that wind is still whipping around parts of Tallahassee, Bainbridge, Perry, and Valdosta, Moultrie. Most of our area at some point has some kind of gusts early this morning, whether that be 15 miles per hour or higher, and quite a bit higher across that Florida-Georgia line. Tropical winds move out, but the issue to this morning and over the next couple of days is still going to be that onshore flow. When we talk about onshore flow, we're talking about from the Appalachian Bay, in this case, all the way into Taylor County. So that onshore flow will be still driving in that water. And as we heard there from Maya say, that a lot of those areas still haven't seen the damage or haven't assessed the storm surge yet. Well, there's still probably going to be storm surge as that light comes up. With Idalia, we had that storm surge. We were talking to some of those Steinhatchee business owners for 6 to 8 hours. Those storm surge was high, not exactly at the 8-foot peak, but it was still high and still damaging. Now we had that onshore wind over the next several hours, and we could still sustain that surge inland for that amount of time. So that's going to be watching for late tonight into early tomorrow morning on Saturday morning. Again, those power outages are just widespread now, 72,000 in Leon County. Some of these are going to be a little bit off from the Talquin and some of those other information that Channing and Kendall are giving you, so we'll leave that up to them. But the rain amounts have been impressive as well, especially across Wakulla County, Liberty County. We still have 6 inches of rain over the last 24 hours as that storm moved on shore for places like Tallahassee, Bainbridge, and now moving up. And the faster it goes, again, the less rain we'll get. So that is good news for places like Adel and Tifton and Cordele, well to our north. But as it moves slowly across places like Perry over into Valdosta, rain was dropping quite heavily. And around that eye, we didn't get as much around Perry. But again, the rain, not as much of an issue there as the storm surge and obviously the wind damage was. So one way or another, we've got some impacts from this storm all across South Georgia and the Big Bend over the last 24 hours. We still have ongoing flash flood warnings. Even though it's not raining, flash flooding can still occur. So it is important to heed those warnings and maybe not go out on those roadways just yet, not only because of flooding concerns, but because of trees down. I mean, you name it. You can come up, like Maya said, it's so dark outside. All of those lights are at power outages are widespread. So you can come up on those debris fields of trees, power lines, you name it, very quickly. It can become a dangerous situation out there. So please make sure that you are being extra safe this morning. I know everyone wants to get their views of their homes and things like that, but it might not be safe to do so just yet, Channing.
Yeah, I'm kind of going through some of the storm reports we've gotten here from the National Weather Service. A lot of flash flood reports, specifically in our western zones like Liberty County, Calhoun, Franklin County. A lot of 911 call centers reporting water over the road. There still could be high water out there, like Liz was saying. So if you come to an area where you see water across the road, you have no idea what is under that water. It's going to be too dark, so do not drive through it. Turn around, don't drown.
Only a few inches could flood out your car. So even if you think you could drive through it, just err on the side of caution and don't. And again, you shouldn't even be out on the road right now unless it is an absolute emergency. And even then, you should really be thinking hard about it.
Right, for sure. And right now we want to continue our team coverage with Ashley Engel. She has some good information for us.
Good morning. I'm Ashley Engel here in Monticello, Florida, in Jefferson County. As you can see behind me, this is some debris that we saw that is on the ground in downtown Monticello, right in front of the Jefferson County Courthouse. Now, my photog and I, we had to seek shelter during the entirety of the storm because it was a little dicey. We had a lot of wind. As you can see, the wind is intensifying right now as Helene keeps moving towards this neighborhood. There's some downed trees, and the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office tells me this was one of their biggest fears during the storm, because a lot of their deputies have chainsaws in order to cut trees down like this. But their goal is in order for all of these to be out of the way. That way power crews can come in here with no problem in order to restore power for neighbors in this neighborhood. We're continuing to update you on Helene throughout the day. But for now, I'm Ashley Engel in Monticello, ABC 27.
A lot of debris that's going to need to be cleaned up. Those chainsaws, they probably have to make sure that there are no power lines tangled up in those limbs and those trees.
Right. They want to make sure that they don't cause any more problems with fire, anything of that nature. Again, we don't know what could be on the road, what could be underneath that debris, so it's really important to take precaution. There's also wildlife in instances like this. When trees come down, animals live in those trees and they might be among that debris. Hopefully all of that wildlife is okay, but you don't want to encounter any of it.
And the same goes for any standing water you come across. There could be alligators, snakes, something dangerous in there. You got to be careful. We want to check in now with Taylor County, which took the brunt of this storm. Maya Sargent has been there for days this week. She's got an update on the destruction. Maya, what are you seeing? All right, so Maya's signal is frozen there. We are working through these difficulties because of the signal being impacted. I'm actually, for those who don't know, our signal goes over cell networks, and I'm surprised that we're able to get anything at all.
Sometimes people ask what those black poles with kind of some poles around them at the top are. Those are 5G poles, so our life capabilities depend on those, and if trees or debris have hit those, it could impact us, and it'll also impact your cell service. So some folks in our areas, I'm sure, do not have service right now.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to take away from that still that we got from her, that frozen frame, it looked like she was standing in front of a canopy of a gas station that had tilted over in the wind. We saw that with Idalia in the Perry neighborhood, an entire gas station canopy just blown over. Those powerful winds can pick those things up like sails and just push them wherever they want.
And unfortunately, that's something I've seen time and time again covering hurricanes and just experiencing hurricanes throughout Florida. I've seen it in Central Florida, but I've mostly seen it here in the Big Bend these last couple of years as we've experienced some hurricanes.
Right. Okay, so given the forecast that we've been talking about for days, first to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copen's kind of looking through the data of where the highest wind gusts were, how strong the storm was. Really a remarkable weather event, Liz.
Yeah, Channing, definitely a remarkable weather event. And, we were going over some of those storm reports just a minute ago, and I'll go back to those because they are important. And a lot of those, unfortunately, especially weather reports from WeatherStem cameras, it's the last report before that WeatherStem camera went down. Now, something that hasn't gone down yet is our I-10 Suwannee County WeatherStem cam, which is impressive because one of these areas one of the areas that was hit the hardest was, Suwannee County and that southeast side of the Big Bend. Now, unfortunately, it looks like some people are on the roadway, so I really hope they are being careful out there this morning. We saw some emergency vehicles moving to the eastbound of the I-10 Suwannee County line, but it does look like there is a little bit of power out there at the rest stop. So all those, who are maybe double thinking, getting on the road this morning, you do have some power out there at the rest area at Suwannee I-10 at the I-10 stop there. So a lot of those trees are still blowing in the wind. These are just baby pines, and they're still picking up enough wind to blow sideways there. So obviously still quite a few wind gusts. No debris in this camera, but that's not to say there's not debris just over this camera where we can't see. I mean, these are going to be some of the things we're seeing this morning where those trees falling down across our area, and then we're going to run into some danger pretty quickly there. So hopefully those people that are on the roadway are maybe going extra slow, or they're just trying to get somewhere because they have an emergency, that would be your best bet this morning, is to just take it slow or just stay off the roadways altogether, because there is a lot of damage out there across our neighborhood. So we also have our Centerville camera, which was earlier just showing the rain just coming right at it. And that was just some light showers. So that wind's still blowing, reducing visibility out of Montford Middle School. That's one of the cameras that's hanging on right now. There's only a few left. There's only a few that are still working due to, again, what Channing said, internet, and Kendall said internet outages and things like that. So we're still looking out of Southwood this morning. It looks like that camera has shifted just a bit. We typically see more of a look out of the grassy area out of the Florida State EOC weather stem camera out of Southwood, but we do still have some trees. Looks like they're still standing. A couple of lights from the building there. Now that camera has shifted from the wind, and it looks like some of that background is just the Tallahassee lights in the background. No sunrise just yet. We have a few hours to go there. So a downtown Tallahassee camera still holding on as well, getting a few wind gusts there, rocking it around early this morning. But now we just have some low-lying clouds, a little bit of rain. But you can still see those clouds are moving very quickly. There's still a lot of upper-level wind, some of it mixing down to those lower levels and still producing gusts around 35 to 45 miles per hour across the Tallahassee area. So we're going to see more of the Midtown neighborhood camera a little bit higher there, shaking around a little bit, overlooking Midtown, which does look, good news is a little bit of power out there. So that is good news for our Midtown neighborhoods, that, you know, there are some people in Tallahassee with power this morning, and a lot of that is out of our Midtown area. Now, whether that's the hospital or, you know, a couple of street lights, it's still good to see some lights out there out across Tallahassee, which, you know, majority are without power. So a lot of people are still dealing with power outages this morning. But if you're one of those in Midtown Tallahassee that does have power, you might be one of the few early this morning. So it looks like good news there. Good news with the power on in downtown Tallahassee as well. Just another look over the Capitol with mostly cloudy skies, a lot of power on in a lot of our business areas. The Capitol obviously either on generator power or has actual power. And then at FSU, we have the FSU Love Building, where the meteorology and the National Weather Center of Tallahassee sits. And there's quite a bit of wind still going across FSU. But again, whether it be generator power or just power that's remained on or has been turned back on, we do still have some power at FSU. So these are all good signs. These are all good signs that, you know, power is being restored. Unfortunately, a lot of our areas, we don't have power. FAMU looks like campus power is still on there. Hopefully no one out and about this morning with, you know, just the debris still possible. You can't really get a great detail of any kind of anything going on across the FSU or FSU and FAMU campus. Is we still have some of those trees down. You can see some of that debris, some of those trees without leaves this morning across the FSU Doak Campbell Stadium. But it does look like Stadium Drive at least has power as well. So some neighborhoods luckily still have power, some without. Now, northeast Tallahassee overlooking the city, sure, you have downtown lights, but you typically will see a few neighborhoods in here with the lights on. Those are not showing up this morning. So that just shows that there is some still power outages across northeastern Tallahassee, where, you know, those wind gusts were being picked up this morning. Now, I will tell you, Lake Jackson, one of those areas is lit up by a few lights, not only by city lights, but by some of those road lights that are kind of in the foreground here. Is very, very dark out there in Lake Jackson. That's the northwest side of Tallahassee. I just checked my webcam at home, living more on the northwest side of town. It's out, which means the power is out, the Wi-Fi is out, at least, or the internet's out. So there are still some northwest neighborhoods, I would assume, across this area, not only Lake Jackson, but really across the northeast and northwest side that are without power early this morning. So a lot of people still without power. You know, one of the things that we'll be looking at from Grady County is our Tired Lake weather cam, and that overlooks a sprawling area of Grady County. Obviously not a lot to see now that the sun hasn't come up, so we're just kind of showing the cameras that do have lights, do have power. But one area that definitely is without power is Perry, where the eye of Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 hurricane, made landfall just to the southwest of Perry in Taylor County at 11:10 p.m. last night, Thursday. Now Friday morning, our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, is out there in Perry looking at some of the damage that she can see with just, you know, basically the camera and the flashlight. Again, it's just one of those things like Channing and Kendall was saying, you know, this without cell service or stable cell service, you're not going to have some of those shots come up. But like you said, Channing, I mean, it does look like, you know, some of those awnings over those gas stations have, you know, pushed down behind her. I mean, obviously, we'll wait until she comes back up to be able to tell more of that. But I do want to go back to some of those reports, unless, Channing, you have some new information.
I mean, I'm looking at Maya's Twitter. She's able to tweet things, and she did just tweet a photo of some major power lines that were brought down. I see trees on the power lines. So I'm anxious to see what she is actually seeing with that awning that was apparently brought down. But we do have some video from Thomasville that I would love to pull up, though. The Rose City getting in on this hurricane as well. Powerful winds moving through South Georgia. Do we have that video? Can we pull it up? Okay, so there we go. Those look to be transformers on a wire there. Oh, Circle K sign down. Wow. Let's just kind of talk through. This is the first time we're seeing this video here. And
right. It goes to show that, again, it wasn't just our Big Bend of Florida that was impacted. We're seeing those impacts in South Georgia as well. Wow, you can see those signals just flapping in the wind. That is crazy. It must take a lot of wind to move those around so much.
Yeah, you have to wonder if any of those became detached and maybe fell to the ground. It looks like they were still lit despite the strong winds jostling them around there. That Circle K sign, and there's the water running down, and I guess that's the end of the video, but there, we'll replay it again. The power, I wonder what the power situation is in Thomasville. We can probably look that up here and get you a better idea of what the numbers are looking like in Thomasville, because with damage like this Circle K sign coming down, clearly they had some very strong winds there. Some of the outer bands working through. Hopefully it moved through quickly enough that flooding did not become an issue, but the wind damage clearly was the issue inland here with what this storm brought. As it moved in from the Gulf. Kendall's trying to look up Thomasville right now. What are you finding, Kendall?
It's looking like about here, I don't know if this is just, this is all of Thomas County. So it looks like it's about 7,900 customers without power here.
Seeing a lot of red on your screen
exactly.
there. So quite a few. And that's not surprising to hear that, given just the rural nature of South Georgia. And these kinds of storms don't usually move through. We talk about tornadoes, but not these widespread hurricane force winds moving through.
Right, and we did see some impacts in Thomasville from Debbie. We saw some flooding there that Leon covered. So it's definitely something that does happen, and we're seeing some impacts right now. Again, almost 8,000 customers are without power in the Thomasville area, and it's pretty remarkable, like you said, that those signals still had power when they were moving around in the wind like that.
Absolutely. They're designed to withstand a lot. We do have some new pictures from Tallahassee now that we just got in that we want to show you. We'll just kind of talk through what we're looking at here and see what we find here. That looks like to be a tree on a house, possibly.
Yes. I believe this was off of Meridian Road.
Yeah.
It almost looks like part of the roof has been removed off of that structure. I hope no one was inside there, because I can't imagine how terrifying that would be to be underneath that tree.
Yeah, and I have the director telling us that there were 2 people inside that and they were evacuated.
Oh,
so
wow.
Thank goodness nobody was hurt in that situation,
Yes.
because that is a hefty tree that came down. This Calvin Overbay sent us that photo. Calvin, thank you so much for sending us this photo. Hopefully everyone that you know in your neighborhood is safe. This kind of reminds us of the tornado damage that we saw back in May. In fact, I imagine it's probably much more widespread this time around.
Right, and last we heard from him, our Alberto Camargo is headed to that scene to get a look at what conditions look like with that home that unfortunately saw a tree come through the roof, and I'm really glad those folks are okay.
Yeah, and now that the worst of the storm is past, if you do have pictures or video showing your experience or the aftermath of the storm, we would love to take a look at it and share it with our audience here. If you can send it to us via Facebook, or if you can email us, we would love to see what you went through in the storm. And really, we've got to paint the clear picture of what areas need help the most. We can't do that without those reports. So if you can safely send us what you've got, please do.
Right, you guys are the eyes and ears on the ground. You're the ones that give us the information that we report. So we really rely on that information. But again, don't do it at risk of your safety. Please stay inside and stay safe right now. You should not be on the roads. You should be inside your home, even though the worst of the storm has passed us.
All right, our director's telling us that we have new video from Monticello. This is looking like video driving over the debris that is just littering the road in Monticello. Is this Monticello or is this Live Oak? It's hard to tell with these kinds of roads. If you can give me a source on this, we can maybe pinpoint a location. Okay, all right. Well, this is, we're told Monticello video. So, yeah, people stopped because there's a tree in the middle of the road. I mean, you could probably have dozens, if not hundreds, of situations like this where the road's just completely blocked.
Right, and as we heard from Taylor County Emergency Management, they were saying that almost every single road in Taylor County, so Perry, Steinhatchee, every area in that county had power lines down in their road. So we know the situation is pretty dire there. And again, an important reminder to stay safe because we don't know what could be in our neighborhoods.
Okay, let's check back in with First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland. She's got a number of graphics that can show us where those damage reports are coming in, where the storm is going next, and what we need to know as the situation continues to develop.
Yeah, good morning, Channing. Kendall, well, if we can slip over to WSI 2 so we can show you exactly what's still going on with Helene. This is happening right now. So obviously the cloud bank well across the southeast. I mean, this is a massive storm still. And if you can believe it, as of 3 a.m., so just about, 50 minutes ago, this was a Category 1 hurricane. Max sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. So 57 minutes ago, it's almost 4 a.m. now. So an hour ago, we had a Category 1 hurricane still with hurricane strength winds of 80 miles per hour, which is about 6 miles per hour over that hurricane limit. And it's still moving into South Georgia, into now Central Georgia. So really holding its strength. It was a very strong storm at landfall, as evident by some of the evidence we're getting in, the pictures and photos we're getting in this morning. And now it continues to still hold at hurricane strength. Now, a lot of that cloud cover around Helene is not going to be where the wind and the rain is exactly. Now, there is still quite a bit of rain, especially on the northeast side, but we're going to have some of that wind start still whipping around the southern and eastern side of that storm. But good news is that calmer conditions are to come later today. Now, that being said, there's still some rain, still some wind out there on the southeast side of the hurricane that's still pushing into South Georgia. It's hard to believe it's still a hurricane. Honestly, it's easy to say tropical storm because once it gets this far inland, that's typically what you see. But the storm is still so strong that it's still producing Category 1 strength winds around the eye at 80 miles per hour. So, that being said, look at the track. Look how it moved up Taylor County just to the east of Tallahassee, over into Jefferson County, up into South Georgia, and now into central parts of South Georgia. So if we go back to WSI 1, let's look at some of those damage reports. Now, keep in mind, this is not all damage reports. As a matter of fact, I only had to set it to 12 hours because 24, we were still getting yesterday morning flooding reports all across southwest Leon County, Gaston County from the outer bands of this storm. So this is where the bulk of the storms and the bulk of those reports have come in. Now, keep in mind also that a lot of these are weather stem camera reports. So not people reports, but weather stem camera reports because, it was just so dangerous for anyone to be out there. We had those high wind warnings. Everyone took shelter, which is hopefully what you did as well. But here's just some of the very few reports out of many more we will get throughout the day that we have over the last 12 hours. So there is an area just right here, Tallahassee, northwest, 1 mile west-northwest of Tallahassee Communication Center, the website FHP, there we go, reports that flooding near Gum Road, which we talked about earlier, and Capitol Circle Northwest resulted in the outside lane being covered with water. So there is still some flooding ongoing in Tallahassee. Obviously, we have some of those road closures still ongoing, not only because of debris, but because of water on roadways, which is going to be the case for a lot of our areas in the Big Bend and South Georgia this morning. So that's just one of many reports, again, still coming in for the next few hours. Jefferson County, we had 81 mile per hour wind gusts near Monticello. Again, a weather stem camera. At that point, we were seeing a high wind warning for those areas. So taking shelter, not a lot of wind reports from anywhere else except for these weather stem cameras. And keep in mind, a lot of them went down because of the high wind gusts. They just weren't able to sustain any kind of connection, whether they lost power, whether they lost internet, maybe both. So these are some of the last reports that these weather stem cameras gave before they went down, if they did go down. Down in Taylor County, we had a wind report of 86 knots near the Perry Foley Airport. Again, that's before any kind of communication with Perry went down because of power outages or internet outages. So I assume we'll see a lot of those higher wind gusts and a lot of high wind speed really start to come in here as daylight breaks, and we start to see some of that damage kind of unfold and get some more assessment from the National Weather Service of what happened across Taylor County as far as wind damage, the amount of damage, and those wind speeds that caused the damage. Again, that 88-mile-per-hour wind gust near Lowndes County Grassy Pond weather stem camera, and then we had another one that said 96 earlier. It's one of these two. There we go. If I could, it's just a little precision there, but there it is, 96-mile-per-hour gust at Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond weather stem site. That's the one that has snapped on its side and now lays kind of horizontal as that debris lays out in front of it, just spattered across parts of the Grassy Pond area. Because of the last report at exit 5 in Lowndes County, that 96-mile-per-hour wind gust. We still have wind gusts still coming in from dozens of trees or structures across the county. In Lowndes County, this is 1 mile south of Valdosta, so it's just kind of a broad overview of Lowndes County. This is not one specific report, just showing that dozens of trees on structures across the county, which is not good news. That means homes, that means businesses, that means a lot of cleanup underway over the next several days. So really thinking about those in Valdosta this morning. We had 69 or 69-mile-per-hour winds at the Moody Air Force Base as well. You gotta remember that eye wall kind of moving over Valdosta and now out of the area, but a lot of those reports are still going to be coming in. A lot of assessments to still be done after this the storm moves out, which is still a Category 1 hurricane, if you can believe it, Channing.
I can believe it, but gosh, how much further is this thing's going to go? I know Atlanta is preparing for it, parts of the Carolinas and Tennessee. This is going to be a huge story as we head into this weekend.
Right, and we've seen a lot of severe weather across the United States already this hurricane season. We've had impacts here in the Big Bend, as well as Louisiana. I believe Mexico's been impacted, Texas, really not only the state of Florida, but the entire United States has been in for it this year.
Yeah, so we have an update on North Monroe, just off of I-10. Neighborhood reporter Alberto Camargo is on North Monroe. He found something as a result of the storm, so let's send it out to him. Alberto, what have you found?
Thanks, Channing and Kendall. Like you said, I'm just off North Monroe, just off of I-10, and I just want to tell you about what I've been seeing so far. Maybe you saw some of the images earlier in Tallahassee, the storm damage of trees falling on houses, of a semi-truck jackknifed on I-10 over by the border with Jefferson County. And other than that, I've seen a little bit of debris on the roads, as you can imagine, some leaves and some branches. But I do want to say that I don't think the word best case scenario is appropriate for what happened here in Leon County, but I think we definitely missed out on the worst case scenario with Hurricane Helene, because around 50,000 people in Leon County are without power, but compared to some of the other counties in our area, that number, the percentage is quite low. And I was speaking with Leon County Emergency Management about an hour and a half ago, and they tell me that road closures are minimal. They believe just around 10 total around the county. Maybe that number will go up as the morning continues. But the damage overall has been something that has been less than maybe what we expected a few hours ago. As Hurricane Helene blew through this area, it just missed Tallahassee and Leon County. Emergency management tells me that for the 50,000 people in Tallahassee without power, the power crews will be out to restore that power first thing in the morning, as soon as the sun starts to come out in just a few hours here. So for the people here in Leon County, like I said, it could have been a lot worse. I think we still have a lot of folks in here who need some help and are looking to get their power restored, but I think Leon County overall is doing well.
It's good to see that the winds have calmed down. It's good to see that Alberto's able to get around it, that there are minimal road closures.
Right. I've seen some comments online that have kind of echoed what Alberto said about the worst case scenario, and feeling grateful that we didn't experience more damage in Leon County. But again, that doesn't negate some of the things that our neighbors in Leon County are seeing right now. Especially, we saw that one home that had a tree come crashing down on top of it. The roof was severely damaged. 2 people were inside. They were not injured. Luckily, they were able to evacuate. So it's really good to see that people are staying safe and following orders. We didn't see any car lights really behind Alberto right now, so it's good to see that people are staying off the roads.
Yeah, and I have been checking traffic cameras around the city of Tallahassee at certain intersections just to see, are the lights on? The traffic lights, for the most part that I've seen, appear to be working. We have seen from the weather stem cameras that show the skyline, the lights are reflecting off of the clouds. Still, 54,210 customers impacted in the city of Tallahassee alone. So there's plenty of work that needs to be done to restore power to the capital city, but it sounds like the crews will have a good start once the sun comes up in the morning. Let's see if it's going to be a good start to clean up, starting with the weather forecast with First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of damage still lays out across Big Bend and South Georgia, but the good news is that the storm is moving quickly at, closer to 30 miles per hour northeast, well away from our area, bringing with it a lot of those widespread impacts. Now, as the sun rises, we'll see more of those impacts across our area, and it will rise because we have more of that cloud cover moving out with it. It's going to be another day of more sunshine out there, a couple of clouds still lingering, especially across the southeast side of the Big Bend, where in Valdosta this morning, winds were whipping at close to 96 miles per hour, as evident by this grassy pond utilities camera out of Lowndes County. Now, keep in mind the last report, as we just showed you from this weather stem camera before it lost power, still has power at least, but the last report before it fell to the ground at least was 96 mile per hour wind gusts there. Now, that 96 mile per hour wind gust was enough to take down a pretty sturdy tower, a metal tower, a steel tower that is capable of withstanding very high winds. I mean, that's what these weather stem cameras are built on, are these very capable towers that withhold a lot of weather that's moved through. I mean, Lowndes County has seen it all these last couple of months, and this camera has stuck with it. But now it lays to its side, and a lot of debris sprawled out there. We have more flooding just off to the east, so just off to the right of this camera at least, with more of that water still holding in that grassy pond area, which typically, if this was upright and you looked over the grassy pond area, that area is kind of one of those spots where water does run and kind of collect as it is meant to do. But a lot of that water is still now in those areas where it's not meant to collect and water is not supposed to be, which is on roadways, low-lying areas, including homes, and including onshore as that storm surge continues across Taylor County this morning. And until sunrise, we just won't know what has happened down in Taylor County until we can just see better and have a better idea of it. Conditions out there this morning at least have calmed as far as wind goes. I mean, 22 mile per hour sustained winds out in Perry right now, a little bit higher, obviously, on those coastlines. Steinhatchee down here at 26 mile per hour sustained winds. We still have some wind across Moultrie and Colquitt County, Thomasville in Thomas County, and then over into places like Brooks and Valdosta. Still some sustained winds that are gusting pretty well, but we do have gusts across Tallahassee still at 31, 33 in Bainbridge, and 23 out there in Madison County. So we're not completely out of the woods. It's not, a calm start to the morning by any means. That wind's still moving through, but compared to last night, things have calmed down quite a bit. And that storm continues to move off as a Category 1 hurricane into parts of central Florida this morning, well away from our area. But in Colquitt County, we'll see gusts closer to 40 miles per hour early this morning, kind of on the very southern end of that southwest and then northeast movement, counterclockwise around the center of Hurricane Helene still. Tropical winds move out, but we still have some breezy conditions later today, so you will be fighting a breeze for any kind of debris cleanup you have. Things will be gusting, closer to 20, 30 miles per hour, especially across the inland coastline later this afternoon. Tonight, calming down quite a bit. What we'll have here, though, is still this onshore flow, so any kind of cleanup around Taylor County coastline might not be able to happen, as storm surge is still possible later on this evening thanks to that onshore wind just flowing over. So the water of the Appalachian Bay is less friction than land, so it's going to be moving at quite a higher speed as it picks up speed and impacting the Jefferson County, Taylor County coastline, pushing that water inland with it. So a couple of things to consider when doing that cleanup today as far as wind goes and saturated ground and the potential for any kind of trees to fall, whether it be a whole tree or limbs to snap in our very highly vegetated area across the Big Bend and South Georgia, Channing.
All right, yes, we're continuing to track this storm as it moves north. We were just watching some video from storm chasers in Steinhatchee. The water definitely did come up.
Yes, they were showing a gas station, a Marathon gas station that I actually stopped at the other day on Tuesday. It was very busy with people getting gas, filling up on supplies, things like that, and it was under a significant amount of water.
Yeah, it was surrounded by water. And ABC's Rena Roy has a closer look at how this storm has played out over the last 24 hours and what's next.
Good morning. The flooding is widespread here in Tampa. Overnight, we woke up to an emergency alarm here at our hotel. Water inside the building, and you can see it outside right here behind us. The pool area completely inundated, and we were not even in the thick of the storm. Tallahassee and the surrounding areas feeling the brunt of it.
Overnight, Hurricane Helene slamming Florida, roaring ashore south of Tallahassee as a Category 4 storm.
You have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west.
The National Weather Service issuing a rare extreme wind warning for the Tallahassee area, calling Hurricane Helene an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation, warning people to take cover and to treat the conditions as if a tornado was approaching.
This is shaping up to be a catastrophic hurricane for Florida's Big Bend. Here in Tallahassee, the rain, it has been consistent for hours now, and the winds are starting to intensify.
In Fort Myers Beach, Marine deputies wading through floodwaters, pushing a boat to help rescue people. In Tampa, roads turned to rivers, the area hit with strong bands of wind and rain. This video appearing to show transformers exploding.
This storm is raging. I have got flooding so bad you can't even imagine.
Near St. Petersburg, the lobby of the All Seasons Hotel underwater. On nearby Interstate 4, a highway sign fell onto a vehicle, killing the driver. Hundreds of people in Taylor County, Florida, in the bullseye of the storm, told emergency officials they did not evacuate. The sheriff's office now asking residents who defied the mandatory evacuation order to write their name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so they can be identified.
Helene is now setting its sights on Georgia, but it is expected to continue weakening over the next several hours. Rena Roy, ABC News, Tampa, Florida.
Yes, let's keep that weakening trend going, please.
Yes, our community has been devastated so many times within the last year about. It's the last thing we really need.
Yeah, it's really incredible, too, to see that video from areas like St. Petersburg and downtown Tampa. They used flood protection to protect the hospital in the Tampa area. But we know in Live Oak, they had the flood protection barriers put up. I don't think flooding became too big of an issue in Live Oak, thank goodness, this time around.
Yes, because we know during Hurricane Debbie, there was lots of flooding that impacted Live Oak, the Suwannee County area in general. That was something we saw. We also saw that in Madison County, but it does look like we will see some other damage in those areas.
Yeah, so we're going to continue on with our assessment of the damage. Tallahassee power check, 54,210 outages as we speak. And they're not really confined to one area like we saw with the tornadoes. It is all across the city. Every neighborhood that we cover every day has got power outages in it, and we do have our neighborhood reporters spread out across South Georgia and the Big Bend working to get to the places that were hit, working to find out what people need so we can get resources to those places.
Right, and they're going to keep us covered. They are our eyes and ears on the ground, and again, you should not be outside right now. Please stay inside your home. I know you might have an urge to go out and see what that damage looks like. Please don't. Trust us. We will report what we know to you. It's best to stay inside.
Okay, so we do know a lot of first responders will hold off on going out to respond to emergencies or assess damage when the winds are 35, 40 miles per hour. Hopefully those winds have come down so we can get some teams out there assessing the damage. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland can explain where the strongest winds are right now.
Yeah, Channing, you know, the strongest winds hopefully moving out over the next few hours, but we still have some wind, sustained winds, you know, closer to 20 to 35 miles per hour across our south central Georgia and southeastern Georgia counties, and then over in the southeast Big Bend. I mean, still holding steady even in Taylor County, which is the first to see the wind and one of the last to see the wind right now, still move through at 4:14 a.m. So wind is continuing to, you know, still wrap around that what is still a Category 1 hurricane over the northeast side of Georgia. Now, as we head into the wind gusts, though, that's where we're really going to be watching for some of those gusty conditions, especially across Colquitt County. There's Moultrie, Homerville, Clinch County. You're seeing a lot less of those wind gusts as now that eye has moved a little further north. But, you know, still wind gusts around 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. So whether those emergency crews get out now or maybe an hour or two from now, hopefully those winds calming down over the next, I'd say, 3 hours before we'll finally see some of those wind gusts not hitting those 30, 40 mile per hour marks like they are right now. But I do want to go over to WSI 2 because we just had an update from what is still Category 1 Helene, now only dropping 5 miles per hour, just holding on to that Category 1 hurricane strength, but still moving north at about 30 miles per hour. Now on a straight path north, actually, heading into central Georgia. So still holding on to that hurricane strength force wind at 75 miles per hour as of the 4 a.m. update. This hasn't updated, but the information did there. So Helene, still a Category 1 hurricane, well after landfall at 11:10 p.m. last night in Taylor County, and now moving into central Georgia as a Category 1 hurricane. The max winds at 75 miles per hour. Drier air is on the way as this cloud cover moves out, but keep in mind those bands are still producing, again, that wind and also some rain. So we can go back to our live look here, kind of resetting, looking at some of those conditions all across the southeast side of Georgia and North Florida. And we can just go back to WSI 1 there to look at more of those winds. So wind obviously still an impact there. But let's go over to what we're looking at as far as our radar goes over the next couple of hours. We still have flash flood warnings out for parts of South Georgia, where just because rain is not falling doesn't mean flash flooding is not occurring. Keep in mind, there's a lot of rain that has fallen over the last several hours, especially for South Georgia, kind of the last to see the bulk amount of rain. And that rain has to trickle off somewhere. A lot of it will be into the rivers and streams over the next several days. So if you do live in a river or stream, especially, downstream heading into Appalachia Bay, probably seeing those river levels rise over the next few days. So keep that in mind if you are one of those areas that are impacted typically by rising river levels. A lot of rain still pushing across places like South Georgia, though. So places like Blakely over to Albany, Moultrie, Thomasville, some light showers still around. So some rain is still falling across those areas. Valdosta, you just got a nice little shower up 75 just a few minutes ago. Ocklawahnee, Thomasville over in Thomas County, Camilla and Pelham over in Mitchell County, and then Colquitt County, mostly clear of any rain right now, but doesn't mean it's not still kind of that drizzly, almost pesky rain that's still kind of lingering right behind that western wrap of that low pressure system, which is still a hurricane, Category 1 Hurricane Helene. So some rain is still ongoing across those areas. Places like Hamilton, Jasper, Jennings, Belmont, Camp Still, you are in the clear of rain right now. Most of that rain has moved to your north. A lot of places like Tallahassee, St. Mark's, it looks like there's rain that's just scattered from radar. So no real substantial rain falling to the ground right now. Again, probably more of that moisture, that mist as you walk out the door. But still going to be more clear of those showers and storms as some drier air is starting to fill in here across places like the I-10 corridor and south. Looking ahead, most of that wind will still be out of the southwest, so cloud cover is still possible behind what is going to be Helene moving into North Georgia by this point. Again, this is this afternoon at 2 p.m., so a couple of clouds here and there. You can't rule out an offshore very light shower, nothing compared to what we saw this morning. But through the next couple of hours throughout Friday into the early hours of Saturday morning, no rain is expected. More of a drier forecast for you, maybe a drop or two, but nothing substantial, nothing that's going to impact your debris cleanup or helping your neighbors out, or maybe just getting outside and kind of assessing the damage. It's going to be wind that's more impactful there than the rain, because the rain is moving out, but the wind is still going to be a little gusty. I mean, we still have that southwest wind across Tallahassee, across places like South Georgia and to Bainbridge, but you still see more of that onshore wind. This is going to be the problem. This onshore wind is gusty across Taylor County. Still storm surge concerns there as we head even to Saturday morning with that southwest wind. Eventually, that southwest wind will calm quite a bit, moving through places like southeast Georgia at that point. So calming wind means less storm surge possibilities for Saturday evening for Taylor County. A couple of clouds here and there for your Saturday evening hours. But again, rain chances are going to be minimal over the next few days. It's going to be the flooding that is the side effect of the rain that we've already gotten today that's really going to impact you. Again, if you live near rivers, if you live near those areas where water has to go somewhere, it's going to be mostly those rivers across South Georgia, and then also flowing in, kind of tributing in into those major rivers across, especially Madison, Taylor County. Parts of Leon County, Sopchoppy, and then those rivers, even in the St. Mark's River over to the west. Those areas all kind of funneled by 3 or 4 other rivers upstream, which obviously come together, all are filled to the brim, and they come together. It's going to be more flooding concerns, especially downstream, so closer to Appalachia Bay over the next few days as that wind then comes out of the south by Saturday afternoon and evening. Now, rain stays out of the forecast for the next several days. By noon on Sunday, a couple of clouds start to build in across places like Bainbridge in the tri-state area and southwest side of the Big Bend. A little more of those clear skies still possible for Sunday afternoon. More partly cloudy here and there. More of the partly cloudy to mostly cloudy side across southeast Georgia. But over the next couple of days, here are some of our temperatures we can expect. Clean up over the next few days. Still be humid, especially with that southern flow. So we still have moisture in the air moving over those warm waters of the Appalachian Bay. But what we're going to find is that temperatures at least will be a lot lower than those mid-90s, and that heat index feeling more like the low 100s. So if you lost power and you're without power for a few days, I mean, the best bet maybe to try to keep cool any way you can. But the good news is it's not going to be those blaring hot temperatures. Yes, the humidity is going to make it feel sticky outside. It might feel like the more in the mid-90s as we head into Saturday into Sunday. But it's going to be great to open up those windows, and yeah, it'll be sticky outside. But 69 degrees and a little sticky is better than those 80s and sticky in the overnight temperatures. So still able to cool off slightly at night, which is good news for those people without power. Maybe opening the windows in the morning, and then right as the sun rises, that's the coolest part of the day. But then shutting those windows, shutting those doors very quickly after that, because the temperature only rises. The heat gets a little bit stronger. That humidity makes it feel a little hotter out there. So any kind of cleanup, definitely want to have the extra water on hand. And there's going to be a lot of extra cleanup, especially across the southeast side of the Big Bend, where power outages are still widespread across Taylor, Madison County, Eccles, Lowndes, and Hamilton County. We still have about half of our viewers in Leon County without power, and about half to a little more than half in Grady and Thomas County. Again, all of these areas under that extreme wind warning as that storm moved on shore. So obviously some very high wind gusts, snapping power poles, snapping trees onto power poles, and just a lot of debris on roadways and on, it sounds like, structures in Lowndes County as of the latest report we just saw earlier this morning. So really keeping all those people in our minds early this morning as we head out in Dowling Park. So this is one of the cameras I'm going to show throughout the morning. Not necessarily as much before the sun rises, but typically what you'd see out here is a couple of trees in the foreground, some big trees. In the background, you would see the Suwannee River, and then behind that, kind of some sprawling tree covers. And right now, luckily, that Suwannee County camera has held on into power and internet, so we're still getting data. As you can see, it's 422, and that WeatherSim camera is still holding on. But this is one of those cameras I do want to see when the sun comes up, as most of us do. I mean, we're still waiting on the sun to come up to see any kind of damage across places in the southeast side of the Big Bend, where it's just almost impossible, some of those roads, to go and check on your homes, and sometimes even dangerous to do so because of flooding concerns and even closer to the coastline, storm surge concerns. So we do have some cloud cover still across northeast Tallahassee. 4:23 a.m., 41 mile per hour gusts still being clocked in at our WeatherSim camera there. Mostly cloudy skies, so still rocking and rolling. And again, keep in mind, it still looks like there is power in downtown Tallahassee, but these northeast neighborhoods look to be without power because every morning we kind of show these WeatherSim cameras. Pretty familiar with them, just because it's a good part of our ritual of our morning show to show a lot of cameras throughout the state of Florida and Georgia through the early morning hours, especially our neighborhoods that would be impacted through the day, whether it be storms or whatnot. So do know that a couple of those street lights are definitely out across northeast Tallahassee, but it looks like downtown still has power as it reflects off of those very low-lying clouds out there. Valdosta, we're still looking at wind gusts out of the south-southwest at 39, 40 miles per hour at the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center in Lowndes County there. So not a lot of those trees blowing in the wind right now, at least as hard as they were, but still some of those trees could come down as we see that saturated ground and those wind gusts still pick up enough to snap some limbs at least. So we'll keep that in mind over the next few days. West-southwest wind out of downtown Tallahassee, 22 mile per hour gusts there, but nothing too substantial over downtown Tallahassee, which still has power this morning. FAMU campus looks to have power. Again, we'll be watching for any kind of impacts to schools and things like that. FSU as well, 30 mile per hour gusts out of the west-southwest. So at least some of Tallahassee has power, but it looks like a lot of people are still without power this morning, still in the dark as the sun comes up, and quite a few hours still from now, Channing.
Yeah, anxiously awaiting the sun coming up so we get a better look at the damage. We do have some new pictures from the Southwood neighborhood we want to show you. This coming in overnight, and if we can pull those pictures up, we'll see what we're talking about here. Kendall, you actually got these pictures.
Yes, this is video from an apartment in the Southwood area. The kind of tops of a fire extinguisher box were blown off. You can see debris from trees on there, but you can also see the fronts of those boxes with the fire extinguishers blown off. It must have taken a lot of wind to do that. And this was an area that wasn't hard hit. It wasn't in the direct path of the hurricane. So we can only imagine what the damage looks like elsewhere.
Yeah, pretty unusual to see. And we do have a message from the city of Valdosta now. It just came into our email that says they are urging residents to shelter in place. This is in the city of Valdosta. They write here that it's essential to ensure a swift response, that there are conditions that have left streets littered with trees, power lines, and debris. They want you to stay in while they get their first responders out there so they can start clearing the roads. The more people you have out there blocking the streets, the longer the cleanup is going to take. So if you can afford to stay at home and just kind of wait it out until we give updates on when it's safe to go out, please do so. I see you've got the power outage map pulled up.
Yes, and it seems to be slightly trickling upward. Now we have 55,433 customers without power that are on City of Tallahassee utilities. So that went up from 54,000 a little bit, I would say within the last hour, that was the number. So it's starting to go up. We're also seeing with Talquin Electric Company, they cover some Leon County areas as well. So in Killarn, again, still 2,709 customers without power, about 46% of the folks, households that are in the Killarn Lakes neighborhood. We're also seeing that Buck Lake, 100% of the customers there are without power.
Okay, so as we continue to track this power outage situation, we want to check in with Alberto Camargo again. He's been kind of roaming around the capital city, seeing what he finds. Alberto, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Yeah, thanks, Channing. I'm also here in Northwest Tallahassee again, and I want to show you exactly what I'm looking at because I'm at Steeplechase Apartments, the complex that we got that image in from Calvin Overbay just a few minutes ago of a tree down on an apartment building. And I'm standing in front of it now, but I'm going to spin around the camera and show you exactly what I'm looking at because this is the exact kind of damage that I was saying earlier is almost hard to believe. You see that tree there, and it's broken off at the trunk of the tree on top of this apartment complex. There is some damage and rubble you can see through there. There's also a Jeep, a car under there as well. Now, I wasn't able to find any neighbors who are in this complex. Nobody was outside, but just seeing the damage here is just a sight to behold, really. I mean, you see how this tree has almost entirely collapsed this side of the apartment building, and it's just an idea of the damage that Hurricane Helene has caused here in Tallahassee. Now, earlier when I was on with you guys, I told you that the damage here was minimal, and I mentioned that that is accurate for most of the county, but for folks like the folks who live in this apartment building here, the minimal damage is not exactly accurate. You can see how some of this damage is just hard to believe, like I said, and it's just an idea of what Leon County has been through with Hurricane Helene. And I'm going to stay around here for a little while longer and hopefully talk to some neighbors as they maybe make their way out of their houses here. There are quite a few cars in the parking lot, so I don't think many people evacuated in this area. Again, this is the Steeplechase apartment complex just off Meridian Road, Northwest Tallahassee. And you can see some of the damage that I've been seeing here, and I'm going to stick around here and maybe see if I can hear from some neighbors.
Alberto, thank you so much for that update. It's devastating to see that tree fall on that apartment. We know that people are impacted. You said that there were cars in the parking lot. I hope all of those folks are okay that were there to experience that damage.
The good news is we talked with the Red Cross earlier this week, and they were bringing people in from outside of our area, and they were really mounting a massive response to help people who are in that situation where there's a tree through their roof or they have damage and they can't go home. So we'll be following up with them to see what their efforts are like. We followed up with them after the tornadoes, after they went door to door to check on people. And so we know that our neighborhoods can come together to help one another time and time again. With all the disasters we've been through in the last year, I'm sure they'll do it again.
Right, and we're very grateful for groups like the American Red Cross, Second Harvest of the Big Bend that are really here for our neighbors right after devastating events like what we saw.
Okay, so we do want to let you know that when it comes to cleanup, because we're going to start this cleanup process, there are a lot of people who might want to take advantage of you, people who are just waiting for a disaster like this to happen to take advantage of you when you're vulnerable. Take a look at this video. Florida's Chief Financial Officer and State Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronas, he says that there could be scam attempts across our neighborhoods after this storm, people posing to help you clean up storm damage, but in reality, they're just trying to take your money.
What will happen is there will be predators. They're almost like locusts. They will be canvassing the neighborhoods, pre-staged better than the utility companies. And they will go from door to door because you're vulnerable. Maybe you don't have electricity. Maybe you have limited access to the internet. But they will essentially get you to sign a document, whether it's called an assignment of benefits or a directional of payments. They will essentially take over your insurance claim because you're in a vulnerable place. Maybe you have a tree on your house. Maybe you got damage to your roof, and then you're panicking because you want to get as much service to save your house as much as possible, and these predators know that.
Yeah, but the good news is the Better Business Bureau, they've got a website. You can go and check out contractors. You can look up their license, and you can make sure that they are legit before giving them any money or control over what you're trying to do.
Right, and I remember after covering the 3 tornadoes that touched down in Tallahassee back in May, neighbors were telling me that they had concerns about folks doing this, going door to door to their neighborhoods, trying to target neighbors that unfortunately saw damage. So again, check the Better Business Bureau, use your judgment. Don't just trust people blindly during this critical time right now.
Yeah. All right, let's check in back with First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland. She continues tracking the storm, which is still, if you can believe it, a hurricane going into the middle parts of Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a strong storm at landfall. It has held on to that Category 1 strength hurricane now moving over South Georgia. Kendall, I know I kind of hear what you guys are talking about as I'm doing a little bit of the weather graphic rearranging. You know, you said you got that video from Southwood. This is a Southwood weather stem camera, which has held on surprisingly at 4:32 a.m. And we see some light in the background. That's just some city light reflecting off of clouds that are pretty low lying this morning. But keep in mind, this camera was angled, another 15 degrees to the left over here on a typical day. Again, I'm super familiar with these cameras just because we use them so much on the morning show. So it's not like a stop sign. It's not like a TV monitor. It doesn't have a lot of surface area. So to blow this little camera just a little bit, just a few degrees to the right, that's going to take a lot of wind to take, pieces of debris and move them even. So we know a lot of wind obviously move through this area. Just tilting that camera just a little bit is actually pretty significant when we look at some of those wind gusts because it doesn't have a lot of surface area. It doesn't move very easily in any kind of wind. Again, these were built, they're weather stem cameras. They're built to withstand these kind of hurricane strength winds, and just to tilt it just a few degrees to the right means a lot of wind did that. So that's just kind of one of the many cameras we have that we were overlooking early this morning. This one just happens to be out of Southwood. Downtown Tallahassee, a few areas of power still on in downtown. I do want to go back to those damage reports, though, as well, going back to what the Lowndes County tweet was saying about sheltering in place, because I do want to show you some of those storm reports from places like Valdosta. So in Lowndes County at Moody Air Force Base, we got a 69-mile-per-hour gust. But if we look a little closer here in Lowndes County, there's not just one. Or there's not many of those eyewitness reports. There's just one, and it says one south of Valdosta, so all throughout Valdosta in Lowndes County, dozens of trees on structures across the county. So that is all of Lowndes County. That means that there is a lot of debris still on roadways, still on homes, still on businesses this morning, and that would be a good idea to shelter in place because it is still windy outside. And there's still some rain in the area, a couple of light showers in Quitman, Hayhira, Lakeland. I mean, these are not driving winds and rain, but it's still breezy outside. And so when we have this rain, this area is under a flash flood warning there. That is a lot of saturated ground. And with that saturated ground, those trees, especially with shallow roots, can completely uproot, or, limbs can snap. And Valdosta has some gorgeous trees, but unfortunately they are older, they are pretty big, and wind can easily grab a hold of those, and then some of the soil or some of those limbs that are saturated can snap and cause further damage or power outages, or can be a threat to your life. So that's one of those things that we're keeping in mind this morning as cleanup gets underway, or at least is on hold for the next few days. 96 mile per hour wind gust at Lowndes County Utilities Grassy Pond weather sim camera. Again, we've been showing that all morning. We'll show that here in a little bit. But even in Madison County, at Madison High School, weather sim camera at 80 miles per hour. Monticello, 81 miles per hour. So a lot of our neighborhood reporters are all across these areas and had to take shelter as that high wind warning moved through, and now out trying to wait for that sunrise, trying to do as much surveying as they can of this damage. But unfortunately, we did have quite a bit of extensive damage, and travel is limited to everyone. So we'll go ahead and take a look at kind of what we're seeing now and what we can expect for the future, because, you know, basically at this point we're still seeing kind of more of those secondary impacts from weather. That includes kind of that wraparound wind, the wraparound rain, and then of course the secondary impacts as far as rain and wind go, which mostly include tree damage or limbs snapped or more power lines down because of the saturated soil and wind. So let's take a look at the wind right now. The winds have calmed substantially for places like Jefferson County, Perry, where sustained winds are right around the teens, 15 to 20 miles per hour. That goes for most of our area, actually, except for the coastline. That onshore wind, obviously, quite a bit higher. If we have in a hurricane, you're going to have a lot more of that wind speed along the coastline. It gets torn apart as it moves inland because of friction of land and quite a few other things, but mostly because of the friction of land. But as that wind moves onshore across the Appalachian Bay, doesn't have a lot to slow it down. As it moves onshore, obviously hitting winds, structures, trees, you name it, it starts to get pulled apart. We don't have as much wind inland. So you're always going to find, especially with onshore wind, those winds a little bit higher across the coastline than inland on a normal just onshore flow day without any kind of other atmospheric conditions going on to the inland, the neighborhood. So still about 27, 30, even 40 mile per hour sustained winds across some of those coastlines in Taylor County where that onshore wind is. Obviously slower inland where we have about 22 mile per hour sustained winds in Live Oak and Bainbridge. But those wind gusts are still relatively high. We're still looking at the 30s for Tallahassee, Perry, and Bainbridge. So gusts are still whipping around in Perry, and especially in Live Oak, where I expect it's a little bit higher than 22. Maybe at times closer to 35. We've seen that early this morning as that wind continues to move out of here, though. So the good news is the wind is calming and will continue to calm. Of course, there's going to be a few gusts here and there throughout the early morning hours, but we're still seeing the wind and the rain combine for the secondary impacts, as far as trees go and some of those down limbs. Now, across South Georgia, we also still have flash flooding, and those warnings are still ongoing this morning. So flash flood warnings for places like Thomas County, Brooks County, Valdosta, Lowndes County, Lanier County, some of Clinch County, and then up through South Georgia. So a lot of our South Georgia neighborhoods, especially east of Chattahoochee, are under that flash flood warning there, where we're still finding that just because it's not raining doesn't mean that water is not still on roadways, that water is still not holding where it shouldn't be and hasn't run off into those rivers, creeks, or streams just yet. So water is definitely still where it shouldn't be across a lot of our areas, but especially in South Georgia where that rain is just now moving out. That heavy rain is just now moving out, so the water is still finding its way off of those roadways and may still be sitting on those roadways this morning on top of that tree or power line. So, a lot of those roadways still covered with rain this morning. A lot of low-lying areas, maybe your backyard, might have a little extra water in it. It's going to take a while for that to drain off because we had a lot of waterfall across our area. As far as rain goes, Sylvester, Camilla, Baconton, and Pelham, all those areas in Mitchell County still have a little bit of rain moving in. A few of those showers still moving across Moultrie this morning. We have a bit more rain to go. A couple of very light showers just to the west in Quitman and to Brooks County, and then over into Valdosta and Dasher. So very light showers there. Nothing that's driving rain like it was earlier today across Hamilton County. We still have the wind, but in Jennings, Jasper, and Belmont, at least no rain is falling this morning. In Baker's Mill, all those areas are clear of rain right now. Tallahassee, Monticello, Greenville, Madison, all those counties from Leon over to Madison, including Jefferson, don't have rain falling this morning. So more of that clearing of any kind of moisture, is going to continue over the next couple of days. Now, as far as the future track goes, sure, partly cloudy skies here and there. Rain moves out. It's not necessarily completely dry. It's not like after a cold front where it's a nice spring day or fall day in this case, and we have these cooler temperatures. Well, we still have the southerly wind, and from the south, the wind is still very moisture rich. Now, rain won't be falling to the ground, but it will still be pretty humid outside, so pretty sticky feeling, although the good news is temperatures are not going to get too hot. We'll look at those in just a minute, but at least for your forecast this afternoon, whether you're able to get out, help your neighbors, help yourself, get some of that debris removed or moved over off the roadways, off of homes, off of cars, things like that. The good news is the rain will still be a limited factor in any kind of debris cleanup later today. The sun rising later this morning under partly cloudy skies. Those clouds will clear out throughout the day into tomorrow. Partly to mostly sunny skies for especially the tri-state area around 5 a.m. Saturday. And then some clearing of those clouds. But again, rain is a limiting factor in any kind of debris cleanup this weekend. It's just going to be the humidity and a little bit of the wind still, especially for Taylor County. That wind off of Appalachia Bay is still gusting here and there throughout the Taylor County coastline. Over the next 3 days, the 80s are in the forecast, gradually warming through the end of the weekend. But again, mostly sunny, partly cloudy today to mostly cloudy, and then mostly sunny for Saturday, Sunday. Temperatures rise by that point. Still a little humid, still a little sticky, but hey, it's better than being in the mid-90s and sticky like the middle of summer. So at least we have some cooler overnight temperatures. You can maybe open the windows, open the doors. Sunrise is the coolest part of the day. And then things heat up very quickly after that. So shutting those windows and getting it dark in there to keep out the sunlight and the heat if you're without power for an extended period of time. Channing.
All right, checking Florida Highway Patrol. There is just a slew of yellow triangles on their incident map right now, mainly for trees and power lines down on the roadway. We've got a number on Highway 98 in Wakulla County. We've got a few more on Crawfordville Highway in Wakulla County down near Panacea, and quite a few on I-10 between Tallahassee and I-75. So it's going to be a slow go no matter where people have to go, especially people who need to get out there and do the cleaning up.
Right, and I doubt that anyone's going to be heading to work or anything of that nature. Again, right now you should be staying in your home so crews can clear those roads so people can actually get on them and drive safely. And again, electric crews will be on the roads, making sure that the power goes back up. It might take a while, but they're working hard.
Right, and crews are going to be making their way to Perry and Taylor County to do cleaning up. Maya Sargent, filed this report showing us the destruction that the storm brought.
Sergeant in Perry, Taylor County, Florida, the landfall site for Hurricane Helene that landed here as a Category 4 hurricane Thursday night. This being the third hurricane this community has experienced in the last 30 months. They had Idalia last year, Debbie just last month, and now Hurricane Helene. Helene bringing with it some really strong wind and some really strong rain. We were hunkered down in our hotel room earlier as we heard landfall happen, and we heard the wind rattling the windows of the hotel room. And now we're beginning to see the impact of that severe weather, some of which you can see behind me. I want to show you some of the damage we're seeing. You are looking at the canopy of a gas station that's been completely toppled over. There's some debris underneath as well. But really, you have to think about the sheer force and the strength of the wind that must have come through here to be able to topple over such a huge metal structure. We're not just looking at structural damage, we're also looking at scattered debris that looks like lots of tree limbs and also downed power lines. That's caused county-wide power outages. We've also been checking in on our coastal communities as well. We're talking about Steinhatchee by the coast and also Keaton Beach. I just got off the phone with emergency management and they said to me they had a neighbor call in. They have a house with a camera that's 12 feet up and that camera was underwater from the storm surge. So really seeing big consequences here to Taylor County. Emergency management also telling me that they believe this damage could be worse than Idalia. So thinking about neighbors as they begin to wake up this morning and they assess the damage and the repair and recovery that has to come. They've just got back on their feet following Idalia, so he's hoping this community can rally together to repair and recover again. In Perry, I'm Mayor Sargent reporting.
And one concern seeing gas stations in that state is how are people going to get fuel to maybe get to Tallahassee, or how are first responders going to get fuel when they get to Perry? If the power is out, how do you pump the fuel up? So a lot of concerns for Taylor County and many of our Big Bend counties.
Right, and a lot of those folks don't have power. No one in Taylor County has power right now, according to TCEC in their outage map, and we just heard that from Maya as well. That can pose challenges for folks that have health issues, if they have any kind of medical devices that rely on power. So we're thinking about those folks as we head into the morning hours and as crews are working to restore that power for them.
Well, hopefully some good weather will be in store for the folks who have to do all that hard work. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland has what you can expect.
Yeah, good morning. I do want to go ahead and reset on what we're looking at and what it continues for the future of forecasting in the parts of the Big Bend and South Georgia as far as at least the next 3 days go. So right now we have Category 1 Hurricane Helene as of 4 a.m. Still a Category 1 hurricane holding onto that strength by just 1 mile per hour. So still expected to become a tropical storm moving over Atlanta later today and out of our area. Already seeing the core well out of our area, but some of that residual impact or, some of those residual conditions from, wind and rain are still possible across the Big Bend and South Georgia because it's such a massive storm. We were already seeing 24 hours ago around this time, some of the first bands move on shore. Now 24 hours later, we're seeing some of the last bands move out of our area. But the wind is still a big factor in this morning's forecast, especially across places like Colquitt County, Thomas County, northern Lowndes County and North Valdosta, Homerville and Clinch County, and then across the coastlines of Taylor County. So we still have this more easterly and southeasterly wind wrapping around what is now still the eye of Hurricane Helene over central Georgia, producing winds that are sustained right about 19 to 20 miles per hour for most of our area. A little higher across the coastlines near Steinhatchee, closer to 25, 30 mile per hour gusts. So the wind has calmed down there. I imagine the surge is still high, especially because that onshore wind is still pushing in some of that water there. But luckily, as the wind calms, the surge will recede and we'll start to assess some of the damage and how high that water gap. But as Maya said, 12 feet up on top of the roof, a camera now underwater. I mean, that's just unfortunate to hear that one report, and just some of the days to come, we'll hear, I'm sure, more reports of that, unfortunately, and that's just going to be something that we're watching for Steinhatchee as the sun comes up and people are able to get back to their homes or what is left of the coastline across Taylor County. So we do have the wind still pushing across places like Tallahassee at the wind gusts at least up to 31 miles per hour, up to 30 mile per hour gusts across the parts of Taylor County where we're going to see closer to probably 35 mile per hour gusts right along that coastline, a little bit further inland Taylor County like Perry, about 25 mile per hour gusts. And Maya's look at the gas station, you'd hear the wind kind of in the background. I mean, 25 mile per hour gusts isn't a lot compared to what we had, but it's still enough to generate some of that, some of those trees still swaying in the wind, a couple of those stop signs still swaying in the wind as well. And with 31 mile per hour gusts in Tallahassee, that's what we're still seeing out across Leon County as well. Again, we have power outages now, but more are on the way just because the storm has moved out. The wind, the saturated trees, I can't say it enough, are going to be an issue. Another residual impact, a secondary impact to the storm moving out will be how much water it left in our soils and then how much of the wind is going to make for those trees to either uproot completely from those already saturated soils, especially those shallow rooted trees, or completely snap in half and move over power lines. More damage to structures are definitely possible because of that tree, or even to you if you're out helping your neighbor clean up. Just keep in mind that those trees can still fall even though the bulk of the storm is still out of here. So we're still keeping in mind to be safe outside, even though the storm might be gone. You definitely don't want those secondary impacts to impact you or your friends and family. So a lot of that rain has moved out, but again, our soil is still so saturated. We still have flash flood warnings across places like South Georgia. Thomasville, Valdosta, Moultrie, so Colquitt County, Thomas County, Valdosta, and Lowndes County, all under a flash flood warning where our rivers are swelling. Water is finding its way into those rivers, with Lakuchi a big one that can expect some of those river levels to rise pretty dramatically over the next couple of days, thanks to all of that soil eventually running out into those rivers. Colquitt County as well, a few showers just to your north. Not a lot of showers in our area. Most of those have moved north and will continue to do so at a pretty rapid pace. We do have some very light showers down there in Steinhatchee, but for the most part, non-impactful showers for the next couple of days as things start to clear up quite quickly. And that rain continues to move to the north. Actually seeing a lot less rain all across our area. Hayhira, a drop of rain possible there in Jasper and parts of Hamilton County and Eccles. In Clinch County, not a lot of rain in our area, and then mostly dry across the I-10 corridor, where we're still seeing some of that wind, gusts about 35 miles per hour. We do have that wind out of the southwest over the next few days, partly cloudy skies, clean up at least under fair weather. We still have some wind. We're still looking for the secondary impacts, but as far as rain goes, the rain is moving out and will stay out for the next few days. A couple of isolated showers just graze our southeasterly Suwannee County and Dixie County and Lafayette County lines on Saturday afternoon, but for the most part, we're staying dry with partly cloudy skies. Now, keep in mind, a southern southerly flow, meaning that air from the south is going to be moving in, as we all know, moving over those warm waters of the Gulf and Appalachia Bay. It does bring some moisture with it. So we will have some cloud cover, good sign of moisture in the atmosphere, but also it'll feel pretty sticky out there. While rain stays out of the forecast under partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies Friday, we hit 84, maybe feeling a little sticky, but luckily those temperatures are going to stay down thanks to the cloud cover early this morning before it moves out overnight, dropping temperatures to the 60s, and then we'll warm gradually through Sunday as more sunshine comes out. But at least we will be cooler at night to help cool off those who don't have power and are sticking it out through these 80-degree days with a little bit of humidity around the afternoon hours.
All right, thank you, Liz. And we continue to track some coastal flooding that's occurring in Wakulla County. I'm looking at the tidal gauge for the Spring Creek boat ramp that's near Panacea, and it's sitting at about 3.68 feet, which is just below moderate flood stage. So along the coast, the surge affecting beyond Taylor County, parts of Wakulla County getting in on the surge, and the Sopchoppy River is in moderate flood stage right now. It crested, but it's slowly coming down. So as Liz was saying, the rivers are going to come up as all this runoff goes down and makes its way to the Gulf again. So we are not done with this yet.
No, and oftentimes when that water does come up, it stays for several days, unfortunately, especially with Debbie. In Madison County, folks had to wait days until they could get things out of their home, until they could muck their home out. Right. That's what that process is called. So people will be in for it in the next couple weeks.
Okay, so we got some new damage video from Apopka, south of here. We get a closer look at what's going on there. It's kind of hard to see. Can we take this full, please? And it looks like a trailer mobile home where the roof has been peeled back.
This is a community in Central Florida. I'm actually from Orlando. This is just outside of Orlando. It's pretty crazy to see the impacts it had in Central Florida, not isolated to the Big Bend. We saw flooding in Tampa. We also saw flooding in Naples, areas of Fort Myers. So these impacts were widespread.
Yeah, and the power of the wind just peeling that back like a tin can there. I mean, we've seen scenes like this in Live Oak. The outer bands of this storm had some power to them. So reaching into the peninsula, this is a statewide storm that people are going to be making insurance claims and cleaning up from, and volunteers are going to be needed all over. Looks like there's a resident being interviewed there about what he went through. So hopefully everybody there is okay. We are starting to see scenes like that here in the Big Bend, though, too.
Right, like what we just saw from Maya, that gas station awning completely pushed down onto the ground. That's something that people here in the Big Bend in South Georgia have seen time and time again after storms, and it's something we're seeing here across our neighborhoods. Alberto was showing us an apartment complex in northwest Tallahassee that had a tree come crashing down on it and damage the roof. It
did. There's probably going to be a few scenes like that around the Tallahassee area. Power outages are down a smidge at 54,362. They were above 55,000. It's important to remember, though, and power crews always say this, you might get your power back, but then you might lose it again because they have to turn some circuits off when they're working to repair other circuits. And so it could be a little while before we're all back to 100%. And I just want to remind folks, if you have a portable generator, make sure it is outside, not in your garage, certainly not in your house. Keep it outside of your home, about 20, 30 feet away, so that those fumes, which